Chapter 1. Within the dim and enigmatic cave, faint flickers of firelight danced, their glow accompanied by whispers that reverberated through the vast emptiness, adding an air of eerie terror. A cross fashioned from 2 twigs lay upon the ground, accompanied by a sheet of paper adorned with 3 simplistic stick figures and a clay idol, its features indistinguishable. These items encircled 3 candles, half illuminated by their flickering light, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. These candles were held by a pair of small hands, whose owner, a boy of no more than 10, exhibited a solemnity and reverence that belied his tender years. "Mighty Jesus," he murmured, releasing one of the candles to draw a cross upon his forehead, chest, and shoulders, fervently praying before the twig cross. He then turned, kneeling before the paper depicting the 3 stick figures, raising the candles in his hands, bowing 3 times in respect. May the 3 pure ones bless their disciple. Finally, the boy rose, clasping his hands together in prayer before the clay idol, bowing deeply as he intoned, "Amitba, disciple Bujang, having suffered in solitude in a past life and perishing in a car accident, has now reincarnated in this world, finally blessed with parents." A glimmer of happiness graced the boy's face. "In this life, I am renamed Isaac D. Noah. Though I am of this world, my soul remains of earth. I beseech the celestial deities for their protection. May the deities bless their disciple." Noah exclaimed, a wave of inexplicable excitement coursing through him, his voice trembling slightly. "May the luck of the European emperor bless my first draw. May I obtain something wondrous." Reflecting on his unfortunate luck during his earthly existence, tears streamed down Noah's cheeks. His small hands had never once held a winning lottery ticket, he had never received a grand prize in any draw, and SSRs had only graced the screens of others' phones. To his astonishment, upon reincarnating into this world, his fortune had markedly improved. Yet, this lottery was of paramount importance, and Noah could only pray for the blessings of the deities of earth, beseeching them to grant him good fortune in the system's draw. With a thought, a screen of light materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. It was the system he had brought into this life, having activated officially only upon his 10th birthday yesterday. The interface was remarkably simple, presenting only 3 options: lottery, shop, and tasks. Other traversers have systems with charming guides, be they ladies, little girls, or sprites, and at the very least, a semblance of intelligence. Yet this rudimentary system lacks even a proper introduction, Noah lamented, simultaneously critiquing the sparse layout while focusing his mind on the lottery option. 12 boxes awaited him, with 2 empty slots, yielding a 1 in 6 chance of drawing nothing. Were it the Noah of his previous life, the odds of drawing nothing would have approached 100. As this was an initial draw, the rewards were exceptionally generous, each item making Noah's mouth water with desire, wishing to claim them all. Sharingan, Navy 6 styles, Conqueror's Haki, Flame Fruit, Supreme Great Blade, and the Swordsmanship insights of Gong Shiruware, these unique options from the world of One Piece. Noah scanned the offerings quickly, realization dawning upon him. He had discovered, even as an infant, that he was ensconced within the realm of One Piece. Among those who had once cradled him was a burly elder named Karp, garbed in a navy coat. Destruction of the Soul Society's Kaido, Sharingan from the Naruto realm, Blood of Chiyu from the primordial world. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Noah focused his mind and clicked the lottery button, promptly closing his eyes as he anxiously clutched the edge of his garment, awaiting the outcome. The uppermost box suddenly illuminated with brilliance, the light swirling and accelerating. "Do not draw the Navy 6 dials. Do not draw the Navy 6 dials." Noah's thoughts raced, unable to resist peaking as the spinning light gradually slowed. It whirled past the Flame Fruit and Kaido, past the Supreme Great Blade and Caius Blood, seemingly on the verge of landing on the Navy 6 dials box. Despair gripped Noah's heart. Why? The Navy 6 dials were undeniably powerful in the early to mid-stages, boasting versatility that encompassed offense, defense, mobility, and evasion, not to mention the potential for further development into even more formidable techniques, a tremendous allure to the average individual. Yet Noah was no ordinary boy. His father, Isaac D. Reno, a rear admiral of the Navy, was well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles and swordsmanship, having achieved the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Most importantly, he belonged to the D clan, a distant relative of the renowned marine hero, Monkey D. Karp. This island was known as Seasonal Island, situated not far from Luffy's hometown of Dawn Island. Whenever Karp returned from training Luffy and Ace, he would often detour to visit Noah and Alan D. Noah's mother, a skilled physician. With a father who was a rear admiral and a connection to Karp, did Noah truly need to obtain the Navy's 6 styles through a lottery? All he had to do was speak, and the techniques along with manuals for hockey would be delivered to him, complete with insights and guidance from masters. Moreover, even if the system were to impart the Navy's 6 styles to Noah in an enlightening manner, allowing him to grasp them instantaneously, it would be of no use. The frail body of a 10-year-old could never withstand techniques meant for superhuman physiques, especially given his inherent weakness. The light struggled forward, inching toward the Navy's 6 styles box, teetering on the brink of stopping. It's over, it's over. Noah truly dared not look this time, his small face contorted in anguish. Ding! Lottery result. Sharingan. Is it really? Noah wiped his eyes, staring at the screen displaying the lottery result. The light settled upon the adjacent box, revealing the sinister, spinning eyes of the Sharingan. It seems I truly have been blessed with luck. After experiencing such emotional turmoil, Noah clutched his racing heart, only to cough up a mouthful of blood, fainting from sheer happiness. As the candles flickered and dwindled, the dark cave was left with only the faint sounds of breathing and the soft drip of blood from the paper. Karp, Uncle Karp, cough cough. A middle-aged man, clad in tattered garments and gripping a broken sword, lay in the embrace of a burly elder, blood pouring from his mouth. His chest was a grotesque mass of flesh, the pale bones barely visible, his life force waning. Before he turns 18, do not let Noah leave the island. Cough cough. This is also Fias wish you understand. The man's voice faltered as he turned his gaze toward his wife's lifeless body not far away, tears mingling with blood, before his breath finally ceased. Only the broken sword remained tightly gripped in his hand. The burly elder, wearing a dog-headed hat, gently laid the bodies of the man and the woman side by side, remaining silent for a long while before raising his arm in a crisp salute. Salute. From behind the elder, nearly 100 Navy soldiers simultaneously raised their arms, saluting the fallen hero. Each soldier's eyes seemed to burn with a fervent flame, and the elder at the forefront exuded an aura that cracked the very ground beneath him, as if a volcano were poised to erupt. Grandpa, what has happened here? Noah stumbled out from a nearby path, his clothes stained with splatters of blood, his eyes widening at the horrific scene before him. Father, mother, you both. The 2 lifeless bodies on the ground were eerily familiar. Despite the blood-soaked faces, Noah recognized that the figures lying there were undoubtedly his parents. This is impossible. This cannot be. The world spun around him. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, his vision blurring as his heart felt as though it were being crushed, the pain rendering him breathless. A sweet taste filled his throat, and blood spewed forth as Noah staggered, on the verge of collapse. In an instant, a figure rushed forward. Catching Noah's small frame was none other than Rear Admiral Karp. The ship's doctor hurriedly approached, medical kit in hand, ready to provide aid. 3 days later, at the port. Little Noah, have you truly made your decision? Karp, still wearing his dog-headed hat, regarded the boy gravely. I understand your father's intentions. He does not wish for you to leave the island before the age of 18 to prevent you from entering the Navy headquarters and joining the Navy. After all, you have been frail and sickly since childhood, and even if you train after turning 18, your achievements may be limited. I understand. Father does not want you to seek revenge on Jack. Without power, I cannot even traverse the East Sea, let alone venture into the New World to slay the drought-bringer Jack. Noah replied coolly, displaying a calmness and maturity beyond his years. Karp found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Noah's answer. I will honor my father's wishes and remain on the island until I turn 18. My parents' graves are here. I must keep them company. Upon hearing this, Karp felt a slight sting in his eyes. What a remarkably understanding child he is. Although he may not achieve great heights in terms of martial prowess, his calm demeanor and intellect are indeed rare among children of his age. Perhaps he could be nurtured as a successor to the little crane, and if a suitable devil fruit were to be found, it could be bestowed upon him. Grandpa Karp, I hope you can teach me the methods of cultivating the Navy's 6 styles in hockey, Noah implored, his eyes brimming with hope. Ha ha ha, I anticipated you would seek these from me. Just a few days ago, when I reported to headquarters, I specifically asked Zephyr to retrieve his annotated manual on Navy training, which has now been sent here by a warship departing from headquarters, Karp exclaimed. As he spoke, Karp, with his hands on his hips, suddenly succumbed to sleep, a massive bubble of mucus erupting from his nose. Heaven knows how many alpacas of frustration galloped through Noah's heart. While it had seemed amusing in the anime, he never imagined Karp would actually fall asleep so abruptly, especially at such a crucial moment. Suppressing the impulse to punch Karp, Noah could only wait patiently, knowing that Karp would soon awaken. True to form, the bubble burst with a pop, and Karp rubbed his nose, blinking awake with bleary eyes. My apologies, I dozed off just now. Karp chuckled heartily, rummaging through his belongings before producing a thick tome and handing it to Noah. This annotated training manual by Zephyr is not limited to combat. It serves as a comprehensive encyclopedia of the sea. It may be too early for you to train in the Navy's 6 styles in hockey, so you might as well peruse other sections first, Karp said, patting Noah on the shoulder. There are still hundreds of townsfolk on the island, and I have left you ample berries and supplies to sustain you for 3 months. I will return in 2 months if you are faring poorly or have had a change of heart. I will take you with me. After imparting his instructions, Karp boarded his dog-headed ship and set sail into the distance. Is it truly wise to leave young Noah alone on the island? Vice Admiral Karp, a nearby Navy lieutenant, expressed concern. He is just as stubborn as his father, and no one can force a change upon him, Karp replied, gazing into the horizon. Besides, I have captured all the formidable beasts on the island and turned them into jerky for Noah, and I've briefed the townsfolk on what to do. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Well, you've said quite a lot, yet you still can't guarantee Noah's safety. You're putting on a calm facade, but I can tell you're worried deep down. The lieutenant silently scoffed, not daring to voice his thoughts, for the title of Iron Fist Karp had earned was not without merit. After resupplying at headquarters and replenishing our ranks, we shall head to the Grand Line. Karp's tone turned steely. We need to have a serious discussion with Kaido. Yes, sir. The naval soldiers responded in unison, hastily preparing for their mission. Ding. Task accepted. Parental wishes. Abandoning task. Follow Karp. Task. Parental wishes. Description. Adhere to your parents' wishes and do not leave the island until you turn 18. Success reward. Early distribution of rewards, with a random selection of 1 ability from each parent. Failure penalty. If you leave the island, your strength shall not advance for 10 years, and the abilities drawn from your parents will be revoked. Drawing in progress. Ding. Drawing complete. Acquired basic swordsmanship inheritance and medical knowledge inheritance. Noah shook his head, attempting to alleviate the overwhelming sensation of knowledge flooding into his mind, but to no avail. He resigned himself to sitting on the ground, closing his eyes to mentally peruse the wealth of information. I didn't draw any high-level sword techniques, Noah lamented. However, basic swordsmanship suits me perfectly without a foundation. I wouldn't be able to grasp anything too advanced. Mother's medical knowledge, on the other hand, is quite practical. At the very least, I can gather medicinal herbs to concoct tonics for strengthening my frail body and create healing remedies for swift recovery from injuries. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Subsequent tasks are now available. Bring on. The more tasks, the better. Noah licked his dry lips. The more missions he undertook, the more rewards he could reap, thus accelerating his ascension in strength. Subsequent task. Island Sovereign. Description. The first step to becoming a world sovereign is to establish yourself as the unrivaled king of the island. Defeat all designated monsters before you turn 18 to become the sole ruler of the island. Success reward. 2 lottery chances, 10,000 exchange points, a 40 discount card, and a designated reward card. Failure penalty. Failure to complete the task will result in being unable to leave the island if completed after turning 18 Rewards will be nullified. What a bountiful reward. Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt an urge to howl in joy. However, a moment later, confusion crossed his face. Haven't all the beasts on the island been captured by Grandpa Karp? Can they respawn? Ding. Please return home. Promptly, environmental transformation is about to commence. There's such a mechanism. Will monsters really respawn? Noah could hardly contain his disbelief. This system was truly extraordinary. Upon returning to his newly rebuilt home, Noah recalled something. With the environmental transformation, want the townsfolk on the island notice? As if responding to Noah's thoughts, the system promptly relayed further messages. Ding. The evacuation of residents has commenced. At the break of dawn on the following day, all sentient beings on the island, save for the host, shall embark on their vessels to migrate. Ding. The terrain transformation shall commence tomorrow. Please remain in your room before noon. Ding. The spawning of monsters will begin tomorrow. Please do not leave your room before noon. Ding. The shrouding mist will materialize tomorrow. Please stay in your room before noon. Must I repeat the important matters thrice? It seems I truly cannot leave my room. Despite my eagerness to witness how the system will reshape the island, Noah sighed regretfully, collapsing onto his bed, and within moments succumbed to a deep slumber. Awakening early the next day, invigorated and refreshed, Noah stretched lazily before stepping into the washroom. After completing his morning routine of washing his face and brushing his teeth, he felt entirely awake. Standing before the mirror, he gazed intently into his own eyes. A black magatama slowly rotated within his crimson pupils, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. After staring for an extended period, Noah rubbed his weary eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze returned to its stark black and white clarity, as though the earlier transformation had been but an illusion. Only Noah understood that it was no mere illusion, but a genuine manifestation of formidable power from another realm, the Sharingan. As one of the three great ocular techniques in the world of Naruto, the Sharingan has woven itself throughout the tapestry of its history. It is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, descendants of Indra, the son of Sage of Six Paths, capable of awakening through intense emotional stimuli and evolving further. In truth, the conditions for awakening the Sharingan are far from simple. One must possess Uchiha blood, an ample supply of chakra, and experience profound emotional turmoil. However, the Sharingan extracted by the system has transcended mere bloodline limits, transforming into an innate ability that requires neither Uchiha lineage nor chakra to activate, relying solely on ocular power and physical stamina, albeit with an exponentially increased difficulty in advancing to the Manjiki Sharingan. The single Magatama Sharingan, also known as the Insight Eye, significantly enhances dynamic vision, allowing the user to perceive the trajectories of swiftly moving objects and anticipate their movements. This is merely the most rudimentary form of the Sharingan, yet its capabilities are already highly practical, let alone the subsequent dual Magatama, triple Magatama, and Manjiki forms. Regarding the consumption of stamina, Noah wore a wry smile. He would not be able to utilize it in the short term. With his inherent physical deficiencies, a mere few steps would leave him breathless, leaving little reserve for the Sharingan's demands. If he could find a Zoan-type devil fruit, Noah pondered, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. The drawbacks of devil fruits are too significant, unless one could negate the effects of seawater and sea prism stone. Even if he were to acquire the flame fruit, he would refuse to consume it. With the system at his disposal, there are myriad abilities that could replace the need for a devil fruit. There is no necessity to hang on this one branch. Moreover, the system must possess methods to eliminate the weaknesses associated with devil fruits. It merely remains to be seen what price must be paid. Bread, fried eggs, jerky, and a large cup of milk, nutritious and replete with energy. Noah's stomach was satisfyingly full. It was essential to eat well, as he needed to concentrate on studying the Navy training manual in the morning. As a former student from the Celestial Empire, the grueling experience of his senior year made it abundantly clear that without a hearty breakfast, he would struggle to endure 2 lessons. Mental exertion also requires considerable energy. Eagerly flipping open the Navy training manual, Noah quickly became engrossed. Time flew by, and before he knew it, noon had arrived. A slight tremor interrupted his immersion in study. Had the transformation completed? Ding. The terrain transformation is complete. Please refer to the task update for details. Ding. The spawning of creatures is complete. Please refer to the task update for details. Ding. The shrouding mist has been generated, enveloping a 100-mile radius around the island, including the skies and waters. The mist obscures vision, dampens observation, confounding the perceptions of intruders, and disrupts communication via transponder snail. All outsiders who venture into the mist will ultimately emerge from another direction, unable to enter the island. So, does that mean Grandpa Garp cannot deliver supplies to me? In other words, I am left with merely 100,000 berries and 3 months' worth of provisions, yet I am expected to survive for 8 years. Furthermore, with all the inhabitants having departed from this desolate island, what use are these berries to me? This system has acted without consideration, leaving me in a dire predicament. Noah was instantly filled with regret for his past decisions. In no more than 3 months, he would be forced to live the primitive existence of a savage. If he were to follow Captain to the naval headquarters. However, even if he were aware of this outcome, Noah would not choose to go to the naval headquarters. After all, his parents were buried here. A decade of affection cannot simply be erased, especially considering that in his previous life, he was an orphan who had never experienced the warmth of a family. Thus, he cherished the bond with his parents in this life even more profoundly. Drought, Jack. Kaido. One day, cough cough, Noah felt a raging fire within him, yet he coughed up blood. He was too weak. He had to devise a plan. Furrowing his brow, Noah wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, rose, and searched for a moment. He unearthed the prescriptions and medicinal herbs left to him by the ship's doctor. Utilizing the medical knowledge passed down from his mother, he examined the prescription, confirming it was indeed designed to nourish the body and replenish energy and blood. However, the efficacy was somewhat inferior to the concoctions prepared by his mother herself. Let me see. These should suffice. Noah mused as he sifted through the repository of herbs his mother had left behind, gathering the necessary ingredients. Following the formula etched in his mind, he brewed a potion, enduring its bitterness as he drank it down. A familiar sensation enveloped him. A warmth gradually radiating from within his body, and the pallor of his face was tinged with a hint of color. Noah's eyes brimmed with tears, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. This prescription had been meticulously crafted by his mother to address his frail constitution. Without her exceptional medical skills and devoted care, he likely would not have survived to this day. Noah was currently in frail health, far from meeting the physical demands required for training in martial arts. After all, the Marine Six styles transcended the limits of the human body, necessitating extraordinary physical capabilities for mastery. As for hockey, Noah was still too young, lacking the requisite spirit and presence to cultivate it. At present, his only course of action was to rely on medicinal herbs to restore his health while seeking ways to earn exchange points to purchase methods for strengthening his physique. After lunch, Noah returned to his bed and opened the marketplace. Currently, he possessed only basic permissions, which limited the available items within the marketplace. There were no products exceeding 1 million exchange points, and the costs for bloodline and talent-related items were exorbitantly high, so he set those aside. As for the category of items, there were numerous elixirs capable of enhancing strength and purging impurities, but a couple would be ineffective, and he could not afford more. The martial arts techniques were worth considering, however. Suddenly, Noah noticed a subtle system notification within the martial arts category. This world is incompatible with the following energy systems: chakra, internal energy, small universe. No wonder he hadn't seen any chakra refining techniques. Otherwise, it would have been an excellent shortcut. Was it due to the principle of mutual exclusion? Noah speculated, but it seemed illogical. After all, the marketplace even offered Soul Reaper's swords for sale. A realization struck him. Noah slapped his forehead, chuckling. The Soul Reaper series concluded early, so they can sell Soul Reaper's swords, yet when I arrived in the world of Naruto, it had just ended, and they don't even allow the use of chakra. After indulging in whimsical thoughts, he dismissed them, focusing instead on the substantial stack of berries that had materialized in his hand. The cubic meter of personal space acquired from the beginner's gift pack was quite useful, though the fact that it provided not a single exchange point was somewhat frustrating. To be honest, the items in the beginner's gift pack were all practical. A single lottery chance, a cubic meter of personal space, a discount card for half price, and a card for tenfold comprehension, yet it lacked exchange points. After browsing the marketplace again, Noah understood one of the ways to obtain exchange points. At 3 in the afternoon, Noah awoke from his nap, sluggishly splashing cold water on his face to regain his alertness. He did not wish to waste time sleeping at the expense of his training, but rest was essential for the efficacy of the medicinal herbs and for his physical development. Cautiously pushing open the door, Noah peeked outside to assess his surroundings. The terrain around the house had not changed significantly. The forest was simply denser, and the trees were taller. The house's location remained unchanged, still perched on a high point near the sea. with a small stream flowing nearby and endless forest stretching out beyond 100 meters. Ding. The area within 100 meters of the host's wooden house is a safe zone. Any hostile creatures cannot enter. How considerate, leaving me a way out. Ding. The duration of stay in the safe zone must not exceed 24 hours. Exceeding this limit will result in forced eviction and random teleportation to a location on the island. The system's reprimand stung like a slap. The world is vast, but the system reigns supreme. You are formidable, I concede, Noah muttered. Casually opening the updates for the Island Dominion quest. Quest update: the transformation of the Four Seasons Island is complete, divided into 5 regions. The eastern region is Vast Forest Sea. The western region is Black Wind Desert. The northern region is Heavenly Pool Plateau. The southern region is Lava Hotlands. And the central region is Skyward Giant Peaks. Quest requirements: slay the king-level monsters from each of the 5 regions. Eliminate 500 ordinary monsters, 200 elite monsters, 50 leader-level monsters, and 5 lord-level monsters from each region. Due to the vastness of the areas, 5 teleportation points have been established in low-risk zones across the regions. Usable 5 times daily in a safe state, with no accumulation allowed. The quest exuded a strong vibe reminiscent of Western fantasy MMORPGs, Noah remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Acknowledging that he wouldn't be able to run far with his short legs, yet they had thoughtfully set up teleportation arrays. How generous of them. In any case, he decided to focus on training first. Noah pointed in the air, and a card shimmering with a soft golden light materialized in his hand. It was the tenfold comprehension card from the beginner's gift pack, which he had stored in his cubic meter of personal space. As for the training method, he had exchanged it after awakening from his nap. How did he acquire exchange points? Indeed, as you might have guessed, he spent money. The marketplace offered a user-friendly first recharge discount, with the initial exchange rate for berries to exchange points set at 100. 1, capped at 100, 000 berries, exactly Noah's entire fortune. After the first exchange, the rate would escalate to a daunting 1,000. 1. Noah found the notion of exchanging berries for points familiar. It seemed he had been struck by a vehicle while distractedly playing King of Glory on his phone, hadn't he? Could it be that the big penguin had extended its reach into the world of pirates? Noah wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and crushed the tenfold comprehension card in his hand. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted as the card disintegrated into countless golden dust particles, merging seamlessly with his very being. Noah trembled and suddenly felt a clarity envelop his mind, as if the fog that had clouded his vision had been dispelled. A torrent of extraordinary ideas surged forth, his thoughts more vibrant than ever before, tenfold. The once arduous and inscrutable naval techniques, such as the 6 styles and the dominance method, now appeared as simple as middle school mathematics. With a mere moment of contemplation, all dilemmas unraveled effortlessly. Most importantly, the first concept he fully grasped was the body-tempering secret technique he had just exchanged from the system, Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. This technique, a profound practice of national martial arts, serves to strengthen tendons and bones, enhancing the internal organs, making it particularly suitable for Noah, whose body was frail and whose organs were damaged. The altered breathing technique vibrated the chest cavity, transmitting the resonance throughout the muscles, harmonizing with the quaking of the bones, and adjusting the posture of the body. Noah instinctively assumed a stance, his breath fluctuating in intensity, the rise and fall of his chest and abdomen irregular. The vibrations resonated from his thorax and trachea to his bones and internal organs, producing a sound akin to a soft gurgle that only he could perceive, reminiscent of the vibrations within a cat. Before long, he felt an itch deep within his bones, a tingling sensation that threatened to unbalance him. Suddenly, a mouthful of viscous, dark red blood erupted from his lips, mingled with clots of blackened matter, exuding a foul odor. As the stagnant blood was expelled, a hint of color returned to his face, infusing him with newfound vitality, dispelling the pallor that had previously beset him. Releasing his stance, he collapsed onto the ground. Retrieving a pill the size of a longan from his spatial pouch, he inhaled its fragrant aroma, intoxicated by the scent, yet soon his brow furrowed in hesitation. After several moments of contemplation, he ultimately lowered his head and returned the pill to its resting place. Without the tenfold comprehension card, penetrating the theoretical teachings of the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound would have taken an indeterminate amount of time, let alone engaging in practical training. After savoring the aromatic essence of the pill, Noah felt invigorated and, after a brief respite, rose to mobilize his body. Truly, this body refinement secret art, valued at 300 exchange points, was worth every bit. He executed a series of naval warm-up exercises, feeling his body become light and powerful. His senses sharpened as if a shackle had been lifted, a sense of exhilaration blossoming within him. Deep down, Noah understood that the tiger-leopard thunder sound was not as miraculous as it seemed. Much of his current elation stemmed from the initial success of experimentation and the excitement of witnessing a path to strength. Before he knew it, dusk was approaching. Noah looked up to see the sun dipping low in the sky, painting the horizon with crimson hues, creating a stunning spectacle. The forests at night were likely fraught with danger. He glanced at the tranquil thicket, then touched his empty stomach, dismissing the notion of exploring the woods and instead turning back towards his wooden cottage. After dining, bathing, and preparing medicine, he found himself engrossed in yet another busy routine. After a moment of rest, Noah grasped a wooden sword meant for practice and ventured to the rocky platform behind his dwelling. This location, situated beyond a 100-meter safety zone and perched on a cliff, was devoid of large beasts, making it an ideal place for sword training. The waves crashed against the cliff, the mist rising from the sea dampening Noah's dark, short hair. With his bare torso glistening, he swung the sword with fervor, finding solace in the refreshing breeze. Beads of sweat merged into a stream, cascading down his lean physique, the sound of the wooden sword slicing through the air harmonizing with the crashing waves, creating a rousing symphony. He set a modest goal, to swing his sword 500 times. The youth was on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. The journey ahead was long, yet at least hope had begun to blossom. A year later, on the edge of the vast forest, Noah, his skin darkened by the sun, remained motionless within the dense canopy, quietly awaiting the moment when a large green-scaled python would venture forth in search of sustenance. He had sprinkled a powder to mask his scent and adorned himself with a piece of cold jade unearthed from the northern plateau, causing his body temperature to match the surrounding environment. If the python did not depart soon, he would have to retreat. Prolonged exposure to the cold had begun to seep into his body. After a rustling sound, the green-scaled python slithered into the underbrush, commencing its hunt. 10 minutes passed before Noah confirmed the serpent had moved far enough away, allowing him to leap from the tree trunk, rolling upon landing to minimize sound. Cloud mist grass. Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, kneeling before a patch of grass shrouded in a delicate mist, reaching out with his hand. True to its name, cloud mist grass was enveloped in a white vapor. The denser the mist, the older and more potent the herb. Yet, the true medicinal properties resided not in the grass above ground, but rather in the tuber hidden beneath, known to bolster vitality, invigorate the blood, and repair internal injuries. Only 50 years? Noah shook his head, clearly dissatisfied. His inherited medical prowess from his mother allowed him to easily ascertain the age of the cloud mist grass in his grasp. With the final ingredient gathered, the time had come. After tossing the cloud mist grass into his spatial pouch, Noah scanned his surroundings with vigilance, agilely climbing the tree trunk, leaping from branch to branch like a monkey until he vanished from sight. In the clearing outside the wooden cottage, Noah sat on the ground, closing his eyes to cultivate his energy and adjust his state. A new interface appeared on the system panel before him. This was the option that had been activated a year prior when he first harvested a 50-year-old 5-colored spiritual mushroom in the vast forest. Refinement. For just 1 exchange point. He could refine medicinal dishes or other potions 3 times a day, though only basic concoctions would be allowed, with more complex formulas requiring additional exchange points. The system also introduced an automatic looting feature, whereby upon defeating a monster, he could automatically collect the most valuable parts or specified desired items, with 1 exchange point sustaining this for 3 days. Though these functionalities required an extra expenditure of exchange points, Noah deemed them immensely worthwhile. After all, the time spent merely preparing medicine consumed a considerable portion of his day, and he often faced ambushes from other creatures after defeating a monster, forcing him to abandon the body. With these features, his daily meals became nourishing medicinal dishes, allowing him to allocate saved time towards exploring the vast forest and honing his skills. As for the source of his medicinal materials, Noah expressed his bewilderment. Although the forest harbored dangers, often teeming with wild beasts and venomous insects, some commonplace medicinal herbs had virtually proliferated like weeds. A plethora of aged herbs could be found, and even the rabbits seemed to favor those that had matured for over 5 years. Fearsome creatures, such as the previous encounter with the azure-scaled python, tended to guard rare and ancient herbs. By pursuing these formidable beasts, one could often uncover the precious flora they protected. Strolling casually through the vast expanse of the forest, he soon filled his spatial pouch with an abundance of herbs, as if a mysterious vitality was nurturing the very land. Ding! The herbal remedy, by Jiao, has been successfully concocted. Noah's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly extracted the meticulously concocted herbal restorative elixir, placing it before him for a thorough examination. The broth shimmered with a vibrant emerald hue, wreathed in a delicate mist that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. According to the instructions, he was to first apply the herbal paste generously over his entire body before partaking of the potion. He recalled the usage guidelines for the herbal restorative elixir and promptly rose to divest himself of his garments. His physique, though still somewhat lean, exhibited a more refined silhouette. The only notable change from a year ago was the array of scars that crisscrossed his skin, varying in depth and shade. Having invested 100 exchange points in this prescription, he held on to the hope that it would prove beneficial. With a hint of trepidation, Noah swiftly applied the medicinal paste over his entire body, feeling a tingle of effect. As soon as he finished, a wave of itching sensation surged from his scars, compelling him to resist the overwhelming urge to scratch. After consuming the bowl of verdant herbal soup, his face contorted in distaste. It was bitter and astringent, a perplexing amalgamation of flavors that defied description. If there existed a taste worse than this concoction, it could only be that of the devil fruit. Dismissing the bitterness in his mouth, Noah promptly assumed a stance, raising his hands to his chest, extending outward while rounding inward, his hips wrapped and knees bent, his chest pulsating with a faint hum. He was practicing the mixed yuan stance of national martial arts, focusing his spirit and calming his mind. Noah endeavored to overlook the alternating sensations of coolness and heat within him, along with the unbearable itchiness on the surface. He strived to maintain the mixed yuan stance and the tiger leopard thunder sound, accelerating the absorption of the medicinal potency. In an instant, or perhaps over an entire day, Noah, whose consciousness had become somewhat hazy, completely lost track of time, only vaguely observing the sun setting and the moon rising, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. When Noah moved his body, the once stark medicinal paste began to crack and flake away, revealing smooth and tender skin, akin to that of a newborn. With nary a trace of scars remaining, a surge of vitality erupted from within, illuminating his features with renewed vigor, dispelling the shadows of prior frailty and lingering ailments. Having spent a year traversing the eastern domain in search of herbs to rectify his deficiencies, today marked his rebirth. He placed a hand upon his chest, feeling the robust rhythm of his heartbeat, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Next came the highlight of the day. With a flip of his palm, a golden elixir adorned with 9 small holes and emanating an extraordinary fragrance appeared in Noah's grasp. Gazing at the pill, he felt as though he had traversed time, reliving a moment from a year past. Ding! Purchase of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound for 300 exchange points confirmed. As he exceeded 100 points in a single transaction, he was rewarded with a corresponding category package. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound belonged to the physical arts category, hence he received a physical arts package. On that occasion, fortune smiled upon Noah once again, yielding remarkable rewards. Ding! Physical arts package opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the national martial arts stances, horse stance, mixed yuan stance, and 3 body stance, as well as the martial skill nail fist and the elixir 9 orifice golden pill. Ah, the 9 orifice golden pill. With a mix of admiration and contemplation, Noah toyed with it for a while before resolutely retrieving a small wooden stick he had prepared earlier, biting down on it, then producing a gleaming, sharp knife. He plunged the blade into the area of his heart. Hiss! Even with the wooden stick clenched between his teeth, the piercing agony of the icy blade penetrating his ribs and piercing into his heart made Noah gasp in pain, veins on his forehead bulging, his expression contorted. Even as the pain threatened to overwhelm him, he did not forget the most crucial step, pulling out the knife. He pressed the 9 orifice golden pill and Noah leaned against the riverbank, silently savoring the nourishment of the flowing waters. The 9 orifices golden elixir truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost elixir for enhancing one's essence and vitality. Its effects are indeed astonishing. Even now, I have yet to fully absorb its power. He placed a hand over his chest, where, although no visible signs were apparent, 2 hearts lay hidden beneath, one of which was the 9 orifices golden elixir. Had it not been for the potency of the 100 herbs restoration soup and the years spent honing his endurance in the vast forest, I would likely have succumbed to excessive blood loss before the elixir could even be integrated into my heart. Reflecting on that perilous moment, it was truly fraught with danger. One misstep could have led to utter ruin. The 9 orifices golden elixir cannot be ingested in the traditional sense. Even if swallowed, it would be expelled in its entirety. Instead, a small incision must be made in the heart to implant it, allowing blood circulation to continuously wash over it, thus enabling its medicinal properties to infuse the bloodstream, achieving a transformation akin to blood purification and rebirth. The primary benefit of this golden elixir is not merely to strengthen one's foundation, but to elevate one's innate abilities, allowing for a meteoric rise in cultivation speed. Presently, Noah's prowess, as measured by naval combat metrics, has reached 600 points, attaining a superhuman level. His mastery of the 6 styles of the Navy has become proficient, yet he has not unlocked higher-tier techniques. In just 4 years, he has transitioned from a fragile state to an elite naval strength, a remarkable leap, especially considering that Noah is only 14 years old. With the enhancements from the 9 orifices golden elixir and the medicinal meals and baths, his strength will continue to surge. Against moderately powerful elite monsters, he can easily dispatch them with a double consecutive nail fist without even needing to activate his Sharingan. The nail fist, acquired through a lottery, has become his primary means of attack. In the world where culinary delights reign, the signature skill of Alu, one of the 4 kings of cuisine, shines brightly here. With a single strike, he can unleash a flurry of punches, driving them deep like nails. The more fists he delivers simultaneously, the greater the destructive force unleashed. When confronting creatures like the Iron Feather Phoenix, known for their formidable surface defenses, slashing with a blade proves ineffective and risks damaging the weapon. However, with the nail fist, he can transmit power through the iron feathers, shattering bones and pulverizing internal organs. Despite its strength, the nail fist places a considerable burden on him. Noah's limit is a 4-hit nail fist or 2 sets of 3-hit nail fists, while executing a dozen double consecutive nail fists is well within his capacity. With a splash, he rose from the water, droplets cascading down the grooves of his muscular physique, which had transformed remarkably from his previous scrawny form. His shoulder-length, damp hair was casually tied into a ponytail. Noah found a clean stone to sit upon and began to enjoy his midday medicinal meal, a large bowl of red rice and deer blood soup, 2 fragrant roasted bird legs, and a cup of snake wine. He felt about 80% full, but the medicinal potency had reached the limits of what his body could absorb. After a brief respite, he set off towards a distant pool. The periphery of the magma hotlands was unlike the central area, where rivers of molten rock flowed. Here, the ground merely felt warm, dotted with numerous natural hot springs. This particular pool had an agreeable temperature and excellent water quality, becoming Noah's training ground in the western regions. Through the crystal-clear waters, he could distinctly see several skeletal remains and numerous medicinal herbs settled at the bottom. Alas, I am running low on tiger bones and turtle shells. Another trip to the desert and plateau is in order. He tossed in the crown of the Iron Feather Phoenix, automatically retrieved by the system, and rummaged through his spatial storage, discarding the last remaining giant deer antler and a few herbs. A journey to the eastern region is also necessary. My medicinal materials are in short supply. He leaped into the pool, the water rising to his neck, causing his skin to flush a deep crimson, resembling a cooked crab. Adopting a standard horse stance, he felt a slight tremor in his chest, his entire body vibrating subtly and rapidly, causing the orange-red water to imperceptibly lighten. The practice of traditional martial arts combined with the thunder of tigers and leopards accelerated the absorption of medicinal properties, resulting in the transformation of his muscles, bones, and even internal organs. Though it may not rival the 9 orifices golden elixir, the cumulative benefits over time are not insignificant. Luffy must be around 10 years old now, right? As Noah pondered the timeline of the pirate world, a sense of unreality washed over him. Having been trapped on the Island of Seasons for too long, he had almost forgotten that he existed within the world of One Piece. It felt like a side quest, entirely divorced from the main narrative. Only by overcoming it before turning 18 could he return to the normal world. Have I saved up 1,000 exchange points? As he mentally perused the marketplace, a sudden urge to indulge surged within him. Exchanging for the thunder of tigers and leopards technique cost 300 points, while the 100 herbs restoration formula required 100 points. The automatic refining and harvesting over the past 4 years had incurred substantial expenses. Had it not been for the valuable parts he collected from the monsters he defeated, which the system offered to buy back, he would have exhausted his 1,000 points long ago. With Noah's strength increasing, the rate at which he accumulated exchange points also began to accelerate, and now, he had finally amassed 1,000 points. Perhaps I should purchase a quality blade. After a moment of contemplation, Noah made his decision. Although Karp had left behind several standard Navy sabers, After 4 years, only one remained unbroken, albeit worn down to a fragile edge. He had seldom drawn it unless absolutely necessary. If he were to face king-level monsters in the future, would a mere good blade suffice? After much deliberation, Noah resolutely decided to spend 800 exchange points on a blade of good quality, one that was superior to a standard saber yet not quite a great sword. The blade was named Imo-Yun, a black sword with chaotic edges and cloud patterns, crafted from resilient materials. In simpler terms, it was exceptionally durable. A characteristic inherent to black blades. Once the vibrant orange water in the pool became colorless, Noah sprang from the water's surface, drawing his long blade with a flourish, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Unfortunately, he did not manage to create a flying slash, no sword aura manifested. Should he master the technique of breathing life into all things to unleash sword energy, or be capable of cleaving through iron? It would signify that he had achieved the realm of a sword master. Currently, Noah was still far from that. Determined, he resolved to swing his sword 1,000 times today. With his newfound blade in hand, he strode towards his training ground, exuding confidence. A low growl reverberated across the desolate expanse of the desert. The moonlight fell softly, yet was obscured by wisps of thin clouds, casting shadows that flickered with the glint of emerald eyes. Towering sand dunes shielded a modest oasis from the ravaging black winds, serving as an excellent vantage point for the lurking predators. The sparse thickets of the oasis did little to conceal the colossal beast resting upon the ground. The iron-hoofed giant camel, an elite monster of the Black Wind Desert, boasted hooves forged from steel. Nothing could withstand its weighty steps. Standing tall at an impressive 5 meters, it truly embodies the essence of the word giant. A fierce gale howled past, carrying with it the unique black iron sand of the desert, culminating in a spectacular black storm. The howling winds masked the footsteps of predators, and in the next moment, 2 colossal tigers clad in obsidian armor leapt into the air, landing heavily upon 2 towering humps, their sharp claws and elongated fangs embedded deeply within. The startled iron-hoofed giant camel glanced back, struggling to rise under the weight of the black tigers, shaking its body in a desperate attempt to dislodge them. At that instant, a smaller black tiger, concealed within the thicket, seized the opportunity to pounce on the giant camel's elongated neck, its sharp fangs piercing deeply, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. The neck was torn to shreds by the black tiger's savage assault, and even the resilient iron-hoofed giant camel succumbed, collapsing without a trace of life left. Observing the 3 armored saber-toothed tigers feasting voraciously, Noah, hidden on the windward sand dune, revealed a faint smirk. Having sprinkled a scent-masking powder on himself, he was confident of remaining undetected by the 3 beasts, especially as they were engrossed in their carnage, their vigilance considerably diminished. A small vial before him continuously emitted a dark green smoke, mingling with the faintly blackened wind as it drifted downward. Although Noah had inherited his mother's medical expertise, he understood that medicine and poison are intertwined, and he was capable of concocting simple toxins. Unfortunately, the system restricted the potency of these poisons to prevent him from exploiting them to excessively farm monsters, as those above the Lord level were largely immune to most toxins. Otherwise, it would have provided a swift means to complete his tasks. This particular toxin dissolved upon contact with blood, permeating the corpse of the giant camel and subsequently ingested by the black tigers, mildly impairing their sensory capabilities and slowing their movements as though they were intoxicated. This was the most effective poison Noah could currently produce against elite-level monsters. As the effects of the poison began to manifest, Noah unsheathed the ink cloud blade, making no effort to conceal his presence. As he sprinted, he kicked up clouds of sand, each step resounding like thunder. The recoil was significantly diminished in the soft sand, reducing his speed, making a direct assault more effective. With a decisive blow, the blade, glinting with cold light, plunged through the gaps in the tiger's armor, striking the nape of the black tiger and killing it instantly. The largest of the saber-toothed tigers, upon witnessing the attack, reacted first, lunging towards Noah in an attempt to overpower him. However, the effects of the poison had taken hold, greatly diminishing its speed, allowing Noah to effortlessly sidestep. In that fleeting moment, he pivoted sharply, delivering a swift kick that traced a half-moon arc in the air, unleashing a vacuum slash that struck the smallest saber-toothed tiger nearby. With a tremendous crash, the small black tiger was sent flying several meters, rolling helplessly until it lay still, emitting weak cries. Though its armored waist had shielded it from the vacuum slash, it was nearly shattered, and its internal organs suffered severe trauma. This technique was none other than the Gale kick from the Navy's 6 styles. utilizing the vacuum generated by a high-speed kick for a ranged assault. Ignoring the fate of the small black tiger, Noah charged towards the remaining black tiger, crouching to evade a swipe from its claws. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered an uppercut that struck the tiger squarely on its jaw, effectively silencing its roar. The series of 3 rapid punches echoed, leaving the black tiger dazed and staggering, nearly toppling over. Spotting an opening, Noah unleashed a whip kick against the unarmored neck of the black tiger, executing another gale kick that severed its trachea, nearly cleaving its neck in two. The gushing stench of tiger blood drenched Noah, yet he paid it no mind. Turning to retrieve the inked cloud blade still embedded in the neck of another black tiger, only to find the previously incapacitated small black tiger had vanished, leaving behind only fragments of its black armor. In battle, with saber-toothed tigers attacking foes and iron armor shielding, one could shed the armor to flee swiftly on the winds. Truly, this desert sovereign bore a trace of white tiger blood. With a sigh of admiration, Noah leapt into the air, his feet striking with such speed that it seemed as though he were walking upon invisible steps in the air. Indeed, he spotted ahead a black tiger, engulfed in a whirlwind of darkness, desperately fleeing. He hurled his black blade, channeling energy into his right fist before striking the hilt. Executing yet another series of 3 rapid punches, the blade flew forth like an arrow released from its bow, tearing through the vast expanse. Thus concluded the battle. Noah descended gracefully from the heavens, treading lightly upon the moonlit path. He retrieved the inky cloud that had pierced the crown of the small black tiger and, with a flourish, swept the blade to rid it of the crimson and white filth that marred its surface, continuing onward with his weapon in hand. It was not until the conclusion of the battle that the 2 magatama in his eyes faded from view, and his blood-red pupils reverted to their original, shadowy hue. Though the skirmish appeared effortless and artful, it was fraught with peril, had it not been for the aid of poison. Noah would have had to think twice before engaging the trio of black tigers. The strain of utilizing the Sharingan was considerable. Yet the formidable dynamic vision it granted during combat far surpassed the efficacy of the paralyzing toxin. Every movement of the tigers was distinctly visible to Noah, allowing him to anticipate their next actions based on the subtle shifts in their muscles. Meanwhile, the influence of the toxin rendered the tigers sluggish, creating a stark contrast that made Noah's slaughter of them seem as effortless as killing a mere chicken. The sticky blood of the tigers gradually dried upon his skin, cracking and flaking away with his movements as the scent of carnage wafted through the air, awakening unseen predators lurking in the shadows. Behind him lay the remains of the tigers, reduced to mere scraps of flesh and skin, as the most valuable bones had been automatically Noah. With a grim expression and eyes filled with an air of menace, pursued the faint echoes of a distant tiger's roar. The rustling of movements betrayed the presence of a venomous viper lurking beneath the sands, yet before it could unleash its fangs, it was pierced through the skull by a swift strike. Within moments, a dozen steel-toothed hyenas, intent on the hunt, found their heads severed, and blood rained down like a torrential downpour. Even the dual-tailed scorpion stinger, raised from behind, was narrowly evaded by Noah, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. As he advanced, his blade remained unsheathed, and blood flowed incessantly. This night, the pitch-black desert was shrouded in a veil of crimson light. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, and was followed by a suppressed roar of fury. The once enchanting expanse of the vast forest lay in ruins, with countless massive trees snapped in half or shattered into fragments. The eastern domain's king, the woodland Jiao, swayed unsteadily as it emerged from a deep pit, its surface marred by cracks, eyes clouded and glittering with golden stars. Truly a creature of royalty. Even a lord-level monster would be left severely wounded after enduring a barrage of 8 puncturing strikes, yet it merely succumbed to a brief stupor. Noah, now towering in stature compared to before, gazed up, his garments tattered and his body riddled with scars, his expression betraying both gravity and a flicker of excitement. In stark contrast, the woodland Jiao faced a graver predicament. Renowned for its regenerative prowess, it was now covered in a myriad of wounds, its vibrant dragon blood flowing profusely, and a segment of its emerald-hued horn had been shattered. An enigmatic force impeded the woodland Jiao's healing abilities, causing its injuries to bleed incessantly, severely affecting its capacity to manipulate the flora and vines around it. Noah raised the slightly altered ink cloud in his hand, seizing the opportunity to strike relentlessly at the dazed creature, leaving behind deep crimson marks that penetrated to the bone. The once unadorned black blade now emanated a profound and dark radiance, with a glimmer of brilliance along the edge. slicing through the dragon's iron-hard scales as easily as cutting paper. This formidable weapon had been upgraded to the level of a great blade after Noah had slain over 100 iron-clad, saber-toothed tigers in the desolate Blackwind Desert, extracting their sharp fangs and spinal fluid at the cost of 300 exchange points. The newly enhanced ink cloud blade now gathered a thread of white tiger's mysterious gold, rendering it unmatched in sharpness. Additionally, empowered by the wind, it wielded the ability to control the element of air, while simultaneously restraining the capabilities and vitality of wood-type monsters. The awakened wood-scale dragon began to show signs of retreat, its thrashing tail losing strength as it found itself at the end of its tether. This was the final strike. Noah let out a fierce roar, his fingers swiftly gliding along the blade of his weapon. The precious phoenix crown essence, painstakingly gathered, was extracted from his dimensional space and applied to the sword's surface. With a determined strike, he pierced a reverse-growing, pale blue scale on the neck of the woodland Jiao, risking a devastating blow from its sweeping tail. The blazing, scalding blade instantly seared the surrounding flesh, extinguishing the last vestige of life within the woodland Jiao. Breathless, Noah collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, expending the final remnants of his strength to consume a pre-prepared healing potion. At that moment, his body was riddled with minute fractures, as if any additional exertion might shatter him completely. Had it not been for the constant operation of the tiger-leopard thunder sound, resonating through his bones and blood, he would have succumbed to the paralyzing breath of the woodland Jiao, leaving him in a vegetative state. The cost of survival was evident, with cracks marring his bones and blood seeping from his internal organs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the woodland Jiao, the king of the vast forest in the eastern domain. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1. Acquire woodland Jiao meat, dragon blood, dragon scales, dragon sinew bow, and dragon horn blade. 2. Obtain a drop of the woodland Jiao's ancestral blood. Please make your selection. 2 options. There is something amiss. Upon seeing these choices, Noah hesitated momentarily, quickly calculating the value of the rewards in his mind. On the surface, option 1 appeared to offer greater benefits, seemingly allowing the utilization of the entire woodland Jiao's carcass. The dragon sinew bow could enhance his ranged combat capabilities, while the dragon scale armor would bolster his defenses, and the dragon horn blade would enable him to experiment with dual wielding. Yet, why did he feel an inexplicable urge to choose the second option? Ding! Please make your selection promptly. I choose. In the central domain, the towering giant peak boasts the most expansive area among the 5 domains, rising majestically with 9 layers, akin to a stack of columns of varying sizes. Noah's figure flickered swiftly as a massive claw, adorned with glistening golden scales, ruthlessly shattered the illusion he left behind, stirring up clouds of dust high into the air. It was not spatial movement. Noah activated his Sharingan to its utmost potential, the 3 tomos spinning wildly, allowing him to barely discern the trajectory of the colossal beast's movements. He could capture traces with his eyes, yet the extensive movements eluded him. The king of the central domain, the golden scale mountain beast, possessed an earth attribute. This ability, resembling teleportation, seemed akin to earth release or the art of shrinking space. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind as Noah narrowly evaded another strike. The gigantic golden-scaled beast, as immense as a mountain, tirelessly darted around, continually launching attacks from behind him. Yet, thanks to his Kinbunshiko haki, Noah sensed the impending strikes and, while dodging, consistently severed the beast's scales and tendons with his ink cloud blade. However, being a creature born of the earth, the golden scale beast had nearly boundless regenerative capabilities as long as it remained grounded. The wounds Noah inflicted healed almost instantaneously. The battle stagnated. Noah could only leap into the air, employing his moon step to linger above. Suddenly halting, the golden scale mountain beast raised its head to gaze at Noah, lowering its massive body, its golden scales bristling ominously, locking onto him from a distance. Noah even detected a hint of mockery in the beast's eyes. The next moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted as countless glimmering scales split from its body, shooting out in all directions, sealing off every possible escape for Noah. In an instant, the skies were alight with golden radiance as the scales rained down, tearing through the heavens. Whirling gusts of wind coiled around Noah's blade, and although his strikes appeared chaotic, they were methodically aimed. They formed a tumultuous wall of wind that disrupted the trajectories of most of the incoming scales. Occasionally, a stray scale would slip through, only to be cleaved by the sharp edge of his weapon. Yet, the scales continued to multiply, compelling Noah to expend his dwindling stamina in a desperate defense. Wielding his blade, and maintaining his moon step. Ultimately, he was forced to shut his Sharingan, as Noah teetered on the brink of collapse. The golden scale beast intensified its efforts, shaking its scales vigorously, even lowering its head to allow the scales from its cranium to join the fray. Now was the moment. Noah unleashed a flurry of strikes with lightning speed, the chilling gust of his blades erupting in an explosive crescendo that scattered the majority of the golden scales hurtling towards him. As for the few remaining scales, Noah did not even bother to evade. With the observation haki, he sensed the imminent impact of the scales on his body, swiftly enveloping the affected area with the armament haki, while the hardened stance of his muscles fortified his defenses significantly. He withstood the onslaught of the golden scales, propelling himself forward with a series of powerful leaps, the moonwalk technique accelerating his approach to the colossal beast. With a flourish of his hands, he cast countless emerald specks, tinged with a hint of crimson, into the gaps of the beast's open scales. The creature suddenly froze, its entire form quivering slightly. "Allow me to assist you once more." Noah dashed above the golden-scaled beast, and suddenly a large vat appeared in his hands, filled with a vibrant crimson liquid. He forcefully flung it down, transforming it into a cascading waterfall that drenched the mighty creature, staining its golden scales in a grotesque mix of red and green. With a series of splashes, an array of vividly colored exotic plants surged forth like a tidal wave. The flesh and blood of the golden-scaled beast proved to be as fertile as the richest soil. The verdant seeds Noah had previously scattered were, in fact, fast-growing plant seeds soaked in the blood of the wood-scaled flood dragon. When doused with a barrel of diluted dragon blood, their growth accelerated beyond imagination. Once a formidable titan, the golden-scaled beast let out a few pitiful cries before collapsing helplessly to the ground, soon becoming ensnared in a mass of vegetation. Suddenly, 2 trumpet-shaped flowers erupted from its ears, and the spark of life in its eyes began to fade. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying the master of sky-piercing peaks in the central domain. The golden-scaled beast. Please select one of the following rewards. First, obtain. I choose the second option. Noah interjected before the system could finish. Ding! Selecting reward 2, obtaining. From the core region of the northern domain's heavenly pool, a mountain began to rise slowly from the vast waters. Amidst the rolling waves, a colossal tortoise emerged, gazing down at Noah, who appeared as insignificant as an ant. "Great tortoise, I beseech you today to accompany me to the underworld," Noah quipped, his tone lighthearted from a long absence of conversation. Having just slain 2 royal-level monsters, he had grasped the secrets to their defeat. While royal-level monsters were indeed powerful, their weaknesses were even more pronounced, each belonging to the 5 elemental factions. As long as he possessed materials from a monster with a countering attribute, he could exert significant suppression over them. Just as the white tiger's metal countered the wood-scaled flood dragon, the blood of the wood-scaled flood dragon countered the golden-scaled beast. Today's battle would be no different, with Noah holding a trump card in his hand. The great tortoise seemed to comprehend Noah's jest and responded without hesitation. No. It was more like it opened its mouth. Witnessing it, Noah was taken aback as it inhaled the waters of the heavenly pool, causing the once tranquil surface to erupt into a tempest. A colossal wave crashed down, shattering the wooden raft beneath him and forcing him to leap into the air. As the water level plummeted, the tortoise's size surged nearly double, its shell resembling a mountain range aglow with an eerie blue light. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a torrent of icy mist, which spread rapidly, transforming everything within sight into eternal frost, except for a zone around the tortoise. How cold! As the white mist enveloped Noah, frost quickly formed upon his hair and eyebrows, giving him the unsettling sensation of his very soul being frozen. Fortunately, he had come well prepared, donning an exceptionally thick winter outfit that rendered him unperturbed by any hindrance from the bulk of his clothing. Goodness, compared to this, Shinji's Ice Age seems like child's play. Noah marveled at the tortoise's vast area of effect and chilling temperature, yet he remained undaunted, for the trump card he held was silently set to take effect. In the stillness, hundreds of misty white serpents lunged towards Noah, entwining and biting, encircling him completely. Begone! The glimmer of his blade flashed as the swirling winds scattered the misty serpents, only for them to reform almost instantly. It's not a natural element. Brute force 1T suffice. Observing the thick layer of frost coating his blade, Noah felt a sense of helplessness. He could only do his best to protect himself as warmth was continuously siphoned away. Gradually, he sensed his limbs growing stiff, the weapon in his hand becoming unsteady. As the frost condensed into a thick layer completely encasing his blade, rendering it akin to wielding an icicle. "I can't hold on any longer," A breath of mist escaped his lips as he plummeted to the ground, crashing into the solid ice and leaving behind a dent. Suddenly, the tortoise, which had been exhaling mist, weakened and its massive form plunged beneath the surface of the pool, causing the ice above to shatter. The fragment of essence extracted from the heart of the golden-scaled beast was indeed ferocious. Previously, as he stood in midair with hands clasped behind him, Noah had flicked his fingers, causing a swirl of golden dust to scatter and merge with the water, subsequently consumed by the tortoise. In ancient times, Gun had attempted to control floods with this self-replenishing soil, known as essence soil, though he ultimately failed. However, that did not render essence soil useless. Like the tortoise that absorbed it, its limbs struggled under the weight of the proliferating essence soil within, nearly breaking its bones. Yet, this was not the true essence soil of legends, merely a subpar version, reaching its limits. The remainder would have to be resolved by Noah himself. After consuming a concoction brewed in advance to invigorate and warm his body, a wave of warmth coursed through him. Noah moved his limbs, channeling the strength of tigers and leopards, until his blood flowed freely and his body temperature stabilized. Steel fist, 8 strikes, air blade. Noah directed the tip of the Yin blade towards the colossal turtle's cranium, his right arm swelling with latent energy as he swung forcefully, striking the hilt with fervor. In an instant, Yin left behind but a fleeting shadow, traversing hundreds of meters to penetrate the giant turtle's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the cold darkness turtle, the sovereign of the heavenly pool plateau in the northern domain. Please select from the following rewards. The second option. Upon receiving the reward, Noah set to work, first extracting the Yin blade from the turtle's massive head, then severing the remaining flesh that had not succumbed to the soil's encroachment. He carefully harvested the precious blood from the tip of the cold darkness turtle's tongue, storing it within his spatial pouch. The remains of a king-level creature no longer fell within the range of automatic collection. Thus, Noah had to manually gather the useful parts, inevitably leading to significant waste. Otherwise, the system would not have granted him the rewards of the wood-scale Jiao's blood and flesh when he defeated it, which represented nearly all of its corporeal essence. Unlike the wood-scale Jiao, which allowed him to hastily collect but a barrel of blood before retreating from the approach of formidable foes, Noah faced the challenge of gathering from the cold darkness turtle. The essence of the cold darkness turtle contained potent icy power, which, when combined with the waters of the heavenly pool plateau, could create a small expanse of eternal permafrost. Thus, the fiery cloud sparrow of the southern domain no longer posed a significant threat, as it too would likely possess something to counter the western domain's Xianjin tiger. Noah brushed the white frost from his eyebrows and let out a sigh of relief. He was one step closer to obtaining Jack's head to honor his parents. 3 months later, in a subterranean cave within the vast forest of the eastern domain, a faint glow from luminescent moss illuminated the dense forest of natural stone pillars. Some towering over 10 meters high with only a fingertip-sized top, while others stood just a few meters tall, ample enough for one to sit cross-legged. The droplets of water seeping from the cave ceiling rendered the tops of the pillars exceedingly slippery, giving rise to a layer of oily green moss. While such pillars would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to navigate, Noah traversed the stone forest with the grace of a butterfly, seemingly unfazed. Remarkably, his eyes were veiled by a thick black cloth. Dozens of luminescent insects darted around him like bullets, attempting to penetrate his flesh. After half an hour of exhausting effort, with the only reward being a torn garment from the glowing insects that eventually retreated to their nests to rest, Noah paused to catch his breath, wiping away the sweat. Utilizing his heightened perception, he made his way toward the exit. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Upon removing the blindfold, Noah squinted against the brightness. At 17 years old, he stood nearly 1 meter 90 tall, having undergone a profound transformation through the 9 orifices golden pill. Regardless of the sun's relentless rays, his skin remained remarkably fair and smooth, his streamlined muscles embodying both explosive strength and agile speed. His long hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, cascading down his back. His exquisite and deep features bore a striking resemblance to his mother, yet also carried a hint of his father's rugged masculinity. Having reached a bottleneck in his observation haki, he would now turn his focus to the cultivation of armament haki. The training in the dim depths of the cave had significantly advanced his observation haki, but it was no longer effective for him. Perhaps, with the aid of the cold and water pressure, he could achieve a breakthrough in armament haki. Noah cast his gaze toward the north, where an expanse of eternal frost lay. 5 months had passed, yet he remained unable to enter. A young man, clad in a light yellow shirt and exposing his muscular chest, adjusted his cowboy hat adorned with two badges of a smiling and a crying face. His brow furrowed in irritation. This marked his fifth attempt to emerge from the fog. Each time, he ventured into the mist only to exit from an unknown direction. Utterly unable to locate the island concealed within the haze. Despite his reluctance, even his grandfather was powerless to assist him. Letting out a sigh, he raised the sail and departed in the opposite direction of the fog. Mom and Dad, today is my 18th birthday. Kneeling before a grave, Noah retrieved a fine wine he had exchanged for at the marketplace, pouring out 3 cups at the tombstone. He lifted one cup and drank it in one gulp. I am now worlds apart from who I once was, Drought Jack and the 4 Emperor Kaido. Although I am not yet their match, grant me a few more years, and I shall sever their heads and return here to honor you. He poured another cup, tilting his head back as the liquor vanished down his throat. Mom and Dad, bless me. I'm counting on these 2 lottery draws to facilitate my transformation. Otherwise, I will need to wait a while longer. After several cups, even Noah, with his exceptional constitution, began to feel the effects of the so-called drunken dragon sleep. With bleary eyes, he opened the lottery interface, drawing twice in quick succession. He did not wait for the results. After finishing the last sip of wine, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The glistening droplets on his chest, whether they were wine trickling from the corner of his mouth or tears from his eyes, perhaps even he could not discern. A gentle breeze stirred the 2 cups of wine at the grave, creating delicate ripples. Ding. Lottery completed. The system announced, ding. The host has successfully completed the novice task. Would you like to initiate the ultimate task? Attention. Acceptance of the ultimate task is entirely at the host's discretion, and there is only one opportunity. Would you like to proceed? Attention. Accepting the ultimate task rewards 1 high-level lottery chance, while declining offers 6 lottery chances. The host is urged to consider carefully. Ding. The host has remained unresponsive for an extended period, defaulting to the initiation of the ultimate task, receiving 1 high-level lottery chance. 2 hours later, Noah woke, staring blankly at the task interface, lost in thought. System, come forth. I promise not to harm you. How dare it reward me a high-level lottery chance without any effort? The rewards for not accepting are astoundingly high. The difficulty of this ultimate task must surely be astronomical. Ultimate task. Please achieve the following objectives to unlock further task descriptions. Objective 1. Complete the revenge task. Objective 2. Ding. Triggered task revenge. Revenge. Drought Jack has plundered a suspected mythical beast fruit from Seasonal Island and, during the conflict, killed the host parents. Eliminate Drought Jack to avenge your parents. Task objective. Kill Drought Jack. Task reward. 1 high-level lottery chance, 50,000 exchange points, and a 50% discount card. Forget it. Let us first see what I have drawn. Rubbing his swollen forehead, Noah opened the system's lottery message. Soul Cutter. Noah sprang to his feet, utterly astonished by what lay before him. Certain Zanpakuto wield a power that surpasses even the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Captain Yamamoto's Re-Gene Jaka possesses the most formidable offensive capability among all Zanpakuto. In its Shirkai form, the flames burn at a temperature akin to the surface of the sun. In its Bankai form, the heat rivals that of the sun's core. The residual flames of the Bankai can evaporate the moisture of Soul Society bit by bit. Yet, he pondered, what abilities does my own Zanpakuto possess? Ding. The Zanpakuto shallow form has fused with the under the host's default settings. Please explore the inner power of your Zanpakuto at your leisure. Noah chuckled wryly, shaking his head. The fusion of his Zanpakuto with the had indeed occurred after his drunken state led to the system's inquiry going unanswered, hence the assumption of a default setting. However, there was no significant loss. He dusted himself off and stretched, feeling invigorated and refreshed, with no lingering discomfort from intoxication. In high spirits, Noah glanced at the results of his second lottery draw. With a sputter, he expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. The system had clearly stated that the world of pirates lacks the power of a small universe. What use is the Lushan Rising Dragon Wave to me now? Well, never mind. It's best to set sail promptly. At least he still possessed the Zanpakuto, a formidable weapon. After giving himself a few words of encouragement, Noah gathered his resolve and hurried to the port. Upon arriving, he surveyed the vast expanse of the sea before him, a hand instinctively covering his face. He had completely forgotten to prepare a ship for his voyage. Did he have to construct one himself? Searching through the marketplace, he found no suitable small boat for solitary travel. Larger vessels consumed too many exchange points, rendering them impractical. However, he did come across a veritable nautical artifact, the infallible compass, though its price was rather steep at 500 exchange points. Fortunately, Noah was not short on points and readily exchanged for one. Upon completing the Island King quest, the system generously awarded him an S rating, granting him 12,000 exchange points, a 50% discount card for the marketplace, and a designated reward card. Consequently, Noah's purse swelled with wealth. What a powerful tool! As he toyed with the so-called infallible compass, he opened its weathered cover, only to have a virtual light projection instantly expand into a screen, displaying the direction in the upper left corner, a nautical chart in the center, which could also zoom in and out, with a twinkling point indicating the user's position. What a worthwhile acquisition! Noah found himself enamored with this technological marvel, admiring it for a considerable time before returning it to his spatial pocket. Ding! As the host prepares to set sail, a small sailboat has been generously provided, now docked at the original town port. System, I truly misjudged you. You are remarkably considerate. Noah felt overwhelmed with emotion at this timely gift from the system, the earlier disappointment from the lottery completely forgotten. Setting forth, with the sails raised, the small boat drifted further from the island under Noah's somewhat clumsy handling. According to the nautical chart in the Navy training manual, the nearest island was indeed in sight. In a moment of reverie, Noah seemed to glimpse the scenes of yesteryear. It was a hard-won occasion when his mother, despite her frail health and the advisement against prolonged travel by sea, took him out to visit friends. For the nearly 10-year-old Noah, this was a source of uncontainable excitement. After all, a soul yearning for freedom had finally broken free from the confines of his island, which had held him captive for a decade. How could he not be thrilled? 3 days later, just as the fresh water in his bag was nearing depletion, they finally reached their destination. Traversing through vast rice fields on the island, Noah gazed at the structures adorned with gentle breezes and subtly observed the attire of passers-by, reminiscent of ancient neon-clad folk. The long-forgotten sights of the human world evoked a sense of disorientation within him. Stopping before an unassuming dojo, Noah found himself entranced by its sign. A middle-aged man with gentle, squinting eyes and clad in loose-fitting dojo garments appeared at the entrance, shuffling in wooden sandals. Are you here to learn swordsmanship? The man, noticeably older, with faint lines of age etched upon his face, prompted Noah to blink away the moisture gathering in his eyes. It has been a long time. Uncle Gongshirlang, who might you be? The man furrowed his brow, striving to open his eyes wider to scrutinize the striking young man before him, feeling an odd familiarity, as if he bore a resemblance to a dearly departed friend. Do you not recognize me? Noah offered a self-deprecating smile, understanding that over 8 years had passed. Is it little Noah? Gongshirlang suddenly awakened to the truth, a pale and sickly boy emerging vividly in his mind. That day, 8 years prior, was one he could never forget. It was the day his greatest love departed from him. Gongshirlang's demeanor shifted to one of excitement as he grasped Noah's hands. The little boy from back then now stands tall to converse with me. He warmly ushered Noah into the dojo, causing Noah to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Zoro, go boil some water. Upon hearing the familiar name, Noah momentarily lost himself in thought. What a nostalgic name it was. At this moment, Zoro was merely a 16-year-old youth, burdened with dreams and promises, yet to shine in the future. Teacher, I'm still in the midst of a match. Can't someone else go? A flash of vibrant green stood out amidst the crowd, leading the charge. 3 bamboo swords clashed with that of a middle-aged man's, and Zoro, drenched in sweat, lamented. You'll have plenty of chances to spar. Today we have guests. Go boil some water and change your clothes first. Yes, teacher. Reluctantly, Zoro laid down his bamboo sword and exited, casting a glare at Noah, seemingly resentful that Noah had interrupted his practice at such an inopportune moment. Zoro, has tea changed at all? Noah mused, unfazed by Zoro's glare, as it stirred memories of their first meeting. Indeed, while Zoro remained unchanged, it was Noah who had transformed beyond recognition. Gongshirlang sighed, leading Noah to a quiet room. I've heard about your parents, he began, carefully choosing his words in an attempt to avoid reopening Noah's painful memories. I hope you do not dwell in the shadows of the past. I understand your intentions. Uncle Gongshirlang, Noah replied, his heart swelling with a warmth he had not felt in years, a comforting sense of care. I have visited the vicinity of Four Seasons Island in recent years, but the peculiar fog there led me astray, preventing me from reaching the island to pay tribute to your parents. Gongshirlang's voice was laced with regret. I heard from your mother that Vice Admiral Garp, the naval hero, is your grandfather. I imagine you have spent these years at the naval headquarters? No, Noah shook his head, surprising Gongshirlang with his answer. I remained on Four Seasons Island. It was my parents' wish for me to stay until I turned 18. After a moment's contemplation, Gung Shirlang's eyes reflected understanding. I grasp the intent of your parents. With drought, Jack, one of the 3 disasters under the Yonko Kaido, possesses strength comparable to a naval admiral. Even Vice Admiral Garp must tread carefully, unable to act freely. I still remember your mother's face the first time she brought you here. You appeared so frail. Even at the naval headquarters, I doubt you would have withstood the grueling training there. At this juncture, Noah interjected, staying on the island is preferable. Without a teacher's guidance, one risks squandering the prime years for cultivation. When grown, one may lack the capacity for vengeance, relying instead on naval connections to engage in minor trades, marry, and lead a peaceful life. Perhaps this was my parents' initial hope for me, but I refuse to accept that. Even while remaining on the island, I have not given up. The swordsmanship my father left behind, the 6 forms of the Navy from Grandpa Garp, hockey, and my mother's medical skills, I have practiced every single day. Gung Shirlang straightened, his expression turning serious, moved by Noah's determination. Since the fog appeared beyond the island, the creatures here have begun to mutate, becoming more ferocious. And the potency of medicinal herbs has increased. It is precisely for this reason that I have strengthened my body. Battling the beasts has become my most frequent training regimen. For 8 long years, I have fulfilled my parents' wishes. Now, it is time for my vengeance. Noah's words are a blend of truth and deception after all. He cannot reveal the existence of the system and can only use such excuses to explain to outsiders. I can sense a flicker of concern in the brow of King Shiro. There is an air of intensity surrounding you. I fear that the fury of vengeance may cloud your judgment, leading you to confront Drought Jack directly. You are still too young, and the perils of the Grand Line, along with the might of the 4 emperors, are far beyond your current capabilities. Thus, I wish to stay with Uncle Kung Shiro for a while, to seek your guidance on the path of the Swordmaster. I humbly ask for your assistance. Noah spoke earnestly. Upon grasping the essence of the Swordmaster, I shall choose to join the Navy, honing my skills until the opportune moment arises to take Jack's life. Kung Shiro remained silent for a long while. Gazing into Noah's resolute eyes, his expression conflicted. Very well, you may stay by my side for now. But there is one thing you must remember. Do not engage Jack in battle until you have defeated me. If you agree to this, I will devote myself fully to your instruction. I promise you, Master. Oh, Kung Shiro's gaze swept over Noah's waist, and he exclaimed in surprise. Young Noah, may I see your sword? Of course. Upon hearing this, Noah unfastened the ink cloud sword hanging at his waist, cradling it delicately in his hands before presenting it to Kung Shiro. Kung Shiro drew the blade from its sheath, scrutinizing the inked cloud with the reverence one might afford a masterpiece. He lightly tapped the blade, listening intently, a smile blossoming on his face. A fine sword. While it may not rank among the top 21 blades, it is by no means inferior. The blade is named Ink Cloud. I discovered it upon an altar in a secluded temple on Seasonal Island. Its sharpness is extraordinary, and it is thanks to this sword that I managed to survive on the island. Noah spoke with a grave demeanor, feigning a sense of lamentation. What about this blade? At that moment, Zoro entered, carrying a tea tray. Before he could set it down, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the ink cloud held by Gung Shiro. Zoro, come sit here. Gung Shiro beckoned him over. Lifting the teacup, Noah savored a delicate sip, feeling the warmth caress his throat and the fragrant essence tantalize his palate. He nodded in satisfaction. This was the first sip of tea he had enjoyed in 8 years. This blade surpasses the quality of your wadikamanji, Zoro. Noah turned his head, observing Zoro with amusement. Upon hearing this, Zoro could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up, glaring fiercely at Noah. Who the hell are you to belittle the Wad Ikamanji? It was understandable that Zoro was incensed. The Wad Ikamanji was not merely his beloved sword, but also a relic of Kuna, embodying his vow to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you're unconvinced, let us have a duel. Noah rose slowly, his presence rivaling that of Zoro. Gung Shiro remained with his eyes narrowed, silent, merely lifting his teacup and sipping with a slurping sound. Take it outside. Do not damage the courtyard. Are you certain you wish to use a real sword? Do not be too arrogant, you fool, Zoro declared. Yet his actions betrayed him as he donned a real sword, biting down on the Wado Ikamanji, while wielding 2 ordinary blades in his hands. Apart from the solitary encounter with Kuina 8 years prior, he had seldom had the opportunity to engage in a duel with a real sword, and his impatience was palpable. Wooden swords were merely instruments for practice. The true romance of a swordsman lay in the clash of real blades. Zoro, adopting a stance of attack, discreetly assessed Noah, who stood opposite him in a rather lackadaisical manner. a flicker of irritation igniting within him. He had expected a greater level of strength. How dare he speak so boldly? A slight reprimand seemed in order. After all, he was a guest of his master. "Hey, I'm coming for you," Zoro shouted, hoping to prepare Noah for the impending confrontation. Wishing not to dispatch him in an instant, Noah's heart remained utterly undisturbed, even tinged with a hint of amusement. Out of nowhere, Noah Zoro charged forward, his three swords crossing in a formidable display, while the blade of Wat Ikamanji rested upon the intersection of his twin swords, effectively sealing any escape route for his adversary. Onigiri. A resounding clash echoed as the black tip of Noah's blade precisely met the juncture of Zoro's three swords, thwarting the attack with an impenetrable barrier. "I truly am not intentionally imitating my hawk," he thought, though his body instinctively adopted this defensive stance against Zoro's onslaught. However, if Noah were to wield a small crucifix knife, he would not dare to act so recklessly. This is impossible. Zoro's pupils constricted in an instant, veins bulging on his arms, his face flushed with exertion. Yet the blade in his grip still could not advance an inch. With a disdainful click of his tongue, Zoro retreated a step, his gaze rife with caution, yet displaying not a trace of fear. "Now it's my turn," Noah declared, raising his ink-black blade, its tip aimed directly at Zoro. "Stop underestimating me." This proclamation ignited Zoro's fury, and he retorted with a fierce intensity. Noah made no use of his scythe, instead leaping forward with simplicity yet immense force, delivering a decisive slash. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sharp and clear, followed by a dull thud. How infuriating! What monstrous strength is this? Despite managing to block Noah's strike, Zoro was quickly overwhelmed by the immense force, causing him to kneel on one knee. Anticipating this, Noah had already prepared. It was merely a psychological tactic against Zoro. Retracting his weapon, Noah swiftly launched an upward slash, catching Zoro off guard and sending him soaring into the air. Tiger Claw. The scythe danced in Noah's hand, creating afterimages as a tempestuous force coalesced into a vague image of a great tiger, its right paw sweeping forward, unleashing three colorless blades of wind that tore through the air, hurtling toward Zoro. Clouds from the dragon, winds from the tiger. The scythe, forged with the essence of the white tiger, not only gained unparalleled sharpness, but also the ability to control the winds. The tiger claw was a technique Noah had painstakingly developed himself. Oh no. Although Zoro could not leverage the air beneath him, he still managed to twist his body with remarkable strength and balance, bracing his sword in defense. The crossing of his three swords perfectly blocked the oncoming wind blades, even deflecting their force more than Zoro had anticipated. What? It appears quite formidable, yet unexpectedly, just as he thought this, the dispersed blades erupted violently, sending dozens of sharp miniature wind blades slicing past his sword, enveloping him in a whirlwind. The sound of flesh being cut echoed, and blood spurted forth. Knocked back several meters, Zoro fell helplessly from the air, covered in dust and blood, his clothing tattered, barely protecting his vital areas, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. How infuriating! He had underestimated his opponent. Just as Zoro attempted to rise with his sword to continue the fight, a sudden figure appeared and kicked him back to the ground. Swoosh! The dark blade stood menacingly beside Zoro's neck, its cold gleam sending shivers down his spine. "You're already dead," Noah declared, looking down at him. Yet Zoro seemed oblivious, his gaze distant, as if recalling something, his fighting spirit swiftly dissipating. On a night 8 years prior, a girl had held a blade to his face, similarly looking down upon him. Ding. Defeated Zoro once. Unlock optional task consecutive victories. Would you like to accept? The system suddenly flashed a message, asserting its presence. Accept. As per tradition, such tasks typically reward a chance for a draw, right? Ding. Task consecutive victories accepted. Task consecutive victories. Defeat Zoro 10 times in sparring for a reward of 1,000 exchange points. Defeat him 100 times for 1 drawing chance. Defeat him 300 times for 1 swordsmanship insight card. Task requirements. Achieve consecutive victories. Failure ends the task. Must not cause Zoro's death. Must not instill doubt in Zoro, causing him to abandon his commitments and dreams. Poor child. Noah gazed at Zoro with pity, who appeared bewildered. 300 consecutive victories. And he must not lose faith. It seems I must offer him some encouragement. Get up. Noah sheathed his sword and extended a hand to help Zoro rise. Zoro did not refuse Noah's kindness, but still protested. Humph. You may have won this time by chance, but I see through your techniques. Let me bandage up, and I will come seek you for a rematch. Observing the still defiant Zoro as he staggered away, Noah remarked languidly, green algae head, You know nothing of true strength. Green algae head. A frail boy's image abruptly flashed in Zoro's mind. One who could scarcely wield a sword, yet dared to challenge him with that nickname. This had become a shadow of Zoro's childhood, a title no one dared utter once his strength had grown. It's you bastard. As the memories converged with the figure before him, Zoro came to a realization. Yet instead of charging at Noah in a rage, he stood upright and solemnly bowed. Thank you. His voice trembled with emotion. No need for thanks, but alas, I could not save her, Noah replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Come find me later. Your understanding of strength is far too lacking. If this is all you possess, achieving your promise with Kuina is but a pipe dream. With that, Noah turned and departed, for he had preparations to make. Meanwhile, Jiao remained in the quiet room, sipping tea, though he had not left the courtyard. He seemed to grasp every detail of the battle, nodding and frowning intermittently, concluding with a gentle smile. They've all grown up, haven't they? Report to Vice Admiral Garp. A breathless Navy lieutenant rushed to where Vice Admiral Garp was devouring donuts, loudly announcing his arrival. What is it? I'm in the midst of breaking my record for consecutive donut consumption. Garp mumbled, shoving donuts into his mouth. The fog over Season Island has lifted. A mouthful of donut paste splattered onto the lieutenant's face as Garp sprang up, shouting, Prepare the warship. We're heading to Season Island. But, Vice Admiral Garp. We found this on the island. The poor lieutenant, unable to wipe the drool and donut remnants from his face, hurriedly presented a wooden board. On the board, several crooked lines were hastily carved, yet they brought a smile to Garp's face. No need to prepare. We shall wait here. He will arrive shortly. After a long day, Noah returned to the room prepared by Jiao, feeling utterly exhausted. Ding. The calming incense has been successfully refined and placed into the portable space. The sudden announcement of the consecutive victory task had caught Noah off guard. Winning 10 consecutive matches was simple and could be accomplished in just a few days, posing no hindrance to his aspirations of becoming a swordsman. However, achieving 300 victories would take at least a month, significantly disrupting his plans. Kuina and Zoro's 2,000 duels had spanned an entire year. Now, Noah lacked nothing but time. Before departing the island, he had inscribed a message on a wooden plaque stating he would reach the Navy headquarters within a month for the upcoming recruitment. Garp must have received that message by now. Having endured 8 years of life and death battles, Noah stood just one step away from the realm of the swordsman. Yet, aside from the foundational aspects, his swordsmanship had been self-taught through his own insights. Even the Navy manual contained mostly basic techniques. The advanced sword theories and systems were priced too high for Noah to afford. Fortunately, the system, in its benevolence, offered a shortcut. For a price of 1,500 exchange points, he could acquire a guide for the consecutive victory task. Knowing the cost was inflated, Noah begrudgingly paid. Sensing that the Swordsmanship Insight card might be pivotal in his journey to ascend to the realm of the swordsman. The guide was straightforward, yet without the information it provided, Noah knew he could not complete the task. Utilizing medicinal aids to focus the mind, drawing in the soul, and constructing a mental space where time flows slowly through illusions. How marvelous. Once again reviewing the task guide and practicing the construction of the phantasm of the spiritual realm, Noah marveled at the intricacies of the strategy. After scouring 3 or 4 pharmacies and searching 2 mountain peaks, he finally gathered the necessary herbs, reminiscing fondly about the vast, boundless forest of yore. To collect the ingredients for the creation of the tranquil soul-concentrating incense, he had truly exhausted himself. A far cry from the days when herbs were plentiful and easily obtainable. Knock, knock. Is someone there? With the perception granted by observation hockey, Noah discerned Zoro knocking at the door. Come in, he called. Zoro, silent and contemplative, lowered himself to sit, unsure of how to begin. Though I may have entered this path later than you, in the realm of swordsmanship, it is the mastery that defines precedence. Refer to me as your elder brother. Noah solemnly deceived Zoro. Although Zoro was somewhat reluctant, having just suffered defeat at Noah's hands, and considering that Noah was 2 years his senior, addressing him as senior brother did not seem overly burdensome. As the moon reached its zenith, they engaged in candlelit discourse. After a considerable time, Zoro, in a dazed state, staggered out of Noah's quarters, muttering incantations about the armed color of Hawkeye Mihawk and the ability to sever steel with the breath of all things. Before dawn broke, Zoro, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, roused Noah from his slumber. Senior brother Noah, I humbly ask for your guidance henceforth. His utterance of senior brother was imbued with genuine respect. Noah stifled a yawn, suppressing the urge to slap Zoro, and turned to wash up. leaving Zoro in a state of anticipation. Having observed Zoro's fervor for training in the anime, he was taken aback by the intensity of his dedication in reality. Had he known, he might have refrained from divulging so many details about the new world the previous night. Last evening, Noah had brewed an enticing narrative of the formidable martial prowess and illustrious feats of numerous powerful swordsmen in the new world, hoping to ignite Zoro's ambition, and subsequently, he had proposed a training partnership. The results were evidently remarkable. Noah retrieved 3 calming incense sticks, placing them in a nearby burner. As he ignited them, a subtle yet elegant fragrance enveloped the space, merging with his breath, inducing a sense of mental fog, tranquility, and drowsiness. "Look into my eyes." Noah's voice was laced with temptation. "I see eye crust." Zoro pointed at the corner of Noah's eye. "Bang. Regardless of what you perceive, do not panic. Maintain inner calm and surrender to the sensation of drowsiness." With a swollen head, Zoro could scarcely articulate, his focus entirely fixated on Noah's eyes. 3 deep black magatama, embedded in blood-red pupils, rotated slowly, and Zoro felt as though he were being drawn into those mesmerizing orbs. Illusion, mental time room. In the next moment, Zoro abruptly regained consciousness, only to find himself in a completely unfamiliar setting, surrounded by an expanse of blinding white, devoid of boundaries and eerily silent. This is the mental time room, constructed by the synergy of our mental energies. Time here flows at 1/10 the pace of the outside world. At an indeterminate moment, Noah appeared behind Zoro, explaining to the bewildered swordsman, "In this realm, there is no hunger, no cycle of day and night. Our physical capabilities and weapons are identical. The outcome will be determined solely by our swordsmanship. Just like in reality, you will experience fatigue, bloodshed, and even death. There are no second chances. Are you ready?" As Noah's thoughts stirred, 3 blades resembling the katana of Wado Ikamanji appeared before Zoro, while a sword akin to the ink cloud manifested in his own hand. Though their forms differed, their quality was unequivocally identical, each being a grade A Kaido. "Undoubtedly, I shall not be defeated this time." Even with the hilt clenched between his teeth, Zoro's words remained remarkably articulate. 3 sword style, demon slash. At midday, Noah dispelled the illusion conjured by the 3 Tomo Sharingan, the mental time room. The 3 calming and soul-gathering incense sticks had now burned to their end, their fragrance dissipated. Zoro's complexion was ashen, his lips devoid of color, resembling a layer of white powder, and he lacked the strength even to stand, embodying the appearance of one who had exhausted every ounce of vitality in the throes of passion. Noah's countenance was far from pleasant. The fatigue of the spirit could not be swiftly remedied merely by a robust physique. It was his formidable mental resilience, cultivated over 2 lifetimes, that prevented him from succumbing to the same weakness as Zoro. His stomach protested violently, and Noah rose to rummage through a box, using its shelter to discreetly retrieve several pieces of jerky from his spatial storage. He first tossed 2 into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, before offering the remainder to Zoro. "Let us consume a little to sustain ourselves. Once we regain our strength, we shall seek more provisions. We will rest well this afternoon and resume our endeavors tomorrow." Zoro, cheeks bulging with the effort of gnawing on the tough jerky, nodded with difficulty and leaned against the wall as he made his way. Alas, this time they had come perilously close to disaster. Noah rubbed his temples, reflecting on the recent battle. In the brief span of a morning, nearly 3 days had elapsed within the mental time room, during which he had engaged in 20 fierce duels with Zoro. Each confrontation surpassed the intensity of their initial encounter. Stripped of his formidable physical prowess, he was compelled to rely solely on his swordsmanship, a transition that left him feeling quite unsettled. Several times, he narrowly avoided being overturned by Zoro, who, in moments of fervor, had him on the defensive. Yet, more often than not, he found himself dominating the exchanges. Unlike Zoro, whose swordsmanship was honed through rigorous training under Kanshiro from a young age, Noah's skills had been shaped primarily through battles against monsters. His technique was fierce and incisive, emphasizing the achievement of maximum lethality with minimal movement. However, when contrasted with Zoro's well-crafted techniques, the shortcomings of Noah's style became glaringly apparent. His approach was somewhat crude, lacking the refinement of the time-honored schools that had crystallized the wisdom of countless ancestors. It was overly simplistic and lacked diversity, with noticeable flaws in the angles of his strikes and the application of force. In comparison, Zoro, having received guidance from Kanshiro, exhibited a fluidity and grace in his movements, with angles and force perfectly executed. However, his exposure to traditional forms limited him, rendering his style somewhat rigid, a common affliction among those trained in established schools. The collision between Noah's raw, unconventional methods and the polished techniques of a formal style sparked a creative tension, transforming each battle into a process of refinement and elevation. On the following morning, within the dojo, King Shiro instructed Noah with his customary gentle and insightful manner. This technique requires a subtle contraction of the shoulder and elbow muscles, channeling your strength into the blade of your sword. Additionally, the angle of your strike must be slightly adjusted. Ah, I see, Noah mused, contemplating the implications of this instruction. After practicing several times, he firmly etched the modifications into his memory. Your progress is becoming somewhat inscrutable even to me, little Noah, King Shiro remarked with a sigh. Hatred is a potent force. However, it can just as easily turn upon its wielder if one is not cautious. Avenge your parents, yes. But remember that this is merely a fragment of your existence. Living a peaceful and joyful life is what they would truly wish for you. Do not allow the flames of hatred to blind your vision. What you need is a lasting source of support that will guide you further along your path. I understand, Master King Shiro, Noah replied. Upon hearing this, Noah retracted the inked cloud in his hand, his gaze becoming clear and transparent, to the point where Gung Siling felt as if he could see into the depths of Noah's heart. Drought Jack, under the command of Kaido, had come to the Four Seasons Island to seize the devil fruit. Thus, is Kaido the true culprit? No, the real sinner lies within this very era. Noah gazed intently at Gung Shiro, articulating each word with deliberation. I do not deny that some pirates venture onto the seas in pursuit of their dreams, committing no heinous acts. However, they do not engage in productive labor. From where, then, do they acquire the means for survival? Is it through aiding others in resolving their dilemmas for compensation, or by seizing from those so-called evil pirates? The words of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Before his execution heralded a new era for piracy, ushering countless commoners into a new hell. Perhaps he harbored profound intentions. Yet whether it was to uncover the buried truths of history or to overthrow the celestial dragons, the burden of such cost should not fall upon the innocent populace. Eradicating the four emperors, such as Kaido, merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. My true objective. Noah abruptly fell silent, casting a complex glance at the taciturn Gung Siling. What can one say? Truly, he is a member of the D-clan. Continue your practice. The path you have chosen is fraught with challenges that require no further elaboration. Only formidable strength can serve as your foundation. Gung Siling finally nodded, signifying his acknowledgement of Noah's words. Indeed, Master Gung Siling. Noah inhaled deeply, seemingly exhaling the pent-up frustration that had long been accumulating within him. His gaze regained its determination as he practiced the refined sword techniques time and again. Beside him, Gung Shirlang adjusted his glasses, his narrowed eyes concealed behind the reflective lenses. To him, each of Noah's movements appeared as if played in slow motion, with every contraction and exertion of muscle meticulously revealed under the scrutiny of his observation haki. Dragon, I see your shadow in this child, he mused. Brother, I am fully recovered. Zoro stood before Noah, brimming with vitality, the fierce spirit in his eyes nearly igniting into flames. Please, have a seat. Noah casually remarked, I only need 500 more to complete it. Outside the window, the morning sun had just begun to rise, casting a faint light, while the sky still held a trace of the night. The stars gradually faded away, and within the entire dojo, aside from Zoro and Noah, it appeared that no one else was stirring. Noah was inverted, supported solely by the index, middle, and ring fingers of his right hand, while his right arm continuously flexed and extended. His skin glimmered with a faint red hue, indicative of extensive training over a considerable period. The ground beneath him bore no traces of moisture. The intensity of his exertion had rendered sweat a mere afterthought, serving only to warm him up. Exhaling deeply, Noah picked up a damp towel from beside him to wipe his body. Although he was not perspiring, it was a habitual gesture. His loose-fitting martial arts uniform concealed the breadth of his muscular chest and the taut definition of his eight-pack abs. His tousled hair, wild yet somewhat unruly, contrasted sharply with the deep, lustrous black that elicited a quiet envy from Zoro, who discreetly tugged at his own hair. Casually sitting on the floor, Zoro composed himself, fixating intently on Noah's profound gaze. Between them, an incense burner emitted 3 sticks of fragrant smoke, swirling gently in the air. Illusory spirit time room. Zoro felt a sudden disorientation, as if his consciousness were being drawn into the swirling 3-tipped vortex. When clarity returned, he found himself in the familiar expanse of a white void. Come now, the 21st round. Let me witness how much you have progressed. Noah raised the blade of ink clouds, directly pointing it at the posturing Zoro, boldly declaring. As the sun reached its zenith, the illusion dissipated. Observing the indistinct creature sprawled on the ground like a salted fish, Noah could not help but sigh. He opened the marketplace and spent 600 exchange points to acquire 2 bottles of soul liquor. One he consumed himself, while the other he pried open Zoro's mouth and forcefully poured it in. For the sake of the mission, he was willing to go to such lengths. Noah grimaced at the thought. Had Zoro's soul not been unable to endure the intensity of such mental acceleration and combat, he would not have so generously administered the soul liquor. After all, when converted to belly, this bottle of less than 300 milliliters was worth 3 million belly, equivalent to 300,000 yuan. Soul liquor, a carefully brewed sake made from materials rich in spiritual essence, exclusively supplied by the Spirit King's palace. Nourishing the soul and restoring spiritual energy with a smooth and delicate flavor, each bottle costing 300 exchange points. Zoro, still in slumber, smacked his lips a couple of times, as if savoring the exquisite taste of the liquor, chuckling softly as if lost in a beautiful dream. However, this laughter struck Noah's ears as painfully discordant, his gaze sharpening, a cold smile directed at Zoro. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent, Zoro trembled slightly, turning over to face away from Noah, continuing his deep slumber. Never mind, considering the fact that I've defeated you 42 times, I shall let you be. Noah rose to his feet, stretching languidly, only to find his steps unsteady. He hastily braced himself against the wall as a tumultuous roar echoed within his abdomen, an uncontrollable hunger enveloping him entirely. The accelerated passage of time within the realm of the mind came at a cost. It not only drained mental and spiritual energy, but also necessitated physical vitality. Due to his reincarnation, Noah's spiritual strength far surpassed that of Zoron, allowing him to remain alert after exiting the mental realm, unlike Zoron, who was compelled to succumb to slumber to recuperate his spiritual energy. Even with the aid of soul liquor, confrontations within the mental space could only be conducted every 3 days, lest they jeopardize the very foundation of one's soul. However, this arrangement proved fortuitous, as it afforded Noah ample time to assimilate the spoils of battle and seek guidance from Gung Shiro regarding the complexities of his training, facilitating rapid advancement. After stowing away the incense burner, Noah arranged a generous spread of jerky upon a low table, alongside a steaming bowl of vegetable soup that emanated a fragrant steam. Nearby, a basket brimmed with soft, aromatic bread awaited. With an exaggerated hiss, he inhaled deeply. The steam rising from the soup intertwined with the scent of the bread, forming a fragrant plume that wafted into Zoron's flared nostrils. It was time to dine. Noah kicked Zoro, who had his eyes still closed and his head resting on the table, awakening him from his slumber. I'm starving. Zoro, caught in the throes of hunger, hastily reached for the bread in the basket, but before his fingers could touch the crust, darkness enveloped him, and a sharp sting flared across his face, jarring him into full awareness. What are you doing? Zoro exclaimed in fury, pulling the white towel from his face and raising his fist, ready to strike unless Noah provided a satisfactory explanation. Wipe your hands before reaching for the bread, Noah admonished. Zoro, momentarily deflated, replied in a subdued tone, yielding to Noah's authority. The haunting memory of his recent 22 consecutive defeats weighed heavily on him, leaving his spirit somewhat diminished. Noah silently shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Had he truly begun to waver after just 42 matches? What motivational words could he impart next? His moment of distraction was swiftly interrupted when Zoro slammed his hand on the table, jolting Noah from his reverie. Brother, is there more? Gazing at the impeccably clean bowl, akin to a dog's, with only a few breadcrumbs left in the basket, Noah's lips twitched slightly. Would you eat if you had a fist? Ding. Congratulations, host. For completing the task-winning streak, you have received a reward of 1,000 exchange points, 1 lottery chance, and a swordsmanship insight card. Within the mental time chamber, Zoro lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his body riddled with countless wounds, blood flowing freely. On the other side, Noah fared little better, equally drenched in blood, the most prominent scars on his body resembling the stripes of a tiger. At that moment, he leaned on his sword, barely managing to stand, on the verge of collapsing. Your move, Tiger Hunt, has transcended the framework of my tiger's claw, acquiring its own soul. Noah's expression was intricate as he observed Zoro's rapid progress, akin to a sponge fervently absorbing the essence of each battle. Even his own tiger blade claw had been learned and transformed into a form more suitable for Zoro's tiger hunt. Most of the lethal techniques he had grasped from combating various monsters had also been assimilated by Zoro, who had infused them with his own essence. In this realm of the mind, Imoyen had lost the ability to manipulate the wind, rendering Noah's Tiger Blade Claw, a wind-based attack, significantly less potent, while also revealing numerous flaws in its details. Though there existed wind manipulation sword techniques in the marketplace, the price was exorbitant. Noah expressed a chuckle, remarking how honored he felt to receive such praise. Upon hearing this, Zoro let out a couple of laughs, still lying on the ground, lacking the strength to rise. 300 consecutive defeats, indeed, I am still too weak. How can I ever fulfill the promise made to Kuina with such inadequacy? No, Zoro. Your progress has been remarkable. At your age, there are but a few who can surpass you in the way of the sword. Noah gazed into the vast emptiness ahead, his voice imbued with a hint of etherealness. Your dreams will one day come to fruition. You shall encounter an intriguing captain and embark on a journey to a new world alongside companions, each harboring their own aspirations. You will face off against the legendary sharpshooter and duel with countless masters of swordsmanship. One day, you will ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, your name resonating across the globe, echoing through the heavens, reaching even the ears of the ancient Kuina. Of course, this is all contingent upon my absence from this world. Are you suggesting that I too will defeat you? Zoro struggled to rise, directing his gaze towards Noah. Who knows? Perhaps, Noah shrugged, sidestepping the inquiry, casually dispelling the illusion. And the two returned to the realm of reality. Hey, clarify that for me. Zoro, having awakened from the illusion, appeared somewhat pale but otherwise unscathed, while Noah had already vanished from the room in an instant. The prolonged mental confrontation, coupled with the effects of the soul liquor, had significantly enhanced their mental fortitude, resulting in a noticeable reduction in the consumption of energy required to utilize the spirit time room. Perched atop a mountain overlooking Frost Moon Village, Noah sat cross-legged, reflecting on his current gains. He had exchanged 6,000 points for 20 bottles of soul liquor and 1,500 points for a strategy guide. Presently, he had 6,000 points remaining, with one opportunity for a standard lottery, one for a superior lottery, a 50% discount card, a designated reward card, and a swordsmanship insight card. Should I seize the momentum of having just completed a task and indulge in a lottery draw? Noah pondered, his anticipation ignited by the opportunities displayed on the system panel. Yes, it's settled. Let us test the lineage. Noah opened the lottery interface and cast a glance at the prize wheel. There didn't seem to be anything particularly enticing, so he thought, why not give it a try? Ding. The lottery result. Flame of Death, Ether. Ether flames, indeed. Noah fell into deep contemplation, striving to recall the abilities of the deadly flame from his tutor. Without the Vongala rings and boxes, what purpose does the deadly flame serve? For some inexplicable reason, Noah felt an underlying sensation that the deadly flame was not as straightforward as he had presumed. Ding. The deadly flame, belonging to the sky attribute, requires profound awareness and unwavering will to ignite, currently in an unlit state. Alas, once again, this peculiar predicament. Noah felt a slight discomfort, akin to the sensation of dying, realizing that he must rely on himself to uncover his own strength. Alas, today does not bode well. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for a propitious day to partake in this elevated lottery. Engaging in 300 battles alongside Zoro has indeed proven to be quite fruitful. Noah reclined on the grass, a blade of foxtail grass clutched between his lips, his legs crossed in a leisurely manner. After 300 battles, his practical experience had notably increased, refining many of his techniques and bringing him tantalizingly close to the realm of the swordmaster. Truth be told, without the system, Noah might never have achieved his current strength unless by sheer luck he stumbled upon a formidable devil fruit. The herb supplement merely compensated for his physical frailty, restoring his constitution to normalcy. Had it not been for the fortuitous acquisition of the 9 orifices golden pill, which forcibly enhanced his innate aptitude, he likely would not have completed the Island King quest by the age of 18. Although the cost of soul wine was considerable, its effects were astonishing. Now, my observation hockey had reached a level where I could sense the breath of all living things, with only a step remaining to sever steel. Unfortunately, the enhancement of my physical capabilities had hit a plateau, while my armament hockey had made some progress. It had stagnated compared to the pace I had achieved on the Island of Seasons. This situation could not continue. Noah expelled the grass stem from his mouth and immersed himself in browsing the goods available in the marketplace, endeavoring to discover methods suitable for enhancing his physical strength. The specially designed weighted clothing, with a weight of 100 kilograms, proved insufficient and hindered mobility, rendering it impractical for constant wear. Pass. The gravity chamber. with a maximum gravity of 100 times, was regrettably too cumbersome for movement. Moreover, the necessity to expend exchange points for energy was disheartening. Negative review. Pass. After an extended period, a glimmer of inspiration finally illuminated Noah's mind. This is the one. Ding. He purchased the Taishan Summoning Talisman Spirit Particle version. Spending 3,000 exchange points, utilizing a 50% discount card, leaving him with 3,000 points remaining. With a pang of regret, Noah grasped the Crimson Talisman paper and, with a sharp clap, affixed it to his chest. Subsequently, he bit his fingertip and touched the talisman affixed to his chest. Let us give it a try. 1 ton of rock pressure should suffice. The thought barely formed when Noah was suddenly overwhelmed, as if a colossal boulder pressed upon him. His legs quivered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, it was far superior to the weighted clothing. Every cell in his body felt the immense pressure. Even his internal organs were not spared. His lungs endured the strain, rendering him almost incapable of speech, his face flushed with effort. Most importantly, it would enhance his soul's strength, a true twofold benefit. The Taishan Summoning Talisman was originally a Taoist technique for warding off enemies and subduing malevolent spirits. However, in the world of pirates, where celestial spiritual energy was non-existent, its application was impossible. After being modified by the system, it was now powered by spirit particles, although the actual weight had diminished. The upper limit remained an astounding 100,000 tons, and due to the spirit particles, it could exert a certain pressure on the soul, reducing it to half a ton. With a mere thought, the pressure significantly lessened, and his previously foggy mind became clearer. Noah straightened his posture, offering a wry smile, pondering when he would eventually reach the upper limit of 100,000 tons. He arrived swiftly as the wind, but departed like a weary elder, requiring frequent pauses to rest. Noah spent several times longer descending the mountain than he had ascending it before finally returning to the One Heart Dojo. Is it the secluded chamber for meditation? I understand now. The warehouse behind the dojo, where disciples seldom frolic, and the sounds of training do not reach. It's perfectly suited for your solitary reflection on the sword path. I shall ensure the disciples bring you meals daily, said Gongshiro, seated across from Noah, maintaining his eternal gentle tone. The warehouse, is it that one? Noah seemed to recall something, but refrained from voicing it. After expressing his gratitude to Gongshiro, he turned and departed. That evening, Noah carried his bedding into a slightly dilapidated 2-story wooden house and laid down a mat on the first floor. As he brushed his fingers against the dusty stair railing, he remained unfazed, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Upon reaching the second floor, he spotted a whetstone on a distant railing, and his eyes reddened. 8 years have passed, Quina. I have returned, but you are no longer here. How I loathed my weakness back then. I managed to catch you, yet still succumbed to unconsciousness. Alas, Quina, you could not escape your destined fate. Noah's self-sacrifice did indeed serve a purpose. Had he not been rendered unconscious, perhaps Guena could have been saved after his cries for help. Alas, there are no what-ifs. A silent night passed. The following morning, after breakfast, Noah sought a sunlit window on the second floor and sat cross-legged. I wonder if the Swordsmanship Insight card will bring me any surprises? Noah murmured as he utilized the Swordsmanship Comprehension card. Just like the tenfold Comprehension card, the card transformed into a soft golden dust that seamlessly integrated into Noah's being. In an instant, a plethora of sword techniques emerged in his mind, all of which were self-created during his battles against monsters on the Island of Seasons. Simultaneously, countless novel ideas, previously unimagined, surged forth like a spring, revealing that even the sword techniques he believed to have perfected after 300 duels with Zoro had subtle flaws. The sword techniques of Zoro, which had been replicated through the 3-tomo Sharingan, were thoroughly analyzed, including techniques such as Tornado, Troubled Phoenix, and Demon Slash. It seemed that the techniques of the Nail Fist could indeed resonate with the principles of swordsmanship. Could the movements of the Lushan Ascending Dragon also be executed with a sword thrust? Given that the Tiger Leopard Thunder could vibrate the bones and viscera, could the sword in his hand also transmit such vibrations? As the sun set in the west and the Jade Rabbit rose in the east, the dishes placed at the entrance transitioned from steaming to being pecked at by birds. Gung Sailang stood outside the door for a long while, smiling as he departed. He could sense that an extraordinary blade was being gradually refined. On the day it was completed, it would undoubtedly radiate a chilling aura and shine across the seas. 3 days later, Noah's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, revealing a glimmer of icy brilliance that seemed to harbor a sharpness akin to a blade. In the next moment, his gaze softened, imbued with warmth and a hint of a smile as he rose and descended the stairs. Outside the window, Two adjacent leaves on a large tree were evenly split in two, connected only by their stems, yet neither had fallen. Has he come out? Gung Sailang set down his teacup and gazed into the distance towards the warehouse, rising with poise to exchange a few words with an instructor who was teaching students. Then picked up a bamboo sword and turned to leave. As he rounded a corner out of sight, Gung Sailang's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a whirlwind that stirred up countless grains of dust. Gung Sailang. As Noah stepped out of the warehouse, he spotted Gung Sailang appearing suddenly in the open space ahead, yet he felt no surprise and respectfully bowed. I have observed your and Zoro's progress over the past few days. I shan't pry into how you achieved it, but your ability to grasp the essence of cutting through iron and elevate to the rank of sword master in merely 3 days has truly astonished me, Gung Sailang remarked, his face a portrait of satisfaction, as if he were on the verge of applauding Noah. This was not a breakthrough born from the brink of death in battle, but rather a profound understanding cultivated through tranquil contemplation of swordsmanship, which posed a greater challenge than breakthroughs achieved in combat. However, the insights gained post-breakthrough were far richer, and the foundation more solid. Upon witnessing Gung Sailang unusually wielding a bamboo sword, Noah instantly comprehended his intention. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my labor from the past fortnight, he declared, placing his hand upon the hilt of his ink cloud sword. With a swift motion, a shadow flitted past, and the blade of the ink cloud traced a semicircle. A massive crescent-shaped wave of sword energy soared through the air, hurtling directly towards Gung Sailang. Impressive indeed, young Noah, Gung Sailang remarked, remaining unperturbed, seemingly disregarding the incoming sword energy. Typically, when a swordsman ascends to the rank of swordmaster, they first grasp the essence of cutting iron, attuning themselves to the breath of all things, before they can harmonize with that breath to unleash soaring strikes. Yet, you have just ascended and are already capable of emitting sword energy. I gather your mastery of observation haki and the Marine 6 styles, particularly the Gale Foot, is quite profound. Ding! Just as the sword energy approached within 2 meters of Gung Sailang, a long black sword, shimmering with a metallic luster and possessing a blunt, rounded tip devoid of sharpness, met the sword energy at its most vulnerable point with a crisp sound, rendering the sword energy non-existent. Gung Sailang's mastery of armament haki and observation haki is formidable, indeed, to effortlessly deflect my strike with a fragile bamboo sword, precisely at the weakest juncture of my sword energy. Despite having mentally prepared for Gung Sailang's ease in countering his attack, Noah couldn't help but feel a slight shock. Indeed, this absurd system would never issue simple tasks. Noah glanced at the task panel before him, his head throbbing slightly. A freshly minted task appeared. Ding. Optional task challenge Gung Sailang has been triggered. Would you like to accept? Task content. Challenge Gung Sailang and achieve the following goals within 15 days to earn corresponding rewards. Withstand Gung Sailang's sword for 15 minutes without being defeated to earn 1,500 exchange points. For each additional minute endured during the first challenge, earn 100 exchange points, capped at 1,500 points. Withstand Gung Sailang's sword for 1 hour without being defeated to receive a chance for a swordsmanship lottery. Gain Gung Sailang's acknowledgement of a tie to earn an additional lottery opportunity. Defeat Gung Sailang to receive a high-level lottery chance. Silently, Noah clicked to accept the task, his grip tightening around the ink cloud in his hand, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. Focusing his mind and calming his spirit, he unleashed his observation haki, attuning himself to the vibrations of the world around him. The earth trembled, a manifestation of its breath. The wind flowed, echoing its own breath. The blade in his hand quivered, resonating with its own essence. At the moment when the breath of the blade and the breath of the wind converged, he struck. Extreme Tiger Claw. The shadows of the blade flickered as a tempest roared forth, reminiscent of a giant tiger's roar. Dozens of colorless wind blades, entwined with fragments of grass and swirling dust from the ground, surged towards Gung Sailang. An intriguing sword technique. The original force of the wind, now infused with sword energy, had multiplied its lethality, showcasing a marked improvement compared to his previous attempt against Zoro. Gung Sailang slightly nodded, raising his bamboo sword above his head. In that case, I shall take this a bit more seriously. 108 Troubling Phoenix. The azure sword energy spiraled, engulfing the oncoming wind blades. In the collision of sword energies, all colorless blades were forcefully eradicated, even merging into his own, amplifying its might to a level akin to a tornado. Truly, it was a tempest passing through, leaving no trace behind. This is troublesome. He seems to be taking it too seriously. With a single stroke of the one-sword style, one can unleash such formidable power effortlessly. A single droplet of cold sweat trickled down Noah's forehead. Gung Shirlong's mastery of the sword undoubtedly surpassed his own by several tiers. Merely wielding the technique of the 108 troublesome phoenix, executing a three-sword flow effortlessly without any buildup of energy, was sufficient to overwhelm Noah, who had devoted several years to his training. Moonstep. Noah knelt and leaped into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks that compressed the air and generated a counterforce, propelling him higher in an attempt to evade the formidable 88 troublesome phoenix from above. Gung Shiro merely watched with a smile, showing no inclination to seize the opportunity to attack while Noah struggled for leverage in midair. Just as Noah was about to surpass the 88 troublesome phoenix below, he caught a glimpse of Gung Shiro's smile. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He dared not be careless, activating his observation haki. He suddenly perceived that the seemingly ordinary 88 troublesome phoenix concealed an extraordinary power. How could such a surge of energy exist? Noah was momentarily entranced, murmuring to himself, "Does the sword energy possess a breath akin to that of life?" In the next instant, the 108 troublesome phoenix, like a hunter awaiting its prey to fall into a trap, launched a fierce ambush upon Noah, who was directly above. An infinite surge of sword energy spiraled upwards like a tornado, engulfing Noah before he could evade it, lost in his thoughts. He had not even the time to activate his armed haki when the blood-tinged 108 troublesome phoenix swept past Noah and vanished into the horizon. Only then did a figure tumble from the sky. His garments lay in tatters, shredded by the sword energy, and his body was riddled with countless wounds, yet miraculously, very little blood flowed from him. "Do you understand now, little Noah?" Gung Shirlang inquired. "I see now. This is the path towards becoming a grand swordsman, is it not?" Noah nodded thoughtfully, his gaze towards Gung Shiro filled with gratitude. This was not merely due to Gung Shiro's restraint during the earlier spar, which had spared him from more than mere superficial injuries, but also because Gung Shiro had unveiled to him the realm of a great swordsman, imbuing sword energy with sentience, allowing it to become an extension of the swordmaster's soul. "Thank you, teacher Gung Shiro." The title was heartfelt and sincere. "Since you have grasped this, let us conclude today's contest." "No, teacher," Noah declared resolutely. "I have yet to reveal even half of the insights I gained during my seclusion." "Is that so? I understand." Gung Shiro paused in his departure. "Then show me all the fruits of your training. If what you present is merely at the level of earlier, I shall be sorely disappointed. I shall demonstrate to you, teacher, just how unwavering my resolve to become a formidable warrior is." Sharingan, activate. The three tomos spun incessantly, locking onto Gung Shiro's every movement. Fueled by enlightenment and powered by vitality and mental strength, Noah unleashed the great sky flame. With a faint rumble, a blazing orange fire erupted from Noah's forehead, pure and luminous, exuding a vastness akin to the boundless sky. To transcend the realm of swordsmen requires not only the ability to perceive the breadth of all things, but, more importantly, a steadfast heart of a warrior, a relentless resolve to advance, and the will to forge through adversity. The ignition of the deadly flame demands such enlightenment and willpower. Sinisawada, too, ignited the great sky flame upon the Vongala ring, propelled by his conviction to protect friends and family. Is this the essence of the deadly flame? The latent power within Noah surged forth, and his mind became as clear and serene as never before. Though the deadly flame is fueled by vitality and mental energy, it has the capacity to unleash one's latent potential, amplifying strength and fortifying the mind, granting even the timid courage to confront formidable foes. The seemingly powerless Tsuna, upon igniting the deadly flame, transformed into a formidable leader of the mafia, his strength soaring, all thanks to the great sky flame. The flames transformed, sunny flame. The once orange great sky flame flickered and shifted to a radiant yellow, reminiscent of the midday sun. The yellow sunny flame, characterized by activation, rapidly repairs damaged cells while enhancing vitality, allowing its wielder to significantly boost their self-healing capabilities. Noah's minor wounds healed at a visible pace, and he endured the itch of healing while exerting extraordinary mental strength to gain control over the deadly flame. Tsuna's application of the great sky flame remained rudimentary. Although he had self-taught the initial breakthrough of the deadly 0 point, his development of the great sky attribute was still far from sufficient. The orange great sky flame symbolizes the sky, characterized by harmony, embodying sun, thunder, storm, rain, mist, and cloud, absorbing and encompassing all. The sky embraces every kind of weather. Thus it can transform into flames that correspond to these attributes. However, The ability to convert flame attributes relies not solely on the development of flames, but significantly on the application of mental strength. A potent mental force is the key to flame transformation. Having lived 2 lives and engaged in 300 fierce battles with Zoro in the time skip room, supplemented by 10 vials of soul-nourishing spirit liquor, Noah's mental strength had become extraordinarily robust. Within mere seconds, all his wounds fully healed, and the flame on his forehead flickered before reverting to the orange great sky flame. Next, the fusion of the 2 flames was to occur. "Little Noah, have you consumed a devil fruit?" Gung Zero, observing the flame on Noah's forehead and his peculiar dual pupils, could not help but express surprise. "Ah, indeed. I have consumed a devil fruit." Noah paused for a few seconds, his mind racing as he sought a suitable excuse. "It was within the temple housing this dagger that I inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden door, behind which I discovered a devil fruit and a scroll detailing its mysteries." Noah raised the ink cloud in his hand, attempting to lend credibility to his excuse. "What was the name of that fruit again?" "It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to speak." Observing Noah's troubled demeanor, Kanshiro gently remarked, "Everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? All you need to do is demonstrate the fruits of your swordsmanship." "Indeed." Noah nodded, grateful that Gung Siren refrained from probing too deeply. He had been so focused on showcasing his utmost strength that he neglected to concoct a credible excuse for the deadly flame and the Sharingan in advance. However, the devil fruit indeed served as an excellent guise. Once the battle concluded, he could refine it further, making it quite useful when he eventually reached the Navy headquarters. Noah was deep in contemplation. Noah closed his eyes in deep concentration, channeling all his energy to manipulate the grand flame at his forehead, initiating a transformation of its attributes. The flames flickered violently, and within the heart of the orange fire, 2 strikingly different tongues of flame emerged. The red flame of the gale, characterized by decomposition. The purple flame of the cloud, characterized by proliferation. Even the ink-black clouds ignited, engulfed in a roaring blaze of orange-red intertwined with purple. Sword fire, chaotic winds. With unwavering determination, Noah summoned the power of the wind from the ink clouds, wielding his blade with fervor, creating a flurry of afterimages. Dozens of flaming sword energies surged forth. Though the trajectories of these sword energies appeared chaotic and disordered, they effectively sealed off all avenues of movement for Gung Shirlang. Gung Shirlang furrowed his brows slightly, through the perception of his observation haki. He discerned that these sword energies bore a resemblance to the extreme tiger claw he had encountered earlier, aside from their greater disorderliness in the tangible flames and sword winds. No other surprising alterations caught his attention. During his ventures in the New World, he had witnessed similar fiery sword techniques in Wano country, even drawing inspiration to craft his own fire-based sword technique. The best is yet to come, so do not be too astonished, Master Gung Shirlang. As Noah's voice faded, the previously sparse dozen sword chi suddenly erupted in a brilliant violet flame, overshadowing the orange and red hues, causing the number of sword chi to double in an instant. One split into two, two into four. Within mere moments, it seemed as though the entire sky had been painted in shades of purplish red, with the flames of the sword chi radiating an overwhelming pressure, surging forth to engulf Gung Silang. Clang, clang, boom. At this juncture, Gung Silang finally displayed a trace of seriousness, yet he chose not to evade. Only after the tide of sword chi surrounded him did he unleash a series of imperceptibly swift slashes, slicing through the oncoming flaming sword chi. With each strike, a wave of sword chi shattered, the splintering flames blown away by the gale of his sword, leaving not a single thread of his attire sullied. Though the attacking sword chi remained unseen, the bamboo sword in his hand deftly traced a graceful arc from an ingenious angle, shattering the vast expanse of sword chi behind him. In the span of a brief tea break, only a solitary strand of sword chi remained before Gung Silang. With a thrust of his bamboo sword, he effortlessly shattered it, akin to dismantling the first sword chi unleashed by Noah. Remarkably, his stance remained unyielding, not a step taken from his original position. In that fleeting moment when Gung Silang shattered the sword chi, Noah propelled himself forward with rapid footwork, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. In a precise strike, the tip of his blade met the very point of Gung Silang's bamboo sword. The final blow, thunderous waves ninefold. Faintly, one could discern the roar of tigers and leopards as the sound of thunder reverberated. His right arm, wielding the sword, was noticeably more robust than the left, with sinewy muscles undulating like rolling waves, striking against the hilt, transmitting vibrations through the blade to Gung Silang's bamboo sword and into his very being. Bang, bang, bang. A consecutive series of 9 crisp sounds resonated, akin to the clash of blades, as the bamboo sword in Gong Sailang's grasp bore the brunt of a formidable, indomitable aura, which began to manifest intricate, web-like cracks upon its surface. Shatter. Noah spoke softly, and that utterance seemed to be the final straw that completely shattered the bamboo sword. Crack. The bamboo sword exploded with a thunderous sound, its entire body splintering into dozens of slender strips, compressed into a lantern shape under the pressure of Noah's blade tip. Yet it remained unbroken due to the formidable haki enveloping it. Gung Shiro let out a muffled grunt, involuntarily retreating 2 steps. His eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Noah. Such masterful manipulation of power. The reverberating force surged through the bamboo sword like cascading waves, even affecting my own being. Discarding the now-defunct bamboo sword, Gung Shiro applauded in admiration. While this force advanced like rolling waves, it was still insufficient to destroy the bamboo sword shrouded in haki. The critical factor must lie in the preceding flame sword energy, right? Though framed as a question, Gung Shiro's tone lacked any genuine uncertainty, for he evidently already possessed the answer within. Indeed, Noah readily affirmed. The violet flames of the cloud possess a proliferative quality, allowing my emitted sword energy to multiply, albeit at the cost of diminished power. In truth, the potency of the sword energy is not the crux. The overwhelming torrent of sword energy serves to compel me to incessantly strike with the bamboo sword, thereby enabling another form of flame to take effect, does it not? Gung Shiro inquired, a contemplative look on his face. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you, Master Gung Shiro. The true killing move is another type of red flame. The Gale Flame. The Gale Flame, with its unparalleled destructive capability, can decompose any material it encounters. By sacrificing the potency of the sword energy, I am able to generate a multitude of strikes, allowing you to focus on shattering the sword energy, thus concealing the phenomenon of the bamboo sword's haki being eroded by the Gale Flame. Only by employing the special manipulation technique of the thunderous wave sword to channel force into the bamboo sword can it be shattered. Observing Noah expound on the sword techniques with such eloquence, Gung Shiro suddenly felt a pang of frustration, reflecting on that direction-only challenged green-haired fellow. After 9 years of dedicated teaching, it seemed a self-taught rogue had surpassed him. How could one bear such a reality? It is regrettable that such swordsmanship, aside from you, is unlikely to be passed down. Gung Shiro shook his head in lament. Indeed, without the unique flames of the devil fruit, the sword fire style might not even rank among second-rate sword techniques. Noah, with an earnest demeanor, spoke fancifully, having previously invoked the excuse of the devil fruit. The probability of the pirate world giving rise to the deadly flame fruit is virtually zero. The sword fire technique. Beyond that singular move, the whirlwind and clouds. Are there any other sword techniques? Why not demonstrate them for my appreciation? From Noah's words, Gung Shirolang discerned the crux, his eyes brimming with the joy of encountering a cherished treasure. As a swordsman, witnessing the techniques of other swordsmen is akin to admiring a masterpiece. It is not merely a spiritual delight, but also a means to draw upon the essence of swordsmanship to enrich one's own practice. As for other techniques, I have yet to refine them. I do have 2 rudimentary forms, but they bear little relevance to combat, so I shall refrain from showcasing them. Noah waved his hand, displaying an expression of helplessness, as if to say he truly had no recourse left. What a jest! Merely standing here had already stretched his limits. How could he muster the energy for any further sword techniques? It was imperative to conclude this battle swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more likely teacher Gung Sailang would perceive a flaw. Thus, teacher Gung Sailang, shall we consider this contest a victory for me? Noah, at the end of his strength, cautiously probed the somewhat disheartened Gung Sailang, his heart rife with anxiety. You must concede. You are without your sword. What can you wield against me? The promise of a splendid high-level lottery beckoned me. Young man, do not take pride in your current achievements, should you wish to defeat me. Practice for a few more years. Gung Sailang, coming to his senses, chuckled softly, his glasses glinting with a chilling light. No sword style, black rope tornado. The towering tornado gradually receded, taking with it a certain humanoid figure. The air was left with only a faint echo of a begrudging roar. I shall return. Feeling somewhat parched, a young boy of about 10 approached with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. A grin plastered across his face as he held it to Noah's lips, the straw conveniently positioned for him to sip. Then a little harder, it's quite warm. Yes, Noah Sr., a chubby boy behind him, drenched in sweat, fervently waved a palm fan, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Cutting into this scene, Zoro leaned against the corner of the room, feeling displeased as he observed the younger disciples, who typically trailed behind him, now fawning over Noah. Just the sight of Noah's attire tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, stirring a flicker of indignation within him. Noah Sr., do tell us about your duel with teacher Gung Silang. Indeed. The heavens themselves seemed to shift on the back mountain yesterday. I witnessed a tornado and flames engulfing the sky. It frightened those beside me into a state of disarray. Cough. While sipping his juice, Noah could not suppress himself upon hearing the boy's comment about being frightened, and he choked slightly. My battle with teacher Gung Silang was indeed tempestuous. With clouds swirling and darkness descending, it was a fierce clash, evenly matched. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Gung Silang standing outside, his glasses glimmering ominously. Have you all completed today's training? Hurry along then. Do not disturb Noah Sr.'s recuperation. Zoro, keep an eye on them for me. Yes, teacher. Watching the group of children emerge from the room, their spirits visibly low, Gung Silang closed the door and knelt beside it. Teacher. Do not be misled by my bandaged appearance, resembling a mummy. It is merely a result of excessive fatigue and mental strain. A day of rest will see me restored. Noah, perceiving the concerned gaze of Gung Silang, elucidated his thoughts. He wished to alleviate any feelings of guilt that Gung Silang might harbor. Is that so? In that case, I am relieved, Gung Silang sighed, taken aback by the substantial toll your fruit ability exacts. I too became so engrossed in the moment that I completely overlooked my physical limitations. Noah felt a twinge of embarrassment, desiring to raise his hand to touch the back of his head, only to realize that he lacked the strength to do so. To be honest, I was initially concerned that the devil fruit might distract you. In the path of swordsmanship, one must be wholly focused to achieve greatness. However, upon witnessing your ability to intertwine the powers of the devil fruit with your swordsmanship, I found solace. This journey is one I have little experience in. You must rely solely on yourself. After offering Noah a careful reminder, Gung Siro stood up to depart, leaving Noah alone in the room to recuperate. Was the first challenge only sustained for 18 minutes? Noah murmured, gazing at the 4,800 exchange points in the shop. Initially, after indulging in purchases, he had 3,000 exchange points remaining. After the first challenge, Gung Siro managed to endure for 18 minutes, earning a reward of 1,800 exchange points, which brought the total to 4,800. I have yet to claim the reward for surpassing the Swordmaster. Noah suddenly recalled the rewards granted by the system during his seclusion when he transcended to the rank of Swordmaster. There was a drawing for advanced sword techniques and another for a Swordmaster inheritance card. Which one should he choose first? Noah found himself in a moment of hesitation. The advanced sword techniques must encompass remarkable sword maneuvers, while the inheritance card could potentially bestow upon him the entire repertoire and battlefield experience of a swordmaster. If that were the case, the inheritance card's drawing appeared to hold greater merit than that of the advanced techniques. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the drawing for the advanced sword techniques first. Noah opened the lottery interface and cast a glance at the prize wheel. He couldn't help but inhale sharply. Unlike the usual 12-segment prize wheel, the one before him was densely packed with at least 100 small segments, making it difficult to discern the rewards represented within. Familiar light points spun rapidly, and after 5 seconds, they began to slow down, nearing a halt. Myriad sword technique. Slashing demons and gods, dragon severing, holy sword dance. Ding. Lottery result. Heavenly thunder slash. Heavenly thunder slash. Noah was somewhat taken aback. If memory served him correctly, this seemed to be a sword technique from a fantasy novel. Much of his past life's memories had faded with time. But having read that particular novel on swordsmanship twice, he might have otherwise forgotten it entirely. Even so, all that remained was a familiarity with the name. Fortunately, the system provided an introduction. The Heavenly Thunder Slash, a sword technique created by Yi Chun, could only be executed upon reaching the Sword Master realm and comprehending the essence of thunder. A single strike unleashed would be akin to the thunder descending upon the world, sweeping all before it. Once mastered, it could evolve into a subsequent technique, Reverse Heavenly Thunder Slash. Fortune was on his side. Not only was this sword technique immensely powerful, but it also had a follow-up technique, truly a buy one get one free deal. As for the matter of comprehending the essence of thunder, he could always capture Enel from Sky Island and have him summon thunder every day. When he could use the Heavenly Thunder Slash, he would release him. Satisfied, Noah clicked to draw from the Sword Master inheritance card. Seizing the moment of fortune, he opted for another try. without even glancing at the prize wheel. Noah directly selected the draw. Only when the light points began to decelerate did he focus on the wheel. Gulp. Lying down. Noah managed to swallow his excitement without letting it escape his drool. The term sword master refers not merely to destructive capability, but to a profound understanding of swordsmanship. In certain lower martial worlds, sword energy may not exist, yet there are individuals with deep swordsmanship realms who may still be called sword masters. In other words, their lack of strength is not due to inadequacy, but rather the limitations imposed by their world. On the path to becoming a great sword master, what Noah lacked most was an understanding of the profound principles of swordsmanship. Some sword techniques could be exchanged for points in the marketplace. Yet powerful techniques were inherently challenging to comprehend. Noah, feeling inadequate, dismissed the weaker techniques, wary of attempting to grasp too much at once. The pinnacle of swordsmanship cannot simply be understood through a single manual. Figures like Dugu Chiobai, Shimen Chuksu, and nameless Yagyu Sword Shadow had all slipped past him. Damn it. Stop right now. Watching the light point glide past the avatars of renowned sword masters, Noah felt a pang of anguish. As if sensing his despair, the light point gradually slowed, seemingly on the verge of stopping. With his heart pounding like thunder, Noah held his breath, eyeing the option where the light point would settle. A naturally curly silver mane, crimson eyes akin to lifeless fish, a blue floral kimono with a white base, and a wooden sword at his waist. Gazing at the nonchalant figure on the wheel, Noah shed tears of humiliation. By the way, this sword master inheritance card wouldn't also transfer the inheritor's personality, would it? If I were to become a lazy glutton for sweets, I would rather perish. If the personality derived from the sword master inheritance were to influence the host, it would merely indicate an unstable sword heart and wavering will, unrelated to the system. The system, rarely offering an explanation, delivered content that left Noah feeling despondent. Well, if worst comes to worst, I simply won't use it. Although the swordsmanship of the White Knight's scythe had reached the level of cutting through iron, it didn't necessarily mean it could defeat me. After a moment of self-soothing, he suddenly heard the system announce the lottery result, causing his body to stiffen. Ding. Lottery result. Swift Wind Swordmaster, Yasuo. What? Did I mishear, or did the system malfunction? Wasn't it supposed to be the White Knight's scythe, Sakata Jintoki? How did it turn into a mere Yasuo? Noah focused his gaze and discovered that the flickering light was struggling to crawl, crossing over Sakata Jintoki, and halting at the next figure, Yasuo, the Windblade Master. The Windblade technique, which he had long coveted and was priced in the 5-figure range, lingered in the store's inventory, evoking an overwhelming surge of emotion within him. Not only was the Windblade technique exorbitantly expensive, but it also could not be learned through mere purchase. It merely provided a manual, leaving one to practice independently. Who could possibly master such a skill? In the dojo where Yasuo trained, among the many practitioners, he was the sole individual to grasp the Windblade technique, and that was under the guidance of a teacher. Now, as the once downtrodden sang their triumphant songs, Noah immersed himself in the process of Yasuo learning the Windblade technique. If he were to fail in this endeavor, he would indeed deserve to find a block of tofu to end it all. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and the Thunder/Learning card within his spatial pocket shattered, merging into Noah's being. In a daze, he heard the muted rumble of thunder, and when he regained his senses, he found himself transported from his room to an entirely unfamiliar location, just as confusion began to settle in. An enigmatic force compelled his mind to concentrate upon the storm clouds above. Crack! A pale purple lightning bolt streaked across the sky, majestic as a dragon. His mental energy surged uncontrollably towards the heavens, seemingly yearning to merge with the thunder. The tempest unleashed its fury, violently tearing apart Noah's mental energy, while simultaneously imprinting its unique resonance upon his soul. Each bolt of lightning that failed to obliterate Noah's mental energy merely served as nourishment for his comprehension of the essence of thunder. With a resounding cry and the sound of a sword's hum, an unmatched sword aura cleaved through the heavens and earth, splitting mountains and shattering raindrops, vanishing into the horizon. Before Noah could fully awaken from the aftertaste of the sword strike, a wave of confusion washed over him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself staring once more at the familiar ceiling above. Alas, had he been able to linger a while longer, he might have truly grasped the essence of thunder. The recent experience had only imparted to Noah the principles of the thunder slash, but the essential understanding of the thunder's essence remained but a vague impression. Far from true comprehension, it seemed imperative to hasten his search for Enel. Possessing such formidable swordsmanship without the ability to wield it was an unbearable torment. Noah pondered for a moment before directing his attention to the Swordmaster inheritance card, lying in his personal space, awaiting his favor. Let me experience the elegance of the windblade technique. As his consciousness immersed, he awakened to the perspective of a young child. It was akin to watching a film, albeit at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the child had matured into a youth, joining a dojo, diligently practicing the windblade technique under his master's guidance. Only during the practice of the technique and in duels employing it did the film's tempo abruptly slow, as countless insights into swordsmanship surged within Noah's mind, gradually peeling away the layers of mystery surrounding the windblade technique. As the sole prodigy among his peers to master the windblade technique, all believed Yasuo would emerge as a great hero until the invasion of Noxus altered his fate. Standing beside the cold, lifeless body of the elder, Yasuo remained silent. The weight of guilt and sorrow unmistakably conveyed to Noah. Due to his arrogance and dereliction of duty, the elder of Ionia, whom he was sworn to protect, was assassinated. It was you who killed him. The crowd regarded him with incredulous gazes, whispering among themselves. The wind carried their murmurs to Yasuo's ears. The elder was slain by the power of the wind. Indeed, the only one capable of wielding such power here is. Why? Why did you slay the elder? Are you plotting treason? A traitor of Ionia. I shall uncover the true culprit. This was the singular desire that consumed Yasuo after fleeing the dojo. At last, you have arrived. Yasuo stood resolute, sword in hand, his slender figure appearing particularly desolate under the moonlight. The two swordsmen observed the etiquette, bowing to one another before drawing their blades. Under the moon's glow, the long swords danced in circles, again and again. In the end, it was Yasuo who remained standing, while his brother, Yon, lay fallen. No. Noah abruptly awoke, only to realize that tears streamed down his face, and his heart ached unbearably. The haunting memories of long swords piercing the chest of childhood companions and the sight of his own brothers falling were vividly etched in his mind. And an overwhelming sorrow propelled Noah out of his detached state. Yasuo, a swordsman burdened by a heavy past, stained with the blood of friends and family. In his quest for truth, he must draw his sword against former classmates and his own brothers, for if he refrains from slaying them, it is he who will meet his demise. The truth would remain forever concealed. It was akin to watching a sorrowful film. Noah murmured softly, forcing himself to raise an arm to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and sank back into a deep slumber. This cinematic portrayal of life had drained him of too much energy. Listening to the whispers of the wind, he practiced the art of wind swordsmanship, which unexpectedly resonated with the path of swordsmen in the pirate world. Holding the dark ink cloud, Noah pondered as he slowly practiced the windsword technique. The sensation of the wind brushing against the subtle cloud patterns on the ink cloud felt like the gentle melody of a delicate song. Such nuances were nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Only those who grasped the essence of wind swordsmanship could hear the song of the wind and its breath. In the realm of pirate swordsmen, even at its deepest, one could not escape the necessity of listening to the breath of all things. To comprehend the breath of all existence, to wield one's will to govern it, and to imbue it with a spirit distinct from mere lifeless matter. This is the path to becoming a great swordsman. Master Gungsureo, at the very least, had also attained an understanding of the essence of the wind, and Zoro's troubles seemed to echo that lineage. It seemed inevitable that in the remaining days, he would engage in several duels with Master Gungsureo. Battling a great swordsman adept in the way of the wind was the most effective means of assimilating the windsword technique. Wind barrier. The long blade flickered as a wall of countless tempestuous winds abruptly took shape before him. The originally formless substance, wild and unruly, was confined into a barrier. Any object striking against it would be repelled by the howling winds, or even torn apart. Flame of thunder. The orange blaze of the great void surged at Noah's forehead, with a hint of green igniting at its core. This green flame of lightning, characterized by its solidification, serves as the most formidable shield for the Vongala family, worn by those who bear the ring of thunder. The emerald lightning flickered like serpents, cascading upon the barrier of wind. Rather than burning fiercely like a fire fueled by the wind, it merely enveloped the barrier in a delicate layer, with tiny azure bolts entwining its surface, significantly enhancing the wind barrier's defensive capabilities. Yet, it still lacked a touch of intensity. Noah, however, was not content. This perfected form should have seen the flames merge within the barrier, rather than merely dance upon its surface. Upon completion, let this technique be named Sword Fire, Wind, and Thunder Barrier. In the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, Port Gas D. Ace set sail. In the same year, Isaac D. Noah embarked upon his journey to the Navy headquarters from Frost Moon Village in the East Sea. I must take my leave now, Kuina. Noah donned a sleek black swordsman's cloak, exuding an air of competence and valor. At that moment, he sat cross-legged before a grave, with dark clouds resting upon his knees. Unlike the drunken confessions made at his parents' graveside, Noah simply sat there, reflecting on the changes of recent years, contemplating the future, and ultimately bidding farewell. Young Noah, there is one thing I hope you will promise me. Suddenly, Gung Silang appeared behind Noah, without even stirring his observation hockey. Coincidentally, I too wish for your assistance, teacher. Noah replied, rising to brush off the dust from his attire, turning to smile. If you happen to see her at the naval headquarters, please do not reveal anything. It would put her in danger. Gung Silang adjusted his glasses. His tone remained calm, yet Noah sensed a hidden trace of sorrow and longing beneath the surface. It seems I was not mistaken. Indeed, she. Noah ceased his speech, his peripheral gaze catching sight of a cluster of vibrant green seaweed entwined among the bushes. The brilliant green stood out strikingly amidst the dark green foliage, so conspicuous that it could be effortlessly noticed without the aid of any heightened perception. Come forth, green algae. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, cleaving through the dense thicket. A shadow darted out, tumbling awkwardly before regaining its footing. Are you intent on killing me? Zoro questioned Noah with an aggressive tone, displaying no shame at having been overheard. Huh? Is there justification for eavesdropping? Noah raised his chin, silently mocking Zoro by leveraging his height advantage. That's enough, Zoro. Your gesture of sending your brother Noah is appreciated, but now return to your training. Today's regimen will be doubled. Although Gung Shiro felt a tinge of displeasure, he did not allow it to manifest on his face, merely rationalizing an increase in Zoro's training. The fewer who are privy to this secret, the better. Noah is set to enlist at the naval headquarters, and he will inevitably uncover clues, perhaps even harboring suspicions already. Concealing it further could lead to adverse outcomes. Observing Zoro's frustrated departure, Gung Shiro nodded at Noah, seemingly affirming his conjecture. Noah felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart, rendering him a touch lighter. You mentioned needing my assistance, did you not? Young Noah? Gung Shiro inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Master Gung Shiro, I hope you can keep my fruit ability confidential, particularly regarding my eyes. No sooner had he spoken than Noah manifested the three-tomo Sharingan, a fleeting glimpse before reverting to his normal dark irises. I see. It appears you have grand designs. Young Noah, Gung Shiro pondered, connecting the dots to Noah's recent words, as if grasping a deeper understanding. Noah nodded slightly, offering no further explanation. After all, one must be cautious with words, for the future is fraught with uncertainties. As for Zoro's message, I would appreciate it if you could convey his request for discretion. It is nearly time for my departure, teacher. Gazing at the gradually rising sun, Noah bid farewell to Gung Shiro. Allow me to accompany you to the dock. Gung Shiro replied somewhat wistfully, for the son of an old friend, whom he had not seen in many years, was about to embark on his journey. Yet, Noah insisted. There is no need, teacher. I possess a swifter means of travel, far quicker than by boat. Noah's enigmatic wink left a tantalizing hint. Do you wish to venture onto the Red Line? Yield Shiro pondered with some perplexity. The geographical distribution of the pirate world is remarkably straightforward. At the heart of the planet lies a belt of land encircling it, known as the Red Line. Perpendicularly intersecting the Red Line is the Grand Line, which divides the seas into four distinct portions: the West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, and the East Blue, where Noah currently resides. Flanking the Grand Line are the infamous calm belts, dreaded by even the most formidable pirates who roam the seas. As the name suggests, these regions are devoid of wind, posing a calamity for pirates still reliant on sails during this age of wind. However, the true horror of the calm belts lies in the myriad of sea kings that lurk within. Ordinary vessels face a perilous journey, often leading to certain doom. Only the Navy and select powerful pirates possess the means to traverse the calm belts and access the Grand Line. Other pirate ships or merchant vessels seeking entry into the Grand Line must navigate the treacherous Reverse Mountain. As one of the pivotal intersections between the Red Line and the Grand Line, this location serves as both the commencement and conclusion of the Grand Line. The tumultuous currents of the four seas converge here, with such force that they defy gravity, creating the extraordinary spectacle of Reverse Mountain. The confluence of these currents ultimately cascades down, ushering vessels into the Grand Line. After an extensive voyage encircling half the globe, the other intersection, the Holy Land Mariewa, stands imposingly ahead. Merchant ships under government protection and the Navy can pass through with ease, while wanted pirates must resort to coating their ships and journeying beneath the sea to Fishman Island, en route to the New World, ruled by the Four Emperors. The Navy headquarters, Marine Fort, is situated in proximity to Mariewa, safeguarding the sanctum of the celestial dragons. Traveling by land is not impossible. However, the Red Line lacks established roads, rendering the journey exceedingly long and arduous compared to sailing. "Teacher, do keep your eyes peeled," Noah interjected, a confident smile gracing his lips as he tossed his ink cloud blade into the air, its edge pointing earthward, the tip directed resolutely forward. Noah leapt gracefully, landing lightly upon the soaring ink cloud blade, akin to a delicate feather. With his left foot positioned forward on the blade's surface and his right foot bracing against its edge, he summoned the great sky flame. A burning thought ignited as the vibrant orange-red flame flickered upon Noah's forehead. In the next moment, a torrent of orange flames erupted fiercely from the hilt of the ink cloud blade beneath him. Fortunately, Noah had preemptively steadied himself against the edge. Otherwise, the sudden thrust would have undoubtedly sent him tumbling off the blade. "Farewell, teacher," a voice echoed from afar, gradually fading until it became nearly imperceptible. Gazing at Noah's diminutive figure, akin to an ant, Gung Silang found himself momentarily entranced, unable to regain his composure. Even in his usual calm demeanor, he was rendered speechless, his eyes wide in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Gung Silang finally regained his senses, contemplating the devil fruit, truly a marvel. Even after traversing the vast seas and enduring countless storms on the Grand Line, he had seldom encountered a fruit that allowed for such freedom in flight. Yet, the devil fruit ultimately posed a significant risk. Gung Silang furrowed his brow as an imposing figure, one that looked down upon all beings, materialized in his mind, embodying an otherworldly power and enigmatic manipulative prowess. "Celestial Dragon, little Noah, you have already lost a step." However, setting aside Gung Silang's concerns, Noah was currently filled with exhilaration. The mightiest propulsion of the great sky flame propelled the blade's tip as it sliced through the air, racing swiftly in the opposite direction of Upside Down Mountain. Noah extracted the compass, squinting against the howling wind, constantly adjusting his course. "Marin Fando, I am coming." His figure gradually receded, his voice infused with excitement amidst the tumultuous winds. With the sword guiding him through the gusts, he reveled in the exhilaration of vanquishing demons across the world. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Noah, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the narrow wooden bed, slowly opened them. It appeared the time had arrived. A figure leapt down from the upper bunk, mumbling to himself as he hurried to the door. All hands on deck. Clad in naval attire, albeit with striking traditional characters emblazoned on his sleeves and back, the newcomer was one of the ship's deckhands. Several individuals sharing the adjacent bunk either sat up, closed their books, or set down their dumbbells, gradually making their way out of the room. Noah mingled among them, flowing with the crowd onto the deck. There, a colonel from a certain branch of the Navy stood, arms crossed, a cigar slowly emitting wisps of smoke from his mouth. His cold gaze scrutinized the chaotic scene below, devoid of any semblance of discipline, resembling a bustling marketplace. Only a few, donned in white naval uniforms, stood apart from the throng. Noah was among them, remaining silent and feeling distinctly out of place, yet somehow catching the colonel's approving eye. "Enough, you scoundrels," the colonel bellowed, silencing the ruckus below. Though the term scoundrels incited resentment among the crowd, none dared to challenge a naval officer, even if he was merely a branch colonel. "Humph. If you maintain this attitude, I suggest you forego leaving the ship later and head straight home. The naval headquarters is unlike any branch you have encountered. The laxity you have witnessed elsewhere does not exist here." The crowd fell into silence, many feeling ashamed of their previous conduct, while others begrudgingly buried their discontent deep within, unwilling to voice their dissent. "Now, I shall elucidate some matters regarding naval recruitment." The colonel inhaled from his cigar, exhaling a ring of smoke, his tone tinged with impatience. Noah sat in the corner, cradling the muted blade of the ink-black cloud concealed within its sheath, intently listening to the colonel's exposition. Were it not for his strikingly handsome visage, one might overlook his presence, for his physique appeared rather unremarkable. Having journeyed from Frost Moon Village in the East Sea along the Celestial Path, Noah, fatigued, retrieved a small sailboat from his universal capsule to recuperate, resting through the night aboard the vessel. Though the compact sailboat, a reward from the system, offered limited space, its inclusion within the universal capsule constituted a concealed boon, reflecting commendable consideration. After enduring a relentless journey spanning several days, he finally boarded a vessel destined for Marineford, specifically designed to transport recruits for naval enlistment. Half an hour elapsed before the naval colonel finally ceased his discourse, for the ship had docked at the quay. "What towering edifices!" exclaimed the crowd on the deck. "Look, there are even giants." The grandeur of the naval headquarters elicited awe from all present. The crescent-shaped island was adorned with soaring towers, surrounded by numerous buildings, resembling a cluster of shrubs encircling a towering tree. The inner arc of the crescent formed a harbor, where massive artillery emplacements stood guard over Marineford, their gleaming obsidian barrels exuding an intimidating aura capable of obliterating a medium-sized warship with a single shot. Perhaps intimidated by the might of the giant cannons, everyone disembarked in silence, following the colonel towards the recruitment center. Amidst the throng of people, peculiar figures emerged, including giants towering several meters high, long-armed beings possessing 2 elbow joints, and the long-legged kin with disproportionately elongated limbs. This spectacle elicited astonishment from some, while others remained unfazed. "Colonel Gadro, long time no see." A naval officer at the registration desk greeted the colonel, waving enthusiastically. "Ah, it's you, Major Leal. I'm surprised you still remember me." Colonel Gadro replied, delighted to see a familiar face, exchanging pleasantries without hindering Noah in the other's registration process. Upon receiving an identity registration form, Noah found an unoccupied table and began to fill it out. After completing the form and submitting it, he followed the crowd to the assessment area. Colonel Gadro, having fulfilled his duty, did not accompany them any further. "Colonel, here is the portion you requested." A nearby sailor organized several identity registration forms and handed them to Colonel Gadro. "These are the individuals you have your eye on?" Major Leal inquired affirmatively. All of them exhibited commendable performance aboard the ship. "If they pass the assessments with good results, we will certainly recruit them into our branch." Gadro relished a puff from his cigar as he perused the forms. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, causing his cigar to fall unnoticed to the ground. Leal, intrigued by Gadro's exaggerated reaction, leaned closer to glimpse the registration form. Isaac D. Noah, 18 years old, hailing from the East Seas, Four Seasons Island. Known as the weakest sea. "Is there anything noteworthy?" Leal queried, puzzled. His father, "Look, do you recognize this name?" Gadro said gravely, pointing to a line on the form. "Isaac D. Reynolds," Leal exclaimed, his tone charged with excitement. "In our cohort, we received considerable support from Rear Admiral Reynolds. Had it not been for that incident, he would have already been promoted to Vice Admiral by now." Leal's voice grew increasingly somber, eventually fading to a whisper as he slammed his fist onto the wooden table, leaving an unmistakable imprint. "This is a disgrace for the Navy. The Rear Admiral is dead, and the murderer remains at large, due to some ridiculous notion of balance. The world government has ordered no investigation." Leal's anger simmered as he recalled the past, lamenting the tragic fate of the Rear Admiral, whose demise merely added a bounty for the assassin, an abhorrent mockery of justice. "Enough, Leal," Gadro interjected, his brow furrowing as if to stifle Leal's words. Who knew what unsavory elements might be lurking among this group? Hearing such sentiments could lead to dire consequences. Yet, despite his admonition, Gadro's eyes betrayed a profound sorrow. The Navy's justice has become a mere reflection of the world government's will. Among these individuals, who knows how many are agents of the world government? Run 200 laps. Anyone failing to complete within 1 hour will face an additional 100 laps. Climb the rope 100 times. 2,000 push-ups, commence. As Noah traversed a vast plaza, he observed countless shirtless sailors training, their well-defined muscles glistening. The commanding officer's shouts and the soldiers' chants echoed relentlessly, and even from a distance, one could see the ground soaked with sweat. Many were daunted by the sheer intensity of the scene, some even contemplating withdrawal. Is this training truly within human capability? I wonder what this year's assessment entails. Indeed, it's said that the Navy headquarters varies the assessment criteria each year to prevent candidates from training specifically for them. As Noah listened to the hushed murmurs around him, he felt no concern. His father had often recounted the Navy's recruitment assessments, although the specifics changed annually. The core evaluations centered on strength, speed, stamina, and combat prowess. Regardless of the variations, those with true capability would not be deterred by any assessment. With this thought in mind, Noah discreetly observed his surroundings, spotting several individuals whose calm demeanor and confident smiles suggested they were unfazed. Last year's assessments were traditional, measuring strength, speed, and destructive power to derive a combat effectiveness score, which determined rankings. Combat effectiveness score, Noah mused internally. If memory serves, Rob Lucci's score was around 4,000. Since breaking through to the Swordmaster realm, I have yet to gauge my own effectiveness. It should far exceed 4,000. This year, it's a trial path. I'm doomed. The opportunity has arrived. After walking for some time, the assessment venue came into view. Some lamented their misfortune at encountering a particularly challenging assessment, while others gazed eagerly, considering it a fortuitous opportunity. The trial path awaits. Noah tapped his head, meticulously rummaging through the recollections of the naval assessments his father had once narrated, seeking information about the path of trials. It bore a resemblance to the challenge shows of his previous life. The arena before him was replete with an array of mechanisms, some resembling circular turntables and balance beams, their purposes discernible to Noah at a glance, while others remained inscrutable. The entire path of trials was divided into 10 entrances, each capable of accommodating 5 individuals simultaneously. Under the guidance of the sailors, the vast throng of candidates split into 10 groups, lining up at each entrance. At entrance number 9, Group 67 donned a badge upon their chests, and Noah commenced the tedious and protracted wait. After observing several participants navigate the challenges, his anxieties began to dissipate. The sun ascended high, casting a relentless glare upon the azure sky, scorching the multitude of anxious candidates below. Group 67, Ramon Sauter, Code Aaron, Isaac D. Noah, step forward. For men and one woman formed a line, casting sidelong glances at their competitors. Noah's keen senses detected that 4 pairs of eyes lingered on his face the longest, and when they settled upon him, he could distinctly feel the disdain within their gazes. After all, even the lone female among them was robust, her arms as thick as his legs, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint stubble around her lips. She was the most unrestrained in her scrutiny, as if she were intent on devouring Noah whole. During the trials, it was prohibited to inflict harm, damage the venue, or linger beyond the allocated time at any stage. Violations would lead to disqualification. The Marine stationed at the entrance, with a stern expression, recited the rules he had repeated 67 times, before finally raising the whistle hanging from his chest and blowing into it with vigor. Begin. The only woman among the 5 did not forget to cast a flirtatious smile back at him, leaving behind an ambiguous remark, "Oh, if you can't hold on, feel free to seek my assistance." Alas, for whom was this allure intended? Yet that flirtation was destined to be in vain. The moment the whistle pierced the air, Noah had already darted away, wishing to avoid lingering with them any longer. The first challenge was deceptively simple. At the far end of a 20-meter log bridge, Noah's figure appeared as if he had teleported, a mere illusion produced by the sheer speed of his swift movement. At the starting point of the log bridge, the remaining 4 were treading cautiously, each step a delicate balance, lest they fall into the pile of rubble below. A failure to remain upright twice would result in disqualification. 10 hefty iron balls swung pendulously from fixed chains, their varying frequencies and speeds presenting an obstacle on the log bridge. In that moment, one individual, momentarily distracted by Noah's rapid traversal across the log bridge, was struck squarely by an iron ball, sending him flying several meters away, unable to rise again. Next came the wooden stumps. Noah's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the next challenge, a deep pit filled with dozens of wooden stumps of varying heights, forming a disordered path reminiscent of a traditional stepping stone arrangement, but lacking the meticulousness of true plum blossom stumps. Carrying 2 dumbbells of equal weight, participants had 1 minute to navigate the stump path. Exceeding the time limit or falling from a stump would result in elimination. The greater the weight of the dumbbells chosen, the shorter the traversal time required, resulting in fewer stumps touched and higher scores. Beside the pit where the stumps lay, a notice board outlined the precautions, while the ground was scattered with dumbbells of various sizes. The first challenge tested basic balance and eyesight, while the second increased the difficulty. The initial combination of swinging balls and the log bridge posed little challenge to most, as there was no time constraint. Those who were eliminated mainly lacked balance or had poor mental fortitude. The difficulty of the second challenge escalated slightly, with each stump being no larger than the size of a fist and spaced irregularly, necessitating careful estimation of force and distance with every leap, which would inevitably slow the pace. Yet, due to the time limit, participants could not afford to be excessively cautious. The greatest variable lay with the dumbbells. The mere inertia of the weights was enough to challenge any contender. Clutching the heaviest dumbbell, Noah grasped one that was the size of a human head, clearly marked with a weight of 50 kilograms. The heaviest dumbbell, the quickest speed, and the fewest stumps touched. A figure leapt into the air, arms outstretched like a great rock spreading its wings, slicing through the air, the momentum only wavering as he neared the end of the stump path. Moonstep. Noah's foot barely grazed the ground, his swift kick seemingly tangible in the air, and in an instant, he ascended effortlessly, landing lightly at the end of the wooden path. How is this possible? 4, 7 seconds. Am I seeing things? If my eyes do not deceive me, was that a moonwalk? Within a nearby pavilion, a dozen naval personnel were operating highly advanced instruments, their screens displaying a cluster of individuals surrounding Noah's group, each person squinting, scratching their heads, unable to believe their own eyes. What about this person's information? According to the name tag, it's number 5 from Group 67. Let me see that. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a rear admiral stationed in the control room sees the contested identity form, glancing at it twice before his jaw went slack in disbelief. We must promptly inform Admiral Garp. With a resounding crash, a hefty 200-kilogram cubic stone was hurled to the ground, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Noah bent down, his 2 fingers converging as he swept across the lock at his ankle, much like a swordsman wielding his blade. The resilient hemp rope severed cleanly, as though cut by a sharp edge. The 5th challenge was completed. Casually glancing at the surveillance insect beside him, whose eyes were wide with astonishment, Noah dusted off his attire and gracefully stepped toward the next challenge, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. He appeared nothing like someone burdened with a weight of 200 kilograms after traversing 100 meters while gripping a horizontal bar. Remarkably strong, he opted for the maximum weight at each stage, yet completed them at an astonishing pace, achieving perfect scores. Perhaps he could reach the final challenge and earn his qualification. It's hard to say. This year's trials are considerably more difficult than in the past. I heard that the final challenge involves... What? That monster has been sent over again. Don't worry, not everyone is qualified to confront it. The minions preceding it are enough to give these new recruits a run for their money, even if this Isaac D. Noah disregarded the hushed whispers of those below. After notifying Admiral Karp, he fixed his gaze on Noah's visage on the screen, his eyes slightly reddening. You resemble him so much, Admiral Renault. To breeze through all the stages and attain the highest score should certainly draw the Navy's considerable attention, which might influence his future promotion rate. While contemplating this, Noah's pace remained unhurried, and upon lifting his gaze, he found himself at the 6th challenge. What is this? The familiar scene before him evoked certain memories from his past life, causing the otherwise smooth journey to be momentarily interrupted by a rare look of distress. A row of 5 tables, spaced far apart and surrounded by partitions, each equipped with a surveillance insect, fixated on the surfaces before them. Sitting at table number 5, Noah instinctively pressed his legs together and sat upright, a long-forgotten sense of tension enveloping him. A thin stack of paper, densely filled with minuscule text, made him feel slightly dizzy. Fill in the names of the major islands in the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Analyze the strengths of the key figures in the Whitebeard pirates. 3 warships, propelled by a southeast wind at a speed of 10 ms. Engage with 2 pirate ships sailing westward at a distance of 1,000 meters, while the ocean current flows from east to west at a speed of 3 ms. Please detail the combat plan, personnel arrangements, and ship coordination under the aforementioned conditions. As he read, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Noah's forehead. After swallowing hard, he picked up his pen and filled in the answers he could manage. It would be fine if they asked about the time of encounter, but I can still recall the knowledge from middle school mathematics. The latter part, however, is exceedingly challenging. Why did they have to ask for an analysis of the Whitebeard pirates? If only it were an inquiry about the beast pirates instead. 18 years had passed, and the memories of his previous life had grown somewhat hazy. Noah retained only fragments of significant events, lacking clarity regarding the specific figures in the Whitebeard pirates and their abilities. The beast pirates, however, he had extensively researched after leaving the island. Thanks to the drought and Jack's influence, he had some recollection of Blackbeard, but it seemed he had not yet reached the time of his betrayal and had not displayed any formidable strength. Thus, he could not write about him. There was supposedly a user of the mythical Zoan fruit known as the Phoenix, but he could hardly remember anything beyond that. In the blank space beneath the questions, he penned a few lines analyzing Whitebeard, all common knowledge, along with some fragmented introductions, such as one captain being a user of the Phoenix fruit and another being a master swordsman. There were also geography and history questions. I shall not serve any longer. Noah, with a stoic expression, snapped the pen in his hand and rose to proceed to the next challenge, leaving his score to fate. When it comes to the Navy, relying solely on brute strength is hardly sufficient. Why indulge in such trivialities? While he may grumble, Noah understands the necessity of written examinations. For navigating the seas requires a firm grasp of geography and maritime knowledge. Ignorance in these areas could lead to dire consequences. As a commander, One must be adept at deploying troops and strategizing. Charging recklessly without such knowledge would have led to the Navy's downfall countless times. Should he achieve a high score in this round, even if his previous performances were mediocre, he would likely secure a position within the Navy. The ranks of muscle-bound brutes in the Navy are plentiful. What is truly lacking is a leader capable of uniting and directing them. A minor setback will not sway the final outcome. It seems the forthcoming challenges cannot be taken lightly. Noah silently vowed to ensure he would achieve a perfect score in the subsequent challenges. "You seem remarkably at ease," remarked a robust young man, seated on the ground to recuperate, as he observed Noah's leisurely approach, devoid of any signs of fatigue. "It's manageable. The levels aren't particularly difficult, except for the sixth one," Noah replied, as the exam paper evoked memories of a time when he was overwhelmed by the fear of examinations. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the 10 entrances converged here, with 8 others, aside from himself, seated in quiet repose. Some passages were deserted, while others had multiple individuals, all from earlier groups. "The caliber of this year's naval candidates is rather lacking. None can match my pace," Noah mused internally, disregarding his own capabilities as he pressed onward. "Hey, aren't you going to take a break? According to regulations, you're allowed a 20-minute respite. The next level is a test of endurance," called out the man who had initially engaged Noah, only to receive a dismissive wave in response. Noticing the man's badge, which indicated he was from Group 67, Noah thought, "We are not of the same ilk." A burly man from Group 2 to 63 stood up to stretch, his joints cracking audibly, clearly imbued with considerable strength. He turned to his companion and remarked, "Indeed, in such a vast world, there are bound to be a few anomalies." At the starting point of the 7th challenge, countless cubic stone blocks, reminiscent of those in the 5th challenge, were piled high, with the heaviest weighing an astonishing ton. Noah secured a rope through a groove in the center of the blocks, fastening one end around his waist. He took 2 steps forward, the rope tautening and causing the blocks to shift, producing a jarring, grating sound against the coarse gravel surface. "It seems this may be a bit of a strain," he conceded. Noah furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Indeed, to achieve a perfect score, he had to remove the talisman. He extended his hand, pressing against his chest. And with a single thought, the gravity that had been uniformly applied to every cell suddenly vanished, clearing his mind significantly. As if the heavy shackles binding his spirit had been severed, allowing him to breathe the air of freedom. The talisman from Mount Tai, valued at 6,000 exchange points, was indeed formidable. After merely 10 days of enduring the half-ton weight on his body and soul, his physical strength, which had struggled to improve through ordinary training, had seen a slight enhancement. Even the most enigmatic essence of his soul could be perceived to be loosening its bottleneck from the expansion of the dead energy flames. By now, Noah had adapted to the influence of the half-ton pressure, and his movements had become indistinguishable from his usual state. However, when faced with a physically demanding situation, such as the current 7th challenge, carrying the talisman would be somewhat reckless. With a deep breath, he felt considerably lighter, accompanied by a hissing sound of friction. Noah began to accelerate, raising a cloud of dust before vanishing from the sight of those behind him. Such speed was astonishing. Perhaps one day we too shall possess such strength. The group resting nearby, whether envious or aspirational, silently tightened their resolve. A few suddenly rose and headed towards the cluster of stones, clearly unwilling to lag behind. 20 minutes later, at the edge of the Marinvando beach, a broad avenue floating on the sea unfolded before Noah's eyes, its end shrouded in mist, eluding his gaze. The moment he stepped onto the avenue, his expression shifted dramatically. A bone-chilling cold pervaded the path, seeping through the soles of his shoes and coursing through his bones, making him shiver involuntarily. As he looked closer, he realized that this avenue was composed of thick ice layered with coarse gravel, refrozen into a solid structure. Even the surging waves of the sea could not disturb the icy roadway. Distinct drag marks stretched into the distance, and with keen vision, Noah discerned several tiny black dots, reminiscent of ants, slowly writhing. At intervals, small vessels were stationed alongside the icy path, evidently prepared to rescue anyone unable to endure the harsh conditions, preventing them from freezing to death on the road. After running for 20 minutes, his blood surged vigorously, effectively countering the cold. Yet Noah was aware that this was merely the beginning. Just look at the fellow he had just overtaken. His chest heaved violently, panting like a bellows. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the sun, rapidly evaporating into steam, making him appear as though he were ignited, billowing white vapor. Ordinarily, one would expect flushed cheeks and an invigorated spirit in such a state of exertion. However, This individual, along with the 3 or 4 others Noah had surpassed, exhibited a pallid complexion, swaying unsteadily, resembling drunken men. Even the strong among them struggled to persevere. Gradually, Noah began to slow his pace as he approached the end. The cold intensified, though it was far less biting than the frigid air atop the Tianchi Plateau on Four Seasons Island. Yet, the prolonged exposure was wearing. With each step, he felt a portion of his warmth dissipating, as energy for stamina gradually drained, much of it transforming into heat to maintain his body temperature. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. Gulp. I am so hungry. His abdomen groaned under the dual torment of tightening ropes and hunger, and Noah swallowed hard. His vision filled with the tantalizing food floating in the air. His pace quickened slightly, as if he believed that by running faster, he might catch up to the delicious allure ahead. Hey, wake up. A pair of large hands suddenly clapped down, but Noah, lost in thought, evaded them. Not even brushing against the person's sleeve. The man who had called out froze for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect to find such a promising young talent this time. Do you know what observation hockey is? Who are you? Noah replied, his tone slightly unfriendly. Sizing up the man who appeared to be a naval officer, a major, at least 30 years of age, unkempt yet possessing a formidable physique. I am responsible for assisting newcomers. Once you pass the 7th challenge, regardless of your scores thereafter, you qualify for entry into the recruit camp. Whether you wish to tackle the subsequent challenges is entirely up to you. Succeeding brings its own rewards, but failing will not result in elimination. I noticed you were daydreaming earlier. I called out to you several times without a response. Even when I brought this bowl of ginger soup to you, you seemed oblivious. Still intent on running forward. Apologies, I was momentarily distracted by hunger. Thank you. Noah eagerly accepted a large bowl of steaming ginger soup, expressing his gratitude before gulping it down in one go. After a contented sigh, he wiped the corners of his mouth and extended his hand, requesting another bowl from the lieutenant colonel. You certainly don't hold back, the lieutenant colonel remarked with a smirk, reluctantly accepting the bowl. If it weren't for witnessing you lugging the heaviest stone over here, would I personally serve you? He scoffed. As a naval lieutenant colonel, I have my dignity to uphold. However, the young man's recent display of agility was no trifling matter. If he had merely evaded the attack with prior preparation, it would not have been particularly impressive. The true essence lay in the fact that he had been momentarily distracted. If he had trained in observation hockey beforehand, such prowess at his age would be quite rare, meriting significant attention from the Navy. Conversely, if he had awakened this ability on his own, without prior knowledge of its existence, it would be even more formidable. An innate awakening of observation hockey, when further honed through systematic training, often reveals extraordinary qualities absent in the average practitioner, regardless of the circumstances. It would be prudent to cultivate a good rapport with him. After all, it costs nothing to offer a bowl of soup and exchange a few pleasant words. What were you asking me earlier? Noah inquired, cradling a freshly filled bowl of ginger soup in his hands, sipping it slowly. The warmth of the soup tinged his cheeks with a rosy hue, as the soothing sensation coursed through his body, evoking an almost euphoric response. Just a simple bowl of ginger soup, and you seem to be savoring it as if it were ambrosia. Why not ascend to the heavens while you're at it? The lieutenant colonel observed Noah's blissful demeanor, his beard quivering with amusement. I was asking if you were familiar with observation hockey, he pressed on. Yes. Noah affirmed with a nod. Did you awaken it naturally, or through training? The lieutenant colonel gazed at Noah with eager anticipation, fervently hoping to glean the answer from him. This man couldn't possibly be a homosexual, could he? That gaze is utterly unsettling. Noah was nearly startled, barely managing to halt his retreat. Indeed. The innate awakening of observation hockey, a skill so rare, was far more precious than the commonly touted conqueror's hockey. The notion that one could simply encounter someone with naturally awakened observation hockey was, as he realized, quite naive. With a sigh, the lieutenant colonel did not dwell on disappointment but instead inquired, at what age did you awaken your observation hockey? His tone carried a glimmer of hope. The younger one was when they developed hockey, the greater their potential achievements, a principle that had yet to be disproven. This time, the lieutenant colonel felt no dismay. I advise you, he said, the upcoming challenges harbor certain dangers. With your talents, you would certainly attract the attention of the Navy. Even if you were to stop here, it would bear no negative consequences. Why not accompany me instead? I assure you, under my wing, your time in the recruit camp will be smooth, and upon graduation, you would serve under me, reaping great rewards. As the lieutenant colonel continued his incessant persuasion, spittle flying everywhere, Noah leisurely sipped his ginger soup, appearing unfazed and seemingly preoccupied, allowing the words to drift in one ear and out the other. 10 minutes later, the lieutenant colonel was still painting an idyllic picture of Noah's future alongside him, gesticulating animatedly, leaving those around him in awe. All right, enough of that. Noah, having regained much of his strength thanks to the ginger soup, gestured for silence and replied, I have my reasons for participating in the forthcoming challenges. Please do not concern yourself. I possess ample confidence that I will not suffer significant harm. Moreover, the recruit camp is not my ultimate goal. It's merely a stepping stone, as you can imagine. Ah, I see. You have quite the lofty aspirations. After all, what genius lacks a bit of pride? Smoker was even more audacious than you back in the day, yet he undeniably had the skills to back it up. Nevertheless, my humble abode cannot accommodate such a towering figure as yourself. Should our paths cross again, I would be content to be recognized by you. Who knows? You may even ascend to the rank of vice admiral faster than I. The lieutenant colonel remarked, stepping aside to clear a path. Go forth, young man, and bravely chase your dreams. Until we meet again, may fate be on your side. Noah waved his hand and moved on to the next stage, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. It wasn't until Noah rounded the bend ahead, about to vanish from the lieutenant colonel's sight, that the lieutenant colonel slapped his forehead. He had just thought to call out, but suddenly remembered something, swallowing his words with a flushed face, coughing repeatedly. He almost shouted out, How could I have forgotten to exchange names? I was too preoccupied with making a good impression. The lieutenant colonel stomped his foot in frustration, turning around to see a crowd of onlookers gawking at him, as if he were a circus act. Infuriated, he barked, What are you staring at, you bunch of good-for-nothings? If you can walk after drinking the ginger soup, hurry up and move. Those entering the new recruits camp to the left, those advancing to the next stage to the right. Don't linger here. Yes, sir. The lieutenant colonel approached the chair prepared for him, and an attentive Marine promptly handed him a registration form. Bang! The Marine, teary-eyed, clutched his head and stepped back, looking bewildered at the lieutenant colonel who was now seated, perusing the registration form with an expression filled with grievance and accusation. Alas, calling you all useless is no exaggeration. How long have you all graduated from the new recruits camp? Your observation hockey is not even as strong as that of a young man who isn't even a naval officer. How can I not be frustrated with you? The lieutenant colonel scowled. Double the training. Yes, Colonel Edric. The Marines no longer clutched their heads but bowed their heads in shame in response, while the other Marines exchanged awkward smiles, burying themselves in their tasks, wary of incurring the lieutenant colonel's wrath. Let me see, 9-67-5, Isaac D. Noah, 18 years old. Hailing from the Four Seasons Island of the East Sea. Odd. ISNT Four Seasons Island shrouded in mist? Could this be a false claim? Impossible. The lieutenant colonel shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. Fabricating one's origin could lead to dismissal. If he wishes to advance, he should not be so reckless. For some reason, Edric was relatively familiar with the Four Seasons Island, knowing that 8 years ago, mysterious fog had sealed off the surrounding seas, causing any ship that entered to exit from a random direction. For 8 years, no one had been able to ascertain what truly transpired. Wait a moment, Isaac D. For Seasons Island. Could it be? Colonel Edric frantically sifted through the text, finally uncovering the information he sought. Indeed, he was the child of Rear Admiral Reno. The frail child from years ago had grown to such heights. To have mastered observation hockey at the age of 12 is a talent that is exceedingly rare. If Rear Admiral Reno were still around, he would surely take great pride in this. I can't believe I didn't recognize him. How infuriating. It is no wonder that Colonel Edric failed to see the resemblance between Noah and his father, Reno. Noah's features were more akin to his mother's. In fact, before he fully matured, unfamiliar faces would often remark on his quiet beauty. After all, it had been 8 years. Everything had changed. When Reno returned home for a reunion, Edric had been on the same ship and had caught a glimpse of the frail Noah then, when he was merely a lieutenant. I had even thought about having him serve under me, not realizing I had once served under his father. Colonel Edric reminisced, at times smiling foolishly, at times shedding tears, and at other times grimacing, startling the Marines and new recruits around him, yet no one dared to speak of it. After all, the Marine who had received a punch still bore a swelling on his head, steaming with pain, and none dared to act out. What sort of perilous challenge lies ahead? As Noah pondered various scenarios in his mind, he inadvertently glanced around, his heart jolting as he abruptly halted. On the soft beach ahead, a man with wild black hair lounged in the sun, appearing incredibly tall. Noah estimated him to be nearly 3 meters. The man wore a white navy uniform, lacking the characteristic cloak, making it impossible for Noah to discern his rank from his attire. In truth, it was unnecessary. In the realm of my observation haki, he bore no presence, detectable only by the naked eye. After consuming the 9-aperture golden pill at the age of 11, Noah experienced a remarkable enhancement in his talents. And through a year of relentless effort in life and death struggles, he successfully awakened his observation haki. Since then, he had never slackened, transforming observation haki into a second nature. Able to expend a portion of his mental energy to maintain a radius of 10 meters. The reason he had evaded Colonel Edric's attack was due to this area of heightened perception. To conceal one's presence within Noah's domain of observation haki, one must either be exceptionally proficient in it, possessing skills that far surpass Noah's own, thus masking his perception, or have an extraordinary ability to suppress one's aura, making it impossible for an ordinary person to achieve. Or perhaps, he was simply an ordinary fish basking in the sun. Observing the languid aura emanating from the man who seemed to embody lethargy, Noah shook his head and discreetly distanced himself. A mere fish? This fish could likely obliterate 10 Noahs without breaking a sweat. Admiral Akiji, a figure of immense repute, indeed, once he had put enough distance between them. Noah finally exhaled in relief. The intangible pressure could only be truly understood through experience. Had he not noticed, it would have been one thing. But once he focused on Akiji, he felt an overwhelming aura pressing down upon him, like an iceberg poised to crush him, rendering him breathless. In a gaming context, an alarm would likely sound. Player is under the pressure of the top-tier boss, Admiral Akiji Kazan. The player will incur 20 points of mental assessment. Failure to pass will result in panic, weakness, and other debilitating effects. After merely a few glances, Noah also noticed some peculiarities. The area where Kazan lay was enveloped in frost, extending across the beach and into the sea, ultimately merging with the ice path. So that's how it is. Noah realized. I wondered why such a long ice path had not shattered under the crashing waves. It turns out Kazan was personally maintaining it. Though the ice path appeared formidable, seemingly unbreakable, in truth, it was brittle and prone to shattering under the relentless assault of the vast ocean. It should have fractured into numerous pieces. However, Kazan's immense power was sufficient to conquer the waves. When will I reach such a realm? Noah extended his hand, scrutinizing the palm with intent, and slowly yet powerfully formed a fist. This day shall not be far off. In the distance, the green pheasant, sensing something amiss, stretched languidly, yawned, and adjusted its position to bask in the sunlight more evenly. Ah, what an amusing young man. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, dust swirling and dispersing, revealing a shadowy figure maintaining a striking pose, its form rising and falling as if engaged in fervent gasping. Noah furrowed his brow, reaching for the hilt of the ink-black blade at his waist, drawing it forth with a decisive slash. A howling gale swept through, instantly dispersing the obscuring dust and sand. The ground lay scattered with debris and remnants of crumbled walls, testament to the astonishing force of his blow. The shadowy figure revealed itself to be a towering man, at least 3 meters in height, with a muscular physique and a bare torso, adorned with a black headscarf. His countenance, though imposing, bore a surprisingly amiable expression as he turned to Noah and offered a smile. A cordial greeting as he stepped through what appeared to be a doorway formed by the ruins. Designation 6-59-3, with door 1 sustaining an 85 damage level, was deemed acceptable. The soldiers swiftly advanced to clear the area, dousing it with water and tidying the remnants, dismantling the shattered walls until the space was revitalized. Once the soldiers withdrew, a sound of whirring gears emanated from beneath the ground, accompanied by a faint rumble as a new wall emerged slowly from the earth, standing resolutely before Noah. The 7th test examined destructive power, presenting 3 walls. The first, an earthen wall with thin wooden planks embedded within, boasting an overall thickness of 80 centimeters. The second, a granite structure with a total thickness of 40 centimeters. And the third, a granite wall of 50 centimeters, reinforced with iron plates of 3 millimeters on the exterior. The degradation levels of the doors were set at 70, 50, and 30, respectively, to be considered satisfactory. Designation 9-67-5, shall we commence the challenge? Noah grasped the hilt of his knife and smiled at the Marine who had spoken, inquiring whether he could wait until the area ahead was devoid of challengers before engaging in combat. The Marine, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acquiescence. Are you afraid of embarrassment if there is no one around? A peculiar figure with disproportionately long legs, towering over Noah, passed by with a disdainful grin. Perhaps you should return home and practice for a few more years, young one, to witness how the masters navigate these trials. After uttering this, he positioned himself before the earthen wall, bouncing in place and lifting his legs high in preparation for several moments. With a cacophony of peculiar sounds, the true long-legged warrior planted his left foot firmly on the ground, while his right leg became a blur of shadows, delivering a fierce kick to the earthen wall. Dust billowed forth, splinters flew, and a series of thundering impacts echoed like drumbeats. Cough, cough, my eyes, sand has entered my eyes. The towering figure of the long-legged tribe was beset by the swirling dust, causing him to tear up and furiously rub his eyes. Meanwhile, Noah, this time, did not extend his hand to disperse the dust but retreated to a distance unaffected, keenly observing the unfolding spectacle. 2-62-1, damage level 90, qualified. A flurry of activity ensued as a new barrier rose, obscuring the figures of the long-legged warrior and the earlier man from view. 20 minutes elapsed without another challenger approaching. The Marine stationed at Gate 1 called out to Noah, who sat cross-legged in the shade of a tree, "There are no more challengers ahead." 9-67-5. You may begin your challenge. Another failure, Noah sighed, resting the inky blade of his sword upon his knee, his fingers gently brushing against its razor-sharp edge. When might the blade Zen communicate with the Soul Reaper? Here I come. I apologize for the inconvenience. Noah gestured towards the awaiting Marine, assuring him, it matters not. Whether you arrive a tad earlier or later, we shall remain here until dusk, and it will bear no consequence. The Marine, noting Noah's politeness, reciprocated the sentiment. Then I shall commence. Positioned 5 meters from the rammed earth wall, Noah gripped his blade firmly, its edge pointed forward. An invisible wave of energy began to permeate the air around him, as the intensity of his observation and perception heightened with each moment of concentration. In this unseen realm, all things pulsated with life, each possessing a distinct rhythm, their vibrations akin to the act of breathing. Gradually, the oscillations of the rammed earth wall became clear to Noah, while the vibrations of the rocky wall were also discerned, and the breath of the iron plate was vividly manifest before his eyes. Blade of fire, tiger's roar, wind and thunder. With a decisive stroke, the blade was unleashed, akin to the torrential downpour of a mighty rainstorm. The sword's energy surged forth, a conflagration of crimson and emerald flames, cleaving through the air and annihilating all obstacles in its path, reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, roaring defiantly through the wilderness, obliterating everything in its wake with relentless force. In an instant, the rammed earth wall was engulfed. The granite wall crumbled into dust amidst the explosion of debris. Even the iron plate was ruthlessly torn asunder. The sword's energy, now imbued with the verdant flames of thunder, increased in hardness exponentially, penetrating 3 barriers with minimal degradation, showing no trepidation upon striking the iron plate. As the energy subsided, the location of the 3 barriers appeared utterly pristine, as if they had merely been an illusion. How is this possible? Exclaimed the Marine, utterly astonished. What has transpired? Surely, even the mightiest force must leave some trace behind. Noah sheathed his long blade slowly, exhaling a deep breath. His complexion was slightly pale. The ominous flames upon his brow extinguished quietly. The previous maneuver had significantly drained his stamina, particularly with the addition of 2 types of flames, which imposed a considerable burden on his mental faculties. This is the unique ability of my devil fruit, he explained. The verdant flames of thunder augment the hardness of my sword energy, allowing it to shatter 2 walls and still rend steel. The crimson flames of the tempest possess the capacity to decompose matter, further diminishing the strength of the barriers, even reducing debris to nothingness. Noah observed that the sailors beside him were still entranced by the shock, uncertain of how to assess the situation. He spoke up to clarify. It is indeed the devil fruit. I witnessed 2 distinct hues of flame, and given the scale of the sword's aura, it is unequivocally that of a master swordsman. With this declaration, the evaluation could be determined. The sailors engaged in hushed discussions for a while before reaching a consensus. The sailor who had previously spoken to Noah stepped forward and proclaimed, for Gate 9-67-5, the destruction level of Door 1 is 100, Door 2 is 100, and Door 3 is 100. All is satisfactory. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take my leave now. Noah greeted with a nod and strode forward briskly under the slightly odd gaze of the Marines. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. The previously mocking tall member of the Longfoot tribe curled into a ball, hugging his knees with his head buried behind his thighs, murmuring a prayer that he fancied only he could hear. Clearly, he was greatly frightened by the recent tempest of sword energy. As Noah passed by him, he trembled like a leaf in the wind. He understood well that even at his peak, he might not have been able to best Noah, let alone in his current injured state, unable to move, choosing to play the ostrich for the moment. Injured? The tall Longfoot tribe member quivered at the sound, nearly fainting. And with a quavering voice replied, "My foot, I twisted my ankle. Yes, I overexerted myself. My left hand has a slight fracture. And my right arm is dislocated. I exhausted too much energy earlier. My name is Leon, and I hail from the Flower Kingdom." Leaning against the towering tree beside the path, a burly man spoke with his hands resting on the ground. The injured tall Longfoot member cautiously raised his head and indeed saw that Noah was speaking to the burly man opposite him, completely oblivious to his presence, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Noah's eyes brightened at the mention of the Flower Kingdom, and he began to contemplate. "I am Isaac D. Noah, from the Four Seasons Island in the East Sea. You claim to be from the Flower Kingdom. Are you familiar with the 8 Treasure Navy?" "Of course, as a citizen of the Flower Kingdom. How could I not know of them?" Leon, the burly man, paused for a moment before responding. "Did you successfully clear the 3rd gate?" Noah inquired. "Well, barely. Unfortunately. My left hand is incapacitated, but my right hand should recover by tomorrow. Otherwise, I would challenge the 8th gate again tomorrow." Leon clenched his right fist and struck the ground, his tone filled with regret. "After the 7th gate, challengers are granted a night's rest to prepare adequately for the 8th gate, as it tests combat abilities. Strength, speed, stamina, and destructive power are assessed individually in the previous gates, but the 8th gate evaluates comprehensive capability. Ultimately, what the Navy values most is the combined combat prowess derived from all these factors. Then, would you like to see what the 8th gate entails?" "Certainly. Then follow me." The winding, secluded forest path was occasionally interrupted by birds flitting through the trees, the chorus of cicadas and frogs filling the air. The fresh atmosphere compelled Noah to take several deep breaths, as if purging the impurities within him, leaving fatigue behind. "In the end, you still harbor some reluctance, do you not?" Noah suddenly halted, turning to Leon, who had been silently following him, and spoke. "What does it matter to be unwilling? My current achievements are sufficient to ensure that I receive ample attention in the recruits' camp. It's merely a desire to take a glance." The atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil. Noah's gaze pierced through Leon's eyes like a sharp arrow, inducing an illusion that struck directly at his soul. "Very well, I must confess my reluctance. I yearn to stand upon the arena of the 8th challenge and exert every ounce of my strength. Even if I should falter here, I would harbor no regrets. The elite camp. How could one ascertain the outcome without a trial?" At last, Leon could no longer suppress his innermost thoughts and spoke candidly. "Your desire, I shall fulfill." With a disdainful smile, the long blade was drawn. An orange-red blaze ignited at his brow, flickering momentarily before being replaced by a vibrant yellow flame. In the next instant, the ebony blade itself blazed with a radiant yellow fire, as brilliant as sunlight. "What, do you intend to strike me?" Leon braced himself as if facing a formidable adversary, awkwardly adopting a fighting stance. Though there were no surveillance devices present, even if you could erase all traces, there were witnesses who saw us together. You would not escape suspicion. Relax. If you wish to continue advancing, relinquish your resistance. What benefit would I gain from slaying you?" With that, Noah deftly flipped the blade upward, causing the flames that clung to it to surge into the air like water splashed forth, compelling Leon to involuntarily gaze upward. The sword's fire is a beacon of salvation. What a brilliant light! Leon squinted, observing that this flame seemed to have taken the place of the sun in the sky, radiating an expanse of sunshine, rendering the heavens clear and bright. Has the sun descended? The luminous orb suddenly plummeted, striking directly upon the upturned face of Leon. Curiously, he found himself devoid of the instinct to evade. Yet, this thought fleetingly crossed his mind, and he soon dismissed it. What is this? Ignited by the sun, Leon transformed into a human torch, radiating light from every inch of his being. The flames roared, yet not a single thread of his clothing was singed. It could be said that, apart from an enveloping warmth akin to basking under the sun on a spring beach, there was no trace of scorching heat. A tingling sensation coursed through the bones of his left hand, prompting Leon to instinctively reach out to scratch an itch, but as his hand extended halfway, he halted. The fracture, has it healed? In disbelief, Leon clenched and released his left hand, repeating the motion, and upon moving his right shoulder, he realized the lingering effects of his dislocated arm had vanished. Deep within his body, a continuous surge of power welled up, coursing through him. Leon even felt that if he were to confront the 3rd door now, a single punch would suffice. How extraordinary! How have you accomplished this? As the flames gradually dissipated, Leon moved his body, feeling as though all fatigue had been erased, his injuries mended, and his vitality replenished as if he had rested for 3 days. It is merely the application of a devil fruit, nothing of significance. Noah smiled modestly, sheathing his long knife and continuing to walk forward. Do not disclose what just transpired. I fear the Navy may disqualify us. Rest assured, Lian replied, hastening to catch up, his excitement palpable as he thumped his chest in assurance. From now on, whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Let us consider ourselves friends. Moreover, we must hasten. The healing flames of the sun that restored you operated by unlocking the latent potential within your body to facilitate recovery. However, the restored strength is time-bound. Should we exceed this limit, you risk succumbing to an even greater fatigue, or worse, fainting on the spot. In essence, the activated flames of the sun serve as a temporary enhancement, albeit with constraints and potential side effects. How magnificent! Lian marveled, surveying his surroundings, awestruck by the grandeur before him. The architecture here bears the marks of age. Noah paid closer attention to the finer details, noticing the patches of moss clinging to the weathered stone wall, while a cluster of wild grass stubbornly thrived at the base. The vast expanse resembled the grandeur of the ancient Roman Colosseum, with the central arena left open, surrounded by a scattering of spectators seated on the periphery. That was. Noah lifted his gaze and met the eyes of another looking back at him. Grandpa Garp, what did you say? Lian, who was scanning the surroundings, failed to catch Noah's previous words. Following Noah's line of sight, he gasped softly. It was none other than the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, and beside him stood the one-armed figure, former Admiral Zephyr. What should we do? Are we to undergo our assessment under the watchful eyes of these legendary figures? What if we fail to impress? Will we leave a poor impression? What if I run out of strength midway? Oh no, they are watching me. Should I appear more at ease? Lee, trembling under the gaze of the greats, felt anything but composed. Hey, wait for me. Noah walked away in silence, following the arrow signs on the ground in search of the entrance. Your foundation is quite solid. If you refrain from combat, you should be able to endure for 3 to 4 hours. However, once engaged in intense physical activity, sustaining yourself for even half an hour would be a testament to your stamina. In a moment, you will go first. I observe that the individuals in the audience, aside from the Marine, appear to be seasoned combatants, so there should be no need to queue. We are here to conquer the challenge. Having located the Marine responsible for this stage, Lian eagerly stepped forward and spoke. The Marine glanced at Lian's badge, rifled through a thick stack of papers for a moment, verified the information, and handed it to Lian number 6-59-3. Lian, if you are certain about participating in the 8th stage, please sign the paper. Lian took the document, skimmed through several lines, and promptly affixed his signature. What was written on it? Noah prodded Lian and inquired. It was no wonder that Noah could not see the contents on the paper. His height simply did not permit it. Lian stood at an impressive 3 meters, while Noah measured only 1.9. To an average person, Noah's stature might not be considered short. However, this was not a typical world of pirates, where individuals towering at 2 or 3 meters were quite commonplace. The 3 admirals of the Navy each stood at an imposing 2.7 meters. The 7 warlords, such as Jean Bay and Don Quixote da Flamingo, exceeded 3 meters. Edward Newgate was an astonishing 7.3 meters tall, not to mention the giants. Nevertheless, Noah's height was not a source of shame. It was certainly above the average level. My apologies, brother Noah, but I am in a hurry. Please take a look for yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sheet of paper, bearing Li and signature, appeared in Noah's hand. Lian had already dashed towards the end of the passage, where a heavy iron door slowly rose, obstructing Noah's view. This fellow, indeed. Noah shook his head helplessly, glancing at the paper in his hand. Was this not a waiver of liability for casualties? It stated that by voluntarily challenging, any injuries or fatalities would be compensated by the Navy to a reasonable extent. However, the Navy did show some kindness by offering additional subsidies. You may first ascend to the upper levels to observe the battle, and once his challenge concludes, you can descend. After signing his own waiver, the Marine addressed Noah. I shall take you up. Thank you. Lian, do your best. Noah stood in the stands, cheering for Lian, who appeared as diminutive as an ant in the vast arena. The expanse was so immense that the sound barely reached Lian's ears, reduced to a faint, indistinct murmur, yet he could still see Noah waving, which stirred profound emotions within him. A sense of urgency washed over Lian, not solely due to the impending challenge of the 8th gate, but also from the penetrating gaze of Vice Admiral Karp and Chief Instructor Zephyr. With a thunderous clamor, gears engaged and whirred, raising a formidable steel barrier. From behind it came the sound of heavy breathing, escalating in urgency as the barrier ascended, revealing a creature that paced restlessly, its movements accompanied by the scraping of a weighty object against the ground. Sunlight gradually peeled away the shadows draped over the creature, unveiling its true form. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as heavy footsteps resounded, accompanied by the grating sound of a blade dragging. A roar erupted, and a massive blade, several meters in length, glimmered brilliantly as it was firmly grasped by a furry paw. Was this a baboon? Noah uttered a soft exclamation, a flicker of recognition igniting within him as he rummaged through his memories. This peculiar creature was a unique specimen from the island of Kuligan on the Great Maritime Route, specifically captured for the naval recruitment. Observing Noah's astonishment, a nearby sailor, eager to clarify, explained, "This baboon is no ordinary beast. It possesses immense strength. And while its agility is notable, what truly sets it apart is that blade it wields. Indeed, it is trained in the art of swordsmanship." Oh, has someone taught it the way of the sword? Noah feigned ignorance, recalling fragments of the narrative, and continued to probe. "Do you know who the world's greatest swordsman is?" The sailor retorted, "Certainly, it is Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned for wielding the black blade Yoru, a supreme great sword, and celebrated as the world's foremost swordsman. Do these baboons have any connection to him?" There is a slight connection. These baboons are adept imitators, exceptionally intelligent. They become docile in the presence of gentle souls, and conversely. Are you suggesting that these baboons were raised by Mihawk? Noah was somewhat taken aback, for this diverged from the information stored in his memory. No. How could this be? The naval officer waved his hands in denial, explaining, for years ago, the kingdom of Zephyr on Kuligana Island was engulfed in turmoil. The entire realm was laid to waste, with corpses strewn across the land. These baboons, born of the jungle, grew up witnessing the savage battles of humanity, even learning to wield weapons. The island was littered with abandoned arms and armor, and these baboons, having matured, imitated humans. Much like the baboon in the arena now, though it found few suitable chest plates, there were always protective gear for its legs and shoulders. With a long blade in hand, its fierce combat skills acquired from the battlefield are not to be trifled with. However, I do hold some hope for that lad down there. He remains composed under pressure, a mark of true capability. The naval officer leaned over the railing, pointing at the standoff between Leon and the baboon. "Hey, you haven't yet explained how this relates to Hawkeye," Noah interjected as the naval officer veered off topic. "Ah, that indeed has a connection to Hawkeye. If you can defeat 5 baboons working in unison, then you shall earn the right to know," he chuckled. "Is that so? I truly look forward to it," Noah replied, leaning against the railing, keenly observing the impending clash. Spike Dragon's 100-piercing cone. Leon, having long since prepared his strength, was the first to initiate the assault. His muscles, forged like iron, tensed as he unleashed his fists, which resembled steel spikes, their shadows multiplying into the hundreds, swiftly overwhelming the baboon wielding the blade. The baboon brandished its steel knife, struggling to parry using the combat techniques it had emulated from the battlefield. Yet, it could not keep pace with Leon's lightning-fast punches, soon reduced to lamentation. With a resounding thud, the baboon collapsed, devoid of visible wounds. Yet it incessantly spewed forth fragments of its innards, indicative of severe internal injuries. Most alarming were the shattered pieces of armor on the baboon's shoulders and legs, with its fine steel blade marred by numerous shallow pits resembling bullet holes. I told you, that lad possesses considerable skill." Beside Noah, the naval officer wore an expression of exhilaration, as though he had triumphed over a baboon. Those who managed to arrive at this place were individuals capable of breaching the third gate, equivalent to possessing at least half the strength of a master swordsman. Such individuals would be formidable adversaries on the battlefield, comparable to 100 foes. After all, these baboons merely imitated battlefield swordsmanship without having truly experienced the chaos of war, making it entirely reasonable for them to falter against Leon. Noah concurred, adding his own insights. The iron plate affixed to the third wall, forged from wrought iron of relatively low strength and hardness, measured merely 3 millimeters in thickness. For those adept in physical combat, breaching it posed little challenge. And for swordsmen wielding weaponry, it required no extraordinary skill to cleave through. The true mastery of a swordsman lies in their ability to sever materials equivalent to the steel of their own blade. Would the unparalleled prowess of a grand sword be exemplified by slicing through a standard naval cutlass? A resounding clatter echoed as the barriers ascended, the sounds overlapping. Suddenly, a shadow sliced through the air, crashing into the very spot where Lian stood, stirring a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Lian had anticipated this and deftly evaded to the side. A massive meteor hammer, adorned with spikes, was embedded in the pit, each spike glinting ominously. Following this, two baboons launched an assault, piquing the interest of the Navy. With a clang, the meteor hammer was yanked back through the air, wielded by an even larger baboon, who gripped the hammer's handle with one hand while brandishing the iron chain with the other. The meteor hammer transformed into a mere illusion, stirring the air and whipping up dust clouds. The other baboon, brandishing dual spears, lunged fiercely towards Lian's chest, exclaiming, "Taste the spear of a nonchalant warrior. The dragon's tooth shall sever." Confronted by the baboon's rage, which mirrored that of a soldier from an opposing nation, Lian remained composed. With his right hand slightly splayed, he thrust forward, accurately grasping the incoming spear tip, akin to a dragon's maw, his fingers clamping down like fangs. With a roar, the baboon erupted in fury. Having its spear tip seized was an affront. It summoned strength, engaging in a contest of might against Lian's single hand. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the dragon's tooth technique manifested, and with a sharp crack, the spear tip was shattered as if bitten off by a dragon's fang. Without a weapon, how will you contend with me? Before Lian could deliver his retort with an air of bravado, a wooden staff, trailing an afterimage, struck him squarely in the chest, propelling him into the air. His bewildered expression was evident, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The baboon wielding the spear displayed a disdainful demeanor. Though it had yet to master the art of dispatching foes without a spearhead, it had little difficulty in using the opposite end to send Lian flying. This is dire. Noah nearly lost his composure in the stance, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, poised to intervene. While being struck by the spear's tail was not perilous in itself, the other baboon had seized the moment, coordinating seamlessly with its counterpart. The meteor hammer descended from above, poised to collide with the airborne Lian. The menacing spikes on the hammer threatened to pierce him through. Suddenly, a solid black cannonball hurtled in from an unknown source, striking the meteor hammer with a resounding thud, altering its trajectory and sparing Lian from imminent doom. From a great distance atop a high platform, two remarkable figures commanded attention amidst the throng of Navy personnel, exuding an aura of authority. The two baboons, as if struck by lightning, retreated in terror, trembling as they scurried back to their cage. The individual who had intervened was none other than Vice Admiral Garp, a celebrated hero of the Navy. Observing Lian being carried out on a stretcher, Noah leaped from the stands. Lian, with great effort, managed to raise a hand and offer a distant gesture of encouragement, warming Noah's heart. "Let us embark on the most formidable challenge without delay." Noah turned back and called out to the naval officer stationed behind the fence. The recruits were not permitted to engage in the highest level of difficulty unless they had successfully completed the preceding tier, and they were required to resolve the conflict within 10 minutes. 9-67-5, Isaac D. Noah, are you certain you wish to accept this challenge? Indeed. I have a keen interest in the highest level of difficulty. Noah suppressed the surging battle intent within him and replied, 10 minutes is far too long. I can hardly contain my eagerness. The still warm corpse of the baboon had been removed, leaving behind a vast expanse of dark crimson stains hastily covered with yellow earth. The faint scent of blood permeated Noah's senses, awakening the dormant beast within him, releasing a potent aura that even those in the stands could perceive. This is intriguing. Judging by his demeanor, he must have faced numerous life and death struggles. The murderous aura surrounding him rivals that of seasoned combat officers, remarked a burly elder. Clad in a flamboyant purple suit and wearing black sunglasses, his tone laced with admiration. Yet, a hint of confusion followed. Kapu? Did you not say he was frail and plagued by illness since childhood? He hardly appears to embody such weakness. Why not just ask him directly about this intricate matter later? I am quite curious as well. Kapu chuckled, scratching the back of his head, clearly astonished and pleased by Noah's prowess. Based on his performance in previous rounds, Noah had emerged as the strongest recruit in recent years. Such formidable strength implied that the ailments which had once beset him were now a thing of the past. Zephyr, do you know? I have waited 8 years for this day. My 2 grandsons. I have placed all my hopes on young Noah. If only you hadn't been picking your nose while saying that, it would have seemed far more credible. Bows, hammers, swords, guns, and knives, all were present. 5 uniquely armed baboon imitators emerged, the lingering scent of blood not only igniting Noah's combative spirit but also awakening the primal instincts of the baboons. Each thumping their chests and roaring, their eyes ablaze with a fervent desire to rend Noah into pieces. 3 melee baboons charged forward, surrounding Noah. While the remaining bow-wielding baboon seized the opportunity to knock an arrow, and another brandished a flail, its iron chain whirling through the air with a shrill whistle. In the pirate world, swords and knives are often conflated, yet distinctions do exist. A sword has dual edges conducive to thrusting, but is less effective for chopping compared to a single-edged knife. Despite the name Swordmaster, most wield knives as their primary weapon. Much like the two baboons in the arena, one wielded a long knife identical to that of the baboon effortlessly dispatched by Leon in the first match, while the other brandished a heavy sword, its weight making it formidable for cleaving strikes. Dealing with them one by one is too cumbersome. Let us confront them all at once. Noah, like a fleeting shadow, darted past the sharp blades and thrusts of long spears, leaping into the air with a powerful stomp. Accompanied by the piercing sound of rushing air, a massive, grotesque meteor hammer swooped down upon him like a hawk fixated on its prey, hurtling towards Noah's unguarded back. Yet the threat did not solely arise from behind. His chest was equally endangered by a colossal arrow, akin to a short spear, that shot towards him with alarming swiftness. A slender, pale hand, bearing no resemblance to one accustomed to wielding a weapon, swiftly reached out, effortlessly brushing against the rapidly approaching arrow shaft. Without the need for excessive force, Noah's aerial maneuver redirected the giant arrow off its course, embedding it deep into the ground, showcasing its formidable power. With his left hand clearing the arrow shaft, Noah twisted his waist and turned, narrowly evading the steel spikes on the meteor hammer. His left hand, wielding the ink cloud blade, deftly rested upon the meteor hammer as it passed by. This time, Noah exerted considerable strength. The meteor hammer, which had already begun to lose momentum, suddenly accelerated under the immense power of the inked cloud blade, crashing down upon the bewildered bow and arrow baboon. The baboon, still gripping the hammer's handle, was unexpectedly flung into the air, soaring over 3 other baboons below, all of whom were similarly struck by the hammer's descent. With 2 resounding impacts, the 2 baboons transformed into rolling heaps. The bow and arrow baboon managed to evade the meteor hammer's attack, but could not escape the fervent embrace of another baboon. The remaining 3 baboons, filled with rage, leaped into action, charging towards the descending Noah with the force of a mountain pressing down. Thud! 3 muffled sounds struck almost simultaneously, as steel blades, heavy swords, and long spears converged upon a single point, creating a deep crater in the ground. At the edge of the crater, Noah brushed off the dust from his trench coat, leaving the 3 baboons with nothing but the indifferent silhouette of his retreating figure. The other 2 baboons seized the opportunity, clutching their heads as they scrambled to their feet. Having grown up witnessing the brutality of battle, this level of setback only ignited their ferocity further. The bow and arrow baboon discarded its longbow, drawing 2 massive arrows from its quiver to wield as short spears. The 5 baboons, eyes gleaming with malice, encircled Noah, their growls rising and falling like a sinister chant, their foul saliva dripping to the ground as they envisioned the exquisite delight of tearing Noah apart. Now that they were gathered together, they savored the fleeting moment of life that remained in the world. Noah murmured softly, undeterred by the furious strikes of the baboons. The Mo-Yun blade spun around him, reaching toward the heavens. Sword fire, 108 sword chi, wind's lament. The wind surged abruptly. A ferocious tornado, ablaze with crimson flames, roared forth, engulfing 5 baboons as Noah became its eye. 108 brilliant azure, sword energies swirled within the tempest, spinning at an astonishing rate. The howls of agony were drowned out by the howling wind, yet the blood staining the whirlwind turned it into a mesmerizing crimson hue. As the wind subsided and the flames extinguished, the scene revealed only scattered fragments of weapons, armor, and shattered bones tinged with blood. The rapidly rotating sword energies acted like the blades of a meat grinder, reducing the baboons caught within to mere pulp. Their blood and flesh consumed and dissolved by the fiery tempest, vanishing into nothingness. Only the iron remnants and tightly bound bones remained, as the tempestuous flames could not swiftly decompose them. Is the young man truly that formidable? The Navy officer, who had previously observed Noah's battle with Leon, was left speechless, the cigarette between his fingers burning down to his skin without his notice. A swordsman of such tender years is indeed remarkable. I perused his reports from the earlier trials. It appears he utilized techniques akin to Swordsmanship in the first 2 rounds. Did you instruct him, Karp? Karp, pay attention. Zephyr seethed, clenching his fist, and with his remaining left arm, he delivered a punch to Karp's head. Smack! The large bubble of mucus on Karp's head burst. Yet Karp merely rubbed his eyes, unfazed. Ha ha ha, my apologies, Old age makes one drowsy. Ha ha ha. You rascal. Zephyr felt a throbbing pain in his head, but found himself at a loss with Karp. What can I do? I can't outfight him, and he won't listen to reason. I feel utterly hopeless. Sorry, Karp said, munching on a bag of snacks he had produced from nowhere. What were you asking me? I inquired whether you had taught him the 6 styles of the Navy or swordsmanship. Zephyr replied flatly, clearly accustomed to such matters. Not precisely, when I departed the island. I merely left him a manual of Navy training that you annotated. I am certain there were no masters of martial arts or swordsmanship on the island at that time. I had inquired with the natives who hastily evacuated from the Four Seasons Island. They merely stated they fled due to fear of Jack's return, leaving Noah as seemingly the only survivor. At the mention of Jack, Karp's face darkened with anger. A 10-year-old child, frail and untrained. Living alone on a secluded island for 8 years, mastering Zoroanjep to possess the prowess of a swordsman. Reports from subordinates suggest he may have consumed a devil fruit. Likely a paramecia related to flames, which might offer no enhancement for swordsmanship or martial arts training, or perhaps even hinder it. If that's the case, his talent is indeed terrifying. Only the likes of Kazan and Sakazuki in his age group could rival him. Zephyr glanced at Karp, who was still gritting his teeth, swallowing the name he had almost uttered. Of course, this is merely a judgment based on Noah's currently displayed abilities. Who knows what hidden cards he may possess? What? You mean Kizaru? That fellow is overly reliant on his fruit. Zephyr scoffed, choosing not to speak further. In less than 4 minutes, a fearsome display of swordsmanship unfolded. Akin to a meat grinder. The Navy recruitment had been ongoing for 3 days, and he was the only one capable of challenging the highest difficulty thus far. Remarkable, indeed. The conversations among the crowd were a cacophony of excitement, punctuated by gasps of astonishment. Look, that young man has taken a seat. He seems to be resting. Indeed. It appears he has advanced directly to this stage, not participating in yesterday's challenges. He must be quite fatigued. Unpretentious and composed, he clearly understands the situation. Far away, Noah, destined not to hear the fervent discussions from the stands, turned to call out, "Could someone bring me some food?" A Navy officer outside the railing signaled an okay, and soon a steel barrier rose, revealing 2 sailors clad in white chef's attire pushing a cart much larger than usual, laden with mountains of food. The towering pile obscured the sailors until they reached Noah. I shall not hold back. As soon as he spoke, a blur of motion descended upon the mountain of food, devouring it without restraint, causing the peak to visibly collapse while Noah's belly swelled. The 2 sailors, however, were unfazed, showing no surprise. After years of serving as cooks, they had witnessed far grander spectacles. The giant from the tribe, who consumed food by the cartful, could inadvertently feed those nearby with a careless bite. Among the Navy's elite, who did not possess a remarkable appetite, great strength required ample energy, and that energy was derived from sustenance. Eat heartily. In most cases, appetite correlated directly with strength. At least in the world of pirates. Gulping down a bowl of mushroom soup in the blink of an eye. Noah wiped his mouth and discreetly loosened 2 buttons on his coat. If he didn't, his clothing would surely burst. 10 minutes later, with a comfortably full belly, Noah let out a contented belch and addressed the 2 sailors. Thank you for the hospitality. The path they had carved was deep upon arrival, but their steps were light as they departed, pushing the empty cart away. Noah sat cross-legged on the ground, with ink-black clouds casually draped beside him. Am I seeing things? A rookie, who had been intently observing Noah, rubbed his eyes and nudged the nearby major. Major, you must take a look. Is that newcomer shrinking? The major hesitated, seemingly in disbelief. You are not mistaken. It is the return of life. Colonel Edric appeared unexpectedly, his expression grave. At 28 years of age, I have never witnessed the return of life, not even a trace of it. The disparity among people is truly disheartening, the major remarked with a self-deprecating smile, patting the rookie's shoulder. The future now rests upon your shoulders. The rookie, bewildered yet intrigued, pondered the essence of the return of life. The 6th form of profound mastery, the return of life. Noah's consciousness permeated every muscle and bone in his body, under the immense control of his. The cells in his stomach operated at full throttle, functioning in overdrive, as the food consumed was swiftly transformed into liquid, akin to being corroded by aqua regia, and then rapidly digested. If the transportation of nutrients and the transfer of energy were akin to traveling on a highway, now it had evolved into a high-speed rail, with speed and efficiency far surpassing that of the past. The return of life allowed for the unfettered control of the body, hair, and internal organs once consciousness was infused. Any part could be commanded freely. Aside from those with exceptional talents, few could master this naval mystery before the age of 30. Only by delving deeply into the 6 forms of the Navy, achieving a level of mastery over their own bodies, could one hope to comprehend it. The CP9's Lion's Embrace is a master of this path, capable of manipulating hair to launch attacks, ensnare foes, and even wield hair as a piercing weapon. Although their combat prowess is not particularly formidable, unable to best chopper, it is evident that grasping the essence of life's return does not necessarily equate to overwhelming combat strength. This requires a certain degree of innate talent. And while its mastery may lead to limited enhancements in combat capability, it significantly bolsters endurance, as exemplified in the current moment. Noah's once distended abdomen gradually settled, transforming almost every second, and within a mere 10 seconds, his 8 muscular abs re-emerged. When it comes to talent, Noah possesses none. His comprehension of life's return and even his dominance in martial arts and swordsmanship are not derived from an extraordinary innate ability, which is often less than that of an average person. Instead, he relies on the use of elixirs, without the miraculous 9 orifices golden pill that transformed him. Even with the herbal restoration soup to amend his congenital flaws, he would merely embody mediocrity, progressing through diligent training to become a mere junior general, all while depending on the connections of the older generation. Of course, Noah has not paid the price without consequence. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity to plunge a knife into their own heart for the sake of power. Even Fang Han was forcibly opened up to have the 9 orifices golden pill implanted within him. Most individuals lack such courage. With the boon of the 9 orifices golden pill, should he squander his efforts, indulging in leisure instead of rigorous training, he would become an irredeemable failure. Ultimately, Noah is not deficient in perseverance or character. Given the right conditions, he naturally advances by leaps and bounds. Though he has benefited from the system, he asserts, what of it? If you have the capability, go find a system for yourself. Regarding his own system, Noah experiences a sense of vexation. The absence of a character template that could allocate points warrants a poor evaluation. If he could enhance his attributes, why endure the relentless toil? Completing a task to earn a few attribute points or skill points, adding them to strength, speed, or stamina, and thereby upgrading his swordsmanship, would yield a mutual benefit. Alas, he is currently required to diligently expend exchange points to procure talismans and to elevate his swordsmanship. He must engage in countless duels for experience. Reflecting on others who effortlessly overpower foes merely by accumulating points through leveling up, Noah's countenance betrays a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, the author, feeling the weight of unvoiced grievances, unwittingly types, the upgrade point module is now online, offering you an unparalleled leveling experience. Moreover, the system's shop proves to be a source of exasperation. The exchange rate is utterly atrocious, and the skills obtained are merely tomes, without any guarantee of proficiency. Instead of seamlessly integrating into his mind as a radiant flash of enlightenment that leads to mastery, he is left with the torment of having exchange points but being unable to purchase. When devoid of exchange points, he fantasizes about future wealth allowing him to buy one tome only to discard another, yet the reality is disheartening. The wind swordsmanship is so practical and flamboyant. Does he not desire to acquire it? Learning it would render those precious exchange points wasted. Apart from the martial skill of the nail fist, which was indelibly etched into his mind and bestowed muscular memory for immediate application, he has not purchased any powerful sword arts, relying instead on his own insights. Later, guided by Gung Silang's system, he refined his understanding, amalgamating his martial arts, deathly flames, and the hard-earned wind swordsmanship to create a unique sword technique he dubbed Sword Fire 100 Styles. While it is termed 100 styles, it is, in truth, a nebulous concept, perhaps exceeding 100 techniques or eventually distilling down to a mere few. However, as Noah's realm elevates and his perspective broadens, this swordsmanship harbors boundless potential. The system merely serves as a tool for enhancement. The true application rests in Noah's hands. Come forth, I am ready. Noah opened his eyes, their depths concealing any hint of ferocity. Had it not been for the gruesome sight of bones strewn about, one might mistake him for an innocuous and graceful youth. The heavy, all-steel gate rose slowly, and from its very construction, one could discern that what lay within was no ordinary creature. As I had anticipated, a massive baboon, wielding a 10-meter-long blade, emerged from the gate. Noah quietly clenched his fists, a surge of battle spirit igniting within him. The air was thick with tension. At the highest level of difficulty, eh? With your connection to Hawkeye, you should know what you're up against, he mused. As the Navy officer who had been conversing with Noah puffed on a cigarette, his teasing words belied by the tight grip he maintained on the railings, revealing his inner turmoil. Towering at least 15 meters tall, clad in chest armor and brandishing a replica of the Black Blade, Yuru. The immense sword echoed the exquisite swordsmanship of Mihawk, the great Hawkeyes. "Come on, show me the might of the world's greatest swordsman." With a roar, the Baboon King demonstrated the prowess of Hawkeye's technique, decisively defeating 5 lesser baboons in a single stroke. Noah, now at the pinnacle of his state, felt an unspoken connection with the Baboon King as they both leaped simultaneously. Their blades clashed with a resounding impact, sending ripples of sword wind that scattered the dust and remnants of bones across the ground. In stark contrast to the Baboon King's colossal weapon, Noah's ink cloud appeared as insignificant as a charred matchstick, yet it defiantly intercepted the mighty blade's formidable force, creating an equal standoff. After several moments of tension, the Baboon King withdrew his blade, and Noah gracefully retreated, landing lightly on his feet. This baboon is no ordinary foe. Noah gently moved his arms to alleviate the discomfort of soreness and numbness. The recent clash, which appeared to be merely a contest of strength, was, in fact, a preliminary probe. From that singular, simple strike, he could discern the opponent's approximate power, speed, and some degree of swordsmanship. Now, Noah was certain that the opposing Baboon King displayed a strength and speed that were only slightly inferior to his own. To secure victory, he would need to surpass it with superior swordsmanship. Was this not precisely what he desired? Indeed, who among aspiring swordsmen does not yearn to encounter an equally matched opponent with exceptional sword skills? Even the renowned Hawkeye is no exception. His prowess, aspiring to claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman, is not without the support of the formidable red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Ding! The system detected the host's fervent desire and issued an urgent mission: Sword Duel. Objective: defeat the Baboon King using pure swordsmanship. Due to the host's unique swordsmanship, the use of deathly flames is permitted, while non-sword skills such as the Sharingan, Nail Fist, Navy 6 styles, and armament hockey are prohibited. The system noted that the Baboon King's physical attributes are inferior to the host's, thus granting the Baboon King a temporary swordsmanship enhancement of 25. Mission rewards include 1,000 exchange points and a triple swordsmanship comprehension card. The penalty for failure: a fall from the realm of sword masters. Hey, such rewards and penalties are completely disproportionate. The shamelessness of the system once again astonished Noah. Aside from the card that allows for triple speed comprehension of swordsmanship, no amount of additional exchange points could compensate for the loss of his sword master status. Could it be that my previous complaints about the system's severity were overheard? Nevertheless, the more refined the Baboon King's swordsmanship, the more knowledge I could acquire from him. The prohibition against the Sharingan and Nail Fist? Noah had no intention of utilizing them, as they pertain to future strategies that must remain concealed for now. A vibrant orange flame surged forth, transforming Noah's eyes from black to a pure orange hue. Tiger Blade Claw. The ferocious purple flames clung to 3 enormous sword energies resembling tiger claws, soaring through the air. These 3 sword energies significantly restricted the Baboon King's evasion space. However, the proud Baboon King showed no signs of retreat. With a fierce roar, he grasped his great sword and charged directly at the 3 sword energies. The sword technique may have appeared simplistic, yet it targeted the weak points of the sword energies. Boom! The purple flames erupted, giving way to an even more ferocious scarlet blaze that surged forth, scattering countless wind blades tinged with the red flames of the wind towards the Baboon King, who was left in a state of exhaustion. Having engaged in battle with Gung Shiro, Noah continually refined the Tiger Blade Claw, merging it with wind swordsmanship, gradually advancing into a new realm. The purple clouds of flame, with their proliferative nature, also possess remarkable sealing properties, capable of isolating the inner and outer realms. The Tiger Blade Claw's sword energy was enveloped in these clouds of flame, containing within it wildly compressed wind blades and the highly destructive storm flames. This constituted 3 bombs, each brimming with surprises. Finally, as the flames subsided, the Baboon King, leaning on his long sword, gasped for breath. His arms and legs bore numerous small wounds, and his fur was singed to sparse patches, rendering him a comical sight. The thick chest armor appeared as though doused in acid, riddled with pockmarks from corrosive damage, a testament to the wind flame's handiwork. Although he looked disheveled, his injuries were not severe. The wounds had merely bled slightly before forming scabs. Aside from an initial moment of being caught off guard, the damage inflicted by the Tiger Blade Claw was relatively minor. Noah discerned numerous exquisite elements of the eagle-eye swordsmanship while engaging with the Baboon King, who was skillfully parrying the onslaught. Without granting the Baboon King a moment's respite, Noah charged forth, blade in hand. The obsidian-hued ink cloud blade traced a brilliant arc, ignited by the fierce flames of the great void. In that instant, Noah resembled a vengeful spirit, the ink cloud blade sweeping towards the Baboon King with ferocious winds. However, the Baboon King, having anticipated the strike, managed to counter it. Yet, the force transmitted through the blade compelled him to retreat, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. The harmonizing flames of the great void possessed unparalleled propulsion, enabling Noah to soar through the air with his sword and to amplify the blade's speed to extraordinary levels. Speed, indeed, equates to power. From a distance, onlookers beheld Karp, his face a portrait of despair, pounding his chest in regret. Could it be that Noah was faltering? No, it was merely, my beloved snacks. Curse be that wretched Jack, and you too. Karp's resentful gaze fell upon the smiling Zephyr. Why must you pose such questions? Had you not inquired? I would not have been haunted by that memory. Were it not for that recollection, my ire would not have been kindled by Jack. And had my ire not been ignited, my precious snacks would not have been crushed in a moment of clumsiness. They are reduced to dust. You insufferable old fool. If Noah were to overhear this lament, he might very well weep uncontrollably. Zephyr shook his head, feeling sympathy for Noah, burdened by such an unreliable grandfather. Ha ha ha, impossible. He is a remarkably resilient individual. Karp chuckled dismissively, opening his mouth wide to pour the snack powder into it. Cough, cough. Water, quickly. Karp clutched his mouth desperately, his face turning a deep purple, fearing that a cough would expel the snack lodged in his throat. He could only gesture incoherently at the nearby marine for assistance. Truly, I am at a loss for words, Zephyr thought, covering his eyes in disbelief, and turned his attention back to the duel between Noah and the Baboon King. The sweat cascaded down Noah's forehead, threatening to enter his eyes, yet he had no intention of wiping it away. Such strength. It was a matter of life and death with every slight misstep. Ultimately, Noah, despite his limited exposure to top-tier swordsmanship and lack of experience, found this battle exceedingly arduous. His body bore numerous wounds, and due to his relentless high-speed movements, the injuries remained unhealed, oozing blood mingled with salty sweat, sending waves of agony through him. The eagle-eye swordsmanship, owing to the considerable size of its black blade, lacked intricate or complex techniques, favoring a grand and imposing style that seemed capable of rending the very heavens with a single stroke. It quickly identified the weaknesses and connections in Noah's swordplay, thereby disrupting his combos. Conversely, the Baboon King did not find the encounter easy either, suffering even greater injuries than Noah. The iron breastplate that once shielded his vital areas had vanished, revealing well-defined muscles marred by gruesome lacerations, blood dripping and pooling on the ground. The imitation of the black blade, knight, although crafted from extraordinary materials and adorned with gilded embellishments, paled in comparison to the supreme great blade. After enduring hundreds of clashes with Noah's ink cloud blade, a weapon that could rival the finest of swords, it had become severely damaged, bearing a multitude of gashes. Seizing the fleeting moment, Noah endeavored to replenish his strength, unwilling to grant the Baboon King a moment's respite. Summoning the last vestiges of his power and spirit, he brandished a sword, unleashing a strike. The flames of the sword roared like a tiger, accompanied by the howling winds. The sound of the wind echoed like the ferocious roar of a great tiger, instilling dread in the heart. A whirlwind materialized in an instant as countless minuscule sword chi, ignited by emerald lightning flames, coalesced, spinning into a drill-like vortex. Bolstered by the ethereal flames, this drill surged forward at an unimaginable velocity towards the Baboon King. The Baboon King displayed no sign of fear. Rather, the intensity in his gaze ignited with fervor, as if drawing upon a well of latent strength. With a fierce thrust of his blade, he struck precisely at the diminutive yet sharp apex of the drill. The sound of successive, crisp impacts reverberated through the air. As the battered great sword faltered, succumbing to the onslaught, cracks began to appear, and as the blade shattered to a mere fragment, the Baboon King, unable to withstand the tremor, was disarmed. His weapon spiraled away, embedding itself into the ground. Even as his sword was cast aside, the Baboon King deftly evaded a fatal blow, though the diminished drill grazed his right shoulder. A torrent of blood erupted as his right arm was ensnared within the drill, reducing it to mere pulp. Desperate, he clutched the gushing wound with his remaining left hand, his crimson eyes ablaze with madness. With a thunderous roar, he swung his fist toward Noah in a frenzied assault. Is this the unwavering resolve of a swordsman? Faced with the option to evade, He chose instead to confront the challenge head-on. Noah sighed, unable to agree with the Baboon King's audacious confrontation against the roaring tempest. Yet this did not diminish his admiration for him. To retreat without battle is to concede defeat. This was not Noah's creed, but rather a testament to the Baboon King's unwavering dedication and pride as a swordsman. Well then, let me see you off. With a decisive advance, he struck forth. Enveloped by a myriad of invisible currents, Noah charged into the embrace of the Baboon King with a speed rivaling that of the Navy's 6 styles shave. The Baboon King's fist fell into empty space behind Noah, only to swiftly redirect, transforming his punch into an open palm aimed at Noah's chest. The roar that ensued was laden with weakness. The Baboon King's sluggish movements did not graze a single hair on Noah. Noah deftly leveraged the hilt of his sword with his toes, executing a graceful somersault to evade the strike, turning midair to witness the Baboon King's downfall. The Baboon King staggered back, revealing the hilt of a blade protruding from his chest. Indeed, it was Mo Yun. With a swift and graceful stroke of his wind blade technique, Noah propelled himself forward, harnessing the power of the wind to drive his blade deep into the heart of the Baboon King, delivering a decisive blow with a kick to the hilt for good measure. Just when Noah believed the dust had settled and the mission accomplished, an unsettling feeling crept upon him. The expression on the Baboon King's face bore no trace of madness. Rather, it was a calm demeanor infused with satisfaction. A thrilling and all-out battle is indeed what a swordsman yearns for, and this duel had quenched the Baboon King's thirst, save for the taste of victory. However, that mocking smile seemed to mock him relentlessly. Is your expression not a tad too expressive? Shouldn't the battlefield be adorned only with the visages of ferocity? Did you perhaps grow up watching dramas? Why am I so preoccupied with the richness of his expression? Contemplating the meaning behind it should be my true focus. Yet, it was too late. A dagger, sharp as a stiletto, had somehow found its way into the Baboon King's grasp, now perilously close. This strike, elusive as a gazelle's leap, or the ferocity of a tiger leaping through a ravine. There was no evading this blow. Noah seemed entranced, lost in the profound essence of that strike. In a moment of reverie, he appeared to witness a formidable figure, one who could rend the heavens and shake the earth, brandishing a sword. No, a blade. A western sword, adorned with a guard, starkly contrasting the short dagger before him. As steel met flesh, the air was filled with the visceral sound of tearing sinew, and blood spattered in a vivid display. Noah was propelled backward, blood gushing forth and coalescing into a river of crimson. As for the Baboon King, he was utterly drained of vitality by that single strike. His eyes had long since lost their luster, and his body collapsed with a resounding thud. As Noah descended through the air, it appeared inevitable that he would collide with the ground. Given the grievous injury that nearly cleaved his chest open, the likelihood of surviving such a fall was almost non-existent. You've got this. Noah felt as though he had fallen onto a steel surface, which was disturbingly uneven. Just before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of an elderly face, etched with worry and marked by the passage of time. It has been 8 long years since their last encounter. Cough, cough. You are awake. Noah slowly opened his eyes, feeling an unbearable dryness in his throat. He longed to call out for a glass of water, yet no words escaped his lips. A persistent itch and pain tormented his lungs, prompting him to cough involuntarily, causing crimson droplets to trickle from the corner of his mouth. 2 figures loomed before him, their features blurred and indistinct. As Noah blinked, his vision gradually cleared, and his throat began to acclimate. Grandpa Karp. Noah hastily attempted to rise, only to discover himself ensnared like a rice dumpling, particularly around his chest, where a cursory glance revealed a D cup. Do not get up. You require rest. A broad hand firmly pressed down on Noah's shoulder. Karp endeavored to adopt a benevolent expression, yet his visage was ill-suited for such an attempt, exuding an undeniable air of intimidation. Grandpa Karp. Little Noah. The sincerity in their gazes intertwined, causing Noah's eyes to gradually moisten. Could you please release me? I feel as though my wounds are reopening. The pain is so intense it brings tears to my eyes. Do you think I'm moved by this? Ah, my apologies. Karp quickly withdrew his heavy hand. Doctor. Hurry. There has been more bleeding. His heart felt weary. Had he known Karp was so unreliable, he would never have anticipated this level of incompetence. Noah wore a despondent expression, turning his head only to meet Zephyr's gaze. After standing silently for a considerable time, Zephyr gave a slight nod, as if he comprehended the despair reflected in Noah's eyes. For decades, this fellow had never approached matters earnestly. Zephyr's demeanor was grave, relying solely on the power of his gaze. Indeed, You have truly endured a great deal. Noah responded with a gaze rich in emotion. Jokingly, I ask, when have I ever been outdone in the expression of my eyes? Intensity, gravity. Sorrow, whatever sentiment I wish to convey, there is no emotion that I cannot express through my gaze. Grandpa Karp, there is no need to summon a doctor. Noah blinked his sore eyes and addressed the fidgeting Karp beside him. Simultaneously, Zephyr swiftly turned his head, rubbed his eyes, and immediately turned back, feigning that nothing had transpired. I possess a method for rapid recovery, provided there is an ample supply of food. First, let us procure a shipment of easily digestible, energy-rich provisions, followed by a delivery of nutritionally abundant sustenance. Noah licked his lips, only to realize, upon the mention of food, that his stomach was utterly empty. A profound hunger gnawed at him, akin to corrosive acid eroding his insides. He attempted to swallow, but discovered that his body was so dehydrated that even saliva eluded him. You should drink some water first, Zephyr remarked with keen insight, handing Noah a large cup of warm water while Karp assisted him in reclining against the backrest. Under Noah's desperate entreaties, Karp ultimately relinquished the idea of personally feeding him, instead inserting a straw for his convenience. Having narrowly escaped a predicament, Noah relished the prospect of self-sufficiency. The cool, refreshing water quenched his parched body, alleviating the dryness of his throat, allowing him to speak freely once more. As opposed to earlier when it felt as though sand had lodged itself within. What exactly transpired with that last strike? You could have easily evaded it, Zephyr inquired, observing Noah's gradual recovery and revitalization. That final blow was not merely a product of Mihawk's swordsmanship. Its potency emanated an aura that seemed even more formidable than that of Mihawk himself. I initially believed the Baboon King confronted my tiger roar out of a swordsman's pride, only to realize he had meticulously set a trap for me. Who would believe I was outmaneuvered by a baboon? Do not underestimate the baboons of Kurgan Island. The title of human imitators is not bestowed lightly. Only the most intelligent and powerful among them can claim the title of Baboon King, to master Mihawk's swordsmanship. Do you truly think this Baboon King lacks intelligence? Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Noah nodded in agreement. It is not a deficiency on our part. The enemy is simply too cunning. As for that final left-handed strike, it must be said that the Baboon King concealed his prowess exceptionally well. It seems Mihawk has also showcased his skills on the island. Who is this person? Zephyr's demeanor turned cryptic, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic, yet Noah was unconcerned. The implications were evident. The left-handed swordsmanship, wielding a Western sword with overwhelming might, bore a connection to Mihawk. The fact that Mihawk could replicate his technique suggested they had engaged in more than one battle. Speaking of which, Noah had once taken Luffy's treasured straw hat and donned it himself. What? You claim that Luffy's beloved straw hat could have been snatched by the then weak Noah? With a mischievous grin, Noah replied, with the soul of an adult, I certainly exposed young Luffy to the perils of the adult world ahead of time. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line, wielded formidable conqueror's haki capable of inflicting tangible damage. He was both Mihawk's lifelong rival and dear friend. Armed with the famed sword Griffin, a Western blade, he excelled in left-handed swordsmanship. However, to save young Luffy, he sacrificed his left arm to the Sea King, entrusting the Pirate King's straw hat to the young boy. Although Mihawk vowed not to compete in swordsmanship again after losing his arm, Shanks' reputation resounded across the seas, establishing him as one of the 4 emperors, second only to the Pirate King. Why has the meal not yet arrived? I feel as though I am on the verge of starvation. Noah let out a weak cry, his voice barely louder than that of a mosquito. The previous conversation had drained the last remnants of his strength, leaving his stomach feeling as though acid had penetrated its walls, beginning to dissolve his very insides. Fortunately, everyone present possessed remarkable auditory acuity and heard Noah's voice. Karp vanished in an instant, employing the technique known as shave. 2 minutes later, he burst through the door, cradling a large pot of steaming rice porridge. Halting abruptly at Noah's bedside, his exquisite control of force ensured that the porridge merely swirled within the pot without spilling a drop. The porridge has been sweetened with 2 bags of sugar. You should drink it while it's hot, Karp urged, producing a notably thick straw and forcefully inserting it into Noah's mouth. As he slurped the porridge, tears of humiliation streamed down his face. Ahem. Zephyr coughed a couple of times, drawing Karp's attention. What is the matter? Are you hungry too? Why are you incessantly fiddling with your beard? Karp, perplexed, mistook Zephyr's actions as signs of hunger, feeling a surge of annoyance. I painstakingly brought this food for my grandson. You are not my grandson. If you dare to snatch Noah's meal, I shall knock your foolish brain out. That is not what I meant. Do you think I'm as gluttonous as you? Zephyr retorted. Oh, so you finally acknowledge that your sparse beard is lacking in masculinity and that you envy my thick, manly beard? Why is this so delicious? Noah, initially driven by hunger, found himself utterly captivated by the exquisite taste of the mysterious roasted meat after his first bite, spiraling into an abyss of flavor as profound as the ocean. The fiery blaze engulfing him burned with an intensity akin to gasoline, forcing Karp and his aide, Douglas, to take several steps back. Is this his ability? Such terrifying recovery speed. Zephyr suddenly appeared, his garments rustling as he arrived in haste. Through his keen observation and perception, Noah radiated like a small sun, exuding vibrant life force. Though his wounds were obscured by bandages, none present were ordinary. Their honed senses could perceive the alarming speed at which his injuries healed. This meat is imbued with potent nutrients and energy. A single bite is equivalent to that of an entire cow. Noah casually wiped his mouth with the bandage wrapped around his hand. With a mere gesture, the bandages fell away from his body as if sliced by a razor. His well-defined, light wheat-colored muscles were now visible to all, distinct from the imposing, muscular physiques of Karp and Zephyr. Noah's muscles harmonized strength, speed, and agility, appearing less bulky when clothed. Such physique is often seen among swordsmen, and Douglas shared a similar build, albeit lacking the primal and wild beauty that Noah possessed. Noah casually rubbed his chest, shedding a layer of calloused skin, revealing a vivid crimson mark that slashed diagonally across his torso, perilously close to the heart. It was evident that this was a wound that had only recently healed. This piece of flesh is insufficient. Is there more? Noah discreetly swallowed, refraining from allowing it to escape. It was not out of gluttony, but rather a consequence of his body healing at an accelerated pace. The energy expended was far beyond what a single piece of roasted meat could sustain. The most significant wound had mended, yet internal injuries still required care. Indeed, it was not my desire to indulge. No need for concern, there is plenty. The old man's portions are sufficient to satiate you. After a feast, Noah contentedly let out a burp, springing from the bed with a lithe grace. A stark contrast to the immobile figure he had been just moments prior. It's quite late. Noah, you should change rooms to rest. The new recruits will have idle time these few days, Zephyr remarked, surveying the disheveled hospital bed as he spoke to Noah. Yes, Douglas, you may return now. I will escort Noah to his resting quarters. Karp waved dismissively at Douglas, urging him to leave. He then approached Noah, wrapping his arms around the young man's not-so-broad shoulders, laughing heartily as they exited the room, completely disregarding Zephyr's suggestion. Ah, that old fellow, Zephyr mused, unbothered by it all. Decades of camaraderie had accustomed him to Karp's eccentricities. Furthermore, with their reunion, there were countless stories to share, making it inappropriate for an outsider like him to intrude. Is this meat from the Sea Kings? Noah, this time, did not take the initiative. Instead, he elegantly wielded his knife and fork, slicing through the thick cut of meat. As the knife glided through, juices flowed forth, appearing irresistibly enticing, in stark contrast to the clamor and chaos of the bustling naval mess hall. The small dining area designated for officers of school rank and above boasted a significantly improved atmosphere and offered cuisine that surpassed mere expectations. Most notably, it regularly featured limited editions of Sea King dishes. These formidable denizens of the deep seas are a nightmare for countless merchant and pirate vessels, and the Navy dares not provoke them lightly. When traversing the windless zones dense with Sea Kings, ships must be embedded with sea stone beneath their hulls to evade these titans. This particular serpent-like Sea King was one I had casually collected during my last mission aboard the Little Crane. It measured approximately 8,000 meters in length, and after removing the toxic parts, it would suffice for the Navy headquarters for quite some time. Kapu swiftly carved the Sea King meat on his plate, stuffing his mouth while clearly explaining to Noah. Given the size of the Sea King, surely the lower-ranking soldiers could partake. So why was it exclusively served in the small dining area? Do not be deceived by the Sea King's size. These beasts can consume an astonishing amount. Look at those giant marine officers. They can devour 10 times what you could. Kapu pointed towards several giant officers seated at a specially designed table, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard. What of it? You cannot defeat me anyway. The few giant officers, caught in the crossfire, could only channel their indignation into consuming their meals even more voraciously. The meat from such a formidable Sea King is laden with energy, while it certainly benefits ordinary soldiers. A portion remains indigestible and thus wasted. Officers of school rank and above can fully absorb its essence, which is why it is reserved for them. However, The blood of the Sea King is allocated to the larger mess hall, diluted and brewed into porridge, acceptable for those less powerful among the Marines. Zephyr, taking a seat with his plate, explained to Noah, "You need not worry about missing out. The Sea King meat is available in unlimited quantities for the elite camp. You may consume as much as you desire in the future, for you are the hope of the Navy. We old-timers merely sample it for the taste." Kapu tossed his empty plate high, landing it perfectly atop a towering stack of dishes, nearly as tall as a person. "Is that so?" Noah was far from convinced by Kapu's words. The amount he consumed far surpassed mere sampling. The thought of him being allowed to eat freely was almost unfathomable. With the new recruit enrollment concluding in 3 days, Zephyr added, "You will simply report to the elite camp afterward." Zephyr, having finished his modest meal quickly, wiped his mouth with a napkin and addressed Noah, who was still astounded by Kapu's dining manners. "I understand, Instructor Zephyr. I wish to know if there are any new recruits capable of challenging the Baboon King, given that I have already defeated it." Zephyr, with a hint of disappointment, shook his head and replied, "The best performance in recent days was defeating 3 baboons working in unison. However, the Baboon King was never intended for new recruits." "What?" Noah was taken aback. "Was it not meant for new recruits? Does that imply it served as a graduation assessment for the elite camp members? A tradition upheld for many years. The Baboon King had reigned long before Mihawk settled on Kirigana Island, and after mimicking Mihawk's swordsmanship, its strength had increased year after year, now rivaling that of a slightly weaker rear admiral. Though it is somewhat regrettable that the Baboon King has perished, it is of little concern. Kirigana Island is not devoid of powerful baboons who have studied Mihawk's techniques, albeit slightly weaker. Another has been dispatched in recent days." With this knowledge, Noah felt reassured, not for the elite camp Marines, but for Zoro. 3 years hence, he need not worry about a lack of worthy adversaries. In the familiar Colosseum, the combatants below were no longer Noah. From a distant section of the stands, Noah observed the challengers' performances with keen interest, occasionally offering commentary. Beside him sat a towering figure, 3 meters tall, resembling a diligent elementary school student. Noah initially sought to connect with Leon through the Navy, but unexpectedly encountered him in the arena. "Leon, I am quite intrigued by the Flower Kingdom. Could you enlighten me about it?" He observed the spectators below, where 2 baboons were ferociously battling and stretched lazily, engaging the recently healed Leon in conversation. "The Flower Kingdom is a splendid and peaceful realm," Leon mused, his gaze drifting into the distance. "The island that houses the Flower Kingdom ranks 3rd in size globally, boasting vast plains, rolling mountains, and a temperate climate. There, flowers bloom in every season, in spring, the peach blossoms are resplendent. In summer, the tranquil blue lotuses stand tall. In autumn, the fragrant golden chrysanthemums are gathered, and in winter, the proud plum blossoms defy the snow. My mother's lineage is a prestigious family of florists in the Flower Kingdom, while my father is somewhat of an elevation in status. My grandfather has always been exceptionally kind to me." "Florists, you say?" Noah scratched his head, sensing a hint of familiarity. "In the Flower Kingdom, those who cultivate rare and exquisite flowers are revered as florists. Their creations, when brewed into tea, can enhance one's constitution and alleviate ailments. The finest teas are not only supplied annually to the 8 naval forces, but are also sold at exorbitant prices, often in high demand. Even the treasures required by the celestial dragons can be substituted with flower tea. Yet, what is provided to the dragon folk is merely the leftover scraps of the finest teas, while the true treasures are kept hidden away." Leon chuckled softly, pulling from his ample pocket a fist-sized package wrapped in brown paper, which he presented to Noah. "This was given to me by my grandfather when I set out. It is the genuine top-tier flower tea. I have carried it with me daily for the past few days as a token of gratitude for your assistance." "Thank you," Noah replied, accepting it, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding its unassuming packaging. "Is this truly the finest flower tea?" "Ah, I found the original packaging rather cumbersome, so I opted for this brown paper instead. It does not affect the flavor, after all," Leon explained, a touch of embarrassment creeping into his tone. After receiving the gift, Noah gestured for Leon to continue. "The Flower Kingdom is regarded as a powerful nation, and pirates seldom dare to infringe upon its sovereignty. Do you know why?" Before Noah could respond, Leon self-deprecatingly chuckled and answered, "It is rather absurd, is it not? The peace and stability of a nation are maintained by pirates. From the 1st to the 8th Naval Forces, they are renowned pirate crews across the seas and even the Grand Line, virtually recognized as official pirate groups of the Flower Kingdom, akin to the 7 warlords of the sea. Perhaps this system was inspired by these naval forces." with formidable strength and decades of intermarriage and collusion. The influence of the 8 naval forces in the Flower Kingdom is intricately woven and unfathomable. Many young individuals aspire to join these forces, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. From the nobility to the guards, individuals from the naval forces infiltrate every level. I concede that the naval forces have significantly bolstered the development of the Flower Kingdom. But can enduring prosperity truly be attained through the plundering of foreign wealth? Lian's fervor intensified as he struck the nearby stone surface with a fist, sending fragments scattering. Fortunately, Noah, seated on the opposite side, remained unscathed. Can you believe that the current Flower Kingdom lacks even a single naval base? A prominent nation without a naval base. All due to the obstruction of these 8 forces. Thus, I have come here to grow stronger. Strong enough to alter the state of the Flower Kingdom and restore it to its rightful path. Noah fixed his gaze upon Lian's eyes. And just as Lian began to feel a sense of discomfort, Noah broke into a smile and said, "Surely, that is not the sole reason. I can discern the flames of hatred concealed within your eyes." Lian's expression suddenly contorted into a fierce grimace, his fist clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly as he could no longer contain himself. With a loud cry, "Ah!" he swung his fist down with ferocity, his hand transforming into an odd gesture midair. The stone platform beneath him suffered greatly, unlike the previous strike that merely left a shallow indentation. This time Lian's entire forearm sank into the surface, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Exhaling a breath of pent-up fury, Lian regained his composure, withdrawing his arm and silently clearing the stone debris from beneath his nails. "Do you understand why I am able to perceive this?" Noah was not particularly surprised by Lian's sudden outburst. He remained remarkably composed. "For deep within my heart, the animosity I harbor is no less than yours." Lian turned in astonishment, seemingly searching for evidence of Noah's concealed hatred in his serene demeanor. "Your adversaries are the 8 factions of the Water Army, while mine. You need only to know of the most recent one, named Jack, also known as the Drought. Is he the infamous calamity of the 100 beasts?" Lian stammered, momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing Noah nod, he rubbed his temples, appearing quite astonished. Even united, the 8 factions of the Water Army are no match for a single emperor. "Come now, share your tale." Noah suddenly presented a green glass bottle, approximately 500 milliliters in volume. Lian scratched his head, utterly perplexed as to where Noah had procured it, and reluctantly reached out to accept it. The inscription on the vessel resembled an archaic script from the Land of Flowers. Had it not been for his childhood studies, he would have hardly recognized it. What could this be? Upon scrutinizing the characters on the bottle, he found no indication of its contents. Eventually, he twisted off the cap and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Wine. Exquisite wine. The rich aroma wafted towards him, igniting a flicker of excitement within the wine-loving Lian. The mere scent was enough to awaken his inner connoisseur. A single sip promised to be utterly intoxicating. "I have wine. Do you have a story?" They say that truth flows freely with the spirit, and wine is indeed an unparalleled instrument for forging bonds among men. This artisanal brew, exchanging for 5 points, saw Noah procure 20 bottles in one go, with more available should he require. At 68 degrees. This potent liquor would be beyond the tolerance of ordinary folk in Noah's past life. A single gulp would scorch all the way down, igniting a fire in the throat that would blaze into the stomach. While higher-proof spirits are available in stores, they serve little purpose. Though Noah had yet to taste the liquor from the world of One Piece, he had noted through the anime that Zoro was a notorious drunkard. While Shanks and Whitebeard shared a moment over Shanks' native brew, which appeared to be liquor, though its proof remained unclear. The likes of Dracul Mihawk, with his aristocratic demeanor, favored fine red wine. Although Lian's physical prowess might be deemed superhuman on Earth, his tolerance for alcohol was uncertain. Downing 20 bottles of 68-degree liquor, Noah was confident he could pry open Lian's lips. Even formidable figures like the red-haired Shanks occasionally suffered from hangovers. So a mere wretch like him would surely succumb to the might of alcohol. Woe is me. Let me tell you, my father met a most tragic end. Is it a crime to be a bounty hunter? Cursed be that villainous bell pepper, mercilessly claiming my parents' lives and forcing me from my homeland. This grudge I shall carry to the grave. Noah, while listening, unconsciously tapped to the rhythm. It was surprisingly captivating. Lian wept profusely, crying like a child weighing 500 pounds, with snot and tears running down, yearning to wipe his face on Noah. Noah swatted him aside. Yet Lian stubbornly attempted to lean closer. Beneath their feet, a cacophony of clinking ensued as 20 green glass bottles tumbled together, sent sprawling by Lian's flailing kicks. The infamous liquor cauldron was indeed formidable. Awaken from your stupor. A palm engulfed in blazing yellow flames struck Lian's cheek with force, sending him tumbling from the platform. Shattering several bottles. Remarkably resilient, he emerged unscathed despite the shards of glass clinging to him. The flames engulfed Lian's form, but swiftly dissipated after a moment. He rolled on the ground twice, one hand clutching his face, the other bracing against the platform, slowly rising amidst the glass debris. Shaking his head as clarity returned to his gaze. What had just transpired? Lian surveyed the chaotic scene, uncertainty creeping in. Could it be that I was intoxicated and acting foolishly? Wait, why am I covering my face? Ahem, you were merely drunk. I used the flames of clarity to awaken you, hastening your metabolism of alcohol. Covering your face might be due to the fall you took. Oh, I see now. I apologize for causing you amusement. Lian lowered his hand from his aching cheek and sat back beside Noah. You confessed to me about your father after getting drunk. Lian sank into memories, taking a long while before speaking. That was when I was 16. My father refused to consort with pirates, steadfast in his beliefs of righteousness, and became a bounty hunter. Unexpectedly, the formidable leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, Green Pepper, came knocking, coercing my father to join his ranks. He would rather die than comply, and my mother followed him into the void. From that day forth, I diligently practiced the family martial art, the Needle Dragon, tirelessly seeking opportunities to assassinate Green Pepper over the next 4 years. Perhaps out of guilt, every time he captured me, he would mock me before letting me go. Eventually, I came to realize that remaining in the Flower Kingdom would never allow me to defeat Green Pepper. I had to seek a way to grow stronger. Thus, I came here to enlist in the Navy, all for the day I could avenge my parents and overthrow the 8 Treasure Navy's tyranny, restoring clarity to the people. What? You don't believe me? Lian turned to see Noah's incredulous expression, and anger surged within him as he questioned, Are you really only 20? Noah trembled as he spoke. Your focus is completely misguided. You fool. Lian's face flushed crimson, and he even covered his face, wishing to shield himself from Noah's gaze. I thought you were in your 30s. Silence. This is maturity. This is masculinity. You, with your effeminate appearance, have no right to critique me. You know nothing. This is what one might call elegance and charm. Noah chuckled menacingly, his fist cracking with tension. It seemed that if he did not teach you a lesson today, you would remain oblivious to your own folly. Come on, who was afraid of whom? With a thud, the remaining half bottle of liquor was seized by Lian, who downed it in one go. The bottle shattered, and emboldened by the drink, he charged forward, igniting a fierce confrontation. I must tell you, that scene was truly exhilarating. Time seemed to slip away. You possess great talent. Learn from me, or rather, join me. Noah, seated with an air of triumph befitting a conqueror, declared, Humph. Not a chance. I, Lian, would rather leap into the abyss than yield to you. The people of the Flower Kingdom shall never bow their heads. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Noah retorted, as crimson flames of wind coalesced in his palm, swirling and igniting. Although the temperature was not overtly menacing, Lian, well aware of the peculiarities of Noah's devil fruit, grew increasingly vigilant. What are you planning? Lian exclaimed, his heart racing. This swirling flame of wind. Do not be deceived by its lack of heat. It may not penetrate your tough skin, but it is more than capable of disintegrating your attire. You shall become a spectacle for all to see, an unabashed exhibitionist. Lian's face blanched in horror. While he did not fully understand what it meant to be an exhibitionist, the thought of being left in the nude was utterly mortifying. With Zephyr and Admiral Karp still seated in the stands, he felt the sting of humiliation that would reach his superiors. How could he possibly salvage his reputation after such a disgrace? Brother, must you go to such lengths? Lian bowed his head, striving to conceal the tears of humiliation that threatened to spill forth. Have you come to terms with your predicament? Noah pressed. Yes, I acquiesce. I shall heed your every word henceforth. Very well, rise. Your back is far too firm. It is causing me discomfort. Noah rose to his feet, adjusting his somewhat loose trousers. Turning around, he saw Lian weeping as he struggled to rise from the ground, which instantly irked him. Why are you crying like a woman? As if I have done you any harm. Lian, one hand clutching his waist, and the other wiping away tears, retorted. It hurts. Follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of luxury. What on earth have you done? A Navy lieutenant colonel, whose physique and height were comparable to Lian's, stood in stunned silence, the half-burnt cigarette he had been holding slipping from his lips and falling to the ground. His delicate fingers trembling as they pointed at Noah, who was adjusting his trousers. It's not what you think. I merely had a bit to drink. Lian instantly understood, crying out in indignation, drunken antics. Ahem, It seems to be a relationship of pure friendship. While drinking can be delightful, one must not overindulge. Colonel Edric remained unfazed in the face of the pointed accusation, expressing his relief at the innocent camaraderie between Noah and Lian. Noah contentedly retracted the ink cloud and settled into a clean spot. "Who is this?" Colonel Edric inquired, gesturing towards Lian. "Reporting to you, sir." "Lian, a newcomer from the land of flowers this year. He is also a friend of mine and possesses considerable strength," Noah added. "Are you quite close?" Noah regarded the unfamiliar man before him with a peculiar curiosity, sensing an underlying meaning in his words. "To put it plainly, I recently acquired a subordinate. Feel free to speak your mind without reservation in his presence." The colonel, Eldritch, reignited a cigarette and continued, "I remember you from your childhood. You were frail and unwell. It truly tugged at one's heartstrings. Were you aboard my father's ship?" Noah hesitated for a moment before speaking. Beside him, Lian perked up his ears, eager not to miss a single morsel of information. "Indeed, I have been by Major General Reno's side since graduating from the recruit camp. Back then, he was merely a brigadier. 5 years have passed. He has ascended to the rank of Major General. I have become a captain, and you have come into this world. Then, that incident occurred, and by sheer luck, I survived. I initially harbored intentions of avenging the Major General, but to my dismay, even General Karp was thwarted by the world government. What could I do? 8 years have elapsed, and my original ambition has been nearly extinguished. My aspirations for promotion have faded, and I find myself merely drifting through each day." Edric took a puff from his cigarette, coughed a few times, yet continued to smoke, as if what burned was not tobacco, but rather his own sorrows. "What kind of person was my father at headquarters?" Noah inquired with a hint of melancholy. He had etched the obstruction of the world government into his memory, vowing that one day he would bring those lofty rulers crashing down to earth, ensnared in the mire. As for Rear Admiral Reno, he was indeed a man of exceptional temperament, treating us subordinates as if we were his own kin. He had forged numerous friendships among naval officers, many of whom have ascended to the rank of general thanks to his influence. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, he would now hold the rank of Vice Admiral. With the strength of your elite helicopter battalion, coupled with the connections of Vice Admiral Karp and Rear Admiral Reno, your future in the Navy appears promising." Eldritch winked at Noah with a mischievous grin, exuding a rather unrefined demeanor. "Once you establish yourself, perhaps you could lend me your protection. Who knows, in my lifetime, I might even attain the rank of general by associating with you." Noah did not oppose but instead inquired, "Are there still many who followed my father back in the day?" "Not many remain. Most have been killed by Jack. Those severely injured have passed away in recent years. Including myself, only 8 of us remain in the main office. The one who has advanced the quickest is already a major general and has been monitoring your performance in the control room these past few days. I wish to pay my respects to those who have passed away while I have the time." I did not expect Noah's response to be so unexpected. Colonel Adric was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, a laughter that was both liberating and tinged with sorrow, tears flowing that were indistinguishable between sweet and bitter. "Let us go now. Major General Rayner, you have a remarkable son." The day swiftly passed amidst visits, and Lian, who was specially brought by Noah, became somewhat familiar with the surroundings, setting a positive tone for future endeavors. Lian's face had long since numbed from shock, having encountered his idols, the naval heroes Karp and Zephyr. What else could astonish him? Watching Colonel Adric depart, Noah turned to Lian and said, "Formal training begins in a few days. Your strength ranks among the top in the recruit camp, but I want you to strive for the utmost. Aim to apply for a promotion assessment within a year and advance to the elite camp. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lian responded promptly, clearly brimming with confidence. "Do not be complacent. As far as I know, there are recruits in the camp who have defeated 3 baboons working together and possess greater strength than you. You have potential, but if it does not translate into strength, it is of no use. In a few days, come find me, and I will take you to the naval training grounds to teach you some things in advance." "Yes, brother." Although Lian was 2 years older than Noah, he called him brother without any sense of awkwardness. It was a heartfelt expression rather than one made to appease. If Noah were merely a figure of formidable background, he would not have been so willingly accepted, for Noah was indeed stronger, at least stronger than Lian. Following a powerful yet sincere individual is not a matter of shame. "Let us go. Tonight, I shall treat you to a seafood feast. Long live, brother." Under the glow of the setting sun, the silhouettes of the two as they walked side by side gradually elongated. Who could have imagined that the maritime legend of the future was about to unfold? The Navy is not a place for seeking promotion, wealth, or leisurely days. Joining here is destined to be accompanied by blood and fire. When your sweat saturates this land, you earn the qualification to emerge from the recruit camp. Standing in this place, there is no room for regret. Do not expect leniency from me. Consider the battles you will face against pirates. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, they will not hesitate to sever your heads. Now, loudly tell me what you need to do when you hear my orders. Obey, obey, obey. The roar rose higher and higher, deafening. Very well. Begin today's training. The first squad stay here, while the second and third squads follow their respective instructors to the training grounds. Yes, Leon donned a freshly issued white naval uniform, short-sleeved and long-panted, paired with a wide-brimmed hat, looking exceptionally sharp. At this moment, he stood solemnly in the third position of the first row of the first squad, representing his third-place ranking among this batch of recruits. It is worth mentioning that Noah's achievements are not counted among the recruit rankings, even if he possesses a score that leaves others in the dust, for he is not even in the recruit camp. Those who perform exceptionally in the recruit camp can participate in the elite camp assessment under the recommendation of their instructors, but generally, they must stay for at least 6 months. The only way to directly enter the elite camp is by clearing the final hurdle in the admission assessment or obtaining the highest score, both of which Noah has accomplished, making him the only newcomer to directly enter the elite camp this year. The ranking in the recruit camp is determined excluding Noah's exceptional case, divided into 3 squads corresponding to varying training intensities. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can advance. After 3 years of training, generally, the top 50 in the first squad qualify for the elite camp. Soldiers emerging from the recruit camp must start from scratch. Graduates from the elite camp can be awarded the rank of Major General based on their performance and graduation assessments. How many soldiers from the recruit camp can truly make it? They all aspire to enter the elite camp, don't they? To put it bluntly, the recruit camp is merely a camp for cannon fodder. Only the elite camp serves as the future strength of the Navy. Those remaining here are the top performers from the admission assessments, yet do not rejoice too early. The most outstanding individuals must endure the harshest training, otherwise, they may as well roll off to the second or third squads to waste their days, for the first squad does not need the inept. Do not think that entering the first squad guarantees your place. Each month's recruit competition will expose you to countless challenges from those ranked behind you. If you lose, your rank will fall. If you drop to the bottom of the first squad, you will be relegated to the second squad next month. In another month, the gap between you and the first squad will only widen. Consider how incredibly difficult it will be to return. The instructor of the first squad scrutinized the recruits before him with a fierce gaze, seeking to identify a coward to make an example of, but upon finding none, he felt both gratified and slightly disappointed. Gratified that this batch of recruits exhibited considerable quality, as past years often had a few scared individuals clamoring to withdraw from the Navy. Disappointed that this year lacked such individuals, robbing him of some amusement. Begin training. First, run 50 laps around the track to warm up. If you exceed 1 hour, run another 50 laps. Tomorrow you must report to the elite camp. Are you nervous? Zephyr and Noah sat across from each other, each with a steaming cup of fragrant tea before them. Zephyr inquired, lifting the delicate teacup to savor the aroma. Revealing a look of surprise before taking a sip, his expression one of intoxication as he savored the taste for a long while. Not bad, after all. I have already defeated the king of baboons in the elite camp assessment. My strength is now comparable to that of past graduates, so what is there to worry about? Noah savored a sip, revealing a look of satisfaction. This must be a specialty from the land of flowers. It has been ages since he last tasted it. It is not without reason that it is reserved for the celestial dragons. Zephyr set down his teacup, expressing his admiration. Indeed, a new acquaintance of mine. The gentleman you met that day, Leon, hails from a renowned family of florists in the land of flowers. The floral tea they produce is unparalleled across the nation. And this is a gift he bestowed upon me. I shall wrap some for you shortly. Then I shall not hold back, Noah replied. The land of flowers is celebrated for its blossoms, and those skilled in the cultivation of flowers hold a prestigious position within society. It seemed curious that their kin would choose to join the Navy. Typically, one would expect them to align with the more amicable marine forces. Zephyr cautiously inquired further, feeling compelled to show interest after accepting the tea. Moreover, Leanne's connection to the elite of the land of flowers, despite his ties to the Navy, piqued his curiosity. His parents fell victim to the notorious 8 treasure marine, which led him to seek refuge within the Navy. I sensed a shared burden of hatred between us, prompting me to forge a bond, and to my surprise, we resonate quite well. In truth, when Noah first encountered Leon, his intention was merely to cultivate a relationship with a promising individual to expand the Navy's network, hoping to garner support from a fresh batch of recruits. However, Lian's unique affiliation with the marine forces of the Land of Flowers rendered him an even more valuable investment in Noah's eyes. I can discern that you are not blinded by hatred. Such clarity is a rarity in youth. Even individuals of my age often struggle to see beyond their grievances. Zephyr remarked with a melancholic sigh, his demeanor reflecting profound solitude. The loss of students, the severing of his left arm, and the tragedy that befell his family marked Zephyr's life with misfortune. Even his esteemed title as a former Marine admiral and current chief instructor offered him no solace, leaving him with only a deep sense of isolation. Now, his remaining aspiration was to nurture talent for the Navy and hunt down more pirates. At that moment, he had yet to acquire the sea-stone prosthetic arm known as Crushing Arm, nor had he contemplated the formation of a pirate guerrilla unit. While we are at it, allow me to share the profiles of the new recruits in this elite training camp so you may be informed. Perhaps the floral tea gifted by Lian suited Zephyr's palate, for he began to divulge some intelligence to Noah. This year, the number of recruits for the elite camp is slightly diminished, totaling only 45, making you the 46th, excluding those who have already graduated from the former 3-year cohort. There remain 137 individuals in the elite camp. The top-ranking recruit is named Grovesabar, a prodigy well-versed in the 6 styles and hockey, showcasing formidable strength, though he is still somewhat inferior to you. The second is Charles J. Age, a user of the Paramecia-type fluff fruit, whose abilities should not be underestimated. Zephyr briefly mentioned other capable recruits and, after taking another sip of tea, continued, each new recruit in the elite camp must adopt a code name. Although it may not be immediately necessary, you will need one for future practical assignments. It would be prudent to think of one now, lest you find yourself assigned a random name later. Let us call it Heaven's Fire. Noah did not hesitate and spoke directly. Tianhua, I heard from Karp that this is the name of your devil fruit? Indeed, it is merely a name I assign myself, and few are aware of it. Please share with me some of the abilities of your fruit, so I can devise targeted training programs. Previously, Noah had shared some of his fruit's capabilities with Karp, but Zephyr had been driven away by Karp's sire and was not present. Thus, Noah had no choice but to reiterate the abilities he had previously fabricated for Karp, still concealing the existence of the mist flames. Is that so? The combination of swordsmanship with the devil fruit has forged a new path. Quite impressive. Zephyr nodded in approval. Though I am not a swordsman, I possess considerable knowledge in swordsmanship. Teaching you should pose no challenge. Both Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel are my students. You can spar with them during your free time. Particularly, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has profound insights regarding the development of life return. You may benefit greatly from conversing with him. Understood. Noah felt a sense of anticipation, eager to gauge the disparity between his abilities and those of the seasoned generals. The following morning, on an expansive stone training ground, 137 Marines assembled in solemn silence. Zephyr, draped in the mantle of justice, ascended the platform, flanked by a row of elite instructors, all of whom held the rank of colonel. I shall refrain from reiterating what has already been articulated by your instructors. According to regulations, the top recruit from the new intake, along with the top 15 from the first-year battalions, as well as the leading 10 from the second and third-year battalions, will be under my personal tutelage. Now, those individuals, step forward, he commanded. 36 Marines stood tall, striding forward amidst the envious gazes of their peers, forming a well-ordered line. However, in the front row, only Noah stood conspicuously alone. Behind him, the first-year recruits from this year's intake were positioned, followed by the second and third-year battalions. Unlike the new recruits, the elite battalion was not stratified by strength but, much like ordinary schools, was organized by the order of enrollment, with overall rankings reflecting the comprehensive abilities of all members. The remaining individuals accompanied their instructors to the second training area to commence that day's exercises. Yes, Chief Instructor. The instructors saluted in unison before briskly leading the group away. Now, for the rest of you, welcome to. Zephyr's expression morphed into a chilling grin. Hell, let's start with an appetizer. With a snap of his fingers, the ground trembled slightly, and a deep fissure opened before the platform, revealing a staircase that descended into the unknown. Proceed, Zephyr urged, leaping down. Followed by the exhilarated first-year recruits, the trembling second-year cohort, and the seemingly lifeless third-year students, all vanishing into the darkness. Mariford possesses such underground facilities? Shortly thereafter, an immense space, far beyond Noah's imagination, unfolded before them. The first-year recruits, overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity, nearly gasped aloud, while the second and third-year students fared better, with only 2 or 3 succumbing to dizziness, quickly roused by their companions. The myriad of facilities present here instilled in Noah a peculiar sense of having traversed back in time. This was a training ground developed and constructed by the Navy's scientists. Accessible solely to the elite battalion and officers of a higher rank, ordinary soldiers would meet their demise here. Zephyr patted a training apparatus towering over him and exclaimed, "Isn't this merely an oversized hamster wheel?" Noah's heart trembled, unable to find solace for a long while. Indeed, this colossal hollow wheel-like contraption bore an uncanny resemblance to an exaggerated hamster wheel. I shall summon a member from the second-year team to demonstrate. Zephyr's gaze swept across the second-year cohort, settling upon a frail, timid man who appeared somewhat disheveled. "Flying Squirrel, it is you. Come forth and showcase your skills to the newcomers of the first-year team." "Why yes, Instructor Zephyr." The diminutive man, known by the code name Flying Squirrel, stammered as he reluctantly emerged from the crowd, his expression one of trepidation. The others wore faces reflecting a mixture of relief and survival. Once he entered the wheel, the entrance sealed shut, leaving only a specially designated aperture on the side for observation. "Begin now at your utmost speed." Flying Squirrel cast a pitiful glance at Zephyr before propelling himself into motion with his short legs. If he were slightly bulkier, he would truly resemble a hamster racing within its wheel. With gritted teeth and eyes squeezed shut, his face flushed, it was evident he exerted every ounce of his strength, his legs becoming mere blurs. Noah's expression shifted as he sensed a surge of chaotic energy being generated and accumulating, yet restrained. I can't go on much longer. Instructor Zephyr, can we stop?" Zephyr regarded him with an impassive stare, silently refusing with his gaze. Suddenly, with a thud, Flying Squirrel found himself pressed against the spinning wheel by centrifugal force, morphing into a mere shadow as it whirled at high speed. The pent-up turbulent energy erupted, dazzling arcs of electricity illuminating the space, causing 2 second-year students to faint on the spot. When the wheel finally ceased its rotation, Zephyr extracted a clump of black, unidentifiable substance and disdainfully tossed it to the waiting medical team. "Behold, the culmination of naval science. Thunder Hell Power Generator. The electrical current generated during your exertions will be stored. When you collapse or significantly slow down, that energy will be unleashed. You have witnessed the plight of Flying Squirrel. Do not harbor any illusions." What Zephyr did not mention, however, was that the excess energy would also contribute to the headquarters' electricity, saving a substantial amount on utility bills annually. Whether one possesses the abilities of a devil fruit user, wields a sword, or even acts as a marksman, physical stamina remains an exceedingly critical element. And this apparatus serves as the paramount facility for strengthening it. Now, all first-year students, step forward and commence your training. You shall not cease until I issue the command. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. To those who had just fainted, I shall remember your faces. Do await your turn. Zephyr's expression darkened, his terrifying tone instilling a sense of dread among the second-year students, while the third-year cohort remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such intimidation. Commence your training as per my assigned tasks. Once the remaining students dispersed, Zephyr began to stroll about, pausing to observe each individual for a period, offering verbal guidance. The remaining 20 students each possessed a training regimen meticulously tailored by Zephyr, designed to rectify their weaknesses and enhance their strengths. After an hour, Zephyr finally ambled over to the area concentrated with the Thunder Hell Power Generators, discreetly observing the newcomers' performances. Noah's performance is commendable, although his speed is high. It remains consistent, with minimal variation, and his breathing rhythm is steady. Among the newcomers, it appears only Sabal can barely keep pace. Observing the performance of Charles J. Age, a user of the gum-gum fruit, Zephyr furrowed his brow in discontent. He relies too heavily on the abilities of his fruit. His stamina is merely average. At this stage, possessing ample stamina is essential for maximizing the fruit's potential. Why does he not comprehend this? Zephyr scrutinized each of the 16 individuals, formulating thoughts in his mind. To safely dismount from the power generator, one must reach a certain rotational speed and maintain it for 10 minutes. When the generator emits a green light, it signifies a safe deceleration. Otherwise, Flying Squirrel will serve as your cautionary tale. Zephyr materialized in front of the newcomers, imparting the method to exit the power generator. Another cascade of electric sparks erupted, thunder roaring, and one student stumbled, inadvertently causing another to trip in alarm, both meeting the same fate. The air was suffused with the acrid scent of charred flesh. 20 minutes later, the 16 students gradually emerged from the power generator. Although they had not approached their physical limits, apart from a select few with robust mental fortitude, The rest were drenched in sweat, their shirts clinging to their bodies. Is this minor ordeal sufficient to overwhelm you? Zephyr mocked mercilessly from the sidelines. Based on your performances, I will adjust each power generator to suit your individual stamina limits. Thus, the uniformity of speed, duration, and maximum velocity will vary for each of you, and surprises await. Anticipate them eagerly. Yes, instructor. The first your students lamented, their faces long and dispirited. Now, follow me to the next training apparatus. Your task today is straightforward. Familiarize yourselves with the operation of each training facility. Teacher, you ought to rest. A tall beauty with cascading sea-blue waves of hair approached Zephyr, who was burning the midnight oil, offering him a steaming pot of freshly brewed tea. Ein, you should return and rest. I truly apologize for troubling you at this hour. Zephyr removed his glasses and turned to his student. Ein, it's nothing, Instructor Zephyr. I am not fatigued. Yet you, still laboring at this hour, do take better care of your health. Despite her awareness that the elder before her could easily overpower her, she could not help but express her concern. It's nothing. Compared to the days of pursuing pirates, this is but a trifle. Zephyr chuckled, accepting the hot tea, taking a sip, and relaxing as he leaned back in his chair, momentarily indulging in respite. You should try some. This is a specialty from the Flower Kingdom. A premium floral tea that even the warring states would be hard-pressed to acquire. Ein, without hesitation, poured herself a cup and engaged in conversation with Zephyr. Teacher, where did you procure this? Its flavor is unparalleled. After tasting a sip, Ein was utterly captivated, cradling the teacup with both hands, savoring tiny sips. Her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, swaying gently in her chair as if intoxicated by the tea. This fellow has offered me exquisite tea, yet posed a challenging dilemma. Zephyr set down his teacup, extracting a sheet from a stack of documents and handed it to Ein. Isaac D. Noah? Ein read aloud the name inscribed. This lad is the child of the late Rear Admiral Reynolds, a self-taught prodigy. He is the one who was afflicted by Drought Jack, Ein exclaimed. Her gaze darting towards Zephyr, who nodded slightly. Is he indeed formidable? Very much so. Armed with a self-created sword technique that fuses swordsmanship with the abilities of the Devil Fruit, he has slain the Baboon King, an adversary unbeaten by many elite recruits, thus possessing the strength akin to a typical Rear Admiral. His training regimen truly gives me a headache. Zephyr handed over the teacup, and Ein promptly filled it with tea. After sitting back down, he remarked, You witnessed the final duel of the new students. Did you not discern any of his weaknesses? He has already demonstrated the 6 forms of the Marine's ultimate techniques, life return, indicating that he has attained a certain level of mastery in the Marine's 6 styles. Although we did not see him utilize armament hockey, Karp has remarked that it is of considerable quality. Furthermore, his observation hockey was cultivated when he was merely 12 years old. As for his swordsmanship, though we are unaware of his mentor, his solid foundation suggests he has been guided by a renowned master, already reaching the realm of a sword master, seemingly having grasped the essence of the will of the wind. While his devil fruit is of the paramecia type, the diverse abilities he has developed, offensive, defensive, and restorative, render him truly versatile. Ein was utterly astonished, struggling to find words. It had been ages since he had encountered such a prodigy. Such an exceptional student is, without a doubt, a rarity in one's lifetime. Zephyr drained his tea in one gulp, feeling invigorated. The prospect of nurturing a future admiral, or even a fleet admiral for the Navy in his lifetime rekindled the fire within his veins. Although his physical prowess is commendable, the emphasis remains on swordsmanship. Ein, please arrange for both Ghost Spider and Squirrel to visit the training base whenever they are available. Understood, teacher, Ein replied. Observing Zephyr's revitalized demeanor, devoid of his usual elderly lethargy, a smile gracing his lips. Isaac D. Noah, I shall remember you. Meanwhile, in a secluded training room in Marineford, Leon lay on the ground, covered in wounds, too weak to rise. Noah stood not far in front of him. His training suit marred by 3 circular tears, each akin in size to a fist, revealing skin that was a vivid shade of red. The center slightly indented as if punctured by some object. Your Triceratops hand is rather intriguing. It managed to strike me. Noah stepped forward, bent down, and grasped Leon by the back of his collar, dragging him to a seat as one would a lifeless dog. He tossed a bottle of water towards him, which Leon barely managed to catch, gulping it down in haste. The effort aggravated his chest wound, nearly causing him to retch. Brother, could you provide some fire? A brilliant yellow flame was directly thrown at Lee, and observing his relaxed demeanor, akin to soaking in a hot spring, Noah shook his head. He pressed his flame-imbued hand against the previously injured area, withdrawing it moments later. The indentation now completely vanished. My speed and force have improved, though my accuracy still requires refinement. I evaded at 60% of my speed, yet you still managed to land 3 punches. Lian regained his composure, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered the issues at hand. He nodded in agreement. The 100 cracks cone technique indeed needs enhancement. But how can it be achieved? The most effective approach is to comprehend the observation haki. Enhancing perception will naturally bolster control, Noah replied. I have mastered armament haki, but I am only a novice with observation haki. Sometimes it functions, and at other times it does not. Upon hearing Noah's solution, Lian scratched his head in thought. The training for observation haki can be approached in 2 ways. The still method encourages tranquil contemplation of the world's essence. When one can consistently sense the ebb and flow like the rhythm of breath, mastery of observation haki is attained. The dynamic method, however, is more suited for martial artists who prefer bodily intuition over cerebral reasoning, unlocking potential at the brink of life and death. Growing familiar with the use of haki in intense battles. Hearing this, Lian assumed a meditative posture, closing his eyes to connect with the cosmos. I think I shall opt for the dynamic method. What? I believe. Stop what? Hurry up and come take a beating. Just look at yourself. Do you truly think a method suitable for someone with a brain could be executed by a muscle-bound fool like you? Brother, I implore you to show some mercy. I am truly not cut out for this struggle. Enough of your nonsense. If you keep whining, I will not hold back. After a flurry of relentless blows, Noah ceased his assault at Lian's pleading gesture, tossing a final burst of flame before returning to his seat to rest. Noah retrieved a handful of tantalizing jerky from the box on the ground, tossing a few pieces to Lian while indulging himself. The privileges of Rear Admiral Karp were indeed remarkable. The training room even provided honey-infused jerky. Lian savored the sweet, rich flavor and exquisite texture of the jerky. This secluded training facility was not open to the public. Entry required a corresponding access pass. As Karp did not need it, he had given Noah his own credentials, having made prior arrangements. Over the past few nights, after their training sessions concluded, the two would convene here, diligently practicing until the early hours of 1 or 2 in the morning before departing. Their evening sustenance relied entirely on the complimentary supply of honey jerky and fresh water. Such privileges were reserved exclusively for those of the rank of Rear Admiral and above. Are there any noteworthy individuals in the recruit camp? Noah suddenly inquired. There are several promising recruits, including the top newcomer, Gale Badra, who is a swordsman. A swordsman? Noah raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What school of thought do you know? I am not certain about that, but he wields dual daggers and his physique suggests a focus on speed, Lian recalled, responding thoughtfully. What about the others? The second recruit, Talia, scored only a single point higher than me, yet her abilities are slightly inferior, Lian lamented, feeling a sense of frustration at being surpassed by a woman of lesser skill, a fact that, if revealed, would be somewhat embarrassing. Is it that her theoretical examination scores are particularly high? Noah, fully aware of the situation, realized that despite her lack of strength, she had achieved a high score, undoubtedly due to excelling in a certain level that bore no relevance to actual skill. It seemed that only the theoretical examination had enabled her to surpass others. A perfect score. She had scored full marks. Could she truly be a top student? Noah's expression shifted as the inherent repulsion between underachievers and high achievers made decision-making difficult for him. After pacing back and forth a couple of times, Noah addressed the perplexed Leon, saying, I wish to make the acquaintance of those two, to assess their character and disposition. This matter is yours to gauge. If you deem it prudent, bring them here, whether it's one sheep or a flock. Having a few more will allow them to engage in mutual competition and save us some effort. Noah entrusted Lian with the task of expanding the connections within the new recruits, while he would seek out individuals of potential for the elite camp. Investing a bit more at this juncture would cultivate a foundation for the future. Those nurtured under his guidance would yield greater loyalty. To establish oneself within the Navy, relying solely on oneself is woefully inadequate. Lacking a few trustworthy aides can make matters exceedingly challenging. As they gradually ascend and secure a position within the Navy, it would be Noah's moment to shine. The following day, the underground training facility awaited. Zephyr had tirelessly ensured that all equipment was ready overnight, and the newcomers were about to face true hell. What in the world is this? One trainee shouted in despair while desperately running. The current speed left him no option to slow down. The entire massive vessel began to tilt, aligning parallel to the ground. The trainees could only accelerate to generate sufficient centrifugal force to maintain their running posture. Otherwise, they would risk colliding with the walls, which faintly crackled with electrical currents. Zephyr. I can hardly endure this anymore. Humph. This speed is meticulously calculated. You are far from reaching your limits, so keep running. Zephyr, with a stern countenance, had become a tyrannical figure in the eyes of the trainees. Finally, they completed the grueling run. Several first-year students crawled out of the power generator, nearly collapsing on the ground. Get up, follow the training schedule I provided, and move on to the next exercise. With that command, Zephyr dismissed the exhausted students, beginning his inspection of other areas. Noah, situated within the imposing power generator, observed Zephyr pausing briefly, yet failing to discern any deficiencies, merely nodding before departing. However, Noah found himself in a state of considerable distress. This finely tuned power generator exhibited formidable resistance, demanding immense strength to initiate movement. To exacerbate matters, Zephyr had imposed a remarkably high velocity setting, coupled with the longest operational duration among the group. By this point, Noah was utterly beleaguered, his legs feeling as though they were burdened with leaden weights. The talisman of Taishan, concealed within his chest, had been quelled. As Noah realized that adhering to Zephyr's training regimen while bearing an additional half-ton of weight was tantamount to courting disaster, he still faced the daunting prospect of running for another hour. Noah swiftly wiped the beads of perspiration streaming down his forehead with his arm, feeling as if his chest were ablaze, while his legs began to feel somewhat weak. Not far from him, a powerful observer fixated his gaze upon him. Wasn't he also a user of a devil fruit? How could his stamina be so exceptional? Charles J. Ajay, the user of the Momo fruit, panted heavily as he ran, astonished by Noah, whom he had been watching for some time. Individuals who consume devil fruits are a rarity upon the seas, and those with the potential and strength to enter the elite naval camp are even fewer. Furthermore, those who do not possess fruits of significant combat utility either have inferior abilities or have chosen the path of piracy, with few opting to join the Navy. In this cohort of the elite camp, only he and Noah were users of such powers. An hour later, Noah, his vision blurred and stars dancing before his eyes, leaned against a massive wheel and, feeling his legs give way, collapsed onto the ground. The medical team rushed forward, not producing medical instruments or first aid kit, but instead presenting a large platter of grilled sea king steaks. Noah paused for a moment, realizing that Zephyr must have notified him in advance. With a vigorous movement, he indulged in a sumptuous feast, devouring a large platter of roasted meat. As life surged back into him, his distended belly swiftly contracted, replenishing his entire being with vibrant energy and erasing fatigue in an instant. According to the plan, the next task required Noah to leap into action. Recalling the training regimen he had just reviewed, sword practice, perhaps? Following the instructions, Noah briskly made his way to a secluded room. Through the small windows of the doors he passed, he could see several individuals already engaged in practice. They appeared to be from the second and third-year teams. There it was, 1-to-1. Noah pushed open the door, revealing a spacious room entirely constructed of steel. In the corner, a rack showcased 5 iron blades, each progressively larger. With a click, the door locked automatically. Noah swallowed hard and approached the rack, lifting the second blade, only to discover that it was utterly dull, almost akin to a crude blade blank. Most strikingly, it was remarkably heavy, far heavier than typical blades of similar design, though for Noah, this weight was negligible. He pressed a red button on the wall, gripping the blade firmly, bracing himself. 3, 2, 1, here it comes. The weight of the iron blade suddenly surged, causing Noah's arms to bulge with tension, muscles straining under the effort. The second training exercise, named sword-swinging practice, proved to be far from simple. The specially designed iron blade was already exceptionally heavy, and the entire steel room generated intense magnetic fields that either attracted or repelled the blade. Practicing swordplay in such an environment was undoubtedly a test of inhuman endurance. Thrust, sweep, slash. Each movement, rooted in the foundational sword techniques passed down from his father and refined by the teachings of Gung Shiro, Noah centered his mind and relentlessly practiced, adapting to the rapidly changing conditions. A straight thrust aimed forward could easily be deflected by the magnetic forces from the walls, causing it to veer off course. A sweeping motion required significant force. If insufficient, the blade would be repelled before it could reach its target by the ceiling's magnetic resistance. Focus was pivotal. Every strike demanded complete concentration, precise control over each ounce of strength to avoid distortion of movement. Should the blade slip from his grasp and touch any wall, a powerful electric current would surge through the room. Unless he employed the moonwalk technique to remain suspended in the air, he would be instantly charred by the electricity. Yet, the moonwalk could not be sustained indefinitely. The moment his feet touched the ground, he would face the inevitable shock. After 10 seconds, the current would dissipate. But if the blade remained unclaimed for 3 minutes, he would face a rather unfortunate luxurious electric shock package. Buy one, get one free. Occasional screams from the adjacent room further compelled Noah to maintain his focus. 2 hours later, with arms swollen and weary, he emerged from the automatically opening door. His countenance numb as he made his way to the next training area, pausing intermittently. After consuming yet another substantial platter of grilled seafood. Relying solely on the resurrection of life was insufficient. The flames of the sun ignited within him, activating his cells to an extraordinary degree, rapidly mending torn muscle fibers and rendering them even stronger. Thus commenced the rigorous training with the devil fruit. Flames of the storm ignited. Noah spread his arms wide, resembling a goalkeeper, as crimson flames engulfed his entire being. With Noah's fervent exertion, the flames surged with intensity, ultimately coalescing into a formidable wall of fire. Noah closed his eyes, sacrificing sight for a heightened sense of concentration. The more focused his mind became, the more potent the flames grew. Bang! Bang! The air crackled with explosive sounds, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, as dozens of guns discharged in unison. Spherical lead bullets, propelled by gunpowder, converged into a barrage that surged toward the crimson wall of flames. The unique property of the disintegrating gale flame began to erode the lead bullets the moment they made contact. However, their velocity was too swift. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through Noah's clothing, only to meet a stalwart resistance against his iron-like skin, flattening into lead discs without breaching his defenses. Utilizing the 6 styles, iron block, the conventional gunpowder weapons posed no threat any longer. Yet, Noah furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. For Zephyr had clearly stated on the training sheet, within 15 days, if he could not withstand gunfire from 50 meters away. With the lead bullets completely disintegrated by the flames, and his clothing remaining unscathed, then his future training targets would not be mere firearms, just recently disassembled from the ship. Naval cannons were on the agenda for examination. The wall 50 meters away was riddled with bullet holes, from which the lead bullets had been fired. In truth, this location was not solely designated to enhance Noah's gale flame. After all, the Navy would not construct such a site for the sake of one individual. The actions of several nearby individuals exemplified the proper approach to this training. Iron block. Bang. Bang. Not far off, a second-year student stripped off his shirt, tensed his muscles, and executed the 6 styles, iron block, gritting his teeth to withstand the impact of the lead bullets. However, his position was somewhat distant, approximately 80 meters from the shooting wall. Even so, the student was in considerable agony. Although the bullets did not penetrate his skin, they remained embedded on the surface, requiring him to painstakingly extract each one, each removal causing him to gasp in discomfort. A bit further away, a third-year female student, possessing formidable strength, enveloped herself in armament hockey that extended to her clothing. The lead bullets merely skated across her protection, producing sparks, though the force still forced her to take 2 steps back. This was indeed a zone dedicated to honing the iron block and the defensive prowess of armament hockey. Again, the shooting wall was shrouded in smoke. The thunderous sounds of gunfire never ceased. After enduring the tempest of bullets for half an hour, Noah had no choice but to raise the white flag and surrender. Changing into a tattered outfit, he leaned against the wall, making his way to the dining hall step by step. His vision blurred, and a throbbing pain assaulted his head, more exhausting than his first experience in the illusionary time-space room. The flame of death consumed not only physical strength, but bore an even heavier burden on his mental faculties. After a morning filled with rigorous training, he was already mentally fatigued. Sustaining the gale flame at full capacity for half an hour had reached the limit of his mental endurance. Fortunately, it was now mealtime, followed by an hour of much-needed rest. Upon entering the elite camp dining hall, a lively scene unfolded. A group of individuals lamented their woes, while another engaged in discussions about challenges encountered during training. Yet, the majority were blissfully indifferent to the world outside, wholly focused on devouring the meals before them. Truly, they resembled gluttons reborn from starvation. Noah cast a disdainful glance, seated himself at an empty table with a towering stack of plates, and commenced devouring his meal with a voracity that far surpassed that of the famished souls he so scorned. After satiating his hunger, he disregarded several trainees who had just crawled into the dining hall after their training. Noah leisurely made his way to the communal bath in the lounge, first taking a refreshing shower to wash away the layers of sweat that had accumulated on his body. It must be said, bathing truly alleviates fatigue. However, soaking in a bath would yield even greater relief. As for the concern regarding devil fruit users and their vulnerability to water, being submerged entirely would indeed render one immobile. Yet merely having one's hands and feet in water would only induce mild discomfort. Rain and showers, on the other hand, pose no threat to devil fruit users. Thus Noah felt entirely at ease while cleansing himself, harboring no fears of being exposed. He found a secluded upper bunk and lay there, gently massaging his temples. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, the dull ache in his head thwarted his descent into slumber. Those rascals truly slept soundly. Listening to the cacophony of resounding snores around him, Noah couldn't help but smirk, feeling a twinge of envy. Indeed, reliance on the system was paramount. Noah sat up abruptly, opening the system shop. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spent 300 exchange points to purchase a bottle of soul wine. Removing the wooden cork, he grasped the elegantly crafted white porcelain wine jug and took a sip. The tension on Noah's furrowed brow eased slightly, and the sharp pain in his mind diminished considerably. He replaced the cork and stored the wine jug back in his personal space. During this period of inactivity without any assigned tasks, every single exchange point needed to be spent judiciously. To be frank, he regretted using his points to buy wine for Leon. Now, every point counted. And after purchasing the soul wine, he was left with only 5,400 points. Therefore, he intended to ration the bottle, planning to savor it in 10 sips. Even so, this single bottle would only last him 5 days, as the afternoon training session would once again involve fire drills. If he did not drink even a drop afterward, he would be rendered useless by nightfall. Closing his eyes, he allowed the effects of the wine to wash over him, and soon he fell into a deep slumber. However, this nap proved to be problematic. Within 20 minutes, nearly everyone in the lounge who had been sleeping awoke, shouting about an earthquake and urging one another to flee. A tide of bodies surged towards the narrow exit, blocking it completely. Another 20 minutes passed, and at the training grounds exit, a group of people stood wide-eyed and confused. Some, reassured that the tremors had ceased, lay down on the ground to sleep, while others remained uneasy, forcing themselves to stay alert. What was happening? Hearing the commotion, Zephyr quickly made his way to the assembled crowd at the training ground. He had allotted you precious rest time during noon. Why wasn't he it being cherished? Reporting, instructor. A yawning third-year student rose to respond. We were sleeping in the lounge when we suddenly heard a loud rumble, then felt a slight tremor. Thinking it was an earthquake, we hurried out without hearing any safety notification, so we dared not return. An earthquake? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief. Ridiculous. I felt nothing. Indeed, after leaving the lounge, he had not sensed any tremors. Others echoed his thoughts, confirming that the vibrations were only felt within the lounge and outside. Even the thunderous sound had vanished. Zephyr scanned the crowd but did not spot that familiar face. Was Noah merely in a deep slumber, or was he the cause of this whole incident? Zephyr speculated. Yet with so little evidence, he could not draw any conclusions. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow, as he strode purposefully towards the lounge. As they approached the lounge, the rumbling grew louder. Upon entering, Zephyr's powerful observation haki indeed detected subtle vibrations, guiding him towards the source. As he drew closer, he could distinctly feel the tremors without needing his haki. Looking up, he was met with a sight that left him exasperated. Truly, Noah was the grandson of that old rascal Karp. Even in sleep, he managed to create such a commotion. Wake up, you rascal, Zephyr shouted, delivering a powerful punch, the force of which was accompanied by a gust of wind that threatened to send the soundly sleeping Noah flying. Huh, who dares to ambush me? Fortunately, Noah's ever-present sense of danger, honed by his observation haki, alerted him to the imminent threat, jolting him awake. He leaped up, only to find that the bed beneath him had been shredded by the force of the punch, the remnants swirling around him like confetti. Noah kicked off the ceiling and, in that fleeting moment of pause, discerned the appearance of the assailant. Instantly, he retracted his raised fist, landing with an expression of innocence, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. Teacher Zephyr, what does this mean? You won't even allow us to sleep, and now you orchestrate a surprise attack? Are you truly unaware of the consequences of your own actions? What is happening? Noah appeared utterly bewildered. Me, snoring, during an earthquake. Noah appeared utterly perplexed. Having always lived alone, he had never realized that his snoring resembled the sound of thunder or an earthquake. I apologize for disturbing your rest. Noah apologized to the crowd gathered at the entrance, and upon realizing that it was unintentional, the disturbed individuals ceased their commotion, casting their gazes towards Zephyr, seeking a resolution. With no alternative, Zephyr resignedly instructed Noah to the officers' lounge at the far end of the training ground, muttering that he was fortunate. He gave Noah a light slap on the back of the head, dismissing the others before leading Noah toward the officers' rest area. The place was nearly deserted. As officers rarely had the opportunity to visit, and even when they did, they seldom utilized the provided lounge. The conditions here were far superior to those of the public resting area, and had it not been for your solitary issue disturbing the rest of others, you would have been in a different situation. Go on in. You still have less than 20 minutes to sleep. The afternoon training will not be as forgiving as the morning, Zephyr remarked. After his departure, Noah collapsed onto the wide, soft bed, blissfully rolling over, nearly sinking into the mattress. The contrast between a wooden bed and a spring mattress was astounding. It was surprising that he had overlooked such a significant issue. Noah gently massaged his temples, lamenting his own carelessness. Snoring? Was it that thunderous, earthquake-like snoring? Surely, that does not align with the persona of a graceful young gentleman. This was the roar of the tiger and leopard thunder sound, a genuine technique of national martial arts. The resounding snore was a testament to Noah's mastery of the tiger and leopard thunder sound, which had even begun to operate autonomously during his sleep. Those unaware of the truth might mistakenly believe he was simply snoring. In reality, it was his chest cavity vibrating in a unique rhythm. Using the resonance to invigorate his chi and blood, stretch his fascia, and refine his organs, gradually fortifying his internal being. This was the essence of the tiger and leopard thunder sound inscribed within his very physique, forming an instinctual ability. As Noah's physical prowess grew increasingly formidable, the effects of the tiger and leopard thunder sound had become somewhat insipid, yet too precious to abandon. The time invested in its deliberate execution was not proportional to the benefits gained. Nevertheless, it still bore some efficacy, like grains of sand accumulating into a tower, or the gathering of fur into a coat. Persevering in this practice could yield no detriment. Over the years, apart from activating the tiger and leopard thunder sound during medicinal baths, he merely engaged in its practice each night before sleep, eventually even dozing off mid-execution. At some point, once Noah fell asleep, the tiger and leopard thunder sound would activate automatically. However, having lived in solitude on a deserted island, he had no leisure to set up a camera to document his slumber until he settled in the Isen dojo, where he was awakened in the dead of night by the stern-faced Gung Shiro, thus unearthing this peculiar phenomenon. With a rumble, while the remnants of alcohol and drowsiness lingered, Noah patted his soft pillow and closed his eyes. Within 3 heartbeats, he was snoring. Suddenly, a jarring bell rang out from speakers scattered throughout the space, jolting the elites in the lounge, who rubbed their eyes and yawned, flowing out like countless tributaries merging into various training grounds. Oh, class is starting? I'm going to be late. Noah abruptly sat up in bed, his head still slightly foggy. He hastily slipped on his shoes and dashed outside, fearing the consequences of alerting his parents. As he ran, Noah's pace gradually slowed. In the distance, 100 or so soldiers clad in Navy training uniforms marched in formation, some of them already engaged in their exercises. Noah silently crouched down, tying his shoes, and inadvertently brushed past the corner of his eye, as if wiping away a solitary tear. Indeed, I have graduated. Not only have I graduated, but I have also departed from the world I once knew. The student days, which held countless laughter and tears, are irrevocably lost. I will never again see the grandfather, the dean, who tirelessly nurtured him into adulthood, yet will eternally await the gratitude that will never come. At this moment, Noah suddenly realized that the memories of his past life had become somewhat hazy. It was not until he was roused by the training bell, reminiscent of the school bell from his previous existence, that those memories gradually began to resurface. In his former life, there were people he cherished. In this life, there are still important tasks he must undertake, should he return to his original world. Noah opened the system interface, his gaze gradually solidifying with determination. With the system at his disposal, there would invariably be a solution to every problem. It merely hinged on the cost to be borne. Hey, you over there. Hurry up and get to training. You'll have quite the show when instructor Zephyr arrives. A kind-hearted Marine called out to Noah, who was lost in thought, staring blankly into the air ahead. Oh, I'll be right there. Noah regained his composure and smiled at the individual before him, then took strides towards the training area. It was premature to dwell on such matters. Focusing on the present was of utmost importance. What lay ahead was the cultivation of the flame of thunder. Noah picked up a wooden sword, or more accurately, a sword made of a wooden plank. He swung it back and forth, the blade swaying erratically in the air, clearly exhibiting remarkable elasticity. It was the same shooting wall from the morning. However, this time Noah did not ignite the flame of the gale. Instead, the green flame of thunder enveloped the slender wooden sword, causing it to transform from soft to rigid in an instant, with serpentine bolts of azure lightning coiling around it. Faint rumbles of thunder resonating in the air. With a horizontal slash, a spherical lead bullet, shot from 80 meters away, was evenly cleaved by the wooden sword, splitting into two halves while maintaining its momentum as it fell far beyond. An upward thrust, a downward chop, a direct stab. The characteristic of the flame of thunder is its hardening ability, rendering it the mightiest shield among the flames of death. Yet, the strongest shield can also serve as a formidable spear of assault. When a weapon is imbued with armament hockey and further layered with the flame of thunder, the resultant effect is undoubtedly greater than the sum of its parts. The best defense is indeed a good offense. For Noah, enveloping himself in armament hockey and igniting the thunder flame armor may be deemed as impenetrable fortification, but it is not in his nature to passively endure attacks. Utilizing the thunder flame for offensive purposes aligns with his beliefs. Zephyr understood his mindset, which is why he meticulously designed this training segment. The flame of thunder, while proficient in defense, can also effortlessly breach protective barriers. The slender and supple wooden sword was merely the beginning. When Noah could effortlessly slice through 100 rounds within a mere 10 meters, he would then advance to the next stage of his training. Having just cleaved the sixth bullet, a small fragment of flame dispersed too late to envelop the sword, which had already struck the next bullet. The lead projectile tearing through the midsection of the wooden sword and narrowly grazing Noah's face. With a soft thud, the moment reverberated in the air. Noah casually discarded the half-splintered wooden sword, picking up another from a nearby pile, re-establishing his stance for the foundational swordsmanship. The flickering lightning thickened. The verdant flames of thunder surged. Let the bullets come, fiercer than before. In the next moment, a storm descended. The morning sun bathed Marineford in warmth. As dozens of seagulls soared above, carrying the briny scent of the sea, the refreshing breeze swept across the training grounds where numerous sailors perspired, offering a hint of coolness. The towering gate of justice, standing majestically amidst the ocean, slowly opened to welcome today's first visitor, or more precisely, a returnee. A warship sliced through the waves, riding the currents as it advanced toward Crescent Dock. Arriving rather early, are we? A tall man clad in a justice cloak and gray attire stood with arms crossed, observing the gradually decelerating ship. In the blink of an eye, the warship had docked. The man flicked away his cigarette, but, patiently awaiting the arrival of those aboard. Your lack of taste remains unchanged. That gaudy helmet paired with your fierce visage would surely frighten a child. The newcomer retorted mercilessly, hand resting on the hilt of a long sword at his side as he sauntered toward the man. Oh, and you, with your nonconformist purple hair, dare to criticize me? You've tainted the Navy's reputation. The tall man, with disheveled black hair and a two-headed dragon helmet, retorted indignantly, targeting his opponent's vulnerability. You, still dressed in purple stripes at your age, with that uncle face of yours, think you can still flaunt? You have no right to speak of me. With your infamous demon tentacle name known across the Navy and the Grand Line. The punk with purple hair twirled his beard, countering provocatively. If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Infuriated by the mention of demon tentacle, the tall man drew his sword, his long hair rising dramatically as countless strands coalesced into 6 arms, adeptly drawing forth 6 officer-grade swords from behind, while he unknowingly gripped 2 swords in his hands. I am Demon Spider. It is you, scoundrel, who sullies my name. Was it not you who first called me Kilmata? Those who commit unjust acts will meet their demise. With a sharp sound, the long sword at his waist gleamed ominously as the purple-haired punk defiantly unsheathed his sword. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Ahem, you ought to reconsider. Instigating a fight here may result in confinement by the admiral. Squirrel, do you think I would back down? The 8 swords of Demon Spider spread like a peacock displaying its feathers, yet remained still, as Squirrel assumed a battle-ready stance, motionless. Both parties found themselves in a stalemate. Will you fight or not? A voice, emerging from behind Squirrel, shattered the tense silence. Admiral Zephyr is still waiting. The speaker, towering over both Squirrel and Demon Spider, bore a formidable long-handled saw knife on his shoulder, the chilling gleam captivating attention, especially the porous bullhorn mask covering his face, revealing only the area below his nose. Since it is Major Bastille pleading for you, I shall spare you today. But the next encounter may not be so lenient. Squirrel snorted disdainfully. taking the opportunity to sheath his sword. Huh? I clearly decided to spare you for Major Bastile's sake, and you dare to overstep? Although he said this, Demon Spider dissipated the 6 black-haired arms, the 8 swords vanishing from sight, presumably concealed within his hair. What transpired? When did I say they couldn't fight? What is this pleading nonsense? The confusion on Bastile's face was evident even behind his mask. My reputation. Do these seasoned admirals need to offer me a new major's respect? Shouldn't they be asserting their authority? Why does it feel like Bastile's hair has suddenly turned red? It must be the sunlight, I suppose. The sailors lined up behind them couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Demon Spider straightened his somewhat disheveled attire, relighting a cigarette. Let us go. Teacher Zephyr must be waiting anxiously. With that, he turned and departed, followed by Squirrel and Major Bastile. Watching Squirrel fade into the distance, his aide promptly ordered the sailors under his command to disperse. This place has been transformed remarkably. Descending the long staircase, the first sight of the underground training facility prompted a satisfied nod from Squirrel, while Bastile marveled, reminiscing about the countless individuals laboring diligently, perspiring profusely. This way. The teacher's office isn't here. Demon Spider, seemingly familiar with the area from a recent visit, led the others through the training zone, ascending several flights of stairs, stopping before a door and raising his hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zephyr's slightly fatigued voice echoed. The 3 entered, scanning for Zephyr's figure, discovering him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the entire training area. Teacher. Long time no see, Teacher Zephyr. Upon your arrival, take a seat. Demon Spider. Go brew some tea, using the tea from the jar I forbade you from touching the other day. Zephyr did not turn back, already aware of the visitors' identities. Although one was unexpected, they were all his former students, not outsiders. The 3 renowned admirals sat upright in the office as if they were school children awaiting their teacher's instruction. Despite their combined age exceeding a century, in Zephyr's presence, they would always be students, the shadows of his teachings lingering difficult to erase. After a lengthy pause, Zephyr finally withdrew his gaze, turning to sit behind his desk, lifting the slightly lukewarm teacup to sip, revealing a look of regret at its temperature. He waved away Demon Spider's offer to prepare a fresh cup, drinking the remaining warm tea before focusing on his 3 students, speaking. Bastile. Congratulations on the successful completion of your first mission as a newly promoted admiral. I have heard of the renown of the Slayer of Leviathans. Thanks to your guidance, teacher, I was well prepared to face the dangers encountered. Moreover, with the assistance of Senior Squirrel, I hardly exerted myself. Bastile promptly replied. Do not belittle yourself. I am well aware of your capabilities. However, do not grow complacent. Your shortcomings remain apparent, and among the current admirals, your prowess may rank lowest. Zephyr, a master of pedagogy, employed a strategy of elevation followed by restraint, allowing the satisfied Bastile to regain his composure. Your visit is fortuitous. I initially intended only to convey a message to Squirrel and Demon Spider, not anticipating your presence aboard Squirrel's ship. The facilities here have been upgraded since your time. Take advantage of this task's lull to train here. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Though Bastile's expression was obscured by his mask, his tone suggested enthusiasm. Strength, after all, is best cultivated under the guidance of a teacher, ensuring swifter progress. Enduring hardships now means shedding less blood in battle. I summoned you for a specific purpose. Come, observe. Zephyr gestured toward a broad expanse outside, where a young man stood. The 3 crowded by the window. He is entrusted to you. Just don't kill him. Zephyr remarked with indifference. What grudge do you suppose this young man holds against Teacher Zephyr that warrants such a grand display? The weasel, resting his chin on his hand, inquired. The ghost spider, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remained silent, inhaling a cloud of smoke, while Bastu, eager not to disregard the elder, interjected. Perhaps he has grown complacent in his training, believing himself to be the best, and has become somewhat arrogant. Teacher Zephyr has instructed us to give him a wake-up call to help him comprehend the disparity in strength. Yet, from what I've observed, he does not seem to fit that description. The ghost spider unexpectedly chimed in, having closely monitored Noah's training for quite some time, even noting his performance during the training session 2 days prior. Pay attention to the flames erupting as he moves. Teacher Zephyr has stated that he wields the power of a devil fruit, and his abilities are quite diverse. Few in the history of the elite camp have reached such a level, aside from that particular session. The weasel, witnessing Noah's display, spoke gravely to hone him. It seems we may need to unleash some genuine skill. That session refers to Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu, does it not? Bastu expressed his astonishment. never anticipating that this drenched young man could earn such high praise from the weasel. Indeed, and he is even younger, with a promising future, the weasel left unsaid, allowing Bastia to reflect on it himself. Is it possible for one still practicing shave to possess such immense potential? Bastia murmured. On the specially designed training ground, several circular patterns resembling archery targets were scattered about. Noah stood breathlessly at the center of a red circle, sweat dripping down. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted as orange flames surged from his feet. Noah's figure vanished, reappearing instantaneously at a distant circle, exhaling a sigh of relief. As he brushed away sweat, droplets fell outside the red circle, producing a crackling sound as they evaporated into wisps of smoke. Have you not noticed, General Bastia? The ghost spider queried suddenly, gesturing towards Noah on the training ground. It seems that aside from the flames propelling him, there is no significant change, is there? Bastia replied uncertainly. Your observation still lacks depth. Pay close attention to how many times he steps on the ground. The weasel urged Bastia to focus on an essential detail. Just then, Noah executed another shave maneuver, and Bastia fixated on his movements, his eyes widening in astonishment, rendered speechless. Are you not amazed? A standard shave requires stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant to be considered adequate. He managed 6 steps in merely 0.2 seconds. With the final burst of flames compensating for any lack of power, achieving a speed that surpasses the norm for shave, the weasel elucidated. Even so, I remain confident in my ability to teach him humility. Bastia retorted, feeling somewhat defiant, believing that mere innovation in shave would not secure victory through constant evasion in battle. Then step up. I have high hopes for you, the weasel encouraged, patting Bastia's waist, unable to reach his shoulder, but that must wait until afternoon. He is already trained all morning, and you will not be able to gauge his true capabilities by facing him now. I shall allow in time, Bastia conceded. Resuming his seat, his sharp cutter poised beside him, a glimmer of battle intent flickering in his gaze. The lunch break swiftly passed, and before long, it was time for the afternoon training session. Amidst a cacophony of piercing bells, Noah lazily stretched as he exited the officer's lounge, encountering the long-awaiting General Bastia. Noah halted his steps, perceiving an unusual atmosphere in the air. Bastille puffed out his chest, looking down upon Noah with an air of superiority, intending to assert his dominance before speaking. However, before he could utter a word, he heard Noah mention his own name, which brought a surge of delight to his heart. To think that my illustrious reputation has reached even the elite camp. Perhaps this young man is even an admirer of mine. When the time comes to teach him a lesson, I might just show him a modicum of mercy. Bastille, was it? Noah ultimately could not recall the full name of Bastille. The only impression left was that this fellow's large blade had been shattered by Sabo's claw, suggesting he was nothing but a counterfeit. It is indeed Vice Admiral Bastille, you insolent individual who disregards the officer. Bastille's fantasies lay shattered, his sharp cutter firmly planted in the ground as he glared furiously at Noah. How ruthless his methods were. Noah felt a chill run down his spine, for he had not anticipated that such a cunning expression could be concealed beneath the visage of a man with a square face. The mask he wore was not merely to disguise his appearance, but rather, a multitude of intimidating gazes bore down upon Noah, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. What began as merely 2 stares had transformed into a myriad of hollow eyes created by the horned mask on his face, amplifying the effect to a level akin to that of a shotgun, vastly more powerful than the initial 2 pistols. This afternoon's training had been altered. Master Zephyr instructed me to serve as your sparring partner. Let us proceed upstairs, Bastia murmured, guiding Noah out of the underground training facility and into the assembly grounds of the elite camp. Have you sufficiently recovered your stamina? If not, I permit you to rest a while longer, remarked General Bastia. I am perfectly fine now. And is that General Squirrel and General Ghost Spider over there? Noah nodded, his gaze drifting to the distant platform where 2 figures were observing, their distinct features stirring memories within him. Earlier, he had heard from Teacher Zephyr that General Weasel and General Ghost Spider would come to provide him with guidance, and he was surprised by their prompt arrival. A month had elapsed since the commencement of training at the elite camp. One might think it a delay for the 2 generals to arrive after such a duration, but in reality, it was quite swift. General Weasel had just completed a mission, hastily delegating the report to his aide before rushing to meet Zephyr, which illustrated the gravity of the situation. Had he encountered the generals immediately after a mission, Noah would have had to wait considerably longer. The time spent traveling alone would be uncertain. If they were pursuing a pirate crew, considerable time would be required for reconnaissance and capture. The kind of adversary warranting the involvement of a general could hardly be a minor threat, and the duration of travel and combat could easily accumulate to months. How infuriating. Do you not know the names of General Weasel and General Ghost Spider? Bastia seethed, brandishing his Shark Slayer sword, the sunlight dancing upon its hefty blade like rippling waves. Come forth then, Bastia, or whatever your name is. Apologies, I did that on purpose. Such an insolent wretch. If I do not teach you a harsh lesson, you shall never learn to respect your superiors. Bastia's repeated disregard for Noah's presence finally ignited his fury, and he swung his Shark Slayer sword with tremendous force. The momentum was overwhelming, like a tidal wave threatening to topple a grand edifice. Remember this, you brat. I am Bastia, the Shark Slayer. Wait, what's happening with Bastia? Why is he exerting all his strength right from the start? General Weasel remarked, his expression darkening. As a general, it is utterly unacceptable to lose composure due to provocation. General Ghost Spider voiced his discontent with Bastia's somewhat immature display. What a fool Bastia is. Showing no growth after all these years. Zephyr, who had appeared behind the two, could not help but chastise upon witnessing the scene. Teacher Zephyr. The two greeted him before returning their focus to the duel. Bastia still exhibited his volatile temper, and speed remained his greatest shortcoming, no matter how great his strength. If he could not land a hit, it was all in vain. Zephyr sighed in disappointment, recognizing the stagnation in Bastia's development over the years. Indeed, General Bastia possessed formidable strength. His Shark Slayer sword aura had cleaved through 3 pirate ships and split the notorious pirate Great White Shark, in half. A foe with a bounty of 180 million. Even I found it challenging to withstand the force of his sword aura directly. General Weasel, having recently completed a mission alongside Bastia, offered a word of praise. That is because that fool Great White Shark was merely a muscle-bound brute, lacking in speed and agility. Bastia thrives against such straightforward opponents. However, Noah is different. He would suffer greatly. Zephyr shook his head, gesturing towards the arena. See, is this not the very example? The colossal sword aura, capable of cleaving mountains and parting seas, bore down with an intimidating presence. Noah stood transfixed, squinting slightly, yet he did not even draw his weapon. The sword aura carved a wide chasm, soaring beyond Marineford and disappearing into the vast sea, without a single drop of blood to be seen. Noah merely leaped aside, narrowly evading the imminent strike of the shark-slaying sword chi, the turbulent sword wind only tousling his dark hair. What does it matter if mountains are cleaved and seas are parted? You still cannot touch me. Flame flash. A surge of fire erupted, and Bastia could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the flame before it vanished. His extensive combat experience prompted him to instinctively raise his blade in defense, successfully parrying the swift thrust of the black sword. In his rational, seemingly emotionless orange eyes, a bead of cold sweat reflected off Bastia's forehead. Noah retreated a step, refraining from a follow-up attack. I trust you have gained some understanding of my capabilities. Now, let us engage seriously, for I do not wish to endure a battle devoid of suspense. Noah licked his lips, and the flames of the vast sky blazed even more fiercely. If I were to resolve this too swiftly, it would indeed lack excitement. Noah's proclamation was not made lightly. Although the formidable Baboon King nearly met his demise in the previous sword duel, that was due to unforeseen circumstances, and many of his techniques went unutilized. After enduring a month of grueling training akin to hell, Noah made significant advancements in his mastery of Haki, the 6 styles, and the deadly flame of death, as well as in swordsmanship. Collectively, he has surpassed the rank of a rear admiral, though it remains uncertain how vast the chasm is between him and the seasoned vice-admirals. Bastia, the newly promoted vice-admiral, has yet to attain the strength he will possess 5 years hence. Presently, he is among the weakest at the vice-admiral level. Even in 5 years, when he has further honed his abilities, he will still be the one who had his shark cutter shattered by Sabo's claw, his mast crushed barehanded, thus bringing disgrace to the Navy. Bastia remained silent, responding to Noah with action as the shark cutter cleaved through the air, striking heavily against Noah's raised ink-black blade. Such tremendous force. Noah's face flushed crimson, his hands cradling the inky cloud as cracks in the web beneath his feet spread like tendrils. Again! Ding! The colossal shark-slaying blade clashed with the delicate ink cloud, sending sparks flying in all directions. Flame of clarity, arise. The blazing yellow flames engulfed Noah's form, swiftly alleviating the soreness in his arms, which had just endured immense pressure. The activated flames invigorated every cell within him, resulting in a slight enhancement in strength, neural response, and speed, albeit at the cost of rapidly depleting stamina. Unleash your armament Haki. My blade possesses the exalted rank of Supreme Great Blade. And I would prefer not to be caught in the throes of battle while your weapon shatters under the strain. Noah shouted with palpable excitement in his voice. After the battle with the Baboon King, he had not had the opportunity to unleash his full strength in a thrilling fight. During that confrontation, he had been constrained, only finding satisfaction in his swordsmanship. Now, the sheer force of this clash ignited Noah's heart. Every hardship endured over the past month transformed into a driving energy for his strikes. Each swing of the blade was a fervent assault, devoid of any need for feints or tricks, direct and unyielding. With every collision, it was as though thunder erupted, the shattered sword aura creating shockwaves that nearly plowed through the stone floor, scattering debris in abundance. Bastile's once pristine shark-slaying sword had taken on a dark hue. Yet Noah's observation came a tad too late, as several small nicks had already marred the blade, causing Bastille considerable distress. Bastile's swordsmanship could be described as straightforward and forceful, relying on sheer brute strength for horizontal and vertical slashes. With the enhancement of his haki, he fought recklessly, compensating for his lack of mobility with swift maneuvers. In Noah's vicinity, the blazing flames of Qing relentlessly mended every muscle tear resulting from their fierce clashes, ensuring his body remained in peak condition. With a swift slash, the two figures intermittently vanished and reappeared, each pause marked by the clash of dual blades. Yet, Noah's utilization of the Great Void Flame Eruption propelled his flame flash to a speed exceeding that of the basic slash, allowing him to gradually gain the upper hand. The sole drawback of Flame Flash lay in its conspicuous onset. The flames and sounds drew attention, lacking the subtlety of the slash. However, in the heat of direct combat, the advantages of Flame Flash became increasingly evident. It was visible, yet utterly inescapable. It was nearly time to conclude. Taking a deep breath, Noah delivered a powerful strike, momentarily pushing Bastille back a few steps, while he deftly retreated, widening the gap between them. Bastille, too, found himself in a dire state. Leaning on his sword and gasping for breath, his arms weary and weak, wielding the sword posed no issue, yet unleashing another shark slash was beyond his reach. Allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over the past month. A thick electric serpent coiled around the ink cloud blade, its green lightning flames serving merely as an accent to the serpent. The flames, though thin, exuded a remarkably condensed metallic essence. With a forward slash, the surging force of wind propelled Noah forward at breakneck speed, the ink cloud blade continuously gathering wind power, his arms bulging unnaturally as muscles entwined like dragons and serpents. The dark, armed color of his haki enveloped his hands and arms. 13 layers of thunder waves. Blade fire, steel slash. At this moment, the mightiest shield transformed into a spear of offense. 13 surging, tremorous layers, infused with unparalleled wind power, collided against the armed haki of the shark slash. The fate of this blade had been sealed. Did I hear snoring? Surely not. It seems that newcomer is absent from the training grounds. That implies an earthquake. The thunderous rumble resonated throughout the underground training facility, confirming Noah's absence. Panic ensued as all trainees abandoned their equipment and fled. The students trapped in the power generator gazing in despair as others rushed past. They could not afford to stop. Running could prolong their survival, while halting would mean doom. What to do? The exit was sealed, and with instructor Zephyr absent, no one possessed the authority to unlock it. A throng of elite camp students, encircled at the entrance's staircase, jostled anxiously, while only a few retained their composure beneath the shadow of death. Although the underground training ground was fortified with steel, the strength of nature remained an enigma. Should it truly collapse, they would be buried alive. Sabal, with instructor Zephyr gone, what do you propose we do? Over 30 pairs of eyes eagerly turned to the current top student of the elite camp, Grove Sabal, hoping he would devise a solution. As the tremors intensified with proximity to the surface, half an hour had elapsed without abating, and the vibrations appeared to escalate. Let us wait a little longer. We are near the surface now. Even if it collapses, your strength affords a significant chance of survival. If this is indeed an earthquake, Instructor Zephyr will surely return to rescue us. There is no need for concern. Sabal attempted to reassure the frightened crowd, but his words had little effect. 20 minutes later, though the training area remained intact, Zephyr's absence was still felt, leading to even greater unrest. There's no choice. Blide, solid, Evelyn. You must collaborate to carve a passage through the door. Sabal furrowed his brow, sensing the rising tension among the group, unwilling to delay further. Prolonging this situation could lead to internal strife among the trainees, which would be disastrous. 6 of the top-ranking swordsmen stepped forward through the gap created by the anxious crowd. confronting the formidable alloy door with apprehensive expressions. "Sabal, you're making this difficult for us," remarked Blide, the fifth-ranked elite camp swordsman, as he tapped the locked gate, assessing its texture and thickness before shaking his head with a sigh. "No, we only need to outline a rough passage large enough to squeeze through. Penetrating halfway into the door will suffice. The rest will be left to me and Ajay." Sabal gestured to indicate a square outline that a person could crawl through, prompting Blide to draw his sword, while the 5 swordsmen behind him readied their blades in anticipation. "I will do my best." Blide took a deep breath, the weight of over 30 lives resting heavily upon his shoulders. The dark red hockey permeated the blade, as Blide's index finger gripped the specially crafted circular ring on the hilt. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword began to spin, its rotation hastening as it emitted wisps of blue smoke. In an instant, the rapidly spinning blade came to a halt, radiating a fiery brilliance as though forged in a furnace, emanating an oppressive heat. Blide reversed his grip on the sword, anchoring his legs to the ground, twisting his waist to deliver a strike, unleashing an astonishing wave of heat from the dark red flame-infused sword energy, carving a groove into the sturdy alloy door. With a horizontal slash followed by a downward cut, Blide continued his assault with minimal pause, creating a small outline barely large enough for a person to squeeze through on the alloy door. "I've done my utmost." Blide stepped back, his face pale as the residual warmth of the sword caused those nearby to instinctively retreat. "It's our turn." The remaining swordsmen exchanged glances and nodded, each unleashing their most powerful techniques, their various sword energies shattering against the marks left by Blide, amplifying their success. Gasping for breath, the 5 swordsmen withdrew after exhausting their energy, some requiring assistance to remain upright. The seemingly indestructible alloy door was now riddled with sword marks, 3 enormous deep grooves resembling grotesque scars. "Give it your all, Ajay. This is no time to hold back." Sabal clenched his fists, addressing the elite camp's second-ranked user of the Momo fruit, Charles J. "Ajay, you need not remind me, I would never gamble with my life." Ajay shot him a glance. "I want to perish easily until I've defeated you. Then you may have a long life ahead, Ajay." Sabal chuckled softly, his eyes glimmering with confidence. "As long as I'm in the elite camp, none shall usurp my standing at the top." The hockey enveloped Sabal's fists, and as he assumed a fighting stance, an overwhelming sense of impending eruption washed over the others. 6 styles, icebreaker cannon. The powerful punch was sufficient to shatter the obstructing icebergs, the force compelling the other trainees to step back. "I refuse to be defeated by you," Ajay roared, his form visibly expanding at an astonishing rate as the fabric of his marine uniform tore, revealing dense black and golden fur, his arms growing immensely long and robust, nearly reaching the ground. There it was, Ajay's mightiest form. Rumor had it that this was the strongest species among primates, with the adult Caesar giant ape's strength rivaling that of a vice admiral. Ignoring the murmurs of others, Ajay swung his fist, striking the alloy door in unison with Sabal. On the elevated platform, Zephyr felt an unsettling jolt in his brow. Something felt amiss. Had he forgotten something? To be able to contend with Vice Admiral Bastille in terms of strength, and even gain the upper hand, is truly remarkable for one so young. Vice Admiral Mouse stroked his beard and sighed, fortunate that the location was somewhat secluded. Otherwise, the commotion would have surely attracted the attention of the warlord of the era. After speaking, he shifted his feet, feeling a slight tingling sensation beneath his soles from the tremors of the intense struggle that had lasted an entire hour. "Oh no, I've forgotten about that." Upon hearing Mouse's words, Zephyr was suddenly reminded of an incident from a month ago, realizing that age had indeed dulled his memory. "What's wrong, Teacher Zephyr?" Mouse inquired, startled, fearing he had misspoken. A month ago, Noah's snoring during a nap was mistaken for an earthquake, causing students to flee into the corridors. This tremor felt even stronger, suggesting the situation was worse. Zephyr groaned, "I shall go check on them." With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath the high platform erupted, debris flying in all directions. With their keen eyesight, Zephyr, Ghost Spider, and Mouse discerned that what had burst forth was a rectangular piece of metal. "It seems you need not go down there," Mouse shrugged, gesturing towards a group of individuals emerging from the ground. "They are inconsequential," Ghost Spider interjected suddenly. "Bastille and Noah are about to determine their victor. After this battle, Bastille should gain a clear understanding of his shortcomings." Zephyr sighed, hoping he would not be too disheartened. "It is quite embarrassing for a dignified vice admiral to be bested in his area of expertise by a mere third-year elite student." Ghost Spider scoffed. "Who told you Noah is a third year? Who are those two?" "That is the newly appointed Vice Admiral Bastille." "And who is he fighting? Am I seeing things?" Why does that person look like the snoring monster? Sabal and Ajay leaped from the underground passage, their eyes immediately drawn to the fierce clash between Bastille and Noah. A continuous stream of people emerged behind them, all unable to believe the sight before them. At this moment, the battle was nearing its conclusion. In the wind sword technique, this particular move is the swiftest of advances, concentrating a massive vortex of wind to propel oneself, while simultaneously disrupting the opponent's movements as one approaches. The accumulated wind pressure would slow the adversary's actions, making it difficult to breathe. Most importantly, it serves to gather wind energy for the next wind sword technique, delivering an even more potent strike. Although the Thunder Wave Sword, a creation born from the fusion of the nail fist and the instinctual thunder leopard sound, still bore some imperfections, it did not hinder Noah's use of it. 13 successive slashes struck the same point on the sharp-cutting blade in an instant, transmitting the tremors generated within Noah's body through the thunder leopard sound, crashing down like overlapping waves and ravaging the interior of the blade. Crucially, all 13 slashes were imbued with the concentrated essence of the flame of thunder, manifesting as a steel slash. Crack. Even with the armament hockey enveloping the sharp-cutting blade, it appeared feeble against this convergence of multifaceted power. Noah merely sensed a fleeting resistance before the ink-black cloud effortlessly severed the great sword as if it were warm butter. The residual sword energy consequently slicing off the left horn of the bullhorn mask worn by Bastille. Bastille staggered back, leaving behind several deep footprints. At the moment the shark-slicing blade was cleaved, he could no longer contain the bizarre tremors that surged like tidal waves. Relinquishing his grip on the hilt and allowing the severed blade to tumble into the distance. Cough, cough. Bastille, unable to stem the tide of his misfortune, collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although he had released the hilt, he was still affected by the reverberations of the thunderous wave sword, his internal organs reeling from the impact. Pinch me, a bewildered first-year elite camp member said to a companion nearby. Ouch. Why do I feel as though I am still dreaming? Is this newcomer a monster? Sabal let out a bitter laugh. Having just proclaimed that no one could dethrone him from the title of first place, only to encounter someone of such formidable prowess in an instant. I believe being second in the elite camp is quite commendable, mused Charles J. Yedge, who had regained his human form, scratching his head in self-reassurance. The strongest swordsman of the elite camp, Bleed, was wide-eyed with admiration for the swordsmanship Noah displayed, eager to step forward and experience it for himself. Hiss! Noah's arms suddenly erupted with numerous tiny wounds, oozing blood. Indeed, had he recklessly fused the thunderous wave sword and the steel-cutting flash, only to suffer backlash? He staggered momentarily but ultimately could not maintain his footing and fell to the ground. His fingers, having gripped tightly for an extended period, now disobeyed him, stubbornly clenching the hilt of his sword. It was evident that the outcome had been determined. Zephyr's figure materialized, positioning himself between the two. Bastille, the expenses for the repairs here will fall upon you. For the time being, I shall notify the Marines. You will undergo my special training here. Teacher Zephyr. He clearly has no strength left. Cough, cough. Bastille coughed up blood, still refusing to concede. Cast aside your arrogance, Bastille. That strike was merely Noah holding back. He could easily sever the horns from your mask, and likewise could he cleave your skull. Zephyr stated coldly. Bastille wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, remaining silent for a long while before finally speaking in a strained voice. You have won. I, Bastille, will never utter the word defeat. Acknowledging your victory signifies the recognition of Noah's might, but it does not imply that I will not surpass him in the future. To admit defeat would be to truly lower my head, to concede my own weakness. This sentiment, while similar, reflected a starkly opposing attitude toward life for Bastille. Of course, to Noah, it appeared merely as the stubbornness of a dying duck. What did victory or defeat matter? Would the victor concern themselves with the pitiable self-soothing of the vanquished? Rest well tonight. I shall allow you time to digest the lessons learned from this battle. There will be another fight tomorrow. Zephyr addressed Noah before turning to beckon the elite camp students in the distance. Over 30 students approached without hesitation, their impatience palpable. Today's incident was my oversight. The responsibility lies with me. I shall not pursue the matter of your unauthorized departure from the training site or the damage to the training grounds gate. Though you arrived late to this duel, you have all witnessed the outcome. You have all seen the extent of Noah's training over this past month. The hardships endured correlate directly with the achievements gained. Reflect on this, and for those wishing to increase their training regimen, submit an application to me tomorrow. Now, return to your training. The students, instead of feeling disheartened by the directive to return to their training, exhibited expressions of excitement, their spirits buoyed as they jogged back. Hey, Teacher Zephyr, that seems rather unfair. Noah, leaning against the dark clouds, struggled to rise and steady himself. He gazed at the departing trainees with excitement and remarked, "Reaching my level is not something that can be accomplished with merely a month of extra practice." Zephyr, the man with thick eyebrows and expressive eyes, surprisingly possessed a gift for persuasion. He informed the trainees that Noah's remarkable growth and strength was attributed to an extraordinary volume of training, which enabled him to triumph over the newly appointed Rear Admiral Bastille. Yet, he conveniently overlooked the fact that Noah had already possessed the strength of a major general before joining the elite camp. This inadvertently set an unattainable goal for the trainees. After all, if a newcomer could defeat a Rear Admiral after just a month of extra training, why couldn't they? It is no wonder that Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the Navy, exhibited exceptional skill in transforming an unexpected incident into a source of motivation for the trainees to strive forward. Humph. I am doing this for their benefit. Yet, it is I who bears the burden of exhaustion. Noah felt a surge of frustration as he contemplated his future, a sharp pain piercing his mind. The path to mastering the flame of clarity involved administering a dose of salvation light to 35 elite trainees each evening. Watching as they sighed in relief, akin to indulging in an extravagant spa treatment, which only fueled his irritation further. However, the experience was not without its merits. The frequent application of the flame of clarity deepened Noah's understanding, and new applications began to take shape, leading to significant breakthroughs in recovery speed and duration. In today's power contest, had it not been for the flame of clarity's enhancement, perpetually mending muscle damage and alleviating fatigue, Noah would have long succumbed to Bastu's relentless onslaught. Ding! The task fate unveiled has been completed, and rewards have been dispensed. Noah wore a faint smile. The following day, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds and a gentle drizzle enveloped the surroundings. In such weather, should one proceed? Noah stood beneath a makeshift canopy. Extending his hand to catch the falling drizzle, the cool raindrops seemed to seep into his palms, imparting an indescribable comfort. Indeed, on the sea, any variety of weather could manifest, and even in the midst of a tempest, battling pirates would not relent. It is improbable that every clash would occur under serene skies. One must always be prepared in advance. Zephyr elucidated that today's rain paled in comparison to the ferocious storms at sea. However, it was sufficient to create some distractions, allowing for the accumulation of experience. I understood. Noah nodded, falling into silence as he gazed into the distance. The misty rain blurred the horizon, where sea and sky melded. Were it not for the fearsome, brawny figure of the knife-wielding brute across from him, it would have been a truly enchanting vista. It was unexpected that the cunning ghost spider had deceived me into believing that Admiral Sengoku summoned me to propose a duel with Noah. What an audacious scoundrel. General Squirrel muttered in indignation beside him, wishing he could draw his sword and dismember Ghost Spider, but with Zephyr present, he could only bide his time until the contest was concluded to confront Ghost Spider. Nonetheless, resorting to such despicable tactics indicated a genuine desire to challenge Noah. What could have piqued his interest? Report. Instructor Zephyr, General Squirrel. Admiral Akainu requests an urgent meeting. You are to proceed at once. A sailor dashed into the canopy through the rain, delivering an invitation from Akainu Sakazuki. Zephyr and Squirrel exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared perplexity. Let us go and discern what that rascal Sakazuki desires, Zephyr remarked, casting a glance back at the yet-to-begin confrontation between Ghost Spider and Noah. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to seek out Akainu. Squirrel shrugged and followed suit. Their departure did not disrupt the impending duel amidst the rain. Noah was enveloped in the rain, delicate droplets entwining themselves in his hair, coalescing into beads that cascaded down. Ghost Spider Commander, please enlighten me, he said, slowly drawing forth the ink-black cloud. The 8 official military sabers unfurled like a peacock's plumage, and after a prolonged silence, the Ghost Spider finally spoke. I quite enjoy today's weather. Noah was taken aback, not anticipating such a statement from the Ghost Spider. He could only respond in kind. I find it rather pleasant as well. The cool raindrops bring a sense of tranquility to my heart. No, you will not enjoy it. As soon as the words left his lips, before Noah could grasp the Ghost Spider's meaning, his figure vanished. In the next instant, 8 flashes of blade light surged forth, cleaving through the ink-black cloud that Noah hastily raised. What is this? The ink-black cloud nearly slipped from his grasp, and with all his might, Noah barely managed to fend off the Ghost Spider's relentless barrage of strikes, his palms nearly splitting from the force. The sensation was Noah's expression shifted dramatically. The 8 slashes did not strike the ink cloud simultaneously, but rather in rapid succession, appearing as if they had all landed at once due to their extraordinary speed. Does this feel familiar? This is akin to the nail fist, or perhaps the thunderous wave sword, minus the aspect of the tiger and leopard's thunderous sound. Did he already possess this technique? Or did he glean it from the swordplay I exhibited yesterday? If it were indeed the latter, then it could be explicable that he was unable to comprehend the principles of exerting force overnight and instead resorted to utilizing an excess of force to achieve a similar effect. Noah remained in a state of shock and confusion, yet the ghost spider offered him no respite for contemplation. The 2 blades continued to press down on Emoyon, while the other dark-haired hands relentlessly attacked Noah. Damn it! Flame flash! With no time for thought, Noah unleashed a torrent of fire, swiftly evading. Just as he regained his stance, the ghost spider, propelled by an accelerated charge, closed in once more, the whirling blade striking again. Devoid of the cunning stealth typical of a spider, the ghost spider unleashed brute force and ferocity from the outset, surpassing the speed and agility of the renowned slayer, Bashu. While matching his strength, the 8 hands executed a harmonious 8-blade style, a blend of raw power and bizarre technique, coordinating seamlessly to launch fierce assaults, offer cover, and execute flanking maneuvers. Noah was compelled to exert every ounce of his strength just to hold his ground. Was the chasm between the ranks of major generals truly so vast? Unlike yesterday's effortless victory over Bashu, today's battle was fraught with peril. Sword Fire Wind Thunder Barrier. Drawing from the wind barrier technique of the wind swordsmanship, Noah's technique transformed dramatically. What was once a mere wall of airflow now morphed into a hemispherical shield enveloping him. The flames of lightning surged within, circulating with intensity. Clang, clang, clang. The ferocious strikes rained down with a density surpassing that of a torrential downpour. The ghost spider silently wielded his blades, seemingly unyielding to fatigue. Had he taken some elixir, or did he harbor a grudge against me? There was no sign of restraint. Although devoid of murderous intent, his demeanor suggested a relentless desire to incapacitate me swiftly. Ghost spider, have I wronged you in some way? Why must you fight so fervently? Noah mused, watching the wind thunder barrier teeter on the brink of collapse. It is merely that I find you irksome, came the reply. I am not like that wasteful Bashu, who could be bested by a novice such as you. The 8 blades struck the same point on the wind thunder barrier in rapid succession, piercing through it like nails puncturing a balloon. Since you so adore this technique, let me show you its true might, you counterfeit. With a burst of orange flames, Noah activated Flame Flash, his form appearing behind the ghost spider. Thunderous waves of lightning. The sound of thunder resonated suddenly, captivating the senses. The obsidian blade cleaved through the delicate strands of rain, evading the frantic defense of one of the ghost spider's swinging arms, striking one of the dark-haired hands instead. No haki. The anticipated sensation of hardness was absent. Emoyon glided through the air as the dark-haired hand lost its rigidity, flowing smoothly past the blade. Are you using some kind of softener? Noah lamented. His decisive strike landing in empty air, the accumulated force rebounding painfully, leaving him frustrated and on the verge of spitting blood. In the blink of an eye, the once flowing black hair coalesced into a whip-like strike, producing a sharp crack. Bang! The blade at the end of the whip struck Noah's exposed chest. Yet blood did not spurt forth. As the sensation of being struck failed to register, Noah had already enveloped his torso in haki. Beneath the ripped fabric of his shirt lay skin dark and gleaming like metal. This is the chasm of power. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. The ghost spider declared with arrogance. Do you truly believe that raw strength alone can contend with me? Who instilled such courage in you? Accept your fate. Grovel at my feet, and I may spare you a few broken bones. Without haki, do not blame me for being ruthless. Noah harbored a sinister grin within, while his visage remained as placid as still water. Utilizing the force of the ghostly spider's strike, Noah swiftly retreated, creating distance. Before he could stabilize his stance, the ink cloud in his hand had already conjured an illusion, as purple flames erupted explosively, an unending torrent of sword energy igniting in violet fire, hurtling towards the ghostly spider. The sword fire swirled chaotically. The ghostly spider furrowed his brow, evading the onslaught of sword energy, only to discover that he was ensnared. Surrounded on all sides by a dense mass of sword energy reminiscent of a swirling school of sardines in the ocean, attempting to break free with a moonlit step. He looked up to find even the sky above him was besieged by sword energy, leaving him no choice but to wield 8 blades in a desperate attempt to shield himself. At that moment, the ghostly spider longed for even more blades, as an overwhelming surge of sword energy threatened to engulf him, all directed towards his thick, lustrous, and elongated hair. Soon, the ghostly spider realized that despite the sheer volume of sword energy instilling fear, it was surprisingly fragile. Shattering a single blade of energy required only slightly more effort than swatting a mosquito. However, with each shattered blade, the ocean of sword energy, once ablaze with purple flames, gradually transformed, revealing a faint crimson glow. Do not accuse me of treachery. It is you who has compelled this. Noah smirked, seemingly envisioning the moment when the sword energy dissipated, revealing the ghostly spider's once flowing hair transformed into nothingness, leaving behind a radiant bald head. The Gale Flame's shedding technique was specifically designed to counter delicate hair. Begone! The ghostly spider, overwhelmed by the omnipresent and boundless sword energy, roared in frustration. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, ruthlessly annihilating the storm of sword energy. Noah squinted, raising a hand to shield himself from the oncoming pressure. A collision of armed forces, indeed. He was truly a figure of elite status among the ranks of the middle generals. However, it was too late. I refuse to believe you can withstand it all. What? Why is your hair still intact? Noah wiped his eyes, and indeed, he could not see the bald-headed ghost spider. All 8 blades were intact, yet upon closer inspection, he faintly discerned the metallic sheen glimmering in the ghost spider's hair. Alas, the adult world is fraught with peril, filled with such deceptive beings. How could one, having previously refrained from employing haki, resort to its use against such feeble sword energy? The ghost spider's bald-headed scheme has faltered. You scoundrel, I see through your intentions. The ghost spider lowered his arms, which had been shielding his face, revealing a pallid countenance. I apologize. I couldn't contain myself. Noah erupted into laughter. The ghostly spider. This old stallion had indeed lost its forelegs, tending to its mane while neglecting its eyebrows. Go to hell. With 8 blades attacking simultaneously, the ghostly spider, in a fury, became even more ruthless, targeting Noah's vital points with every strike. He found himself overwhelmed, repeatedly struck in critical areas, but fortunately, his observation haki allowed him to anticipate the blows, covering the impacted areas with his armament haki. This cannot continue. A different approach is needed. Noah felt a surge of anxiety. The sensation of being relentlessly beaten was far from pleasant. His armament haki was on the verge of shattering, and if this continued, blood would surely flow. Moreover, Noah sensed an unsettling dissonance. He had never crossed paths with the ghost spider. There was no animosity between them. No reason for such a brutal assault from the onset. It seemed deliberate. At that moment, both the weasel and Zephyr were conspicuously absent, seemingly engaged in a meeting with someone, leaving no witnesses to this contest. Could it be that my father harbored some grievances against him, and thus vented his ire upon me? Wasn't it said that my father was magnanimous and affable, with a wide circle of friends and no enemies? A dreadful suspicion loomed in Noah's mind, prompting him to shake his head, unwilling to delve deeper. Ding. An urgent mission titled The Secret of the Ghost Spider has been issued. Please ascertain the roots of the ghost spider's hostile demeanor. Rewards will be granted based on the completion of the task. A mission has been triggered? Since it has commenced, it surely would not be a trivial matter. There must be some secrets that Noah needed to uncover. What was that sound? An odd noise emanated from the pocket of the ghost spider's attire, and Noah, with his keen senses, recognized it as familiar. Though he could not place it at that moment, the ghost spider's expression shifted subtly, and the force in his grip intensified, disregarding Noah's counterattacks. Determined to swiftly end the confrontation at any cost. Was it a signal? Was someone indeed orchestrating this? Noah harbored a suspicion. It was time for a swift resolution. The sword flame, damn it. Just as he contemplated unleashing the sword flame technique, the ghost spider lunged forward, interrupting Noah and forcing him to adopt a defensive stance, which left Noah feeling quite frustrated. The Gale Foot. He swung his blade to deflect the ghost spider's strike, seamlessly pivoting to deliver a vacuum slash. The ghost spider, however, did not flinch and instead harnessed the power of armament haki to withstand the blow. Nevertheless, the Gale Foot was never intended to inflict damage but to create distance. A cerulean flame, akin to water, ignited upon the ink cloud, gradually merging into the curtain of rain, vanishing from sight. The ghost spider appeared before Noah like a specter, deliberately discarding the 4 blades held by his ebony-haired hand, coalescing them into 4 supple whips that lashed out towards Noah. The flames of the gale erupted violently, replacing the azure fire. It was futile, ghost spider. He was left with a choice. Either reinforce his hair with armament haki, only to be swept away by the ink cloud, or forego it and risk having his hair disintegrated. Upon hearing this, the ghost spider revealed a cruel smile. You are still too young. With a whoosh, the ebony whip spiraled apart, and the raindrops that had permeated the air burst forth like bullets, splattering into Noah's eyes. Mere inches away. Damn it. Noah, in anguish, tightly closed his eyes, momentarily lost in thought before regaining consciousness. As he opened his weary eyes, he discovered that his limbs were ensnared by cascading black hair, while ink-like clouds fell to the ground. I warned you, you would not enjoy rainy days. The phantom spider remarked indifferently, preparing for the final strike. Ultimate technique, 1,000 needles of hell. The other two strands of black hair relinquished their weapons, scattering like individual filaments. As armed color coiled around them, charged and ready. Tell me, phantom spider, have you ever heard a certain poem? Noah suddenly uttered. Are you merely prolonging the inevitable? Rest assured, I shall not take your life. The ghostly spider sneered, summoning her threads to pierce Noah like a sieve. As the season of Qingming brought forth gentle rain, the travelers on the road seemed to be teetering on the brink of despair. As these words fell, a chill gripped the ghostly spider's heart. She desperately urged her threads, only to discover that Noah, who had just moments before been ensnared, erupted in a radiant yellow flame and broke free, vanishing from sight. Behind you. The observation hockey sensed Noah's presence, prompting the ghostly spider to whirl around. What have you done to me? She stumbled, nearly losing her footing. It was perplexing. A mere thought should have allowed her threads to pierce the immobilized Noah, yet somehow she was a beat too late. Even the tremors from Noah's escape reached her consciousness a fraction of a second after her eyes perceived it. In that fleeting moment of turning, her intention to advance arose. But her body lagged behind in response. The dissonance between her thoughts and physical actions, or perhaps her body's delay in keeping pace with her mind, invoked a long-forgotten sense of dread within the ghostly spider. Are you truly that blue flame? She realized with a jolt, as the surroundings inexplicably brightened. A soft blue glow saturating the atmosphere. The gentle rain fell, shrouded in a fiery veil, silently cascading upon her. Amidst the vastness of the fire rain, there was no place to evade. The sword fire, harmonizing with the Qingming rain, reached its zenith, capable of severing the bond between soul and flesh. This is but a preliminary endeavor. I invite you to savor its essence. Noah spoke softly, declaring that the outcome had already been determined. The swordsmanship was formidable, however. To risk a half-finished technique on the battlefield of life and death was, after all, a sign of youthful folly. An invisible shockwave erupted, repelling the azure flames entirely. The ghastly spider revealed a menacing expression as it wielded its twin blades, attempting to ensnare Noah like a pair of scissors. Yet, the true lethal move was yet to come. 6 hands, dark as night, coalesced into a conical shape, aimed directly at the unguarded areas of Noah's body. The spear of the hell spider. The dark strands intertwined and rubbed together at an astonishing speed, shielded by the protective aura of armed color, preventing any burns. The temperature soared dramatically, soon glowing like heated iron. The fine droplets of rain transformed into vapor before making contact, hissing ominously. The dark, conical spear pierced the air, igniting true flames imbued with searing heat, drawing nearer to Noah. While the application of the armed color shockwave was indeed masterful. Did you truly underestimate the might of the rain flames, General Ghost Spider? The twin blades struck only air, the spear technique rendered futile. As the ghost spider heard a whisper close to its ear, cold sweat beginning to form. Rest well, and may you have sweet dreams. With a resounding thud, the ghost spider staggered forward, rolling its eyes back before finally collapsing to the ground. The back of its white helmet shattered upon impact, splitting apart as it hit the ground, rolling twice before breaking completely in two. With a thud, Noah collapsed, utterly drained, every muscle in his body screaming in agony. His mind felt as if it were being tossed about by countless blades, the pain so intense he yearned to roll on the ground to alleviate his suffering. The azure rain flames possessed a calming quality, capable of nearly halting the bodily functions of enemies and plunging their consciousness into oblivion, severing the connection between body and soul. This technique was known as soul severance. For a being as formidable in spirit and will as the ghost spider, the rain flames could only serve to disrupt. Yet even the slightest delay in such a rapidly changing battlefield could spell doom. Although the armed color shockwave had shattered the attachment of the rain flames, the lingering effect still caused a slight hesitation in the ghost spider's movements. Seizing this fleeting moment, Noah unleashed a great conflagration, executing a fiery flash. Maneuvering behind the ghost spider to deliver a powerful blow with the hilt of his sword to the back of its head. The helmet, more ornamental than protective, failed to serve any purpose, and the ghost spider, unable to utilize armed color in time, promptly fell unconscious. You have won. Zephyr arrived late. Lifting the utterly exhausted Noah from the ground, astonished by the expression of shock on the weasel's face. Pure luck, cough cough. Noah managed to utter a few words, but soon found it difficult to breathe as a sharp pain gripped his chest, causing him to cough. A heavy blow to the back of his head left no other apparent injuries. The squirrel crouched beside the unconscious ghost spider, reaching out to touch a noticeable indentation on the back of his head, and glanced over his body, seemingly devoid of any ruptures. Bursting into laughter upon flipping the ghost spider's face, the squirrel was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a fit of giggles, clutching his stomach as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "Ah, ghost spider, look at you now." Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, he called out to Zephyr. "Zephyr, come quick and see what has transpired." Zephyr, supporting the weakened Noah, approached the squirrel with a puzzled expression. "How is the ghost spider injured?" His face. "Just look." The squirrel chuckled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate his words coherently. "What is so amusing? This is all you're doing, Noah? Could you please turn your face away when you say that? Your shoulders are shaking. It must be quite the struggle to hold it in. Just let it out." The squirrel gazed in exasperation at Zephyr, who had turned his head away while still trying to chastise him. By the way, with that long face of the ghost spider, minus those sparse eyebrows, it actually seems rather festive, he remarked, stifling laughter. "What are you still dawdling for? Carry him to the infirmary," Zephyr snapped, giving the squirrel a light kick as he hoisted the feeble Noah over his shoulder and trudged toward the underground training ground. It was akin to a bandit seizing the captive bride and shouldering her away. Left behind, the squirrel's eyes darted as an idea struck him, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. With one hand grasping a leg of the ghost spider, he made his way toward the office. That camera had been gathering dust in the office for far too long, and today it would finally see some use. As for the ghost spider, well, he wouldn't be dying anytime soon. If he woke up, that would pose a problem. Thud, thud, thud. The squirrel dragged the ghost spider's pant leg down the stairs. The battered back of the ghost spider's head rhythmically bouncing against the steps as he descended. Within the underground training ground, Noah reclined against the backrest of his hospital bed, cradling a pot large enough to encompass his very being, as he eagerly immersed himself in the consumption of a vibrant crimson kanji. This rice porridge, brewed from the life-giving blood of the sea creatures in conjunction with medicinal herbs, served to replenish his vital energy, making it the ideal sustenance following an intense battle. The sixth profound technique, life restoration. His distended abdomen visibly shrank, while Noah's pale countenance swiftly regained a rosy hue. However, his eyes remained somewhat clouded, with his eyelids persistently waging a battle against each other. "Teacher Zephyr, where have you all been?" Noah, suppressing his drowsiness, inquired. "Akina seeks me and the weasel for a matter of importance. This is not something you can inquire about. Rest assured and recuperate." Zephyr patted Noah's shoulder, urging him to take proper rest before turning to depart. "Is it Akainu?" Noah murmured to himself, drawing a parallel between the infamous reputation of the ghost spider within the Navy and that of Admiral Akainu. Indeed, both share a ruthless commitment to absolute justice. Akainu exhibits a merciless approach towards pirates, showing no hesitation in exterminating them, even if it means inflicting harm upon innocent civilians. He epitomizes the archetype of a hardline figure within the Navy. Ironically, during my confrontation with Ghost Spider, he summoned both Teacher Zephyr and General Weasel away. Why would a mere nameless pawn, devoid of any military rank, capture the attention of one of the three admirals? I possess a clue, yet it remains shrouded in ambiguity. Noah exhaled deeply, massaging his temples. Although drowsiness washed over him, the persistent sharp pain in his mind thwarted his descent into slumber. The bed was veiled with curtains, concealing the events within from prying eyes. Noah retrieved a bottle of soul liquor, consuming half its contents, and immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over his brain, alleviating the sharp discomfort. However, an inexplicable, cramping pain still gripped his heart. Over the past month, he had expended 1,800 exchange points on soul liquor to counteract his mental fatigue. With the recent acquisition of another bottle, his total expenditure reached 100 points. He had completed a preordained fate task, which required the destruction of the Shark Slayer blade and the damage of the Bullhorn mask, rewarding him with 500 exchange points and a discount card for 20 off, certainly not a poor return. Presently, Noah possessed 800 exchange points, a 20 discount card, a tripling comprehension card for swordsmanship, and a designated reward card, a stark contrast to the half fortune he had when he first left the island. Nonetheless, he consoled himself, believing that exchange points were merely a nuisance. Should they vanish, he would earn them anew. Noah stifled a yawn, pulled the blanket over himself, and surrendered to slumber. The following day dawned. Noah, invigorated, pushed open the door to the hospital room and followed the alluring aroma to the cafeteria. "Oh, have you recovered so swiftly?" The squirrel and Zephyr were seated across from each other, enjoying their breakfast, and greeted Noah as he entered. "Although my mastery of life restoration is not profound, accelerating energy absorption is certainly within my capabilities, especially with the regenerative prowess of my devil fruit. A single night suffices." This is not mere modesty on Noah's part. It is indeed the truth. The 9 Orifices Golden Pill is an extraordinary talent enhancer, enabling Noah to effortlessly excel in any form of cultivation, deserving of the title genius. However, the gap between him and the destined protagonist remains considerable. His swordsmanship cannot compete with Zoro's. In terms of physical prowess, he still lags behind Luffy. The ability to comprehend life restoration represents the pinnacle of the 9 Orifices Golden Pill's capabilities. Deeper applications, such as manipulating hair to perform the 8-sword style like Spider Demon, are beyond my reach. Its sole utility appears to be hastening digestion. That Spider Demon fellow has yet to awaken. Otherwise, with his expertise in life restoration, he would have surely recovered by now. One must admit, you truly strike hard. The squirrel was evidently pleased to see the Spider Demon in distress, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Noah, your sparring with the squirrel must be put on hold. Kaido has assigned him a new task," Zephyr remarked while generously spreading peanut butter on a perfectly toasted slice of bread. "What a pity indeed." "Yes, indeed." Noah and the flying squirrel exchanged a rare nod of mutual understanding, both in expression and sentiment. The flying squirrel pondered. "This little creature has the audacity to defeat even the ghostly spider. What if I were to find myself in a dire predicament? Would I not become the subject of ridicule among the Navy? Such a burden is one that the ghostly spider should bear alone. My gratitude extends to Admiral Akainu. Noah, it is said that the flying squirrel is not inferior to the ghost spider. If a confrontation were to occur, there would hardly be time to investigate the secrets of the ghost spider. I must commend Akainu for his splendid maneuver." After devouring a dozen hamburgers and downing a large cup of milk, Noah wiped his mouth, feeling sufficiently satiated. Coincidentally, the flying squirrel had also just finished its meal and was bidding farewell to Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr, I would like to request a 2-day leave. These 2 battles have bestowed upon me a newfound understanding of swordsmanship, and I wish to seclude myself for 2 days to contemplate it thoroughly." Noah solemnly remarked, "Indeed. It is quite rare for you to gain new insights. I hereby grant you this leave." Zephyr pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Moreover, Lieutenant General Squirrel," Noah called out to the departing figure, "are you aware of the location of General Ghost Spider's hospital room? I wish to pay him a visit, as I regret my previous actions that lacked discretion." "Oh, your concern truly surprises me," Squirrel replied with a smile. "Follow me. I was just intending to pay him a visit before embarking on a mission." As they descended the lengthy staircase of the underground training ground and wound their way through the hospital building, Noah took note of his surroundings, committing the layout to memory. "Alas, the rascal has yet to awaken. What a disappointment," Squirrel lamented, twirling his mustache and lightly tapping the hilt of his longsword. "I wish I could give him a good slice to rouse him. Since General Ghost Spider remains unconscious, I shall not intrude further. Farewell, Lieutenant General Squirrel. I wish you success on your mission." Noah displayed a semblance of regret on his face and spoke, "Well, you may carry on with your tasks. I also wish you a significant enhancement in strength upon your return. Thank you for your kind words." Noah decisively turned away, no longer lingering. As he turned, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Through the perception of observation haki, he discerned that the life signs of the ghost spider had nearly returned to normal. It was estimated that within half a day's time, he would naturally awaken. Given his physique and mastery over life restoration, he would swiftly recover from the injuries inflicted by Noah. Upon awakening, will you seek out Akainu? Noah pondered within, casting his gaze upon the towering castle-like edifice that pierced the clouds in the distance, where the office of Aku Sakazuki resided. Upon returning to the underground training grounds, Noah selected a secluded corner-s meditation chamber, affixing a sign that read "Do Not Disturb." He settled onto the floor, drawing the ink-black blade from its sheath, resting it horizontally upon his knees. The flames of the mist ignited, a phenomenon he had never before manifested at the Navy headquarters. The ethereal indigo flames emitted a dreamlike aura. The flames detached from his form, gradually coalescing into a humanoid shape. Moments later, the flames dissipated, revealing another Noah standing before him. The flames of the mist, characterized by their unique properties, could conjure tangible objects from nothingness, akin to a fire of illusion. Its sole vulnerability lay in the relatively low hardness of the constructed entities. Even the black blade, Knight, could be effortlessly cleaved in two by a standard Navy longsword. It was time to act. Rising from his seated position, Noah handed the ink-black blade to his duplicate, who mimicked his previous posture on the ground. Quietly exiting the meditation chamber, Noah meticulously employed his observation haki to perceive his surroundings, deliberately avoiding Zephyr. As he approached the sealed metallic door, he could not help but commend his fellow elite recruits. The metallic door, which had been blasted open just 2 days prior, remained a gaping hole due to the unique materials from which it was constructed. No replacement door had yet been provided, leaving an opening barely large enough for a person to slip through. No one was around. Splendid. Given that it was still daylight, Noah could not traverse in the shadows. Yet he had a more effective plan. It sufficed that no one witnessed his emergence from the underground training ground. At that moment, the sun stood high in the sky. As the training session concluded, and the Marines surged towards the mess hall in a lively throng, Noah strode confidently among them, unabashed and unconcerned about being recognized. Look, isn't he supposed to be on a mission? Why hasn't he left yet? The sailors whispered among themselves. As Noah approached, they immediately halted, raising their arms in salute while exclaiming, "Good day, General Squirrel." General Squirrel casually nodded, offering little acknowledgement, and proceeded directly toward the hospital building. Was he perhaps visiting General Spider again? Their bond seemed quite profound. Indeed, even on the verge of departure, he returned to bid farewell to his beloved. I cannot bear it. A shiver ran through the onlookers, prompting them to distance themselves from the blushing dinosaur girl. With a swift click, the door shut behind him as Squirrel slipped inside, leaning against the door and exhaling deeply. Fortunately, he had not encountered any acquaintances. Otherwise, his ruse would have been exposed. Squirrel wiped his face, and in an instant, the indigo flames flickered and vanished, causing his form to shrink dramatically. The justice cloak he wore dissipated into thin air, revealing Noah's face beneath. Had he encountered any of Squirrel's familiar faces, a casual conversation would have betrayed his identity. The mist flames could only create countless shapes. Unless Noah were to dissect Squirrel and fully comprehend the structure of his vocal cords, he could only produce his own voice. Let me search. Found it. Noah took out a transparent glass vial containing an indeterminate dark greenish powder that emanated an inexplicable ominous aura. This potion should not be expired, should it? Noah scratched his head, pondering the improbability of the situation, especially since the item was secured within his personal space. This was a paralyzing poison he had concocted using the medical skills inherited from his mother, previously employed during his hunts for armored saber-toothed tigers in the Blackwind Desert. Although it had only been capable of slowing the creature's movements due to system constraints, now that he had exited the seasonal island dungeon, the poison could unleash its full potency. It would extend the duration of unconsciousness, yet he had to be cautious not to overuse it to the point of causing muscular paralysis and respiratory failure. After a moment's deliberation, Noah, considering the strength and size of the ghost spider, parted its dense hair and made a small incision on its scalp, pouring a third of the poison onto the wound. The poison reacted with the blood, dissolving immediately and taking effect, as the ghost spider's previously normal breathing grew increasingly faint, with its chest rising and falling only after a considerable interval. Disarranging the spider's hair to conceal the wound, Noah took 2 steps back, summoning a misty flame upon his forehead, as indigo fire slowly engulfed his body from the crown downwards. Balala energy, ghost spider transformation. In a hospital room, 2 ghost spiders existed, one lying comatose on the bed, the other poised to venture forth and stir trouble. Ghost spider, you are awake. Nurses and doctors encountered along the way were astonished to see the ghost spider, who could only nod in response, as speaking would reveal his true identity. Is the Navy insane? Constructing such a massive building without a layout map, the ghost spider nearly lost his bearings, ultimately heading upward, knowing that Kaido, as an admiral, held a position of immense authority within the Navy. After navigating through several waves of greetings from sailors, the ghost spider finally spotted a sign bearing the name Sakazuki and stepped forward, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly. A man with a sinister scarred face and fierce eyes stepped out, slamming the door shut behind him, turning to confront the ghost spider. Oh no, it's Vice Admiral Doberman. The ghost spider's heart raced, yet he forced himself to feign calmness, pretending not to notice as he passed by. Oof, useless fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. In that fleeting moment of passing, Doberman scoffed, barely sparing a glance. Dismissing the ghost spider with a curt remark as if lingering longer would be an affront to his dignity. The ghost spider stood there, momentarily dazed. Did Doberman know about this trivial matter? He was a man who would prioritize exterminating pirates over saving injured soldiers, undoubtedly aligned with Akainu's faction. Even sharing a canine-themed moniker and staunchly adhering to a doctrine of absolute justice. This only intensified the suspicion surrounding Akainu, leading the ghost spider to conclude that he was indeed the mastermind. Regaining his composure to avoid revealing any weaknesses, the ghost spider knocked on the door. "Come in." Akainu, engrossed in writing, immediately broke his pen upon recognizing the visitor's identity. "How dare you show your face to me?" His voice was low and seething with fury. A description not exaggerated, but rather an accurate portrayal of his wrath. "A mere recruit has left you helpless. Can I trust you with future assignments?" The ghost spider silently shook his head, prompting Akainu to assume it was a gesture of shame. He continued, "Did Zephyr see how you handled the situation?" The ghost spider shook his head again, his hands quietly clenching. "Humph. Missing this opportunity will make it far more challenging to eliminate this unstable element." Akainu raised his head, revealing a face that appeared older than his years, his wolf-like eyes fixated on the ghost spider. "I have arranged a long-term task for you. You should lay low for a while. If an opportunity arises, I will send him your way to eliminate him cleanly. Understood?" Upon receiving the ghost spider's nod, Akainu impatiently waved him off. "Ahem, I was affected by that kid's devil fruit, resulting in some memory loss." The ghost spider feigned a raspy voice. "Memory loss?" Akainu's expression grew grave as he looked up at him. "When he struck the back of my head, it seemed he infused me with a strange flame. Upon awakening, some memories were hazy, while others completely vanished. The crucial memory of my life has disappeared, which explains why my previously injured throat has yet to heal. Is it permanent?" "Uncertain." Akainu's composure faltered as he began pacing, evidently startled by the potential of erasing memories. "I need to understand why you wish to eliminate him. I apologize. I forgot the reason. I find it hard to bring myself to strangle the Navy's hope." The ghost spider inquired tentatively. Akainu abruptly halted, scrutinizing the ghost spider with suspicion, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. "Do not forget, his name contains. Do you not recall the dragon from back then? Rather than allowing him to grow in defect, it would be better to." Suddenly, Akainu fell silent, frowning as he glanced at the ghost spider's white double-headed dragon helmet. "Wait, did you not say your head was struck? How is your helmet unharmed?" "Disaster." The ghost spider wished he could slap himself in his meticulous planning. He had overlooked this detail. I have many backups," he stammered, concealing something in his hand behind his back. "Really? I distinctly remember you possessing only one." Akainu tightened his fists, steam gradually rising around him. A crisis was imminent. Boom. A terrifying noise and tremor shook the office. Crash. A potted plant toppled from the windowsill. The ancient pot shattering, black soil scattering across the floor. "What has happened?" Akainu steadied himself, disregarding the ghost spider's suspicious demeanor as he forcefully swung open the door. Just as he leaned out, his foot landed on a puddle of transparent gelatinous substance. Boom. Although it exploded at his feet, the force was surprisingly weak. Failing to breach the floor, yet it transformed Akainu into a puddle of scorching magma. The scattered magma reformed into Akainu's shape, with only the right pant leg charred and torn, devoid of any other injuries. There is indeed something amiss. Akainu's face darkened as he surveyed the shattered window. The lack of glass shards inside indicated it had been broken from within. The ghost spider, however, had vanished without a trace, having escaped from a clearly visible exit. Lacking absolute power, he resorted to such tricks to flee. "Do not let me catch you." Droplets of magma dripped onto the ground, the air distorting from the heat, as thick smoke billowed from the shattered window. "Admiral Sakazuki, are you all right?" Several sailors appeared at the entrance, drawn by the commotion. "Clear this area. I will pursue the culprit." With that, Akainu leaped through the window, soaring toward the rear of Marineford. Damn it. Who dares to be so audacious as to plant explosives at Navy headquarters? Fortunately, no one happened to pass by at that moment. The building's wall had been blasted open, and had anyone been present, they might have been reduced to ashes. This perpetrator is incredibly audacious, daring to provoke Admiral Akainu, even going so far as to place explosives at the entrance. It is no wonder that Admiral Akainu personally set out to apprehend him. After Akainu departed, several Marines exhaled in relief and began to converse. The elite training ground. Following the path where the ghost spider had vanished, Akainu traversed the air, ultimately arriving at the elite camp's training area. The passage that should have been sealed off, leading to the underground training ground. Remained in disrepair after being ravaged by Sabaody and Ajay, merely cleared of debris. Had someone fled inside, or was it the work of those already within? Akainu shook his cloak and descended the passage without hesitation. If I uncover the truth, even with Zephyr present, I shall ensure you pay for your earlier massacre. Upon witnessing the gaping hole in the alloy door, Akainu's suspicions were further confirmed. The current state of the underground training ground was akin to being unprotected. The students refrained from fleeing solely due to Zephyr's oppressive authority, for those captured would face even graver fates. There were no obstacles, as long as they avoided Zephyr. One could easily enter and exit the underground training ground. To Akainu, this signified that the minor nuisance he aimed to eliminate could very well seek revenge on him. And it was highly likely that the one masquerading as the ghost spider today was indeed that very nuisance. Observing the small dog-sized entryway, Akainu silently clenched his fist, transforming it into a bubbling, molten magma. Hellhound, I, Akainu, shall never crawl through a dog hole. What has transpired now? While instructing the trainees, Zephyr felt a tremor and heard a resounding roar, prompting him to hastily rush to the scene. Sakazuki, you dare to dismantle my door. Zephyr arrived just in time, his eyes turning red upon witnessing the scene. The alloy door had completely vanished, leaving only a pool of molten iron slowly flowing on the ground. Adjusting his hat's brim, Akainu showed no fear in the face of Zephyr's inquiry. Teacher Zephyr, I suspect that the perpetrator who detonated explosives in Marineford and impersonated the ghost spider has fled into the underground training ground. You must seal this area. I will pursue the culprit. So domineering, he offered Zephyr no respect whatsoever, addressing him only out of a sense of past teacher-student camaraderie. Explosive detonation? Impersonating the ghost spider? What exactly has transpired? Zephyr was taken aback by this unforeseen situation, struggling to comprehend the details. Stand aside, Chief Instructor Zephyr. The criminal had the audacity to place a bomb at my office's threshold, attempting to extract confidential information. I have pursued him here, and he has likely concealed himself within. This was already an abuse of authority. Zephyr, a former Marine admiral and the chief instructor, with countless disciples, had even been responsible for training Akainu himself. However, Akainu was the current admiral, wielding far greater power. With a cold snort, Zephyr stepped aside. Everyone assemble, Akainu bellowed, prompting the 35 elite trainees engaged in their drills to halt and rush toward him, excitement evident in their swift approach. But one was missing. Where is that individual? Akainu scanned the group and immediately noticed the absence of the minor nuisance. I must have captured him, Isaac D. Noah. Akainu's heart twisted with malicious glee. He is currently meditating on swordsmanship in the quiet room, a clever ruse of mine. Zephyr approached Akainu from behind. Meditating on swordsmanship? How can I be sure he isn't secretly up to no good? Take me there. As they journeyed, Akainu activated his observation hotkey, surveying every inch of the underground training ground. Aside from Zephyr and the 35 students, he detected no other living beings. Growing increasingly resolute, Akainu was halted by Zephyr's outstretched arm. You may glance, but you are not permitted to enter and disturb him. To be frank, I just checked on him 15 minutes ago, and Noah was still in the quiet room, contemplating swordsmanship, not masquerading as the ghost spider as you claim. Who knows what tricks he might be playing? He is the prime suspect among these individuals. How can we not interrogate him? Akainu interrupted Zephyr, opening a small window on the door to peer inside, and indeed, he saw Noah sitting cross-legged, quietly contemplating swordsmanship. He is truly a nuisance. A cold glint flashed in Akainu's eyes as he reached to push the door open, only to find it locked from the inside. Hell, I told you, you may look, but you cannot enter. A black hand, as strong as an iron claw, firmly gripped Akainu's right wrist, which was swirling with magma. The hand, imbued with armament hockey, was burned by the scorching lava, yet Zephyr remained unfazed, sweat streaming down his forehead, unwavering in his grip. This is a teacher's commitment to his students. Even if he were to lose a hand, he would still strive to protect his students. This is Black Arm Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, you have grown old, Akainu murmured. Blocking my path as an admiral will only result in your own humiliation. Akainu suddenly unleashed his power, and even Zephyr's formidable grip could not withstand it, causing him to stagger back. Hellhound. Boom. The ground shook violently. How could this be? Akainu's expression contorted in disbelief. He had seen Noah sitting motionless through the small window, yet an explosion sounded from outside. Aren't you going to investigate the commotion outside and pursue the so-called culprit? Zephyr shook his searing, red hand, mocking him. It could very well be that he set a time bomb to divert attention. Unwilling to accept defeat, Akainu spat out a final remark before turning briskly to leave. Ignoring the commotion outside while insisting on continuing his assault made no sense. Zephyr could certainly report him to Sengoku. Such underhanded tactics would not deceive me again, as he used the shave technique to reach the ground. Akainu immediately noticed a slightly reflective, transparent film encircling the entrance, and he leaped across it. As long as I do not tread upon it. You shall not detonate it against me. With the trap set after my entry, could the perpetrator be him, or is there an accomplice? Countless thoughts flashed through Akainu's mind. I see you. Akainu's eyes turned red, fixated on a distant cliff where the ghost spider waved at him, seemingly holding something in hand. And pressed down with a raised thumb. Bang. Akainu's expression froze, his legs positioned directly above the transparent film. Then, it exploded. In every conceivable sense, it exploded. Despite the distance, the explosion's force diminished, yet Akainu's lower body still melted into magma, splattering everywhere. You are finished. The truly enraged Akainu swelled in size. The magma engulfing his naval uniform, resembling a fiery giant born from a volcano. Massive fire. A colossal lava fist, infused with Akainu's boundless fury. Billowed smoke as it surged toward the distant ghost spider. Farewell. The ghostly spider calmly waved farewell, then leaned back and naturally plummeted down the cliff. In the next moment, a colossal fist of lava crashed down upon the spot where he had just stood, instantly engulfing and eroding the rock. The giant fist exploded, scattering countless miniature lava fireballs that enveloped the astonished ghostly spider like shooting stars. He narrowly avoided disaster. The ghostly spider, in a state of disarray, skillfully evaded left and right in midair using the moon step technique, yet still grazed by the dense barrage of lava fireballs. A flash of indigo flames revealed Noah's figure. Splash. Noah plunged into the water, the seawater rapidly heating under the influence of the volcanic fireballs, forcing him to swim desperately deeper. Had he jumped into the sea? Was he not a user of a devil fruit? His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly spider, if it were not the power of a devil fruit. What other means could achieve such a feat? Akainu furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far from simple. A sudden cool breeze swept through, causing Akainu to instinctively shiver, a chill enveloping his lower body. Damn it, do not fall into my hands, or you shall discover how extravagant death truly is. Akainu gritted his teeth, casting a glance around, noting that no one followed, and his figure vanished in an instant. He had not paused in his swift movements, evading acquaintances and hiding in corners, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Perched atop a high rooftop was a man whose features closely resembled that of a monkey. Casually sitting at the edge, he savored the clouds on the horizon, enjoying the vast ocean as his accompaniment while drinking merrily. His face bore an unmistakable expression of lewdness. Yet he exuded an unusual air of carefree elegance. Was that Sakazuki? The sudden explosion drew his attention. However, he merely observed without any intent to move. After all, no one could see him. He might as well not exist. This was his true sentiment. With a delicately crafted white porcelain cup, he poured a measure of clear and mellow-aged wine, inhaling the fragrant aroma before bringing it to his lips and downing it in one go. To his astonishment, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure engaged in an act he could not have imagined. Pfft, he sputtered, inadvertently shattering his beloved cup and spilling his cherished wine. Am I drunk? That cannot be. I have only just begun drinking. How could I be so tipsy? Such an absurd hallucination. Perhaps the high alcohol content of the wine I pilfered from Fleet Admiral Sengoku's collection has gone to my head. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. That was undoubtedly Sakazuki running around in the nude. The man sprang to his feet, vanishing in a flash. As a Marine Admiral, to commit such a disgraceful act in broad daylight, betting my reputation as Kizaru on this, I must stop you today. Yo, is that not Sakazuki? A beam of yellow light surrounded the rushing Akainu, matching his pace. This is bad. I've run into that guy. A long-forgotten sense of despair surged within Akainu, a feeling he had never experienced even when facing countless pirate assaults. Borisolino, do not interfere with me. Akainu snapped back fiercely, while instinctively covering himself below. Mizukes, I am exceedingly fierce. Oh, how terrifying. Within the halo encircling Akainu, the monkey-faced figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a mocking grin that made Akainu grit his teeth in fury. Out here in the daylight, you certainly have a grand sense of humor. Did you forget to take off your pants while passing gas? A teasing voice echoed from the halo. I have been ambushed. Akainu bellowed in frustration. That imposter masquerading as a ghostly spider did this deliberately, waiting for Akainu to trigger the bomb with his heavy steps. He had not noticed until it was too late. leading to the current predicament. The magma fruit ensured that Akainu himself remained unscathed, yet it could not protect his fragile trousers and undergarments. 3 missions, get away. No, 5. You. Akainu glared, throwing a punch that missed Kizaru but inadvertently struck the ground below, hastily retracting his hand. I demand you vanish from my sight immediately. This filthy deal. Then it is settled. Kizaru revealed himself, flamboyantly waving his hand and winking, saying, TSK, your underwear is not red. That does not suit your nickname. Ah, go die. Akainu could no longer contain himself, allowing the remnants of his torn black undergarments to barely cover himself, raising 2 massive lava fists poised to smash Kizaru. Ah, what is this dark mass? Am I going blind? Kizaru yelped, shielding his eyes, though the gaps between his fingers were larger than his face. Whoosh. The yellow light darted into the distance, disappearing from view. Watching Akainu hastily retreat, Kizaru crouched in the corner, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Then produced a small transponder snail. Who is it? The transponder snail asked lazily, its eyes half closed as if just waking. Hee, hurry to guard Akainu's doorstep. It's best to disguise yourself, so he does not see you. A grand surprise awaits you. Do not let me down. Ha ha ha. What is this guy up to? Lying on his balcony recliner, Aokiji basked in the afternoon sun while enjoying the fresh sea breeze. He placed the transponder snail down, stretching and yawning. If it's this urgent, I might as well go take a look. Aokiji sat up, lifting the eye mask from his eyes but not removing it entirely, intending to return to sleep if all was well. Indeed, he was reluctant to move. Aokiji sat idle for a moment, disinclined to venture outside, even though Akainu's house was right next door. Ice-covered vision. His bare feet transformed into pale blue ice blocks, gradually extending outward, forming a path of ice that spread into the distance. Descending from the balcony wall, climbing over the courtyard fence, traversing the street, the ice path unfurled to Akainu's doorstep. Where it halted. Is this too conspicuous? Borisolino told me to hide well. Aokiji pondered while seated on the recliner, contemplating whether to visit after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji's body began to shrink, melting into the ice path. In less than a second, his form re-emerged halfway from the ice surface at Akainu's door, revealing his upper body. The ice spread across the vast stone-paved ground, then quickly retracted, leaving the surface spotless, all dust swept away by the ice. Now there are no problems. His body withdrew back into the ice, a thick layer of dust covering the surface, leaving only 2 holes the size of eye sockets, faintly reflecting the ice's sheen. However, unless one looked closely, it would be hard to detect even from nearby. Once this is over, he could instantly return via the ice path and resume his nap. How delightful. Suddenly, he stomped the ground multiple times, accelerating to a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, executing the Marine 6 styles with unparalleled mastery. Bang! The solid wooden door was forcefully kicked open by the impatient Akainu. From Aokiji's vantage point, the scene was anything but simple. His exceptional dynamic vision allowed him to clearly see the objects flying past him. That mysterious dark shadow swayed with the wind, and up close. Aokiji wished he could blind himself. Is this the surprise Kizaru spoke of? This is nothing but shock. Where's the joy? Crack. The eyes upon the icy surface shattered, and Shinji swiftly retracted his abilities. The icy path beneath him rapidly vanished, ultimately returning him to his abode, where he reassembled into his corporeal form. What should he do? He had glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. Shinji cradled his head in despair, concluding that perhaps a brief slumber would be best. With the eye mask pulled down, he reclined in his chair and, to his surprise, drifted into sleep. Hopefully, his dreams would not be plagued by dreadful visions. In the underground training facility, within the tranquil chamber, Noah, as still as a corpse, suddenly arose. He unlocked the door, stepping back to allow the visitor entry. Zephyr glanced back, ensuring no one noticed his presence, before shutting the door and securing it once more. Phew. That rascal Akainu had taken him seriously. It was unexpected that he almost faced a setback. Zephyr exhaled, his form becoming indistinct like mist, as the indigo haze dissipated, revealing the true Noah. Ding. The system alerted him. The urgent mission, The Secret of the Demon Spider, had reached the required completion level. Should it be submitted? If not, further exploration could yield additional rewards. Noah displayed a look of hesitation. From a long-term perspective, it would indeed be wise not to submit the mission to gather more information and ascertain whether Akainu had ulterior motives or if he might not be the ultimate puppet master. Such an approach would undoubtedly lead to more substantial rewards. However, achieving this was not feasible in the short term, and there might not even be opportunities to uncover more secrets in the coming years. Moreover, The tactic of impersonating one of Akainu's confidants to extract information had become ineffective, as Akainu would surely be on guard. If he foolishly ventured forth, he might find himself in peril. Furthermore, Noah was in dire need of substantial exchange points to rectify deficiencies and support his training. He resolved to submit the mission. Ding. The urgent mission The Secret of the Demon Spider was completed, rated A, with a reward of 3,600 exchange points and a double experience card. The only course of action now was to enhance his strength. Noah let out a sigh. What could he do when he was powerless to fight back? This frustration. He had no choice but to swallow it down. Ding. A strong sense of resentment and a desire for revenge emanated from the host's heart, prompting the issuance of the task titled Revenge of the Underdog. Revenge of the Underdog, in comparison to the towering Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki. You are merely a newcomer to the elite camp. Yet, even the underdog possesses its own dignity, which is not meant to be trampled upon by the powerful. Task requirements. Within 10 days, employ any means necessary to inflict some form of harm upon Admiral Sakazuki, be it physical, psychological, or reputational. Rewards will be granted based on the completion of this task. Failure penalty, should you encounter Admiral Sakazuki in battle in the future. The host will suffer a debilitating fear debuff, resulting in a 30 reduction in combat strength, with a slight chance of fleeing without engaging. This system is a bit excessive, isn't it? I can tolerate the term underdog, but to impose a time constraint on my inability to retaliate against Akainu is just aggravating. And the consequences for failure are particularly severe. Let me think. Noah plopped down onto the ground. His brow furrowed in distress as a myriad of vengeful schemes flitted through his mind. However, upon juxtaposing them with his current predicament, none seemed fitting. Must he resort to explosives? This time, Noah had managed to extricate himself and glean vital intelligence. Thanks in no small part to the efficacy of the mist flame and the pivotal role played by the bomb exchanged from the system. The Batman-exclusive gel bomb. In the game, Batman employs this gel bomb to demolish fragile walls or assist in subduing foes. Its power is relatively modest, aligning with Batman's no-kill philosophy. It is applied using a spray gun and detonated remotely, costing a mere 200 exchange points, affordable and effective. As for the issue of potency, it would be compensated by another substance, the Power Rock. In the future, this formidable stone, wielded by the disgraced Admiral Zephyr, would be used to bring about the world's destruction. Once it comes into contact with oxygen or is subjected to significant vibrations, it unleashes an unimaginable surge of energy. Noah merely exchanged 1 gram of Power Rock powder, expending 500 exchange points. Including the 2 gel spray guns, the total expenditure amounted to 900 exchange points, leaving him with a remaining balance of 500 points after the task settlement. At the staircase wall, not far from Akainu's office, he swiftly sprinkled a bit of Power Rock powder. Before it could react, he smeared on the gel bomb. Once isolated from the air, the Power Rock powder stabilized. With a mere press of the button in his hand, the gel bomb would detonate, triggering a chain explosion of the Power Rock. It would be no challenge to blow a hole in the Navy's Celestial Tower. The plan was that simple. Once Akainu detected any signs of trouble, before the identity of the ghost spider could be revealed, Noah would preemptively detonate the gel bomb infused with Power Rock powder, creating a significant commotion that would draw Akainu out to investigate. At the very spot where he would step, gel explosives had been strategically applied in advance, and the controller was in Noah's grasp, giving Akainu the illusion of triggering an explosion. This also provided Noah with cover for his escape through the window. Deliberately luring Akainu to the underground training facility, he set off the bomb outside just before Akainu could breach the training room door, enticing him to emerge. The sole purpose was to exonerate Noah from suspicion within the training room. Initially, the plan for applying explosives at the tunnel exit was merely to provoke Akainu. However, unexpectedly, it inflicted substantial harm on him. Unable to think of a solution at the moment, he resolved to seek methods to enhance his strength. Noah shook his head, feeling somewhat dizzy, unable to conceive a reliable solution at the moment. While the Power Rock was indeed advantageous, it posed challenges in inflicting damage upon the natural elemental Akainu. He opened the system's marketplace and began to browse. The melee swordsmanship he sought could not be overly intricate, must not engage supernatural forces, and should remain reasonably priced. Was there truly such a technique available? In the realms of martial arts and fantasy, there existed numerous formidable sword techniques. However, the world of pirates did not accommodate inner strength or the ethereal energies of the cosmos. The absence of such energy drastically diminished their potency, rendering them potentially unusable. In the realm of soul reapers, however, there appeared to be possibilities. The world of pirates indeed possessed spiritual particles, or rather, energies akin to the spiritual essence found in the Soul Reaper realm. Alas, the costs. Noah's eyes nearly bulged out. The 8,000 flowing sword techniques. The essence distilled by Hachiman's fierce mastery over the world of swordsmanship represent the pinnacle of swordplay in the Soul Society, valued at 1 million exchange points. 1 million exchange points, while the wind control sword technique is merely a paltry 15,000 exchange points. Until one masters the spiritual particles, the swordsmanship of the Shinigami world cannot even be contemplated. Noah decisively abandoned his previous pursuits and continued his search. After a considerable time, he was finally struck by a moment of clarity. Was this sheer coincidence? The swordsmanship he encountered was remarkably harmonious, as if ordained by fate itself. Initially, he sought merely a close combat sword technique to compensate for the deficiencies in his own self-created moves, predominantly reliant on sword energy. To his surprise, he discovered a form of swordsmanship that resonated with him on an extraordinary level. It did not invoke supernatural powers, it was purely reliant on physical prowess. Had he acquired this sword technique earlier, his struggle against the demon spider would have been far less arduous. The 300 duels with Zoro had honed Noah's close combat swordsmanship to a new level, yet facing a swordsman of the demon spider's caliber still proved insufficient, resulting in a severe suppression. Maintaining distance to unleash powerful sword energy techniques was frequently disrupted by the advancing demon spider. Although the Thunderous Wave sword was indeed a close combat technique, its excessive energy consumption and prolonged charge time rendered it impractical. As the demon spider was no fool and would not take such hits willingly. Use the 20 discount card to purchase. Ding. The purchase of Black Iron 1 Radiance, Secret Sword 7 Styles was successful, originally priced at 8,000 exchange points, now at a discounted price of 6,400 exchange points. And it has been placed in his personal space, with his wealth dwindled to 2,100 exchange points. Noah could not afford to lament and hurriedly retrieved the freshly acquired swordsmanship manual, delving into its study. The 7 styles of the secret sword. Does the final secret sword require personal comprehension? Noah closed the ancient tome, reflecting on the sword techniques etched into his memory. The 4th secret sword, Mirage Wolf, allows for a rapid alternation of pace while running, creating afterimages before him or to the sides to confound his adversaries. The 6th secret sword, Blade of the Poison Moth, transmits unique vibrations through the blade upon close combat, devastating the opponent from within. This technique is the brainchild of the protagonist, Black Iron 1, from the failed knight's heroic tale. Due to his inherently low magical power, he diligently honed his swordsmanship, possessing a rare talent that far surpassed Noah's capabilities. He could discern an opponent's swordplay within a minute, adeptly mimicking and rectifying their flaws as his own. He could effortlessly grasp their intentions and behaviors through their words and actions. Such a terrifying talent was not something even the legendary Mihawk could achieve. These 2 secret swords aligned perfectly with Noah's current abilities. The 4th secret sword, Mirage Wolf, when employed alone, could deceive the untrained. But it would be ineffective against formidable foes. If one lacks the observation haki, there is no need to utilize this technique. However, when combined with the clones generated by Mist Flame, its efficacy is greatly enhanced. The illusions constructed by Mist Flame are tangible, making it nearly impossible to discern the true body amidst fierce combat using observation haki. The 6th secret sword, Blade of the Poison Moth, serves as a perfect complement to the Thunder Sound Layered Wave sword, completing it entirely. The 3rd secret sword, Round, is precisely the defensive counterattack technique Noah desperately needs. By meeting an opponent's strike with the blade, he can circulate the force of the blow through his body, rebounding it completely back to the attacker, thus reversing the attack. This technique resembles Tai Chi's principle of using an opponent's force against them, effortlessly redirecting their strength. The 2nd secret sword, Armor Breaker, is particularly effective when blades are locked in combat. It channels energy from the lower body to the waist, delivering a close-range strike, akin to a powerful thrust generated through the sword. Each of the other secret swords possesses its own unique merits, with the underlying principles and techniques broadening Noah's perspective, though the actual practice and application remain immensely challenging. With a day and 2 nights remaining, he estimated the time left for seclusion and retrieved the triple sword skill insight card obtained from the sword duel task, shattering it and immediately using the newly acquired double experience card. The triple sword skill insight card enables Noah to grasp sword techniques at 3-fold speed, while the double experience card doubles all his gains, be it learned knowledge, personal insights, or enhanced qualities acquired through training. Everything is multiplied. Under this dual enhancement, The remaining time of a day and 2 nights is just sufficient for him to thoroughly comprehend the principles of the 7 secret swords, with particular emphasis on Mihawk's swordsmanship. The blade of the red-haired warrior, Bastille, and the first-class swordplay of the ghost spider are merely trivial details in comparison. Time swiftly elapsed. On the morning of the 3rd day, the door of the seclusion room swung open. Looking haggard with dark circles under his eyes, Noah staggered out, yawning and leaning against the wall as he made his way to the dining hall. The accelerated sword training came at a steep price. The energy expenditure was horrendous, and the toll on his mental fortitude far exceeded Noah's expectations. He had nearly consumed the last half-bottle of soul liquor, which had been essential for his endurance. Without nourishment, he would surely faint, possibly even reuniting with his parents in the heavenly realm during slumber. "How was your harvest?" Zephyr inquired, placing his breakfast before Noah. "Ugh. Let me swallow before I answer," Noah retorted, as Zephyr quickly tilted his plate to avoid the food fragments expelled from Noah's mouth. "I need some time to refine my new sword techniques. It will take about a month. Is that acceptable?" Noah, unable to contain his excitement after swallowing his food, exclaimed. "No problem. I must say, Teacher Zephyr is surprisingly easy to converse with. I will grant you a fortnight. Afterward, I shall assess your progress. Should your results fail to meet my expectations, be prepared for extra practice to make up for the time squandered." With a sharp sting on his cheek, he added, "I have finished my meal. I shall take my leave first." Noah fled from the cafeteria, racing back to the meditation chamber with urgency. For the task at hand was pressing and time was of the essence. Teacher Zephyr was to evaluate the results, and Noah needed to make the most of every moment. Thus, he hurried back, yearning for rest. After 2 sleepless days, he feared that if he succumbed to slumber, he might not awaken again. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming desire to collapse into sleep. Unbeknownst to him, Zephyr had arrived at the entrance of Noah's meditation chamber. Peering through the small window, he caught sight of Noah indulging in a lazy slumber. However, he refrained from entering, choosing instead to simply shake his head with a bemused reprimand before departing. He understood that Noah had tirelessly practiced for 2 days straight, and it was only natural that he succumbed to fatigue at this juncture. If only Noah had such a homeroom teacher during his high school years, he would surely have laughed in his sleep. After a slumber that lasted from dawn until dusk, the underground training ground was utterly deserted, save for Noah, who had just awakened. The absence of others was indeed fortuitous. After meandering about and confirming that no one was present, Noah returned to the quiet room, meticulously ensuring that the door was securely locked, even covering the small window with paper. In his quest for close combat swordsmanship, he stumbled upon not only the secret technique of the 7 swords but also an exquisite method to complete his mission. Unable to vanquish Kaido physically for the time being, he resolved to tarnish his reputation instead. If he could not overpower him in body, he would assail his spirit and honor. Noah retrieved from the depths of his personal space the pivotal object exchanged alongside the 7 styles of the secret sword, the Book of Sigma. This tome, encased in a suspicious hardcover, bore a grotesque relief of a skull on its front, with its pitch-black eye sockets seemingly leading into an unfathomable abyss. As he delicately caressed the book's cold, pale shell, it felt as though it were sculpted from bone. After gazing intently at the cover for a while, a cacophony of anguished wails echoed abruptly in his mind, the voices of countless restless spirits calling out a name, Sigma. Noah abruptly regained his senses, realizing that he had uttered that name. The Book of Sigma, Deathwing, a semi-autobiographical work penned by Sigma Washington to commemorate his youth, contains his exclusive secrets that instilled fear across the world. Valued at 100 exchange points. Once this book is opened, there is no turning back. Noah must offer a sacrifice of something he holds dear in order to freely wield the secrets contained within this tome. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. The loss of this treasured item would render its retrieval a formidable challenge. Would he transform into a person devoid of scruples? A devil willing to forsake all principles for the sake of his ambitions? Am I truly prepared for this? Noah pondered deeply, tormented by the pangs of conscience. He reflected on Master Zephyr, on Grandpa Karp, and on the countless innocents. This action of his could potentially ensnare them all. Yet, the mere thought of Akainu's plight brought him a sense of delight as he eagerly opened the book, savoring its contents. What a captivating tome it was. First, the table of contents, mathematical calculations, parabolas and mechanical design, the crafting of explosive scrolls for non-magic practitioners proceeding to the next chapter. The subsequent chapter delved into the manufacture of hazardous chemicals. To his astonishment, it even included the addition of poisons. How extraordinary, indeed. Lord Sigma was truly formidable. Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just unlocked the gateway to a new world. eagerly absorbing the arcane knowledge of a mysterious realm. The books exchanged through the system automatically transformed into a script that Noah could comprehend, revealing the language and numerals of the pirate world. It is worth noting that Noah initially assumed the language of the pirate realm was akin to Japanese. However, this was not the case. Since the establishment of the world government by 20 kings 8 centuries ago, a unified language and script were mandated to facilitate better communication, or rather, dominion, among nations. This new lingua franca, developed from a widely spoken language resembling English on Earth, has proliferated across the now 170 member countries of the world government, gradually supplanting the native tongues of various nations. In an era when maritime technology was still in its infancy, interactions between distant nations on separate islands were rare. The slow and isolated progression of civilization led to the emergence of distinct cultural identities. Some weaker or newly established nations chose to entirely abandon their native languages in favor of this universal tongue. In contrast, larger nations with rich histories and a focus on tradition, particularly those beyond the original 20 founding countries, found the transition far more challenging. A prominent example is the Flower Country, which, during the age of limited maritime trade, was already a major power with a history spanning thousands of years. Due to its reverence for tradition and history, coupled with a rather conservative ruler of the time, the nation enacted a prohibition on customs, isolating itself for nearly a century and nearly missing the tide of progress. Similarly, the Land of Harmony, even more obstinate than the Flower Country, lacked a formal isolationist policy but maintained minimal contact with the outside world. Both nations have preserved a wealth of traditional culture, with their languages and scripts remaining intact. Externally, they employ the universal language, while internally, both the universal tongue and their native languages coexist. However, the younger generation in the Flower Country, having learned the universal language, has become somewhat apathetic toward their own linguistic heritage, with some even refusing to study it. Their rationale is that they may venture out to sea and possibly never return, rendering the knowledge futile. After centuries of dissemination, the member nations of the world government have adopted the universal language as their official tongue. And the Flower Country and the Land of Harmony are no exceptions. Much knowledge has been forgotten. Noah, with a throbbing headache, scratched his cheek. Much of the knowledge documented in the book was akin to what he had learned in high school in his previous life. Although much had been forgotten, he possessed a foundational understanding, and with dedicated study, he could undoubtedly succeed in this task. Taking advantage of the night, he needed to scout the terrain. He must also devise a way to locate that elusive object. Noah closed the Book of Sigma and glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. Was it already 1 in the morning? The timing was indeed opportune. At this hour, aside from evading the patrolling Marines, there were hardly any obstacles. The night served as the best cover. The midnight scene of Marin Vandu was far from silent. The crescent dock shimmered with lights, resembling a dimly glowing crescent moon from a distance. Groups of Marines, armed with swords and rifles, patrolled the main thoroughfares and significant buildings. In the shadows, where light could not reach, countless hidden sentinels lay in wait. A dark figure stealthily followed a team of 5. A faint sound, barely discernible, vanished in an instant. The 5-man team was swiftly incapacitated, each one rolling their eyes back in unconsciousness from heavy blows to the back of their heads. The shadow dragged the fallen Marines to the roadside bushes, gathering the discarded naval caps and rifles to toss into the underbrush. Indigo flames flickered ominously, illuminated by the faint moonlight, resembling ghostly fire. Gradually, the flames coalesced, revealing 4 figures identical to the previously subdued men. The shadow, now illuminated by the firelight, bore the likeness of the team leader. The group silently resumed their patrol along the designated route, heading toward the naval headquarters. Inside the expansive naval headquarters, even in the dead of night, a dozen squads were on the move, with external teams entering the building and descending through the floors. Teams that had completed their rounds exited through a different side of the building, creating a continuous loop. This was the conclusion Noah had drawn after prolonged observation. Unacquainted squads brushed past one another without a word. Unless under special circumstances, communication was prohibited among the night patrols, ensuring that no one noticed the peculiarities of this particular group. The team leader maintained a relatively normal expression, while the others bore the countenance of the undead. Devoid of any emotion, their walking patterns and spacing eerily synchronized. Having surveyed the entirety of the building, Noah grew increasingly anxious. Where could it be? Where was the naval archive that housed crucial documents? There was indeed a room on the first floor labeled Document Room, but Noah surmised it merely contained trivial daily files. Significant documents were unlikely to be stored in such a conspicuous location. Just as he was about to exit the naval headquarters, Noah unleashed his observation haki to ensure no one was watching before retracting his illusory doppelganger. He had discerned the locations of the surveillance phone bugs within the building and roughly grasped the timing of the patrols. If it wasn't T on this level, could it be underground? Noah pondered for a moment, finding a semblance of truth in the notion. It is a common understanding that significant treasures are concealed in subterranean chambers. Crafting illusions to obscure the gaze of the surveillance bugs, Noah swiftly activated his observation haki, delving into the task at hand before the next wave of patrollers arrived. One should not presume that perceiving inanimate objects through observation haki is simpler than evading moving entities in combat. The perception of motion is merely a rudimentary application of this ability. Once an object is in motion, it inevitably entails a series of changes, the vibrations in the air, the propagation of sound, the alteration of light, and even shifts in momentum, all of which are captured by the observation haki, allowing for an appropriate response. Inanimate objects, too, exhibit fluctuations, albeit so faint that ordinary observation haki cannot detect them, rendering them imperceptible. This phenomenon can be likened to the breathing of still objects. The formidable aspect of the former pirate king, Gold. Rogers' observation haki lay in his ability to listen to the voices of all things. He could decipher the historical texts inscribed in ancient scripts, even when he did not comprehend the meaning of each character. The stone tablet that bore the inscriptions communicated the essence of the text through its breath. This illustrates the profound mastery of observation haki. With Noah's current level of proficiency, he could only vaguely perceive certain structural differences. Could it truly be located within the archive room? Noah paused before the archive room, which he had initially overlooked, feeling a pang of discomfort. Within the fluctuations of his observation haki, he discerned that the basement of the archive room was distinct from the rest of the premises. Most notably, there were two unmistakable life signatures emanating from beneath the archive room, rather than from within it. Noah's hand flicked, and a blade materialized effortlessly within his grasp, slicing precisely at the door's seam, tracing a silent arc. The iron latch was severed in a single stroke. Hark? Is there someone over there? A beam of light fell upon the entrance of the archive room. Surely I am mistaken. I saw nothing. Ha! Coward is nothing more than a timid soul, easily frightened by the slightest rustle. Silence. The patrol leader chided with discontent. Coward, mocked for his fearfulness, felt his face flush but dared not defy the leader's command or retort against his comrades. It must be the shifting shadows cast by the light. The team leader pushed the archive door, but it did not budge. No alarms sounded from the surveillance room. There is nothing to worry about. Let us proceed. The leader no longer lingered and led the group away. Only Coward, who had initially spotted the fleeting shadow, glanced back at the archive room, shaking his head in confusion before rejoining the procession. Leaning against the grand door of the archive, Noah finally exhaled in relief. Next, he needed to uncover the mechanism. Drawing upon the myriad influences of films and television from his past life, Noah swiftly discerned the location of the device. It was certainly not a matter of probing with the observation haki, piece by piece. Noah pressed down on a symbol of the Navy, a seagull clutching a balance. Perched atop the bookshelf, it appeared merely decorative, but only upon applying pressure did he discover it was a button. A subtle tremor resonated beneath his feet, revealing a staircase descending between two bookshelves at the farthest reaches of the archive. With a swift motion, he refrained from igniting a great flame, for his intent was to remain concealed and silent. Noah rushed into the clandestine underground space at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Sharingan, activate. The long unseen three-tomo Sharingan swiftly scanned the surroundings, its formidable dynamic vision enabling Noah to discern every intricate detail even while moving at such a rapid pace. Mist flames, manifest. In a fleeting moment, he conjured an illusion of the interior before the wide-eyed gaze of four surveillance beetles. The guards of this subterranean realm were no ordinary foes. Although their prowess paled in comparison to Noah's, one managed to catch sight of a flickering shadow before collapsing with rolled-back eyes, falling to the ground. Noah's figure suddenly halted as he supported the two Marines who were on the verge of collapsing, gently lowering them to the ground in a crouched position. If any noise had escaped and drawn attention, all of his efforts would have been for naught. The Marine had indeed made a sound, but Noah swiftly rendered him unconscious, preventing any alarm from reaching the vigilant surveillance. All was resolved. Noah rose to his feet and surveyed the imposing gate before him. The presence of two keyholes suggested a material reminiscent of sea prism stone. However, Noah was unconcerned about the keys. The solution was rather straightforward. This substantial block of sea prism stone, or rather, the entire wall constructed from it, was astonishing. As he explored the surface of the wall, Noah was taken aback. Sea prism stone, infused with pyrobroin particles, could be regarded as a crystallization of the ocean, possessing a capacity to counteract the powers of devil fruit users far surpassing that of seawater. A mere touch of seawater, such as dipping a hand into it, would elicit only mild discomfort in a devil fruit user, allowing their abilities to function normally. In stark contrast, contact with even a small fragment of sea prism stone could render them as feeble as an ordinary human. In severe cases, it could incapacitate them entirely. This rare mineral, which formed exclusively in specific marine regions, boasted a hardness comparable to diamonds and could not be processed by conventional means. Presently, only formidable entities like the Navy had the means to exploit sea prism stone, yet its production was exceedingly limited. Thus, this enormous piece of sea prism stone was indeed worth its weight in gold. Indigo flames flickered and coiled through the keyholes on either side of the gate, morphing in response to the internal locking mechanism, ultimately transforming into two keys that fit perfectly into the locks. With a satisfying click, the keys activated the mechanism. And Noah sensed the inner workings of the lock springing to life, the gate poised to rise. Yet, moments passed in silence. After 5 minutes of waiting, the gate remained unchanged. Noah scratched his head, perplexed by the apparent malfunction. What could have transpired? What did this signify? Noah crouched down, fixating on the sole alteration that appeared upon inserting the key, the two shallow indentations where the gate met the ground, barely deep enough for a fingertip to touch the bottom of the gate. Could it possibly mean this? With both hands plunged into the recesses, his fingers perfectly grasped the base of the gate. Given his current half-crouching stance, the method to open the gate became strikingly apparent. It required sheer force to push the gate upward. The purpose of the key was merely to retract the bolt that secured the gate, simultaneously revealing those two convenient depressions for exerting force. With numerous patrols and omnipresent surveillance bugs, only those swift and adept at concealment could reach this point. The two keys were undoubtedly held by individuals of considerable strength. Forceful acquisition would alert the Navy, and theft would be fraught with difficulty. After enduring countless trials to arrive here, those with abilities found themselves powerless against the sea stone gate. Relying solely on the strength of an infiltrator was not guaranteed to suffice in pushing open the gate of sea stone. Were it another intruder, they might have already succumbed to despair, preparing to gather their belongings and return home. Noah, summoning every ounce of strength, felt the veins in his arms bulging. His teeth clenched tightly as he desperately suppressed the roar that threatened to escape during his full exertion. His muscles strained and contracted with fervor, the flushed skin appearing as if it were ablaze, while the heavy sea tower stone gate was barely stirred by a fraction. The flames of Qing erupted. Each cell, invigorated by the flames of Qing, unleashed an extraordinary force, coalescing into a new, immense power to support Noah. The gate began to rise. Its movement was as sluggish as that of a snail, yet it was indeed in motion. Noah, utterly exhausted, let his arms droop as he half-squatted and rolled through the narrow opening beneath the gate. The gate rose approximately 1.4 meters. And though Noah still possessed some strength to push it higher, it would have been a futile effort, for the black blade, along with its sheath, measured only 1.4 meters in length. Indeed, relying on the formidable hardness of the black sword, Noah had managed to prop up the heavy sea tower stone gate. As the flames of the clear sky gradually dissipated, Noah scrambled to his feet, momentarily revitalized. Fortunately, there were classification labels. Otherwise, he might have wandered aimlessly for ages. His eyes caught a glimpse of the label on the bookshelf, and Noah exhaled in relief, hastening through the jungle-like array of shelves. He had located the confidential list of official documents regarding the design plans for the warship. Noah's hand rested upon a thick tome. Cautiously lifting it despite the dust that adorned its surface, he opened it to search within. "It is you." Noah revealed a smile as he stored the booklet into his personal space. Retracing his steps, he exerted all his strength to gently lower the gate, yet in the end, he miscalculated the force, causing the gate to thud down with a noticeable tremor and muffled sound just a few millimeters from closure. What had just transpired? Behind him, the Marine, rendered unconscious by Noah's swift hand strike, stirred awake, roused by the vibrations. Had he been discovered? Noah sighed within, realizing that he had no choice but to resort to his last resort. When the two Marines helped each other to their feet and beheld the figure standing before the gate, they both shuddered, instinctively stamping their feet and saluting. "General Sengoku." The two Marines stammered with excitement. "Someone infiltrated here, but did not open the gate," Sengoku stated sternly. The first part of his statement made the two Marines tense, but the latter part eased their worries. They glanced behind Sengoku and saw that the gate remained intact, unchanged from its previous state. The keyhole's key had long since vanished when Noah had raised the gate, leaving no trace behind. You two were knocked unconscious. It's not your fault, Sengoku assured them. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but you must maintain confidentiality. With a fierce glare, he intimidated the two Marines, who nodded vigorously. No discussions in private. Act as if you have forgotten this incident, understood? If this leaks, prepare for a visit to Judicial Island. Observing their solemn promises. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. That scared me. The general didn't hold us accountable. One Marine exclaimed. His presence is overwhelming. I can hardly breathe. The other replied. Do you feel that way too? The disguised Noah, masquerading as Sengoku, did not hear their words, but had he would likely have nodded in agreement. It was indeed an appropriate sensation. The moment they awakened, they had already been ensconced within the encircled embrace of the cloud flame. The nature of the cloud flame was proliferation, possessing a remarkably sealed characteristic. It had constructed a sealed circle that enveloped Sengoku and the two Marines. While the interior was an illusion crafted from mist flame, lined with sound-absorbing material to ensure that no sound escaped. Given the sealed environment, there was naturally no air circulation. And over time, symptoms of chest tightness and oxygen deprivation would inevitably arise. Having stealthily returned to the meditation chamber within the underground training facility, Noah glanced at the clock. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning. In just 1 hour, the underground training ground would be bustling once more. Yet Noah's primary concern remained the opening time of the cafeteria. After a night of exertion, the recovery of his sunny flame had left his stomach grumbling persistently. To Noah, this hour felt interminable. Meanwhile, Zephyr paused outside Noah's meditation chamber, feeling gratified by Noah's diligent practice of swordsmanship. The small window, once obscured, had returned to its original state. After a brief moment of observation, Zephyr departed, having detected nothing unusual. In truth, there was nothing that could be deemed abnormal. Noah was indeed practicing the secret sword technique. The seventh style, with unwavering concentration, pondering how to integrate this secret art with his existing skills and strength. There was still time for the task, and solutions were at hand. By nightfall, he could undertake the necessary preparations. Merely focusing on fulfilling the system's demands would not suffice. Failing to deliver to Zephyr would plunge him into a deeper abyss than before. The seventh secret sword, Thunderlight, a formless and invisible slash flashed by. Had Noah not maintained his sword-wielding posture, one might have thought the strike had never been executed. This was a blade that moved at a speed far surpassing human dynamic vision, as swift as a bolt of lightning. However, this was the world of pirates, not the realm of the fallen knight and the heroic tale. In that world, such a technique could rightfully be deemed a secret sword. But in this world teeming with sword masters and infused with the observation haki, its potency diminished significantly. Noah possesses the remarkable ability to unleash strikes imperceptible to the naked eye, particularly when compared to the formidable sword masters who transcend his own level. Nevertheless, it cannot be said that he remains entirely without assistance. The method of channeling lightning has proven to be quite enlightening for Noah. With a physical prowess that far surpasses that of the defeated knights, he can even continuously wield the lightning secret sword, infusing each of his strikes with its power. In the world of pirates, those adept in observation haki find it exceedingly challenging to counter attacks that exceed the speed of sight, as they rely not on their vision, but rather on a sense that is more precise and acute than sight itself. Lightning may not surpass haki in speed, yet it can outpace the body's reaction. If the haki senses the incoming strike, Noah can deliver his blow before the opponent has a chance to respond. This is one of the directions Noah aims to pursue in the future. This particular secret sword technique is the one he has mastered most swiftly. While progress in other areas remains scant, his next primary focus will be the sixth secret sword, the blade of the poison moth. This technique transmits a unique vibration through the blade into the body, wreaking havoc with its toxic force. The human body is composed of approximately 65 water, resembling a sack filled with liquid. When subjected to intense vibrations, the internal moisture can violently impact the flesh, potentially causing catastrophic ruptures akin to a balloon bursting under pressure. The blade of the poison moth harnesses a specific vibration capable of generating ripples within the human body, thereby inflicting internal destruction. The principle is akin to the penetrating force found in Huagua's boxing techniques. The creator of this move, Hitetsu Ikki, channels the shockwave from the tips of his toes to his fingertips through the tendons of his entire body, ultimately delivering it into the enemy's form. When absorbed through armor, it can injure internal organs. When received through the blade, it can harm the hands that grip the sword's hilt. Noah's thunderous wave sword is characterized by a series of rapid strikes akin to the hammering of nails, penetrating gradually and relentlessly like an unceasing tide. It ascends in layers, intertwining with the visceral power of the tiger-leopard thunder, causing bone and sinew to resonate and transmit shockwaves into the opponent's inner being, inflicting damage upon their very core. In an instant, it seizes control of the entire body's tendons, from the tips of the toes to the fingertips. While this may sound straightforward, the execution is far from simple. Noah shook his head, exclaiming the daunting challenges ahead. In the world of the failed knights, the system of power is rooted in magical energy. Those endowed with this gift are known as sword-bearers. Black Irony Hue, due to his inherently low magical capacity, was labeled a failed knight after being held back. His deficiency in magical prowess led him to diligently hone his swordsmanship, and through the subtle manipulation of magic, he inadvertently enhanced his physical control. This long-term training, or perhaps innate talent, bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability to control his body. The various secret sword techniques demand exceptional physical control to execute effectively. While the martial artists of the pirate world may effortlessly flatten mountains, few possess the finesse required for intricate bodily manipulation. Their rapid power escalation renders the pursuit of physical control seemingly less rewarding compared to sheer strength training. However, this does not apply to those who have mastered the art of life restoration to a significant degree. This delineates the disparity between the two worlds. In the realm of failed knights, human physical strength is inherently limited, compelling individuals to maximize every ounce of muscle within their bodies. Conversely, in the pirate world, the limits of human potential are virtually boundless. As physical strength reaches remarkable heights, achieving comprehensive control over every aspect of the body becomes increasingly arduous. Even with the divine skill of life restoration, one must thoroughly comprehend the Navy's 6 forms and possess the requisite talent in this domain. Noah's rudimentary grasp of life restoration allows him merely to accelerate cellular energy absorption for bodily repair and stamina replenishment, leaving him far from mastering the intricate vibrations of muscle control. Fortunately, Noah seeks to utilize the poison moth blade to enhance and perfect the thunderous wave sword. In terms of potential, the thunderous wave sword reaches greater heights and farther distances. If he cannot achieve the transmission of vibrations through every tendon from foot to hand, he will commence with the upper body, initiating vibrations through the latissimus dorsi, pectoralis major, triceps brachii, and biceps brachii. The manual for the 7 secret sword techniques solely documents the exertion of force and the fundamental movements, neglecting any mention of how to enhance physical control. This also elucidates why Noah refrains from purchasing sword techniques from the system's marketplace. With the manual in hand, the ability to practice hinges upon one's innate talent. Who can ascertain whether this talent, the 9 orifices golden elixir, will be of any use? It is akin to eagerly acquiring Ghost Recon, Wildlands, only to find, after an interminable download, that one cannot even launch the game due to an inadequate graphics card. The poison moth blade. Noah endeavored to harness his formidable mental prowess and the keen perception of his observation hockey to sense the exertion and vibrations of his muscles. He unleashed a tentative strike with the blade of the poison moth. Clang! Emollon fell to the ground, bouncing a few times and producing a crisp resonance. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Noah took a sharp breath, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, reminiscent of late-stage Parkinson's disease. The most excruciating part was the agonizing pain in his chest, akin to a severe stitch. The muscles responsible for the movement of his arms, whether it be the deltoids in his shoulders, the biceps and triceps in his upper arms, or the radial wrist flexors and brachioradialis in his forearms, were spasming violently, causing his arms to contort into an unsettling shape. Wait a moment. Noah's face contorted in pain, and before the muscles in his arm could fully revolt, the latissimus dorsi at his back began to stir, slipping from his control and contracting violently, forcing the words he intended to speak back down his throat, bending his upper body into a U-shape. Fortunately, Noah possessed remarkable flexibility. Otherwise, this sudden movement could have jeopardized his spine, like a fish out of water. He thrashed on the floor a few times before finally conceding to the futility of controlling his muscles. The flames of healing ignited, and with the warmth of rejuvenation, Noah extricated himself from that grotesque position, sprawled out on the ground in a star shape, unwilling to rise, as he concentrated on manipulating the muscle tremors. The intensity of the pain from each fiber tearing apart became more pronounced, stirring within him a long-forgotten sense of dread. Truly, he felt he had brought shame upon the traversers. He could not even execute a single sword move. Reflecting on the accomplishments of his predecessors, who had already carved their names into history by his age, becoming renowned figures, naval admirals, and winning the hearts of empresses. He felt the weight of his own mediocrity at 18, still lingering within the elite camp. How disgraceful. Punk Hazard Island lay in eerie silence, devoid of life. It was a place where the weak dared not tread. Although the toxic substances had begun to dissipate, a dreadful rumor had driven the shadowy creatures hiding on the island to retreat. Even the abandoned experimental subjects left to survive in this desolate place would soon see little sunlight again, for 2 individuals had arrived. An unyielding frost spread, gradually enveloping half the island, yet it encountered resistance as it advanced. Its adversary sought to claim the entire island as well, an infinite flow of lava. At the clash between frost and lava, a distinct line of demarcation emerged, dividing the island into 2, with white mist continuously rising. The duel of fire and ice mirrored the natures of their masters. Kazan, typically languid and perpetually half asleep, was seldom serious, yet now he appeared unusually focused. In contrast, Akainu maintained his usual stern demeanor, his perpetually serious countenance rendering him almost a generation older than Kazan. Cold-faced heat, ice-faced fire, white-faced red. At the core of their opposition lay the essence of their beliefs, the absolute justice of Akainu versus the languid form of justice upheld by Kazan. A dichotomy that would not coexist. Kazan's brand of justice could be seen less as complacent and more as a moral compass. He believed not all pirates were irredeemable villains. As long as they did not plunder the innocent or harm society, there was no need for total annihilation, which rendered his approach seemingly lethargic. This was evident in the O'Hara incident when he allowed Robin to escape and later spared Luffy's crew after delivering a severe beating. Akainu's justice, however, was one that could not tolerate any impurities. Any pirate would find no mercy. To him, a seafaring adventurer pursuing dreams was merely a pirate, deserving of capture and imprisonment. As the fleet admiral Sengoku prepared to step down, he advocated for Kazan as his successor, yet the majority of naval commanders favored Akainu for the position. This was the most direct reason the 2 stood here to settle their differences. The victor would become the next fleet admiral. In their eyes, this confrontation would also serve as a testament to whose justice was superior. The desolate expanse of Punk Hazard presented the ideal battleground. The Navy does not require your ridiculous justice, it only emboldens pirates, Kazan. Oh, if we were to follow your form of justice, even I would find it unbearable. Kazan dramatically crossed his arms, shivering as if chilled. Humph, the Navy needs neither lethargy nor compassion. Just like this duel, as long as I achieve my goal, I will stop at nothing. Akainu's gaze was laden with menace as he enunciated each word with gravitas. Is that so? Kazan felt a shiver of foreboding wash over him. He would soon witness the truth. A wave of icy breath escaped his lips, enveloping his joined hands. Ice blade. The mist-cloaked palm gradually opened, revealing a sharp, jagged ice blade. Come forth, unleash your powers. Kazan stepped forward, crossing the line of ice and fire, as the icy blade, accompanied by a gentle chill, slashed towards the still figure of Akainu. Did you see that day? Akainu remained unfazed, stating calmly as the ice blade approached. See what? Kazan's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the ice blade trembling. Heh, you, who have suffered the humiliation beneath me, are unworthy of becoming fleet admiral. Akainu suddenly seized the jagged edge of the ice blade, the lava within him bubbling and hissing. What do you think? Is it big enough? Smash. The ice blade shattered explosively. Ah. Kazan jolted awake, drenched in sweat, trembling as he removed his eye patch. Is it big? Is it big enough? The haunting voice echoed in his mind, and Kazan sat dazed for a long while before regaining his senses. Porcelino. Kazan wiped the sweat from his forehead, clenching the eye patch he had just removed in frustration. He had merely intended to observe the spectacle, never anticipating he would witness the shadow of a lifetime. Such an affront, such humiliation. And what of Sakazuki? Was he betrayed? Kazan pondered with a strange expression. If he knew I had seen everything, Mariford would likely transform into an ice and fire island like the one in my dream. But why? A flicker of confusion danced in Kazan's eyes. Why did that dream feel so real? Aside from Akainu's absurd behavior at the end, all preceding events seemed to have truly transpired. The ideological conflict between them had begun to take shape, and reaching the extent of his dream did not seem impossible. Head pounding. Kazan raked his fingers through his tousled hair in distress. What would he do if that day truly arrived? The real Akainu would not behave as he did in the dream. Discarding his principles, their battle would undoubtedly be fierce, possibly lasting days without resolution. Ah. Suddenly, Kazan slapped his head, his eyes lighting up. He could threaten him. So why couldn't he threaten Akainu? After all, he was at an advantage. Why should he fear him? Consider this, should that day truly come. Akainu, the Navy does not require compassion, lethargy will only ruin it. You are unworthy of being Fleet Admiral. Kazan, can a bird-walking hero become Fleet Admiral? Akainu, the majority of naval commanders support me. I am the people's choice. Kazan, so they are all exhibitionists? Akainu, I severely wounded Whitebeard, and I crushed the son of the pirate king. In terms of merit, I far surpass you. Kazan, your pants fell down. Akainu instinctively adjusted his waistband. Akainu, you've won. As long as you keep this secret, the position of Fleet Admiral will be yours. As the night deepens into stillness, the underground training facility remains illuminated solely by the flickering light of Noah's meditation chamber. Sprawled across the floor lies an immense blueprint, its pages yellowed and wrinkled, suggesting it has traversed the passage of time. Upon closer inspection, it reveals an intricate layout of the entire Marineford architecture. Noah held a pen and a straight edge, meticulously measuring on the architectural layout while jotting down notes. The student dormitory area is situated at a distance, designed as a separate entity. There is one training ground, shared with the Navy building, which is quite satisfactory. Between the Navy building and the training ground lies a gathering square. Consequently, the quantity of explosives will need to be increased accordingly. Noah furrowed his brow as he began to compute various data, occasionally referencing the Book of Sigma. According to the formula and the dimensions illustrated in the design, a minimum of 6 explosive points was required, with each propellant rock powder needing to exceed 0.55 grams to initiate the leverage. If the parabolic trajectory were to be designed based on the length of the square. Noah shook his head, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the ground. The exchange points were running low. He could only rely on a little assistance now. It was nearly time. Noah glanced at the clock, rubbed his somewhat dry eyes, and set down the pen before rising. He marveled at the fact that after more than 20 years, he still found himself picking up a pen to solve physics and mathematics problems. With a stretch, his body cracked and popped, clearly a result of maintaining a hunched, seated position for an extended period. The calculations were complete. Now, it was time to enter the fieldwork phase. The Shadow skillfully evaded the patrol routes and avoided the watchful eyes of sentinels, stealthily making his way toward the predetermined objective. Indeed, the naval supply depot was heavily guarded. Noah was enveloped in a shroud of black smoke, with only his eyes visible, perfectly merging into the darkness. 100 meters ahead lay a vast warehouse, illuminated with bright lights, where sentries stood every 10 steps and guards every 5, exhibiting an impenetrable defense. Infiltrating this stronghold silently would be no small feat, fortunately. The aid of the architectural blueprints was at hand. Noah mumbled to himself and turned, disappearing into the darkness. When he re-emerged, it was at a remote cliff. The flames of the storm. Noah's fists ignited with a crimson flame as he pressed his hand against the cliff face, the fire gradually spreading and eroding the rock and soil. Moments later, he released his grip, revealing the sea tower stone door concealed beneath the earth. Open. Grasping the pull ring on the door, Noah summoned his strength, exerting 80% of his power to pry it open just a fraction, his feet sinking deep into the ground. Shaking his hands to alleviate the numbness from overexertion, he withdrew his foot, brushing off the dust, and sidled through the narrow opening. A small flame flickered to life at his fingertips, serving as illumination as Noah crouched low and navigated the pitch-black tunnel, occasionally brushing aside layers of cobwebs. After several minutes of traversing the darkness, he finally reached the endpoint, reaching up to feel for any looseness above his head. Indeed, there was a slight give. The sound of friction, akin to a manhole cover shifting on concrete, echoed piercingly in the stillness of the warehouse. Yet Noah felt no concern. Aside from the absence of human presence detected by his observation hockey, the design blueprints clearly indicated that this passage led to an ordinarily deserted underground storage facility, accessible only to those bearing a permit. This emergency route was originally conceived for the dispersal of supplies known only to the warehouse supervisor and the naval admiral, and had not been utilized in over a decade. Despite the stringent defenses above, the items stored within the warehouse were hardly of great value. Scattered on the ground were provisions durable for storage, jerky, cheese, wine, as well as some cold weapons, naval uniforms, and shipbuilding timber. The underground storage contained firearms, naval artillery, and a substantial quantity of ammunition and explosives. The supply ship from the Naval Science Department had just visited, and it was likely that those items had yet to be put to use. Noah traversed through the forest of weapon racks, ceaselessly searching for his objective. The high-loose stone handcuffs and high-loose stone bullets were somewhere in this vicinity. Upon opening a box, Noah rummaged through its contents and discovered several items made of Hylu stone, which closely resembled his target. Elated by this find, he sees 2 pairs of handcuffs crafted entirely from Hylu stone, along with approximately 100 rounds of Hylu stone bullets. The processing of Hylu stone is exceedingly arduous, and currently, only the Navy's scientific department possesses a relatively sophisticated technique for its refinement. Such handcuffs, meticulously fashioned from pure Hylu stone, are rare within the Navy. This particular box contained merely 3 pairs, with the remainder consisting of bullets. Upon opening a somewhat diminutive and exquisitely crafted box, Noah finally exhaled in relief. Inside lay a generous amount of black gray powder. The handcuffs fashioned from pure Hylu stone are scarce and labor-intensive, prompting the Navy's scientific department to devise a method that sacrifices performance to enhance production capacity by mixing Hylu stone powder into molten iron. Although the hardness of the resultant handcuffs diminishes, they still render most ordinary abilities ineffective upon being restrained. The manufacturing of these Hylu stone iron handcuffs is deemed too rudimentary for the Navy's scientific department, thus they delegate the task to Marlon Vondo, who is solely responsible for providing the Hylu stone powder. What Noah sought was precisely this box of Hylu stone powder. Swiftly, he lifted the box and stowed it in his spatial pocket, then ambled back along the path he came from, seizing the cover of the night. Noah arrived at a secluded area near the assembly square, surrounded by dense foliage, with only a narrow path leading to the main road. Crucially, no patrol teams passed through here, or perhaps they simply avoided it. Noah extracted a large iron shovel and began to laboriously dig a pit. Before long, 2 mounds of earth had risen beside him. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the tip of the shovel struck a hard object, causing Noah to halt his efforts. He cautiously probed the surrounding area with the shovel, but each attempt met with resistance. "Ah, Akainu, how could you compel me to make such a tremendous sacrifice? The suffering I endure shall be repaid to you 1,000-fold." Noah casually discarded the shovel, igniting the flames of the tempest with both hands. The technique of tempest flame purification was activated to its fullest capacity. The surface soil gradually dissipated, and Noah turned his head away in disgust, finding every additional second in this place a torment. After some time, he leaped from the deep pit, retracting the gel spray gun in hand. Swiftly, he buried the excavated earth back, lightly treading upon the loose soil, and carefully erased his footprints before hastily departing. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Noah commenced the 10th round of his cleansing ritual. His skin was nearly raw from the scrubbing, yet he persisted. Were it not for his desire for vengeance against Akainu, he would never have subjected himself to such an ordeal. Thus, he resolved to lie low for another day, eagerly awaiting the day after tomorrow. Crushing a small portion of the soap in his hand, Noah muttered to himself. The day after tomorrow marked only 4 days remaining until the deadline for his mission. It represented Noah's final opportunity. Should he fail after that, the prospect of defeat loomed large. He had learned that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, the new alloy doors for the underground training facility would be transported from the Navy Science Department to Marineford. This meant that Noah's plan to slip away unnoticed would become exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the weather on that day would play a crucial role in his scheme. And such favorable conditions were rare and unpredictable. Without the advantage of timing, he would need to invest more of his precious power rock powder. Every bit of it was a valuable exchange point, and his remaining points were dwindling. Tomorrow, he planned to consult Instructor Zephyr regarding some troublesome issues. Noah finally ceased his hand-washing, picking up a clean towel to meticulously dry every inch of his body, pondering what questions he should pose to Zephyr the following day. The techniques of physical combat, Zephyr, being a seasoned master, would surely offer valuable insights into my mastery of the venom moth blade and the advanced applications of hockey. It is indeed time to seek his counsel. If the ghost spider can accomplish it, there is no reason I cannot as well. Lost in thought, Noah closed his eyes, allowing his myriad musings to gradually dissipate as he drifted into slumber. "You seem to be in high spirits," Zephyr remarked, observing Noah. "Ah. It is merely the exhilaration from having long-standing questions finally answered," Noah replied, suppressing the true source of his joy, which stemmed from the prospect of vanquishing Akainu the next day. This thought, however, must remain deeply concealed within, for after tomorrow, not only will Akainu be cast into the shadows for eternity, but it is likely that the entire Navy will find it hard to hold their heads high for a considerable time. Should Zephyr discover that this plan was orchestrated solely by Noah, he might render Noah incapable of self-sufficiency, albeit out of respect for his late father. Indeed, your swordsmanship possesses boundless potential, yet the difficulty is immense, necessitating a gradual mastery of every muscle through relentless practice. However, You must comprehend that as your physical strength escalates, your control will inevitably diminish. Will you forsake the development of power to master swordsmanship, or sacrifice this formidable art for the sake of strength? Ultimately, the choice resides within you. While Noah's integration of the sixth secret sword, the Venom Moth Blade, garnered Zephyr's admiration, it also faced his harsh critique. Power and skill, one is fundamental, and the other, secondary. To balance both, how can one ensure that neither is lost? In Zephyr's view, Noah's approach to swordsmanship is overly idealistic. I have faith in my ability to master it, Zephyr-sensei, even if it takes me to the very end of my days, Noah resolutely declared. Burdened with a system, yet unable to master even a single sword technique, he might as well find a block of tofu to meet his demise. Although he had already brought shame upon the otherworldly travelers, Noah was unwilling to bear this disgrace indefinitely. When faced with challenges, one must strive to overcome them. To disregard them is the mark of a coward. Very well, perhaps when your observation haki reaches a new pinnacle, or your grasp of life return improves, you may yet achieve it. Zephyr observed Noah's indomitable spirit and smiled with satisfaction. Zephyr was truly a gentle and refined individual, with a reputation for sparing lives. He exhibited far less of the cold, lethal aura that characterized Kaido, and the gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose lent him an air of elegance distinct from the rugged demeanor of Garp, although he was strict during training. To the point of instilling trepidation in his students, Noah could not afford to underestimate such a teacher. As he contemplated the task ahead, a pang of guilt welled within him. After all, he was about to tarnish the legacy of one who had devoted himself entirely to the Navy. Thus, let us proceed to the next stage. Do you wish to learn how to unleash the shockwave of armament haki? Zephyr's voice snapped Noah back to attention, and he nodded eagerly. The cultivation of armament haki can be broadly divided into 4 stages. The first stage involves partial coverage of armament haki, for instance. One may only harden their palms, with limited area and weak hardness and volume. The second stage encompasses full body coverage of armament haki. Upon reaching this phase, the quantity and hardness of haki become considerably impressive. However, unless in exceptional circumstances, enveloping oneself entirely in armament haki is a foolish endeavor. Whether covering the body or encasing a weapon, the more condensed and refined the armament haki, the greater its potency. This also pertains to the control of haki. Those with strong control can even breach the defenses of a higher-grade armament haki if all their haki is concentrated at a single point. The third stage refers to the shockwave of armament haki. At this juncture, armament haki serves not only as armor and weapon wrapping, but also manifests as an invisible shockwave. Although it is effective only against those of lesser strength and is seldom employed by formidable warriors. As for the fourth stage, do not even entertain such thoughts. You wish to run before you have learned to walk. You are still far from that goal. Noah has made remarkable progress recently, prompting Zephyr to take this opportunity to admonish him, lest he become overly proud. Understood. Then let us begin teaching me the application of shockwaves. Noah remained undeterred by Zephyr's concealment, for matters distant and obscure, even if known, would prove futile. It is far more prudent to seize the present, advancing steadily step by step, until one inevitably reaches the pinnacle. The crux of haki lies in Zephyr's earnest and thorough elucidation, as he continuously emanates waves of understanding towards Noah, deepening his comprehension. Alas, if only all students possessed Noah's resolve, the pacification of the great pirate era would be but a matter of time. This was Zephyr's most genuine sentiment. That will be all for today. The other students also require my guidance, Zephyr remarked, glancing at the clock before addressing Noah, who was still engaged in practice. So, Teacher Zephyr, might I have the privilege of witnessing the fourth stage of armament haki? Noah called out to Zephyr, who was turning to leave, his eyes brimming with hope. Ha! Even though you feign indifference, your true feelings are revealed, young Noah, Zephyr remarked, extending his left hand and curving his index finger just 2 centimeters from Noah's forehead. With a sharp sound, he declared, "This is the power of the fourth stage of armament haki." When Noah eventually regained consciousness from the floor, Zephyr's final words echoed in his ears, a testament to the immense force that could be wielded without the presence of black haki. Noah cautiously reached out to touch the exaggeratedly swollen lump on his forehead, a searing pain coursing through him, causing his whole body to shudder. The formless aura of power, in its fourth stage, was intriguing. Look, what is that in the center of the square? Hey, this is no joke. Hurry and dismantle it. Admiral Kaido will be furious if he sees this. If it could be dismantled, it would have been done already. It reappears every time it's taken apart. It's like a ghost. More sailors arrived, drawn by the rumors. Their training had been interrupted by the impending storm, and they emerged from their warm beds to witness the spectacle. With the storm approaching, why are you all gathering here instead of retreating to your dormitories? Vice Admiral Doberman strode through the crowd, which automatically parted to grant him passage. What is this? Such audacity. The typically stoic Doberman's face twisted in a mix of shock and anger, the scars on his face contorting. One brave sailor stepped forward to explain, suddenly appearing in the square, dissipating upon touch, only to reappear. Who dares to provoke the Navy's authority? Doberman growled, his gaze scanning the sailors, as if certain the perpetrator was hidden among them. A fierce wind whipped up, swirling dust and forcing Doberman to shield his eyes. His navy cap was blown away, spiraling into the distance. Suddenly, a hand emerged, catching the flying cap. Doberman, stand down. The cap flew back against the wind, landing firmly in Doberman's grasp as he respectfully stepped aside. The newcomer adjusted their slightly crumpled black gloves, revealing a somewhat aged face beneath the brim of their hat. The pink rose on their chest struggled against the fierce wind, its petals scattering. Such childish tactics. Admiral Sakazuki has arrived in person. What should we do? Should we retreat? Everyone stay still. Akainu suddenly declared, I know you are here. The one who impersonated the ghost spider and maliciously planted the bomb. The crowd erupted in murmurs, glancing around nervously, fearing the nefarious criminal was among them. Silence, Doberman shouted, and the crowd fell silent. Do you think such juvenile tricks will fool me? Akainu stepped forward into the open space, surrounded by sailors. Despite his words, his voice was heavily restrained, hinting at a grinding of teeth. Dogtooth. Akainu snapped his finger, unleashing a droplet of lava shaped like a canine tooth, which surged forth at a speed rivaling that of a bullet. His target was a grave. Before the grave stood a towering 3-meter stone tombstone inscribed with Grave of Red Dog, Sakazuki. Below it, a comical depiction of a husky lying on the ground, tongue out as if playing dead. The canine tooth easily pierced through the tombstone as if it were mere air. The grave twisted, disappearing only to re-emerge 2 seconds later, resembling a mirage without tangible form. I knew you would dare to return, although the grave vanished for only a brief moment. It was long enough for Akainu to discern the objects lying on the ground, gel bombs that evoked vivid memories for him. Beneath the illusion of the tomb, it was coated with gel bombs, waiting for Akainu to approach so that a hidden hand in the crowd could trigger an explosion, embarrassing him once again. Such tricks won't work on me, he roared. Big fire. If you wish to deceive me, I shan't approach. I will trigger it directly. The massive lava fist he unleashed obliterated the grave's illusion while simultaneously detonating the concealed gel bombs beneath. The explosion echoed, barely causing the molten rock above to bubble, much to Akainu's surprise. Of course, you have another trick up your sleeve? He suppressed the rising anger within, retrieving a cigar, igniting it with fingers turned to lava. Exhaling the smoke, the nicotine calmed him slightly as he pondered the intentions behind this ploy. In a distant corner, Noah lowered the brim of his hat, not out of fear of attracting Akainu's attention, but because the wind was growing fiercer. The distant manipulation of the fog-like flames was not a constructed illusion but a simpler mirage. The gel bombs aimed to provoke Akainu into losing his composure. But it seemed to have failed. Akainu was far more composed than Noah had anticipated. However, Noah had achieved his primary objective, to lure Akainu here. The east wind had arrived, the wind strength reaching the anticipated levels. The target was set at the predetermined location. Future Admiral of the Navy? Your time is up. Red Dog. Let it explode. He pressed the concealed button in his palm. Boom. With the aid of the mysterious knowledge acquired from the Book of Sigma, Noah precisely calculated the amount of explosive rock powder needed to propel the strike without destroying it. The enormous, unidentified canister erupted from the ground, its connecting pipelines instantly severed, spewing forth countless dreadful substances. The ferocious storm surged forth. Even the massive canister, weighing several tons, was pushed forward by the gale, following the parabolic trajectory Noah had designed. The canister's landing point was the square bustling with onlookers. As an admiral of the Navy, Akainu could not ignore the approaching unidentified object. Even if it's filled with explosives, it cannot harm me. The strength of an admiral is beyond what a rat hiding in the shadows can imagine. Akainu leaped into the sky, tearing through the obstructive winds, his fists transforming into torrents of lava, the black smoke swirling behind him, forming a dragon of smoke nearly 100 meters long. Dogbite Red Lotus. 2 lava dog heads opened wide, their bodies elongating like a twisting dragon, crossing scissor-like towards the canister, intent on reducing it to ashes. Admiral Akainu, how powerful! So impressive, Admiral Sakazuki. The onlooking sailors on the ground cheered, captivated by Akainu's prowess. A user of a natural-type fruit ability, not only powerful but strikingly impressive. Boom. The canister, though constructed from exceptionally tough materials, ultimately succumbed to the lava, being obliterated effortlessly. What is this? By the time Akainu reacted, it was too late. A torrent of terrifying yellow fluid cascaded down from above, brought by the east wind, drenching Marineford in a rain rich with vitality. Just as he was about to incinerate the substances in the air with lava, Akainu's expression changed drastically, rendered immobile, watching helplessly as the yellow deluge engulfed him. The sailors below were so shocked that their snacks fell to the ground, mouths agape in disbelief. Those who were slow to react faced the direst consequences. The quick-witted fled rapidly, while many unfortunate souls collided in a chaotic tumble, becoming a rolling mass of bodies. Admiral Sakazuki, Doflamingo soared into the sky, attempting to intercept Akainu, only to swallow a drop of defeat. In an instant, he was rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground. As for Noah, he had long since made his escape the moment the canine-born Crimson Lotus struck the colossal tank, or rather, the cesspool, calmly turning away. How does that saying go? A true man never looks back at the explosion. Noah quickened his pace. If he did not hurry, he would truly be sick. The box of sea prism stone powder had already been discreetly poured into the various restrooms of the Navy headquarters. For those with devil fruit abilities, sea prism stone is akin to poison. The act of poisoning was merely a basic operation for Lord Sigma. Noah, with a humble attitude towards learning, took a leaf from his book, and it appeared to yield remarkable results. Although he did not witness Akainu's expression before being overwhelmed, he could certainly imagine it to be one of utter despair and desolation. Oh, the yellow monkey, who was half reclining on the eaves of the Navy headquarters, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. With a shrill cry, he transformed into a beam of yellow light and vanished into the distance. As for Akiji, he showed no intention of rescuing Akainu. His legs seemed to transform into mere phantoms as he pedaled his bicycle at a speed akin to that of a motorcycle, leaving a trail of ice that extended into the vast sea. Perhaps the extent of one's thoughts determines the distance one runs. In contrast, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, who were merely observing the spectacle, were far less fortunate. Standing by the window, munching on rice crackers and sipping tea, they were engrossed in the drama of Akainu's keen eye for treachery when they were suddenly greeted by a nauseating stench. Garp, for the first time in his life, expelled everything from his stomach. Had Sengoku not promptly closed the window, they might have gone mad. Having resolved the matter, a certain individual joyfully returned to his meditation room, entirely indifferent to the tumultuous waves outside. What is that smell? In a residential area near Crescent Moon Dock, home not only to Marines but also to some of their relatives, the sound of explosions drew people out to see what was happening, only for them to be met with a nauseating, yellow stench. Why is this rain yellow? Ugh! A hapless soul caught a drop out of curiosity, brought it close for a sniff, and promptly retched. What on earth has happened? Countless individuals wailed and scattered in panic, trampling over one another in the chaos. Compared to the outskirts, the Navy Plaza was truly the epicenter of disaster, with Marines who came to witness the commotion acquiring memories they would never forget. Sengoku, with red eyes, swatted the cup of hot tea that his aide had brought, sending the pale liquid arcing through the air to splatter on the floor. I told you. Do not let me see anything yellow. Bring me a glass of clear water, and not in a yellow cup. The aide retreated, silent with trepidation, afraid to provoke Sengoku's wrath. Sengoku felt a wave of nausea. Now, the mere sight of anything yellow triggered his gag reflex. He furrowed his brow, releasing his grip on the brush, leaning back against the chair's backrest. On the table lay an unfinished piece of calligraphy. Upon closer inspection, the strokes were powerful and vigorous. Straight lines as sharp as swords, and curves reminiscent of ancient vines, each stroke resembling dragons and serpents in a spirited dance. However, within the characters for calmness, the heart stroke was pressed through the paper, piercing into the solid wood of the table, pinning the paper down. Having excelled in calligraphy since childhood and even winning competitions, Sengoku had committed such an error, a virtually impossible mistake for him. He intended to express his pent-up frustration through the art of calligraphy, only to be thwarted by that cup of tea. How is Akainu's injury? Sengoku inquired, grimacing as his aide cautiously approached with a white porcelain cup, avoiding any mention of yellow. The injury is somewhat complicated. He remains unconscious. However, the doctor suggests it might be psychological, as he is reluctant to awaken. Sengoku rubbed his temples in exasperation. Have we managed to contact Borsellino and Kazan? Where have they gone? Admiral Kazara said he ran too fast and got lost, and he won't be back for a while. As for Admiral Akiji, what did that rascal Kazan say? Sengoku's eyes reddened further, panting heavily. He mentioned that the bicycle chain broke, and he fell over a rock, breaking his leg, and will need time to recuperate before returning. The aide trembled, nearly in tears, as Sengoku's expression turned terrifying, resembling a wrathful deity. Those two rascals. When they return, I will break their legs. Once his anger subsided, Sengoku retracted his devil fruit abilities, his once inflated golden form returning to normal. Where's that old coot Garp? Why hasn't he shown up today? Garp is still in the hospital. He has been vomiting since yesterday and hasn't stopped. He can only survive on 4 drips. Very well. Sengoku sighed wearily, waving his hand. Are the soldiers who were present yesterday experiencing the same symptoms? Worse, many were caught off guard and are currently undergoing gastric lavage following this incident. The Navy's available manpower had plummeted by 40%, leaving them to maintain only the bare minimum of vigilance, unable to spare any personnel to pursue the perpetrator. The aide, sensing Sengoku's rising anger, quickly shifted the topic to the investigation of the culprit. If we continue down this path, Sengoku will surely explode. Notify Zephyr. Appoint him to capture the culprit and assign elite third-year recruits for patrol duties. For now, that will suffice. Yes. The aide saluted and exited Sengoku's office. As the door closed, the aide exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he fled. Thankfully, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had not inquired in detail about Akainu's condition. Otherwise, he would have had to explain that mixed with the sea prism stone powder, Akainu had been unable to resist, and that it had been directly administered, now requiring continuous gastric lavage and enemas. As long as any trace of the powder remained in his system, recovery would be impossible. After the aide left, Sengoku fell into a long silence. Reaching for the telephone and dialing a number. Morgan, it's Sengoku. On the other end, there was a brief pause, seemingly shocked that the fleet admiral would contact him. I know you have received the information and photographs, but regarding such a scandal, you should know how to handle it. Yes, understood. We will proceed as you say. With a click, he hung up the phone. Before Sengoku could breathe a sigh of relief, the phone rang again. Hello? After a long pause, Sengoku abruptly slammed the receiver down, his expression icy. CP? Do not let me catch you meddling in unnecessary affairs or else. At the World Economic News Agency. The editor, with an expression of unwillingness, asked, President, is this news really? Behind the desk sat the president, a bird who shook his head helplessly. Morgan. The president of the World Economic News Agency, the overseer of all newsbirds, and the figure behind the scenes controlling the ocean's public opinion, wore a black gentleman's hat, his avian face vividly expressing a grave concern. It concerns the Navy's reputation. It is better to be cautious. If this matter is exposed, it will tarnish Sengoku and the Navy's image, and our good days will come to an end. The master behind the Navy will certainly not spare us. To ascend to the position of president of the World Economic News Agency and to be privy to many secrets of the ocean, it is inconceivable that such an achievement could be accomplished independently of the world government, sheltered beneath the aegis of the world government. Coupled with his discretion and understanding of when to advance or retreat, Morgans has attained his current success. Rather than being eliminated by a pirate who might leak secrets and strike under the cover of night, Morgans possesses an extraordinary will to survive. The true master behind the Navy, of course, is the world government. This is a rather palatable description in Morgan's eyes. The Navy is merely a dog bred by the world government. When it comes to beating the dog, one must consider its owner. Angering the world government could result in Morgans being swiftly replaced by a more compliant puppet. A few eye-catching news stories are enough to divert attention. The incident at the Navy headquarters cannot simply be silenced. One might as well say it was due to substandard sewage quality that caused an explosion. I understand, President Morgans. The following day, countless newsbirds took to the skies, carrying freshly printed newspapers to every corner of the sea. A new pirate star has emerged, flames engulfing the ocean. The Golden Sea Route Merchant Group is on the brink of dissolution, its leader betrayed. Several sensational headlines captivated public attention, while few noticed the scant mention of the Navy's explosion incident in the corner of a small column. The sea breeze rustled the curtains in the open window, and the moonlight spilled across the empty bed. A shadow, agile as a cheetah racing across the savannah, dashed into the urban area, bathing in the moonlight. What is this? The door is closed. What a disappointment. I was hoping to drink until dawn. Let us go. Let South find another place. The crowd dispersed reluctantly, searching for other venues to indulge. The usually vibrant Blue Winnows bar, filled with light and chatter, displayed a sign reading closed at its entrance, the doors tightly shut. Enveloped in darkness. Yet, within, there were indeed people present, including the owner. In the basement, where the liquor is stored, the tavern owner Blueno sat quietly in a corner, seemingly awaiting someone. A cool breeze stirred his horn-like hair, prompting him to rise alertly. Upon recognizing the visitor, he relaxed. "You are the first." Blueno nodded at the newcomer. "Ah, Lucci, you certainly are swift, as expected of one with the ability of a cheetah, while my giraffe self can hardly keep pace." The door to the cellar swung open once more, and a tall, slender young man slipped inside, grinning as he spoke. He had an oddly rectangular nose, sharp and elongated. The man known as Lucci donned a black suit, exuding a gentlemanly aura, and notably, a white dove tied with a black ribbon perched on his right shoulder. Its wings crossed like arms. "Tonight's operation does not include Khalifa. Blueno, open a door to Judicial Island. Gabra and Kaku are already waiting for us." Lucci disregarded Kaku, issuing orders directly to Blueno. It was indeed inconvenient for Khalifa to leave near the ice mountain, but her absence was not particularly problematic. Kaku stretched lazily, unconcerned by Lucci's dismissal. Blueno remained taciturn, his face perpetually wearing a grim expression, rising to press his hand against the wall. "Open." Abruptly, a door was revealed in the stone wall, leading into an indistinct, azure abyss, the destination unknown. The three stepped through, and the stone door sealed behind them, the wall reverting to its original state, as if the previous scene were merely an illusion. In a far-off corner of Marineford, 6 individuals clad in the Navy's justice cloaks and black uniforms emerged from the gaping stone entrance. "Kaku and I only have one night of free time afterward. We will need to rush to complete a significant order. Blueno's tavern cannot remain closed for too long, so if we cannot uncover the identity of the assailant tonight, the remainder will fall to you two. Rest assured, leave it to me, Lucci." The lion-like Gabra winked, casually waving his long staff. "Huh, even if it's just me, I can complete the task. The others are superfluous." The dog fruit user Gabra flicked his thick tail, boasting, "Time is of the essence. We shall part ways according to plan." With that, Lucci vanished, and Blueno promptly followed. "Let us go, Owl, and investigate the source of the explosion." Gabra, visibly displeased, dragged the rotund, ball-like figure of the owl towards the site of the sewage explosion. His displeasure stemmed, of course, from the nature of the task assigned to him. Transformed into his wolf form, his acute sense of smell was remarkable. A wolf possesses over 200 million scent receptors, while a human has merely 5 million. Any lingering scent at the scene would be detected by him. Lucci's assignment to him was to identify the scent of the bomber, thereby tracing the culprit. However, due to the ruptured pipes and the flowing filth at the scene, it was exponentially more challenging for the keen-nosed Gabra. It was no surprise that he was in a foul mood. "Yo, Kaku, let us go as well." The lion-like Gabra gestured animatedly while making meaningless movements. Reviewing the surveillance footage from the past few days is no trivial task. The two drifted further away. In the hospital, when will Sakazuki awaken? Lucci observed the comatose Akainu on the hospital bed with indifference, expressing his disdain. The doctor beside him shrugged, stating, "The C-prism stone powder has been thoroughly cleaned, and all vital signs appear normal. He should have awakened by now. It seems he is truly avoiding reality and unwilling to wake, likely due to psychological reasons." "Humph, worthless." Lucci scoffed. There was little use in him waking before then. "Where is Vice Admiral Doberman, who experienced this incident? Take me to him." "Vice Admiral Doberman has already been discharged and should be resting at home now," the doctor replied. Blueno, open the door. Amid the doctor's astonished expression, the two vanished through the doorway. "Who are you?" Vice Admiral Doberman, clad only in a towel, was startled by the sudden appearance of Lucci and Blueno, clutching his towel with one hand while reaching for a nearby sword with the other. "Major, I haven't seen you at headquarters." Glancing at the insignias on their cloaks, Doberman's wariness intensified. "Doberman, we are from CP9, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. This is a government order." Lucci gestured for Blueno to step forward and present the government order to Doberman. Their identities as majors served merely as a guise to facilitate the search for clues. "According to our intelligence, you are considered a confidant of Sakazuki. Report to us everything he has said and done since his arrival. CP9 is inclined to trust you." For now, Doberman meticulously examined the government order and found no discrepancies. He did not relinquish his knife but subtly set it aside. After sitting down, he picked up a towel to dry the moisture from his body. Just before Lucci and Bruno arrived, he had completed his 6th bath and was interrupted before he could dry off. During this time, the fresh water supply in Marineford had been severely depleted. Furthermore, you ought to show some respect when addressing General Sakazuki. It is utterly disrespectful to call him by his name. What gives you, these clandestine rats, the audacity to act so brazenly? Your entitlement is not for you to decide. The order states that all commanders must cooperate with the investigation if you have grievances. Take them to Mariewa. Now, answer my questions without any unnecessary chatter. Lucci retorted dismissively. Provide me with the details of the incident. Under the pressure of the world government's command, Dubowman reluctantly began to recount memories he wished to forget. The ability of illusions led to the appearance of a Kainu, revealing the location of the sewage pit and possessing precious sea prism stone, albeit in powder form. It seems the perpetrator behind the previous naval explosion incidents is the same individual. Rob Lucci pondered for a moment, then instructed Bruno to open the door to the naval information room and check if the architectural blueprints of Marineford were still available. I will look into the records of the naval warehouse. The sea prism stone powder is not something one can easily acquire. Are you suggesting that the culprit stole the sea prism stone powder from the warehouse to confront General Sakazuki? Dubowman exclaimed in shock. If you wish to enter the information room, it is mandatory to be accompanied by an officer of at least the rank of Rear Admiral. Bruno, isn't it? Wait for me to change my clothes. Dubowman called out to the door fruit user, Bruno, who was about to exit. As for Rob Lucci, he paid him no mind. There was nothing particularly valuable in the naval warehouse that warranted his attention. The Navy is truly troublesome, Bruno grumbled impatiently. Inside the information room, the two stepped through the wall that had opened. This devil fruit ability is exceedingly convenient. It is a pity that you are not part of the Navy. Otherwise, it would surely be utilized to greater effect. Dubowman sighed inwardly. I possess the powers of the door fruit, enabling me to open doors regardless of what they are attached to, Bruno boasted. Is that so? Then please proceed. Save me the effort. Dubowman shrugged and gestured towards the sea prism stone gate ahead. The 2 sentry marines stationed at the wall watched as Bruno showcased his abilities. A piece of cake. No matter how thick the wall, it is nothing before me. With a thud, Bruno collapsed to the ground like a limp ragdoll, his horns drooping lifelessly. Sea prism stone. If it were that easy to breach, the Navy's secret information room would be rather pathetic. Dubowman reached down to assist Bruno, mocking him. Just obediently wait for the key to be delivered. I have already informed Admiral Sengoku, and the key is with him. How infuriating it is to lavishly use such a large quantity of sea prism stone for a vault. Not even air can penetrate it. Bruno spat, feeling humiliated by CP9 in front of the Navy. Shortly after, a tall, robust man entered Dubowman's line of sight. Bastille, has your injury healed? Yes. Bastille seemed reluctant to discuss the matter, tossing a key to Dubowman while inserting another into the lock. Come on. Heave. Together. Bastille and Dubowman struggled to lift the sea prism stone gate above their heads, which was locked by internal mechanisms, preventing it from descending. I have matters to attend to. I must depart. Bastille hurriedly exited. What is wrong with him? Bruno queried, curious about Bastille's demeanor. Do not concern yourself with him. He is merely a weakling who cannot bear defeat. Dubowman was not so kind as to enlighten the CP9 members about the scandal involving the Rear Admiral being bested by a new recruit from the elite camp. After a thorough search, Dubowman stared at the empty shelf where the architectural distribution blueprint should have been, his face paling. The sound of a transponder snail emanated from Bruno's pocket. Hello? Is this Lucci? Indeed, the architectural distribution blueprint is missing. Understood. Bruno replied as he put away the transponder snail. Lucci has discovered that a box of sea prism stone was delivered to the naval warehouse 2 days ago, which included 3 sets of sea prism stone handcuffs and 300 rounds of sea prism stone ammunition. Now only 1 set of handcuffs and a significant portion of the ammunition remains. Most importantly, that box of sea prism stone powder has vanished. The warehouse supervisor investigated the secret passage and indeed found footprints, as well as evidence that the rocky exit had been cleared. It is certain that the culprit stole the sea prism stone powder through there. Is that truly the case? Dubowman gritted his teeth, realizing that the perpetrator had first stolen the architectural design blueprint, learned of the secret passage to the underground warehouse, and then made off with the sea prism stone powder. However, how did he acquire the key? One key is with Admiral Sengoku, and the other with Vice Admiral Tsuru. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to obtain them silently. Both Bruno and Dubowman fell into deep contemplation, unable to fathom how the culprit managed it. On the other side of Marineford, in a muddy clearing or rather the edge of a deep pit, Gabra, his face pale, covered his nose, daring not to step forward. Cat, ow, Take a look, Gabra shouted with a nasal tone. No way. This is clearly your task. Hurry up and use your keen nose to sniff out the scent of the criminal. The owl protested, retreating a few steps while covering its nose. I cannot do it. It is simply impossible. I concede defeat. Gabra promptly used shave to leave, splashing mud that startled the owl into hastily retreating as well. The storm and heavy rain from that day had filled the pit containing the sewage tank with water, causing the dreadful contents to overflow, emitting an indescribable stench that would drive away even the gods. Noah, come out for a moment. Zephyr, with a grim expression, knocked on Noah's quiet room door. Teacher, is there something you need? Noah opened the door with a bewildered expression, striving to suppress the increasingly rapid beating of his heart. Are you aware of what is transpiring outside? Zephyr inquired with an enigmatic expression. No, I am not, came the reply, the voice trembling slightly. Fearing it might be discerned by Professor Zephyr, Noah felt as though his heart had lodged in his throat, ready to leap out at any moment. Come with me. We shall speak slowly along the way, Zephyr sighed. Noah followed uneasily. What? The cesspool exploded. A kind of consumed excrement. Kazara lost his way. Akiji broke his leg. CP9 has arrived. Noah was utterly astonished, nearly immobilized. Ahem, let us be cautious with our words. How can you speak of Sakasaki in such a manner? Reprimanded Zephyr. Even if it is true, we mustn't, ahem. Well, let us discuss the matter of CP9. Zephyr astutely shifted the topic. The World Government's Direct Secret Intelligence Agency officially presents only CP1 through CP8, but hidden away is the clandestine CP9, dispatched to uncover the perpetrator of this incident. However, Sengoku harbored concerns regarding their integrity, fearing they might infiltrate Navy intelligence, thus tasking me with monitoring them. Now that they have separated, I find myself at a loss. You shall observe 2 of them in the monitoring room while I confront their leader. Understood, Teacher Zephyr, relieved that the situation remained undisclosed. Noah acknowledged and hastened towards the monitoring room. Turning back, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, Khalifa, the Lion's Embrace, the Soundless Owl, Bruno, and Chief Spandam. One could only speculate how many agents of CP9 were deployed this time. If memory serves, Lucci, Kaku, Khalifa, and Bruno have likely been lurking in Water 7 for 1 to 2 years. Although apart from Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, the others seemed rather inept and merely comic relief. Noah dared not let his guard down. Not to mention, Gabra's keen wolf-like senses posed a significant threat. While the Tempest had diluted the sense he left outside, it was the indescribable detritus that truly obscured his trail. However, the aromas from the Navy's secret passages and underground archives could not escape the wolf's keen olfactory perception. Knock knock. Kaku and WIC stared at each other. WIC subtly tightened his grip on the metal staff. Come in, Kaku said, slightly extending his hand to halt WIC, calling towards the entrance. Greetings. I am here on behalf of Instructor Zephyr to assist with the investigation. Noah entered with a smile. He discreetly scanned the 2 individuals and the surveillance screens behind them. And he understood intuitively. You can simply call me Noah. Hello, I am Kaku. Hey, I am Leon. The 3 acquainted themselves briefly before delving into the matter at hand. So, have you discovered anything? I have reviewed the surveillance footage from that day and found nothing unusual. I am now examining the recordings from the previous day. Kaku rubbed his eyes. This task is indeed quite demanding. Staring at the screen without pause has left my eyes aching. Is that so? Why don't you take a break? I can take over for you. Noah politely declined, stating, No, if Lucy discovers that I have been slacking off, my throat would surely be torn to shreds. Kaku's quickly waved his hand. I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. What is that noise disrupting my thoughts? Wei Chu feigned anger, gesturing dramatically as though searching for the source. Enough with the theatrics, Wei Chu. If that happens to be a call from Lucy, you will be in dire straits, Kaku's admonished, unable to bear the charade any longer. Ah, that would indeed be most unfortunate, he drawled. His tone elongated in a manner reminiscent of theatrical dialogue. Wei Chu's hair billowed like soft pink waves, and a small telephone bug emerged from the swells. Lifted delicately by a hand and presented to Kaku's. Hello, Lucy? You wish to view the footage from the naval warehouse? Not a problem. I shall inform you of the results shortly. Yes, the adjustments for the recent footage from the naval warehouse should be made accordingly. Kaku's remarked as he returned the telephone bug to Wei Chu and proceeded to adjust the controls on a playback device towering above him. The images transitioned seamlessly from the naval building to the plaza, and then to the accommodation area, finally arriving at the naval warehouse. Noah's keen eyes soon spotted two familiar figures making their way toward the plaza, Gabra and the Owl of Sound. Noah's smile flickered and vanished. An hour later, Kaku called Lucci, and no anomalies were discovered. The surveillance bugs inside the warehouse recorded no entry of non-Navy personnel. Transforming back from his leopard form, Lucci adjusted his slightly wrinkled clothes and stepped out of the Navy warehouse under Zephyr's vigilant gaze. At around 4 in the morning, the night remained profoundly dark. Lucci, Bruno, and Kaku reconvened at the spot where they had initially gathered. Although they caught a whiff of the scent left by the perpetrator, time did not permit further investigation, leaving them reliant on Gabra. Lucci stated nonchalantly, his keen sense of smell as a leopard serving him well. I have reviewed the footage from the day before the incident and found nothing unusual. The rest is up to Weichi. Kaku also shared his findings. Let us go, Bruno. If we linger any longer, the shipyard workers will soon be waking up. Their primary mission for CP9 was to infiltrate the largest shipbuilding company in Water 7, Carrera, in pursuit of the ancient weapon design, Pluto, concealed by Mayor Iceberg. This task held far greater significance than identifying the mastermind behind the Navy's explosive incident. Lucci commanded, and Bruno obediently opened the door to Water 7. Unbeknownst to them, Noah narrowly escaped disaster. For if Lucci were to transform into his leopard form at that moment, he would detect a familiar scent emanating from Kaku, the scent of the perpetrator of the explosive incident. This place reeks, Gabra exclaimed, pinching his nose. What a headache, Chaba. Having an overly sensitive sense of smell is not always advantageous. While I perceive no foul odor, you seem overwhelmed. The soundless owl sniffed vigorously. After the storm's cleansing and the Navy soldiers tidying up, the stench was virtually non-existent. Weichi, what? There's a lingering scent of the perpetrator in the Navy's data room and warehouse. Let's leave this place at once. We should head somewhere unaffected. Gabra hastily gathered the owl and fled Navy Square. Another ability user? Hurry up. I still need to get some rest. Admiral Doberman, yawning in his chair, glanced at the approaching Gabra in wolf form, his impatience evident. Gabra, towering in his wolf form, nearly brushed the ceiling of the underground data room. A fleeting look of ferocity crossed his wolfish face, which he quickly suppressed. The ferocity of a wolf is matched by its cunning. One must assess the situation. If he could overpower the seasoned Admiral Doberman, he would have acted long ago. The fact that he could not was the reason for his restraint, with a single hand. Doberman could easily dispatch him, and perhaps even knock out the soundless owl with a mere spit. Due to the development of devil fruits and a focus on the Navy's 6 powers, none within CP9 had mastered hockey. Originally, Rob Lucci had the greatest potential, but the infiltration mission in Water 7 had interrupted his training, leaving his strength stagnant. Lacking the decisive power of hockey, his speed, strength, and even the 6 powers he prided himself on fell short of Doberman's capabilities, and Gabra lacked the reckless impulse to provoke him. Just a moment. This scent. Aside from yours and Bruno's, there is another distinct scent that should have been here within the last 3 hours. Gabra closed his eyes, meticulously analyzing the scents. Oh, that's Bastille. He left after giving the keys. Doberman explained, a hint of regret in his gaze towards Gabra. Although strategically less significant than Bruno, who consumed the Dordor fruit, such a keen sense of smell was invaluable to the Navy. Alas, he was one of CP9. There are also a few faint odors. Either they are too old, or items that bore the scents of others have been present here, requiring time for investigation. I will follow one of the scents. Gabra transformed into his wolf form, moving on all fours, sniffing and taking a few steps, quickly exiting the Navy's data room and heading towards the distant officer residential area. In this direction, well, let us follow it. It's on the way home anyway. Doberman promptly followed. Why did you stop? Gabra and the soundless owl suddenly halted in their tracks. There are 2 faint scents intertwined with the one you mentioned belonging to Bastille. I suspect they are from the keys. Are there 2 keys, held by different individuals? Gabra turned his head to inquire. Interested in joining the Navy's development? Doberman blurted out nonsensically, completely off topic. Gabra was taken aback. What are you trying to do, Chaba? Gabra was not merely enraged by Doberman's blatant attempt to undermine CP9. More importantly, he was incensed that Doberman had disregarded him in favor of Gabra. I am formidable as well, you know. What? Do you dare to disagree? The scarred face of Doberman cracked into a slight grin, his terrifying gaze fixating on the soundless owl's face, instilling fear. No, it was my mistake. I apologize, Chaba. The soundless owl trembled, hastily apologizing, tugging at the zipper on his mouth, sealing it with a swift motion. Forget it, I overthought it. Doberman replied, shaking his head, dismissing his previous invitation. Indeed, Bastille had carried 2 keys, each entrusted to different individuals. Consequently, only 1 cent remained. Take me to the Navy warehouse. Let's see if the cent left there belongs to a single person. Ah, I'm tired. It's in that direction, if you can't find it. Just ask for directions. Doberman carelessly pointed, indifferent to whether the two had comprehended, before disappearing from their sight with the use of Sarer. Having failed to undermine them, Doberman lost all interest and was now solely eager to return and enjoy a refreshing bath. The door was pulled open by an aging hand. As Zephyr entered the monitoring room, "Ahem, Noah, please step out for a moment." Zephyr, slightly hunched and coughing intermittently, displayed the signs of age. "Teacher, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Noah exclaimed in surprise and stepped forward to grasp Zephyr's left wrist. Zephyr chuckled heartily, allowing Noah to hold his pulse point, the wrinkles on his face softening slightly. The medical skills inherited from his mother were put to use for the first time at the Navy headquarters. "It's nothing. Just a bit of chill and an asthma flare-up. An old ailment, really. No need to worry," he coughed, turning his face away to avoid scattering droplets onto his student. His chest heaved violently, as if struggling for breath. All right, enough." Zephyr waved Noah's hand away, hurriedly retrieving an asthma inhaler from his pocket. He took a deep breath, and gradually his breathing began to steady. Suddenly, Zephyr felt a brilliant light flash, a warm energy coursing through his body, invigorating his spirit. If one had to describe it, it was akin to luxuriating in the sun on a radiant seaside, basking in its warmth. The vigor of his youth seemed to return to his aging form. This frail body now radiated vitality, as if time were reversed from the setting sun back to the glorious noon. The asthma symptoms had seemingly vanished into thin air. Even the long silent right shoulder began to tingle with a delightful itch. "How do you feel, Teacher Zephyr? Are you feeling better?" Noah's complexion was slightly pale as he exhaled deeply, dispersing the radiant flames of sunlight that danced upon his hands. The flames, summoned with utmost effort, yielded immediate results, however. They merely offered a temporary respite rather than a permanent solution. While the asthma was momentarily subdued, the cellular activation effects of the flames, reminiscent of his childhood, were bound to recur. After all, the root of the ailment lay in the deterioration of the body itself. This method of trading cellular energy for enhancement could be effective once, but repeated use would surely jeopardize his very life. "I feel fantastic, thank you, Noah," Zephyr said, a rare smile gracing his features as he patted Noah's shoulder. "I will keep watch here. The defensive forces at Marineford are severely lacking. The elite battalion has already been deployed, so you should join them." The leader of CP9, accompanied by 2 teammates, has already departed, leaving behind 3 individuals. Apart from those in the monitoring room, the other 2, based on reports from the Marine soldiers along the way, have gone to the naval warehouse. Keep an eye on them and ensure they do not engage in any unnecessary actions. As an old man, I can no longer endure running around Marineford. Zephyr chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Very well, I shall head out now. Farewell, Teacher Zephyr." Noah readily agreed, or rather, he was eager to surveil Gabra and his companions. On the other side of Marinvondo, beneath the naval warehouse, the air was filled with a familiar scent. Gabra leaned closer to the ground, his nostrils flaring as he detected the various odors wafting through the air, finally making a discovery. It was identical to the scent from the archives. There was no mistaking it. The aroma dissipated here. With a sharp snap, his wolf-like claw pierced the rocky floor, and with a mighty heave, he removed a circular stone cover. A secret passage. The owl, Inwu, looked grim, devoid of any joy. "Haha, it seems only I can go down. You stay here and await my news. Your presence would only be a hindrance." Gabra transformed into his human form and leaped into the opening, his laughter echoing, leaving Inwu fuming yet powerless. "You wait for me." Inwu shouted towards the entrance, his mouth agape, larger than the opening itself, unless he were to shrink like Wei Chu. Fortunately, despite Inwu's rotund physique, he managed to execute a quick maneuver, overcoming the wind resistance that would have hindered others. Gabra merely transformed his nose to that of a wolf, navigating the dark passage. The scent grew clearer. Gabra immersed himself in the pursuit, completely oblivious to the changes in his surroundings, even missing a glimmer of light in the darkness. The cool morning breeze alleviated the stale odors within the passage, yet he remained unperturbed. The scent intensified, more distinct. Gabra felt exhilarated, transforming entirely into a wolf without realizing that the low secret passage could hardly accommodate his enlarged form, yet he moved with ease. Suddenly, His sensitive wolf nose brushed against something. Although Gabra was not moving quickly and the object was not particularly hard, the sensitive appendage still registered pain. He instinctively looked up. A pair of black boots, white pant legs, a marine uniform, and an unfamiliar face. Who are you? Gabra recoiled, transforming into his wolfman form. His claws sharp and ready, poised for action. After sizing him up, Gabra relaxed slightly, recognizing him as merely a low-ranking marine. Get out of my way. If you delay my pursuit of the murderer, you'll find yourself facing punishment and impelled down. Is this the scent you seek? Gabra shoved the obstructing marine aside, ready to continue tracking when a long knife intercepted him, accompanied by the marine's voice. What the hell, you bastard? Gabra swatted the knife away with a claw and turned to face Noah, towering over him as he boasted. You little marine think you can impersonate a killer? The stench on you is as repugnant as that of a lowly bug. I wouldn't waste my breath to smell it. Gabra stepped closer, feigning arrogance. If you apologize, perhaps I might forgive you. Is that so? I was wrong, the marine replied, retracting his knife and lowering his cap. Humph, a mere verbal apology lacks sincerity. How about a handshake? Gabra suddenly shifted from his previous haughty demeanor to one of faint kindness. My apologies. Did I scare you? Ha ha. I enjoy teasing strangers. Don't take it to heart. Oh, is that so? You certainly scared me. The marine seemed to relax, his tense shoulders easing, though his face remained obscured by the shadow of his cap. Come, let us seal our friendship with a handshake. Gabra grinned, his tongue inadvertently licking his sharp fangs. Wearing a dissonant smile, the marine silently extended his hand, and the moment it brushed against Gabra's massive wolf claw, wolf-esque bite, Gabra's claws narrowly missed the marine's hand. Launching toward his heart with the precision of a bullet, his sharp nails poised to extract it, Gabra envisioned a scene of blood gushing forth. The warm heart pulsing in his grasp, as his facade of friendliness was irrevocably stripped away, revealing his bloodthirsty savagery. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. No. It's impossible. How could a mere marine block my attack? The sensation against his claws was as solid as iron. This marine's skill with iron must surpass even Lucci. Despite their animosity, Gabra had to concede that CP9's foremost powerhouse was Rob Lucci. Are you blind? The marine suddenly looked up, a smirk gracing his lips. Iron. I didn't use any. Gabra's pupils constricted as he exerted force to evade swiftly. Is that hockey? Damn it. How can this insignificant marine withstand my attack? No, this was wrong. You cannot be a marine. The perpetrator of this act cannot be someone within the Navy. Who are you? Gabra circled the marine cautiously, speaking to distract while searching for weaknesses. Defeat me, and you may earn the right to know my identity. I stand here. If you can make me move a single step, consider it your victory. A faint ray of sunlight filtered through, faintly illuminating the marine's features. His handsome face radiated an unusual allure, and his youth rendered his words all the more audacious. Blocking Gabra's pursuit of the scent was none other than Noah, who had also been the one to open the secret passageway. Otherwise, Gabra would have had to retrace his steps. The scar running through Gabra's left eye twisted like a centipede, evidently incensed by Noah's words. Don't be too cocky. The abilities of CP9 are beyond your imagination. Iron Block, Wolf Fang. Recognizing that his youthful adversary possesses formidable strength, Gabra derides him verbally while unleashing his own unique technique, the Iron Block Fist. This technique involves initially utilizing the iron block, followed by a rapid claw strike to shred the opponent. In the Navy's 6 styles, the principle of the iron block is to tense the body's muscles, granting them the hardness of steel, sufficient to withstand assaults from blades and firearms. However, a drawback is that one cannot move while in the iron block stance, aside from Gabra himself. As the unsheathed ink cloud was caught by Noah, who shielded himself with the scabbard, Gabra executed his high-speed claw strikes, which appeared as mere afterimages, each blow deftly deflected aside by the scabbard. The eerie 3-pointed black jade whirled rapidly around his blood-red pupils, and Noah's observation hockey was pushed to its utmost limits, allowing him to keenly sense every subtle change within Gabra's body. Such lackluster moves, have you not eaten? Gabra exclaimed, damn it, iron block heavy wolf. Transitioning from motion to stillness, Gabra gathered his strength in a fleeting moment and unleashed a punch that appeared ordinary, yet it channeled all his power, capable of delivering a devastating blow that would send his foe flying. Whoosh! The fist struck only air. Had Gabra not been in the iron block state, the miss would have dislocated his arm. Nevertheless, the frustration stirred within him was almost enough to provoke a spurt of blood. Floating gracefully like a delicate leaf in the wind, Noah did not budge an inch, nor did he directly confront Gabra's full-force heavy wolf punch. Instead, he skillfully evaded with the paper drawing technique from the Navy's 6 styles. By relinquishing all his strength and utilizing the changes in air currents caused by his opponent's movements, Noah deftly dodged the incoming attack, a testament to the mastery of paper drawing. You are not invincible. Otherwise, why would you evade my heavy wolf? A glimmer of hope flickered in Gabra's eyes as he discerned from Noah's evasive maneuvers that his strength did not greatly exceed his own. He was not devoid of combat potential. Iron block wolf hunt, hands from all directions. Gabra transformed into a blur, darting around Noah like a dragonfly skimming the water. His claws extended with such speed that they produced vacuum cuts akin to a raging storm, manifesting dozens of hands attacking Noah from every angle. This is it, the secret of being able to move swiftly while in the iron block state. The jade spun maniacally, and Gabra's proud speed appeared to slow to a comically sluggish pace under the scrutiny of Noah's Sharingan. The movements of his muscles and the flow of his blood were laid bare, devoid of any secrets under the analysis of observation hockey. TCH, ineffective? Witnessing his claw strikes thwarted by the scabbard, Gabra decisively altered his approach, leaning backward as if performing a backflip, his hands pressing against the ground while his feet unleashed a powerful kick in the iron block state. Iron block demon wolf. Following the shifts in air currents, Noah effortlessly evaded the kick capable of shattering rock, which did not come as a surprise to Gabra. With a push of his hands, Gabra inverted himself and soared into the air, twisting his body as he extended his legs for a swift strike. Storm steps, pack of wolves. For vacuum slashes coalesced into wolf shapes, roaring as they lunged to tear Noah apart. Get away. In a flash of dark light, the 4 colossal wolves were severed and dissipated. With the ink cloud sheathed, Noah closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation, as Gabra descended from the air, accelerated by gravity. He brought his claws together, sharp enough to pierce through a skull. Die! He roared, moonlight 10-finger gun. The werewolf's oversized black cloak billowed in the wind as Gabra excitedly stuck out his tongue, his voluminous tail thrashing wildly. Noah, gripping the hilt of his sword with his left hand, furrowed his brow slightly, while his right hand, as if burdened by a heavy weight, slowly ascended to the apex of his head, his fist aimed directly at Gabra. How absurd! I shall claim both your arms and your head. Bang! Blood spattered as a figure crashed to the ground, mud splattering in every direction. This is impossible. Why? Why can you? Cough, cough. Gabra questioned Noah in disbelief, unable to suppress his injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Where did you learn this? Are you referring to the iron block fist technique? Noah approached Gabra with an air of calmness, gazing down upon him. Was it not you who just instructed me? Nonsense. That is impossible. Ahem. I achieved this solely through my fruit abilities. Even the prodigies of my clan require a decade of training to accomplish such feats. Gabra's eyes widened in disbelief, and his explanation noticeably omitted several words. From a clan? Could it be that you hail from some illustrious family? Noah, intrigued, crouched down and inquired, Do you think I would divulge anything? Gabra defiantly turned away, saying, You can do as you please. Whether to kill or maim, I shall not utter a single word. What if I offer to swiftly teach you the secrets of my iron block fist technique in exchange? Would that suffice? Noah smiled gently and said, You speak first, and then I shall ponder whether to reveal my thoughts. Gabra instantly turned around, entirely shedding his previous defiant demeanor. The avarice in his eyes startled even Noah. Do you see my eyes? This is the Sharingan, capable of replicating the martial skills of others, coupled with observation hockey. It allows me to perceive the subtle movements of muscles within your body, enabling me to imitate your martial arts and even swordsmanship in a remarkably brief span. After observing several techniques from your iron fist style, I attempted to replicate them and, under the arduous condition of my iron body state, managed to deliver a punch. Fortunately, your approach was straightforward. Otherwise, I would have struggled to strike you. Or rather, it could be said that you inadvertently collided with my fist. Gabra was momentarily frozen, staring at Noah's Sharingan in stunned silence. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? He silently seethed with rage, jealousy gnawing at him. He recalled the years he devoted to mastering the secret techniques of his clan, enduring harsh winters and sweltering summers, laboring for a decade yet achieving nothing. Unable to withstand the scorn of others, he fled his homeland, becoming a wanderer of the seas. By a twist of fate, he consumed the Zoan-type dog fruit, transforming into a wolf, which significantly enhanced his physical prowess. This allowed him to successfully execute his techniques, eventually catching the eye of CP9 and joining their ranks. Combining this with the Marine's 6 powers, he crafted his unique iron fist style. Reflecting on the bittersweet journey of his years, the struggles and wanderings, Gabra felt an overwhelming urge to weep, especially upon gazing at Noah's extraordinarily youthful and handsome visage. Had he truly diminished to such a state over the years? Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Please, stop crying. You haven't said anything yet. Your inner monologue is quite excessive. Noah stepped back with a hint of disdain and spoke. Gabra's moonlight 10-finger gun collided forcefully with Noah's iron-like fist, the stark contrast in their physical strength causing Gabra's arm bones to shatter inch by inch, ultimately crashing against his chest. The robust muscles of his torso spared him from graver injury, resulting only in a few fractured ribs. Consequently, he now lacked even the strength to lift a hand to wipe away his tears as mucus dripped from his prominent wolf-like nose straight onto his chest, seeping into his wounds. I am of the nation, a matter of family tradition. Could you speak louder? I can hardly hear you. Noah pressed his ear closer, striving to discern Gabra's fragmented and indistinct utterances. Suddenly, with a snap, the wolf's teeth clashed together, saliva flying in the air. A flicker of despair crossed Gabra's wolf-like visage. This sensation unmistakably indicated that he had failed to grasp anything at all. At this juncture, he had nearly exhausted all avenues for a comeback, regardless of the circumstances. He could never truly divulge the family's secrets, not even while ensconced within CP9, where he had remained inscrutable. Indeed, the primal instincts of the wolf remained unchanged. Yet the art of deception exhibited was rather woefully inept. Noah ignited the flame of brilliance, pressing it against Gabra's chest, specifically on a spot untainted by mucus and blood. Previously, he had deceived me into bowing my head, apologizing, and extending a handshake, only to launch a surprise attack. Now, he attempts to feign pity to lure me in. You are always scheming with insidious tricks, yet your lack of intelligence renders them mere obvious antics, inviting nothing but ridicule. Why? Why do you wish to save me? As warmth surged from the point of contact on his chest, the adept martial artist effortlessly sensed the healing of his ribs and the restoration of his internal organs, liberated from the sensation of coughing up blood. Ignoring Noah's derision, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Of course, it is because you still possess utilitarian value. The nonchalant words left Gabra's still warm heart feeling a chill. Let me search. Ah, this is it. Promise rummaged through Gabra's pocket and retrieved a small, intricate telephone bug. Come now, considering your inability to dial, allow me to do it for you. What do you intend to do? Gabra sensed the impending danger. I am aware that 2 of your CP9 operatives remain in Marineford while the others have departed. Therefore, contact those 2 and instruct them not to alert the Navy, but to come here alone. And do not entertain any notions of trickery. Do you see this? Noticing the glint in Gabra's eyes, Noah understood that he would not comply obediently and was likely to concoct some mischief. Thus, Noah retrieved a syringe from his spatial pocket. He had a residue of sea prism stone powder left from last time, all contained within. He mixed in a bit of seawater, preparing it for later use. Noah vigorously shook the transparent syringe before Gabra's eyes, the sediment of sea stone powder swirling and ascending, staining the syringe a deep gray. Behold, a drop of liquid was expelled from the syringe, cascading onto Gabra's wolf-like nose. Gabra, alarmed, felt himself uncontrollably retract from his werewolf form back into his human state. Utterly drained of strength. If you utter anything you shouldn't, I shall inject the entire contents into your bloodstream. Do you comprehend the consequences? What will happen? Gabra's voice trembled. As the liquid coursed through your veins, the sea stone powder would circulate throughout your body, resulting in your eternal loss of the devil fruit's powers. I shall not take your life. After all, what you perceive is not my true visage. However, once you are reduced to a feeble, powerless, ordinary human, will you still find your place within CP9? Upon losing your strength, you shall plummet from the heights to the depths of despair, the sensation of being a powerless victim of fate. Do you remember it? In the final moments, Noah leaned closer to Gabra's ear and whispered softly. To Gabra, it resonated like thunder. Devil, you are indeed a devil, Gabra murmured, every hair on his body trembling in fear. The needle pressed against his neck, halted by his resilient skin, elicited a slight sting that jolted him back to reality. I'll talk. Please, remove that thing. Gabra's legs flailed chaotically, his gaze filled with terror as he regarded the syringe. Precisely. Let me craft your excuse. Simply claim you discovered a lead on the murderer, instructing them to keep it under wraps to prevent the Navy from claiming credit. The whisper of a devil. Gabra's voice sank so low he could barely hear it himself. After dialing a series of numbers, Noah brought the transponder snail to Gabra's lips. Do you copy? Find a secluded spot, It's urgent. Owl, hurry to the rear of the Navy warehouse. I have leads on the murderer, but keep it quiet. Excellent. You are indeed quite obedient. Noah nodded in satisfaction, crushing the artificial device on the telephone bug before releasing it. In terms of deceiving your teammates, your skills are commendable. Please, spare me, came Gabra's feeble plea, to which Noah merely shrugged, tightening his grip around his throat. Did you not say you wouldn't kill me? Gabra gasped, feeling the pressure on his throat intensifying, rendering him breathless. I apologize, I deceived you. While I claimed I wouldn't take your life, I must act. For this is my true nature, a truth I concealed from you. Furthermore, after this injection, you will indeed become an ordinary person, but given your physical constitution, you will metabolize all the sea stone powder within 3 to 4 months. So, once again, I have misled you. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing echoed as Gabra's neck twisted at an unnatural angle. His lifeless visage bore an expression of profound resentment and unwillingness, his eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. Disturbed by the intensity of Gabra's gaze, Noah casually adjusted the sunglasses perched on his forehead. Oh, much more pleasing to the eye. It was then that Noah inadvertently caught sight of an object on Gabra's body, drawing his attention. Partially pinned beneath Gabra's corpse, a small segment of a long braid protruded, which Noah grasped by its end, flipping Gabra over. This thick braid, reaching down to the waist, was restrained by 7 hair bands, forming segmented spherical shapes. At the end of the braid, a raised pattern emerged on the final hairband, resembling letters. Jiao? His fingers delicately traced the contours of the pattern, and an intricate character reminiscent of traditional Chinese script materialized in Noah's mind. Is this Jiao? How remarkable it is to encounter familiar elements in this world. Noah removed the headband, clutching it tightly in his palm, his expression inscrutable. Judging by Gabra's attire and the words inscribed on the headband, it seems to belong to the people of the Flower Kingdom. Perhaps he should inquire with Leah next time. However, this is not the moment for such reflections. There are still 2 troubles that remain unresolved. First, one must find a person to address these issues. Noah's forehead ignited with an indigo flame as he propped his chin in contemplation. Male? Female? Tall? Short? Curse this indecision. Never mind. Let us just proceed in the opposite direction of myself. Noah shook his head in agitation, dispelling the tumultuous thoughts swirling within his mind. Height. Let's elevate it slightly. Perhaps to 3 meters. As for the physique, a tapered form, commonly seen in the world of pirates, would suffice, slender at the top and bottom, yet robust in the middle. The face should be rendered with a fierce countenance, exuding an unmistakable aura of villainy, the nose elongated, and 2 teeth extracted for distinctiveness. A splendid touch would be a ring of scruffy facial hair. Noah, satisfied with his handiwork, paused momentarily to admire his transformation. Yet, before he could fully appreciate his creation, his ever-alert observation Haki detected 2 rapidly approaching life forms. They're coming. Prepare yourself, Gabra, he exclaimed. What's wrong? The owl of Soundless emerged from the forest, spotting Gabra lying lifeless on the ground and shouted urgently. Yikes! What a predicament, owl. Wei Qi, with a serious expression, grasped the owl's arm, preventing him from rushing to Gabra's side. Ha ha ha. Here come 2 more fools. A burly man clad in black pirate attire laughed wickedly, his brutish face betraying his malevolent intentions. Opposing him stood a blood-soaked marine, barely able to maintain his stance, leaning heavily on a black blade. Chirp, chirp. You're not an owl. The owl scrutinized the fearsome pirate, astonished. Before he could finish, the pirate vanished from his sight, reappearing in an instant to deliver a swift chop to the back of his neck, causing him to collapse, eyes rolling back. Owl. Wei Qi could only watch helplessly as the pirate felled the owl. Ah, you conceal your prowess quite well. With your strength. You shouldn't be lurking so quietly aboard the ship, Wei Qi remarked, his hands gripping his staff, his pink hair expanding dramatically under the manipulation of life restoration, taking on a lion-like demeanor. You know me? The pirate, bewildered, pointed at himself. It was a stroke of luck to be recognized by someone, especially when he typically kept a low profile, even lacking a bounty. Although you remain inconspicuous with no bounty on your head, as agents of CP9, it is our mandated duty to remember every member of the Yonko pirate crews. Even with a beard, I would still recognize you. Ah, Marshal D. Teach. Why are you not aboard Whitebeard's ship? Have you come to the Navy headquarters for a reason? Or are you the perpetrator behind the Marineford incident? Why did it elicit an inexplicable urge to laugh? No, Wei Qi, believing himself to be Marshal D. Teach, felt a tremor in his shoulders upon hearing those 2 words, nearly breaking into laughter. However, It was astonishing to think that a mere random creation could bear such resemblance to Blackbeard. Was fate making him the scapegoat for Noah? Life restoration binding technique. In the moment of martial D, teach distraction, Wei Qi seized the opportunity to perform his signature move. His pink hair surged forward, wrapping around the pirate's limbs and neck, suspending him in midair. Since you have harmed my companion, do not blame me for being ruthless. Mountains sing as the sun sets. Dust settles on the road to the underworld. I brew wine, awaiting the return of love, as cinnabar lingers on the willow. With a swift motion, Wei Qi's metal staff pierced through the air, its force potent enough to shatter boulders. Come forth, the crimson bloom of blood. Something was amiss. Too much time had elapsed. Zephyr frowned, glancing at the clock. It had been 20 minutes since Wei Qi had stepped out for a brief respite. And there was no sign of his return. He must be hoarding the glory for himself. With a moment's contemplation, Zephyr understood Wei Qi's intention, having obtained a lead. He sought to keep the Navy from claiming credit, abandoning him in the process. Let me search for you. Where have you gone? Switching through surveillance feeds, Zephyr finally caught a glimpse of the pink-haired figure's movements. In that direction, he sprang to his feet, striding decisively to the door. Alert the nearest officers to accompany me. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. A Marine hastily responded. Despite having stepped down from the position of admiral, he remained the chief instructor of the entire fleet, his authority somewhat diminished. Nevertheless, in most cases, his word held more weight than that of a vice admiral. After all, the majority of the currently serving vice admirals were his former students. And the 3 admirals were products of his tutelage, with the fleet admiral being his comrade and close friend. Thus, with a single command, he could summon the likes of Ghost Spider and Weasel, and now he could mobilize an elite squad. Let us move. The scene shifted back to Wei Qi. The pink hair cascaded down, the ends perfectly aligned. Now, let your hair grow. The sharp tip of a blade hovered ominously over Wei Qi's forehead. As Noah pressed his foot down on Wei Qi's chest, coldly stating, "You are not Marshal?" Wei Qi, puzzled, recalled that according to intel, Marshal D. Teach was not skilled in swordsmanship. The young man before him had appeared in an exceedingly peculiar manner. The Willow's love had indeed struck true. And now the lower half of the metal staff was twisted like a pretzel, his palms split and bleeding, barely able to halt the bleeding after activating life restoration. Before he could fully comprehend, the figure of Marshal D. Teach before him suddenly ignited in an indigo flame, shrinking away to reveal a younger version of himself. The binding technique, designed to restrain Teach's physique, could not contain this youthful form. Then, a flash of steel flickered, and all of his hair was severed. Who was that Marine you were facing off against? Wei Qi's mind was muddled, struggling to connect the dots between the Marine clad in uniform and the one he had first encountered opposing Teach. They bore an uncanny resemblance. With your intellect, you will not grasp it. Just know that Teach is my fortuitous scapegoat. Now, activate life restoration, allowing your hair to grow back gradually. If you dare play tricks, I shall sever all your limbs. Oh, and let us not forget the 5th limb. That shall be the starting point. The blade's tip slowly descended towards Wei Qi's lower regions, an icy chill creeping through even the layers of fabric. I assure you, I will comply. Please, do not act impulsively. Life restoration binding technique. The severed hair began to grow back at a painstakingly slow pace, with a slight increase in speed. Noah pressed the blade down harder, eliciting tears from Wei Qi in the process. Sharingan, activate. Not enough. Merely altering his hair was insufficient. He needed to increase his size. Noah gazed intently at the 3-tomo Sharingan for a while, his observation haki having scanned it countless times. Yet he remained somewhat perplexed by the mystery of manipulating hair through the return of life. However, his focus did not lie in the manipulation of hair. Now, please lift the blade a little higher, lest it should pierce, he advised. Although Wei Qi was unsure of Noah's intentions, he complied, albeit with a slight request. Shrink, he commanded. Instantly, Wei Qi transformed into a mere wisp of bones. Expand. With a resounding bang, he ballooned back into a rotund figure. So it is. The consciousness inhabits every single cell, necessitating a mental command over the corporeal form. The ability to freely manipulate cellular transformation requires a delicate precision of mental power, which I find myself lacking. Nevertheless, with newfound direction, my progress in mastering the return of life shall surely advance, and the completion of the poison moth blade will reach greater heights. Noah pondered deeply, paying no heed to the exhausted lion at his feet, who was barely clinging to life. The frequent exertion of the life restoration transformation had drained a considerable amount of energy and effort from the creature, leaving it devoid of strength even to launch a surprise attack. After a considerable time, Noah finally regained his senses. "Ah, I apologize for leaving you here," he said. "Is everything all right? Are you satisfied, my lord?" The lion managed to squeeze out a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. "Yes. Your assistance has been immensely beneficial to me." Noah nodded and said, "Then may I spare your life? Your mother, who resides in the underworld, would surely express her gratitude." Upon the mention of his mother, Queer could not help but sob, tears streaming down his face. "Indeed," Noah continued, "I shall escort you to reunite with your mother. How delightful it will be for your family to be together again." "No, no, no. My mother is not dead." With a swift motion, Queer's face was buried in the earth, and in an instant, life was extinguished. The secret of life's return was known to Noah, and he had drained Queer of his utmost value. Thus, he deemed it necessary to silence him forever. A performance was still required, however. It remained uncertain whether Master Zephyr had taken the bait. Noah murmured a few words, rolled on the ground twice, splattering himself with mud and water, and then tore at his tattered marine uniform, leaving it in a disheveled state. With a resounding thud, he struck his chest with a fist, his complexion turning ashen as he spat out blood, staining his front. The force of the blow was considerable, resulting in 2 fractured ribs. With a sharp intake of breath, he let out a pained grunt, gritting his teeth as he staggered back a few steps, distancing himself from the lifeless body. His left arm hung limply at his side, dislocated by his own doing. Noah, wielding the intact right hand, grasped the ink-black cloud and unleashed a streak of sword energy, ablaze with fierce flames, soaring into the sky. What is that? The sun. The elite naval squad, searching for traces nearby, undoubtedly beheld the radiance rivaling that of the sun. This is Noah's sunny flame. After a moment of hesitation, Zephyr recognized the flames dancing upon the sword energy. "Move, let us go there." Yes. By the time Zephyr arrived swiftly, the scene before him ignited a fury within him. "Get away from me." Zephyr soared into action, his dark-hued haki enveloping his fist, intent on obliterating the one who harmed his student. The burly man, with hollow eyes, cast a glance at Zephyr before turning to flee, showing no intention of engaging in battle. "Stop." Just as Zephyr prepared to pursue, a thud echoed behind him. He turned to see Noah, bloodied and battered from the fight, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! In that brief moment of hesitation, the burly man had vanished into the woods. Others rushed forward to give chase, determined not to let the culprit escape. Zephyr commanded, as his elite squad, led by 2 rear admirals, plunged into the thicket. Yet, this endeavor was destined to be futile. The reason Zephyr did not assign a sailor to tend to Noah and opted to pursue himself was to prevent the man from luring him away, potentially striking from behind. How could a mere perpetrator of a trivial incident compare to the hope of the Navy's future? "Bring me another." Noah's mouth was stuffed with meat, yet he continued to shout towards the kitchen. Adorned in bright yellow flames of sunshine, he illuminated every corner of the vast dining hall like a miniature sun. Across from him, the owl, Inwu, was consuming sea creature meat with equal fervor, having sustained only minor injuries. The owl awakened after receiving a burst of healing light and was now replenishing its energy alongside Noah. "Chirp, chirp, I am full," the owl declared, pushing its plate forward and patting its round belly, though its tone was laced with disappointment, lacking any sense of satisfaction. "According to both of you, the perpetrator behind this incident is the inconspicuous Marshal D. Teach from the Whitebeard crew?" Zephyr inquired from the side. "Chirp, chirp. I barely managed to witness the confrontation between Noah and Teach before he knocked me unconscious," the owl replied, its face pale and a shiver of fear evident. Had Teach been more ruthless at that moment, the owl might have faced immediate demise. It seemed he had refrained from ending the owl's life out of fear of Noah's alliance. This, in turn, granted the owl a chance to unveil the identity of the true culprit. Indeed, while he did not directly confess to the crime, his ambush on Gabra in the secret passage of the Navy warehouse indicates he was undoubtedly complicit. Teach possesses immense strength. I was drawn to the commotion of their battle and witnessed him snap Gabra's neck. I struggled against him for a time, finding myself at a disadvantage, but fortunately, the appearance of the owl and Wei Chu diverted his attention, allowing me to use the flames of sunshine to mend some of my wounds. I never anticipated that even Wei Chu could not withstand more than a few blows. Noah swallowed the mouthful of meat and spoke in a deep voice. "Even you find yourself at a disadvantage. The strength of Teach must be above that of a rear admiral, yet beneath that of a general. Such a formidable individual chooses to remain in obscurity aboard Whitebeard's ship. Could there be ulterior motives? But then, what could he desire?" Zephyr pondered, utterly bewildered by Teach's despicable actions and their purpose. Was it to tarnish the reputation of the Navy, or merely a vendetta against Akainu? Regardless, I shall report the truth to the world government, the Owl of the Soundless declared, clenching his fists, his eyes ignited with a flame of vengeance. Whether or not he is the mastermind of the incident is inconsequential. What matters is that he has taken the lives of CP9 operatives and must face the consequences. Thank you, Mr. Noah, the Owl said, pushing back his chair and rising to bow in gratitude. Appreciative of Noah's efforts to awaken him with the flames of clarity and to resist Teach. I shall take my leave now. Bruno has already prepared the door for me. Farewell to all at the Navy headquarters. The Owl's figure faded into the vast expanse of blue. What are your plans? Zephyr inquired. As the sailors affected by the incident gradually discharged from the hospital, the defensive pressure on Marineford significantly lessened, and the elite trainees had returned to resume their regular training. I have already informed you of the specifics, sir. Beyond that, I am not privy to any further details. Therefore, should they summon me for questioning, I hope you will intervene on my behalf. After my battle with Teach, I realized how limited my perspective was. My current strength is still vastly insufficient. With the half-month period yet to conclude, it is an opportune time to assimilate the fruits of the battle. Noah gazed sincerely at Zephyr and spoke slowly. Rest assured, my reputation still holds some value. With less than 10 days remaining, I anticipate your achievements. Should you fail to meet my expectations, you are well aware of the consequences. Zephyr smiled and uttered words that sent chills down Noah's spine. Of course, Teacher Zephyr, prepare to be surprised. However, before that, there is something else to address. Useless. All of you are useless. Crash. A pile of documents was swept violently from the table by a hand clad in brown leather gloves, scattering across the floor. What are you still doing here? Why not just end it all? A group of inept individuals. A teacup flew through the air, shattering against the face of the emotionless owl. Panting heavily, Spandam, the current commander of CP9, leaned on his desk, glaring fiercely at the silent owl. The higher-ups have expressed considerable doubt regarding my abilities. Do you have any idea how much effort it will take to erase the negative impression they hold of me? In Spandam's eyes, the lives of CP9 members, aside from his own, were inconsequential as long as they did not hinder his promotion. He would not care if they all perished. Fortunately, knowing the true identity of the perpetrator provided a glimmer of hope for redemption. That individual merely resembles Teach and possesses a beard he lacks, the owl interjected. Moreover, the ones who killed Weichi and Gabra may not necessarily be the culprits behind the explosive incident. Silence. I say Teach is the culprit. He is the culprit. Any mention of a beard is merely a ruse. After committing the explosive crime, he fears being pursued by CP9 and thus seeks to eliminate witnesses. Do you understand? Spandam leaned closer to the owl, enunciating each word with intensity. I have already arranged for an assassin to take Teach's head. Once successful, this matter will be confirmed. The dead cannot argue. But who is going to assassinate Teach? His strength is formidable. According to former Admiral Zephyr of the Navy, he possesses powers second only to that of an admiral. The owl expressed concern. Teach's immense strength meant that failure once could lead to even greater difficulty in subsequent attempts. Additionally, with Teach aboard Whitebeard's ship, the challenge of assassination was significantly heightened. Humph, this individual has some ties to CP9. To assassinate Teach, she may be willing to risk her life. A mutual demise is not out of the question. While raw power is one aspect, an unexpected ambush may not allow one to unleash their full potential. Spandam smirked, twirling a lock of his light purple hair. Weichi's mother, in her quest for vengeance for her son's death, is essentially willing to sacrifice everything. Merely informing her of this matter will set her into motion. Most importantly, she does not require payment. Why do I feel that this last point is the true reason you chose Weichi's mother as an assassin? Surely, the money saved has lined your pockets. The owl silently scoffed. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave. I have matters to attend to. After sufficiently enjoying himself, Spandam's demeanor shifted abruptly, and he waved the owl away. Iceberg, when will you finally reveal your true intentions? Spandam unconsciously touched the leather mask affixed to his right cheek, as if seeking to feel the grotesque scar beneath, his tone dripping with bitterness. Huh? Rice noodles? In the underground training hall's kitchen, the rotund head chef scratched his head, pondering for a moment before shaking it in disbelief. These gluttons go mad at the sight of food. To them, a finely crafted dish of rice noodles is less substantial than a simple bowl of rice. Thus, while I have plenty of rice noodles are in short supply. I see. Noah contemplated for a moment, then I shall have to resort to a more troublesome method. Could you provide me with a bag of rice? Despite working in the kitchen, The head chef was no stranger to the happenings around him. The cafeteria served as a hub of information, and through his position, he had become well acquainted with the individuals and events within the underground training hall. Given his standing in the kitchen, he would only personally cook for those of officer rank. At other times, he would either patrol the kitchen or quietly observe and eavesdrop on the conversations of the trainees in the cafeteria. Noah was well aware of the decisive battle between him and Bastille. Setting that aside, simply the fact that Noah frequently dined with Zephyr and shared jovial conversation made it clear that the portly head chef dared not offend the esteemed figure by declining his requests. After all, it was merely a sack of rice and the use of the kitchen. What harm could there be in granting a favor? Directing a helper to retrieve a bag of rice from the storeroom, as well as some ingredients requested by Noah, the chef positioned himself beside the countertop, eager to discern what Noah intended to create. In the absence of rice flour, he would simply produce it himself. Noah whispered softly, bending down to lift a sack of rice taller than himself, pouring nearly half of it into the iron basin with a clatter. Clad in a short-sleeved marine training uniform, he was spared the trouble of rolling up his sleeves. After cleansing his hands, Noah clenched his fists tightly. The machine gun unleashed a barrage. The shadows of his fists melded into an impenetrable veil, and the grains of rice, not yet able to escape the basin, were relentlessly smashed back down by the incoming fists, reducing them to powder. After such a brief moment of exertion, he felt a flicker of joy. Although the technique bore the name of Luffy, in reality, Noah was merely flailing about wildly. That should suffice. Noah rose to his feet, the formidable haki that enveloped his fists dissipating, revealing his hands smeared with white rice flour. He lifted the battered iron basin, its sides and bottom pockmarked and nearly on the verge of ruin, disregarding the astonished expression of the rotund head chef, whose jaw seemed ready to drop to the floor. He placed it directly onto the countertop. After passing through a fine sieve, the porcelain basin brimmed with pristine, delicate rice flour, leaving behind a scant residue in the decrepit iron basin. Then he pondered for a moment, contemplating the addition of water, sugar, and yeast, but considering health, he decided to substitute honey instead. Noah hesitated for a moment before attempting to pour in a generous amount of honey. The rotund head chef raised an eyebrow. Yeast? How much should one add? Half a bag? A plump hand seized Noah's wrist, halting his reckless pouring of yeast powder. Tell me, Noah, is this your first endeavor in baking? Are you attempting to obliterate the palate with such an excessive amount of yeast? Upon witnessing Noah's amateurish actions, the head chef instinctively intensified his tone, adopting a scathing manner akin to that of a seasoned instructor reprimanding a novice. Are these proportions truly appropriate? Noah, undeterred, humbly inquired. We have reached the limit. Any additional flavor would be irretrievable, the plump head chef remarked as he released his grip. Very well then. Noah felt reassured as he gradually added water and rice flour, continuously stirring in a clockwise motion until the mixture transformed into a thick, sticky rice paste. I recall that when my mother prepared this, she would let it rest for a while, perhaps for 30 minutes. Noah found himself in a predicament, casting a desperate glance towards the rotund head chef. The chef, with a sigh of resignation, retrieved a roll of plastic wrap and skillfully sealed the mixing bowl. Given the substantial quantity, it would require at least an hour to set. Just as well, for there were other ingredients that needed attention. Noah nodded, rinsed off the sticky rice paste lingering on his hands, and began to prepare the other ingredients. What are you planning to make, Senbei? The plump head chef, upon seeing Noah take out the nori sheets combined with rice flour, deduced what Noah intended to create. Truly, as the head chef, his discerning eye was indeed astute. What I aim to make is akin to Senbei, but with a touch of variety. Noah offered a compliment, his hands continuing their motion as he tore the large sheets of dried seaweed into delicate fragments. Initially, he believed that in this world there would be no black sesame. A surprising revelation indeed. Noah forcefully swallowed a certain word, not attracting the attention of the head chef, whose gaze was captivated by the black sesame in Noah's hand. This black sesame was procured from the Flower Kingdom, a rarity found elsewhere. Due to its numerous health benefits, the Navy also regularly purchases a batch. The head chef offered an explanation, a glimmer of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Typically, this ingredient is used for making kanji. Are you intending to use it for senbei? Indeed, it is needed for its deep hue, and the aroma it produces when roasted is quite remarkable, serving a dual purpose. Black? The plump head chef was left utterly perplexed. Noah smiled faintly, immersing himself in the task of cleansing the black sesame seeds, offering no specific reply. An hour had elapsed, and it was nearly time. Lifting the plastic wrap, He revealed that the rice flour dough had expanded to almost twice its original size, its surface riddled with countless lumps and pits. Dipping his hands in water, he scooped out a portion of the dough, kneading and flattening it in his palms, then rolling it 3 times in the crushed seaweed, until the white rice cake was entirely enveloped in the deep green fragments of seaweed. Noah moved with remarkable swiftness. Although he was a novice, his extraordinary strength and speed enabled him to transform the rice dough in the bowl at a pace visible to the naked eye, turning it into rice cakes enveloped in crushed seaweed or black sesame. Once his hands were empty, Noah realized that all the rice dough had been converted into rice cakes. He glanced at the oven and fell silent. "Dear head chef, may I propose a matter for discussion?" Noah leaned closer and whispered a few words to the portly head chef. The chef's initial reluctance gradually faded away, replaced by exuberance, as he patted his chest to assure Noah that the matter was in his capable hands. "It's in your care now. I shall retreat for a while to hone my skills." Noah cast aside his apron and waved goodbye as he departed from the kitchen of the cafeteria. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. The jolly head chef, with a hearty chuckle, placed the rice cakes into the oven, skillfully adjusting the temperature and timer based on his extensive experience, and commenced the baking process. The warm, amber glow illuminated the oven as the rice cakes gradually underwent their transformation. 2 hours later, Noah donned a pristine new uniform and reappeared in the kitchen, a paper bag in hand. "The items you requested are ready." The plump head chef, having awaited this moment eagerly, presented him with a bulging package. "I've already divided it into 2 portions. Don't forget to speak a few kind words on my behalf." "Rest assured, I shall not forget." Noah savored 2 rice cakes left by the corpulent chef, nodding in satisfaction as he acquiesced. Indeed, the residential area of the admiral was the destination. After wandering aimlessly and traversing much of Marin Vondo, Noah finally arrived at his intended locale. "Aren't you in a hurry? You seem to be in need of assistance." Noah's hand lingered before the door, poised to knock, while muffled roars emanated from within. The tone suggested that only one person held the authority to act in such a manner. "Knock, knock, knock." "Ah, someone has arrived. Warring states, you must leave promptly. I have guests to entertain." The voice grew ever closer as the door swung open. Kapu appeared before Noah, pinching his nostrils. "Ah, ha ha. Is that not little Noah? Come in, come in. Grandpa Kapu, I have come to see you." Noah lifted the 2 bags in his hand for Karp to see and then entered Karp's home. With a resounding clap, Karp struck Noah on the back, nearly causing him injury. "You rascal, how dare you come to your grandfather's house bearing gifts?" he exclaimed, though a smile spread across his face, and he walked with a slight spring in his step. This was an honor not even his own grandchildren had bestowed upon him. He never anticipated that one day he would experience such affection from his grandson. "Ah, Admiral Sengoku." Noah stepped into the living room and, upon raising his gaze, immediately spotted the indignant fleet Admiral Sengoku seated on the sofa with his arms crossed. It was only he, leveraging decades of camaraderie with Garp, who could chastise the naval hero. "Oh, who might you be?" Sengoku adjusted his glasses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Wait, I recall now." Connecting the dots from a conversation he had with Garp not long ago, Sengoku deduced the identity of the young man before him. "You must be Isaac D. Noah. Garp has mentioned you. Recently, I heard from Zephyr about your confrontation with Bastille and the Ghost Spider. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. You flatter me, Admiral. I still have much to learn and shall continue to seek guidance from Master Zephyr." Noah humbly placed down the 2 bags he had brought with him. Upon hearing Noah's words, Sengoku found himself admiring him even more. Over the years, the naval newcomers Sengoku had encountered were mostly headstrong and self-important individuals, who only underwent transformation after enduring years of hardship at sea. Yet many promising sailors never survived that phase and remained lost to the ocean forever. However, those like Noah, who understood humility and self-awareness from the outset, often achieved greater success and encountered fewer setbacks. It was a rare occasion for young Noah to visit me, as an outsider. "Sengoku, you ought to make yourself scarce and return to your duties." Karp, sitting across from Sengoku, unceremoniously issued an eviction order. "Humph, how dare you chase me away? If it weren't for your lackadaisical attitude, hiding at home under the pretext of not being able to eat, would I have abandoned numerous affairs to come here and urge you?" With Akainu down and Kizuru and Akiji nowhere to be found, "This is precisely the moment I need your assistance in maintaining order. I have been tirelessly occupied from dawn till dusk, while you leisurely rest at home. Do you still have any shame left?" Sengoku shouted until his voice was nearly hoarse, yet he felt an immense sense of relief as the pent-up frustration dissipated. It was quite satisfying to embarrass Karp in front of the younger generation. Huh, is that so? Aren't there still Tsuru and Zephyr? Why not seek their help? Karp continued to pick his nose nonchalantly, utterly unfazed, his thick skin having reached an extraordinary level. You are going to drive me to madness. You know Tsuru is on a mission, and Zephyr has been recuperating in the hospital due to an asthma attack. Who am I to rely on for support? Sengoku was incensed by Karp's attitude, gripping his meticulously groomed beard tightly, his body shimmering with golden light. Stay calm, Admiral Sengoku. And you too, Grandpa Karp. Perhaps you should say a bit less. Noah hurriedly sought to appease the warring states, lest the situation escalate to the point of forced demolition and reconstruction. Look at this. Something I brought especially for you. He swiftly unfastened a larger bag and retrieved a sealed package of rice crackers, carefully opening it. A delightful aroma. A tantalizing blend of sesame, seaweed, and the rich scent of rice, wafted through the air, spreading freely. The unmistakable sound of swallowed saliva echoed gurgle, gurgle. The two, who had been embroiled in an argument moments before, fell silent, their attention drawn irresistibly to the fragrant rice crackers. Is this Senbei? Warring States inquired, lifting a piece of seaweed rice cracker for closer inspection. Crunch, crunch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Karp had already stuffed a black sesame rice cracker into his mouth, savoring the flavor and nodding in approval. These are homemade by me, a type of rice cracker. I heard from Teacher Zephyr that Grandpa Karp has not been feeling well lately, unable to enjoy even his beloved Senbei, so I put in some effort to prepare these treats. Noah selectively overlooked the contributions of the portly head chef. Oh, I must give it a taste. The deep green seaweed cloaked the rice cracker, entirely devoid of the usual dark yellow hue, thus evoking no recollection of that fateful day. Without any psychological burden, Sengoku took a bite. He and Karp became thoroughly immersed in the fragrant, crispy world of rice crackers. If only there were a cup of tea. Karp mused, and scarcely had he uttered the words when a hand appeared before him, presenting a cup of floral tea that exuded a refreshing aroma. Little Noah, you are simply marvelous, Karp exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away with his sleeve, dedicating himself even more fervently to the delightful pursuit of eating crackers and sipping tea. This floral tea, Sengoku had initially paid it no mind, but after taking a sip, he was suddenly struck with curiosity, casting a covetous glance at another paper bag Noah had brought, itching to partake. What are you planning to do? That is a token of appreciation from little Noah to me. You shall not touch it. Karp shielded the paper bag with one hand while the other continued to stuff rice crackers into his mouth from the sealed bag. Commander Sengoku. There is indeed a portion for you here. They are all separately packaged. I intended for Grandpa Karp to bring it to you. But I didn't expect to find you here, which has simplified matters. No need to fight. There is enough for everyone. Noah handed over another unopened package of rice crackers and a small pouch of floral tea, and before he could react, the items in his hand had vanished. Upon closer inspection, he found them nestled in the embrace of Sengoku, who was simultaneously pushing back against Karp's advancing head. On one side, there was a fierce defense of honor, while on the other, a relentless struggle for possession, a true spectacle of a dragon contesting a tiger. Alas, they truly were like children at heart. Noah covered his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight. However, judging by the outcome, it was indeed quite remarkable. In this era of the warring states, the bonds of human sentiment are not to be underestimated, and the impressions left are overwhelmingly positive. On Karp's side, there was a slight alleviation of the guilt that weighed upon Noah's heart, for it was he who bore the blame for Karp's inability to eat. Noah has always regarded Karp as family, and after 8 years apart, he felt a profound sense of familiarity, only to inadvertently cause harm. Thus, he yearned to make amends. He would not hesitate to devote an entire morning to prepare delicacies, or even invest a month of his time if it meant restoring Karp's well-being. He would do so willingly. Sengoku was merely a secondary concern, a matter of fostering goodwill. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to the reluctant Karp, Noah returned to the underground training facility. The portly head chef of the training hall's canteen had successfully ascended to the officers' dining room, thanks to the rice cake techniques Noah had imparted. Although he could not assume the role of head chef, his conditions and prospects had significantly improved compared to those at the training hall. Henceforth, the supply of tea and snacks for Karp and Sengoku would rest upon his shoulders. As for the floral tea, Lien had already penned a letter overnight, requesting her grandfather to send over some exquisite varieties. With the goodwill garnered from Sengoku, Along with the bribes of rice cakes and floral tea and Zephyr's assurances, it was unlikely that any personnel from CP9 would disturb him during the forthcoming inspections. I have yet to review the rewards system. Please provide me with the assessment for the Akaina mission. Noah sat on the ground and opened the task interface. Ding. Would you like to submit the task The Revenge of the Underdog? Yes. The task The Revenge of the Underdog has been submitted, and the completion status is being calculated. The task is rated S. Wow. An S rating for the task. It is likely to yield quite a few valuable rewards. Noah eagerly rubbed his hands together, anticipating the task rewards. The task rewards are as follows. 1. 120,000 exchange points, a 50% discount card, a time adjustment card, a triple insight card, and 3 ordinary lottery draws. 2. 10,000 exchange points, a time adjustment card, a triple insight card, 1 ordinary lottery draw, and 1 advanced lottery draw. Please, Director Sue. Select one as the task reward. Noah hesitated for a considerable time, vacillating between two options, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the superior lottery and selecting the second reward. Previously, in his quest for vengeance against Akainu, Noah's exchange points had dwindled to a mere 200, and had it not been for a fortuitous windfall, those points would have vanished entirely. With this substantial influx of exchange points, he would not have to fret over them in the near future. This reward felt as though it had been meticulously tailored for him. Aside from the lottery chances, the other two cards were undeniably advantageous. The time adjustment card, within a standard time frame of 200 hours, it allows for the manipulation of time's passage, either accelerating or decelerating it by a factor of 13. With the ability to halt it at will. The triple insight card, upon activation, it bestows a tripling of insight for a standard duration of 24 hours. One might wonder, should one test their luck now? Noah was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to wipe his eyes, ensuring that he was not mistaken. An advanced lottery. Twice. Goodness, it suddenly dawned on him. The ultimate task he had accepted upon departing from Four Seasons Island began with an advanced lottery. However, at that time, he had only drawn twice from the ordinary lottery, with mediocre luck. Later, after obtaining the Great Sky Flame in Frost Moon Village, he had abandoned the idea of continuing to draw, leaving the precious advanced lottery behind. Upon arriving at the Navy headquarters, the burdensome daily training and tasks had consumed his focus, causing him to completely forget about the valuable advanced lottery. It's decided. With his thoughts directed towards the advanced lottery, Noah eagerly fixed his gaze upon the gradually materializing drawing wheel. Much like the ordinary lottery, it featured 12 segments, but surprisingly, 3 of them were empty, presenting a 1/4 chance of a blank outcome. TSK. Why can't I view the drawing introduction? Hey, can't you provide some explanation? You lousy system? System, never mind. What I do not see will not trouble my heart. The less I know, the less pain I feel when I fail to draw. I shall proceed directly with the draw and await the final result. Noah casually tapped the draw button, anxiously closing his eyes as he awaited the final outcome. His heart raced with unease. What should he do? Logically, today should bring him good fortune. After all, he had received an S rating for his tasks. Why should he worry about not obtaining something valuable? Ding. The lottery result. Fate Altar. What on earth is that? Fate Altar? Noah rummaged through his mind but found no recollection related to the Altar of Destiny. It appeared to be an internal creation of the system, at least not existing in any other worlds he was familiar with. The Altar of Destiny. By offering items, one may gain a fleeting state of divine favor, with luck enhanced randomly, determined by the value of the item in question, influencing both duration and degree of enhancement. Each sacrifice must consist of a single type of item, with the quantity limit contingent upon the item's worth and a cooldown period of 30 days. Note, items for sacrifice must not originate from the system's marketplace, otherwise one must bear the consequences. My apologies, esteemed system. Noah wiped away the drool and promptly apologized to the system, vowing never to disparage it again. However, the palm-sized stone altar rested in his hands, and were it not for the faintly shimmering arcane runes upon its surface, one would hardly suspect it to be an artifact capable of altering fate. It seemed fortune was genuinely in his favor today, emboldened. He decided to put it to the test. Unable to contain his excitement, Noah began to rummage through the inventory of his personal space, seeking a valuable item to offer in sacrifice, eager to experience the effect of destiny upon him. Moments later, he had meticulously counted the valuable items available for sacrifice. Yet he found himself grappling with the decision of what to choose. Could Sea Tower Stone be considered valuable? Would a pair of pure sea tower stone handcuffs appear too meager? Should he resort to ancestral blood? Although it had remained in use thus far, he had an inkling that it would prove useful in the future. After vanquishing the king of the 5 domains, he had acquired 5 drops of ancestral blood, which lay hidden in a corner of his personal space. A vague intuition urged him not to part with it lightly. Considering the identity of the king of the 5 domains, the origin of the ancestral blood was self-evident, even if it held no immediate worth. Noah was reluctant to utilize it for this initial tentative sacrifice. Perhaps he should settle on this option. Noah felt a weight in his hand as 2 sharp fangs, each the length of his forearm, suddenly emerged from the air, shimmering with a brilliant metallic luster under the gentle glow of the lights. A frigid chill coursed through him, causing the hairs on his skin to stand on end. The 2 saber teeth of the Xianjin tiger, originally intended to be melded into the ink cloud to enhance both wind control and sharpness, had become unyielding since the ink cloud transformed into the soul-cutting blade, leaving these teeth to languish in obscurity. Their primary function remained to combat the wood-scale serpent, severing its life force, proving far more effective than the materials of the iron-armored saber-toothed tiger that had been integrated into the ink cloud. Regrettably, Noah had lacked the strength to hunt the tiger and extract its teeth at that time. He had only been able to intimidate its lesser kin, relying on sheer numbers to prevail. Just as the notion of sacrificing the saber teeth crossed his mind, a beam of light suddenly erupted from the destiny altar he held, conveying a message directly to Noah's heart. He was instructed to place the items intended for sacrifice within the beam of light and await 3 seconds. Noah was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at the slender beam of light emanating from the altar, comparing it to the 2 saber-toothed fangs he barely managed to hold. Given their size, could this truly be feasible? Doubts lingered in his mind, yet his hands obediently presented the fangs to the altar. The instant the fangs made contact with the luminous column, they seemed to shrink as if illuminated by a beam of light, transforming from formidable tiger fangs into diminutive cat teeth, vanishing within 3 seconds. A profound sensation enveloped him, and Noah felt as though he could perceive an invisible hand gently tapping along the undulating curves of destiny. It was an enigmatic and inexplicable feeling, as if the heavens had cast their gaze upon him, making every endeavor seemingly destined for the most favorable outcome. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. State of divine favor, luck value 3, duration 60 seconds. 60 seconds. What was the point of that? Abruptly snapped back to reality, Noah hastily navigated to the lottery page to participate in a common draw. Hurry, hurry. Time is running out. The normally swift-moving points of light seemed to conspire against him, moving at a leisurely pace, truly vexing him. Pacifist, weather control, complete version, a segment of the trunk from the tree of Adam. And the Grand Blade, 21, snow silence. There were indeed some valuable items to be had. Noah cast a fleeting glance, taking in a rough overview. But the inexorable passage of time rendered it impossible for him to focus on each individual item. There was still time. There was still time. As the countdown dwindled to within 10 seconds, the shimmering light moved at a glacial pace, causing Noah to feel a tightening in his chest as he murmured fervent prayers. Ding. The lottery result. Tenfold storage space. With only 2 seconds remaining, the light finally came to a halt, allowing Noah to exhale in relief. Luck value increased by 3. Though the criteria for this increase remained uncertain, it was evident from the lottery outcome that it had indeed made a significant impact. Noah's eyes gleamed with excitement as he cradled the destiny altar like a cherished treasure, almost unable to resist the urge to kiss it. Previously, he had lamented the confines of his personal space, which was limited to merely 1 cubic meter. Fortunately, he could alter the shape of the space at will. Otherwise, even the would have been impossible to accommodate. With destiny now at his side, he had struck a remarkable stroke of luck, obtaining a tenfold increase in storage capacity, transforming his 1 cubic meter into a spacious 10. In the future, he vowed to perform a sacrifice before any dross. From this moment onward, I shall emigrate to Europe. Having concealed the destiny altar in the deepest recesses of his personal space, Noah stood up, brimming with vitality. With a flick of his fingers, 2 semi-transparent cards, ethereal and elusive, appeared poised between them. One card, the time adjustment card, accelerated the flow of time to thrice its standard pace. As one of the cards shattered into countless dim specks of light, they melded into the void surrounding Noah. While an hour passed in the outside world, it equated to 3 hours for him. The time adjustment card could sustain this accelerated pace for up to 200 standard hours, even exceeding the time Zephyr had allotted to Noah. Now, it was time to validate my hypothesis and discern its veracity. In the depths of his heart, Noah whispered as he crushed the triple insight card. By utilizing the triple insight card, within a standard duration of 24 hours, he would be bestowed with thrice the enlightenment. To liken inspiration to an uncontrollable torrent would be an exaggeration. It flowed more akin to a mountain spring, gushing forth with vitality. While it could not compare to the profound clarity experienced at the age of 8 with tenfold insight, it nonetheless served to dissipate the fog that had shrouded his mind. The once elusive principles of swordsmanship and martial arts gradually began to crystallize. 600 hours, 25 days, Master Zephyr. The surprise I have prepared for you may very well surpass your wildest expectations. Noah closed his eyes, unwilling to squander even a fleeting moment. The profound essence of life, extracted from the embrace of the mighty lion, flowed through his mind, swiftly assimilated and transformed into a tool of his own. The return of life consumed an accelerated time of 8 hours. The iron block fist consumed an accelerated time of 6 hours. The first form of the secret sword, the rhinoceros strike, consumed an accelerated time of 6 hours. The second form of the secret sword, the armor-rending slash, consumed an accelerated time of 8 hours. Indeed, as I had anticipated, Noah's lips curled into a subtle smile as he reached the halfway point of comprehending the second form of the secret sword. It was expected that the tripled comprehension would have dissipated by now. Yet, even as Noah unraveled the principle behind the sword technique, the state of enhanced comprehension remained intact. The duration inscribed on the comprehension card was based on standard time. In the accelerated time he experienced for 28 hours, merely over 9 hours had passed in the outside world, far from the 24-hour limit. This exemplified the proper utilization of the comprehension card, paired with the time adjustment card. It was indeed the ultimate path. Initially, he intended to grasp a sword technique and present a small surprise to Zephyr, but after a series of operations, the extent of this surprise was beyond even Noah's predictions. Retreating into seclusion, he prepared to unleash a grand revelation. Biting into a piece of Sea King jerky to replenish his energy, Noah continued to immerse himself in the ocean of cultivation, unable to extricate himself. Sabal, I must return. Charles J. Ajay, the second of the elite camp, slammed his fist on the dining table, causing the plates to leap and grains of rice to scatter. Returning? What good would that do? Do you understand the operations of a merchant group or financial management? Apart from fighting as a guard, what else can you do? Guards can be easily recruited by a merchant group, especially those willing to lay down their lives. What use would you be upon your return, other than causing chaos? Grove Sabal, seated opposite him, coldly admonished, his brow furrowed, clearly facing a dilemma. Could a single girl, Amido, be relied upon to sustain the merchant group? Ajay was taken aback by Sabal's words, his complexion shifting through shades of red and blue, ultimately forcing out a retort. Of course, she cannot be the sole reliance. I will return to oversee the situation while you stay here to further your studies. Sabal sighed, articulating words that Ajay found difficult to accept. Why should that be? I am my father's. Enough, Ajay. Sabal seized Ajay's collar, pulling him close, his gaze intense. Your adoptive father has invested so much in your training. Do you intend to abandon it halfway? Do not forget the immense resources expended by the merchant group to collect so many powerful creatures for you. All to ensure you secure a prominent position within the Navy to safeguard the group. Yet you have let down both your adoptive father and the merchant group. Why should I? Because I am the first of the elite camp? Because I am your brother. Sabal abruptly released Ajay's collar, forcefully pressing him back into his seat. Ajay sat there, disheartened, burying his hands in his meticulously groomed hair, turning it into a tangled mess, and after a lengthy silence, finally spoke. If my father and the merchant group fall apart, what significance do these efforts hold? That will not happen, as long as I am here. The merchant group will surely weather the storm and regain its former glory. The Golden Sea route cannot be easily undermined by other schemes. Sabal declared resolutely, patting Ajay's shoulder as if transferring the burden onto him, and he strode away. I will request leave from Instructor Zephyr. Henceforth, the Navy matters shall be entrusted to you. Do not let me down, Ajay. Watching the back of his brother, who always chased after him but was perpetually a step behind, Ajay's nose tinged with emotion. Words lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. Do not die, brother. Want to interrupt your training to return home for a while? I recently read the report in the World Economic Journal regarding your father's predicament, and I express my heartfelt sympathy. However, the elite camp of the Navy is not a place one can simply enter or exit at will. To take a leave of absence, you must pass an assessment. Zephyr adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze upon Grove Sabal. I am the first of the elite camp. Is that not enough? Sabal responded with a hint of impatience, aware that an unexpected assessment would inevitably delay his return, introducing uncertainty into his plans. Are you certain of that? Zephyr replied playfully. Did you not witness the scene from that day? Aye. Sabal's shoulders slumped as he recalled the fearsome figure that cleaved through the ranks, leaving him speechless. Rest assured, I understand your anxious feelings. The assessment will not be overly rigorous. It is merely a formality. Wait for the notification, prepare yourself well. And the assessment will likely commence tomorrow, Zephyr reassured him, a gentle smile adorning his face, alleviating Sabal's unease. Thank you for your trouble. Sabal expressed his gratitude as he turned to leave, discreetly closing the door to Zephyr's office behind him. Has the hand of the underground world of the Golden Sea route already spread to him? Zephyr pondered, his expression serious as he perused the World Economic Journal received days prior, discerning elements that Sabal could not see within its lines. The Golden Sea Route Merchant Group is on the brink of dissolution. Its leader has been secretly attacked. Once a legendary merchant group whose influence spanned the seas. Even traversing the Grand Line at its zenith, it now showed signs of imminent disintegration. The legendary Charles J. Mohan, who led its rise, had been assassinated at the pinnacle of his career, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Internal strife plagued the merchant group, rife with power struggles and treachery. Barely held together by his adopted daughter Amido, yet it could not withstand for long. Zephyr comprehended Sabal's urgent desire to return, yet regulations of the Navy prevented him from granting such permission directly. Well, others' family matters are not for me to meddle in. It should be time for Noah to emerge from his seclusion. This lad is adamant about surprising me. I have eagerly awaited this moment. Zephyr finished his cup of hot tea, set aside the newspaper, donned his justice cloak, and stepped out the door. 20 minutes later, in the training ground cafeteria. What is this? How long has it been since you last ate? Even the seasoned Zephyr was taken aback by Noah's insatiable appetite. After swallowing a mouthful of food, which was easily twice the size of Noah, he showed no signs of a protruding belly, as if his stomach were connected to an unfathomable abyss. Perhaps 3 days? Noah tilted his head in contemplation, uncertainly stating that he had been so engrossed in his training that he had completely forgotten about the necessity of sustenance. Had he not been reduced to a state of exhaustion on the ground from hunger, he might not have remembered that today marked his release from seclusion. He poured 2 more plates of curry rice into his mouth, swallowing without chewing. It seems your life restoration technique has progressed, Zephyr inquired. With his mouth full, Noah nodded, continuing to reach for more food. The ability to activate life restoration while in motion to digest food had surpassed his previous method of eating to his heart's content before sitting down to digest. Once you finish, tidy yourself up, take a shower, and get a haircut before you come find me. The odor emanating from you is becoming unbearable, Zephyr exclaimed, unable to remain seated as a pungent scent invaded his nostrils. With a pinched nose, he left after uttering that remark. Indeed, after over 20 days of accelerated training, layers of sweat and grime had accumulated on his body. During his practice of life restoration, his hair had even served as a training marker, now cascading down to his waist. His matted hair was stiff and rigid, with faint traces of suspicious white flakes visible. To the cleanliness-obsessed Zephyr, this was utterly intolerable. Conversing with Noah had reached the limits of his endurance. Dressed in a fresh marine uniform and sporting a neat ponytail, Noah, appearing revitalized, rested his hand on the hilt of his ink-clouded sword and followed Zephyr to the training ground. This place had witnessed his triumphs, such as shattering swords and defeating demon spiders, and today would host a duel between teacher and student. Come, let me witness the surprise you once boasted of delivering. Should I find it lacking, do not expect me to show mercy. Zephyr raised his left hand slowly, then clenched it into a fist, dark-armed hockey swirling around him. You may go first. I shall grant you one move, Zephyr stated calmly. This was not arrogance, but rather confidence. A former admiral, even if no longer at his peak, retained an imposing demeanor that would not easily dissipate. The lingering aura of a tiger still prevailed. Merely his grand presence was enough for Noah to learn from for several years. Do not regret it, teacher Zephyr. I am now entirely transformed, Noah declared. Great void flame. Ignite. Flame flash. An explosive roar erupted as the orange flames burst forth after 10 firm stomps, propelling Noah forward at great speed. The wind no longer served as an obstruction. Instead, it enveloped him, guarding, propelling, and accumulating energy. Wind sword technique, / The invisible yet tangible pressure of the wind hindered Zephyr's movements, binding him in place. Although this force was insufficient to inflict any real damage, it was a testament to Noah's growth. Blade fire, / Thunder Wave 21. Thunder Slash. Verdant flames of thunder coiled around the sword, as numerous serpents surged forth with a haunting hiss, exuding terror. With life restoration fully activated, every muscle integrated into Noah's consciousness, vibrating, transmitting, and coalescing. The roar of a tiger and the thunder resonated across the ground. The strikes, indistinguishable to the naked eye, were akin to lightning flashing without a trace. As the accumulated wind power from the forward slash cascaded forth, transforming into an unmatched blade of destruction, the 21 strikes fused the secret sword technique, Thunderlight, and the wind sword technique, Thunder Slash. Not only did the internal vibrations of the tiger leopard thunder resonate, but with life restoration reaching a new realm, all of Noah's muscles and tendons reverberated. The integration of the secret sword, Poison Moth Blade, transformed this strike into a truly horrific technique capable of reducing an enemy's internal organs to pulp. How will you receive this blow? This was the sole message Noah conveyed through his gaze to Zephyr. A strike so fearsome, yet it possessed an excess of brute strength and a deficit of agility. What? A metallic fist, gleaming with brilliance, gently rested against the side of the ink-clouded sword, imparting a force sufficient to divert the trajectory of the strike. What truly astonished Noah was not this interaction, after all, even without a direct confrontation. The moment their weapons connected, the 21 vibrations would surge over Zephyr, and even with armed Haki for protection, he could not remain entirely unscathed. The evolved Thunderwave sword inflicted internal damage. Armed Haki, however, was not adept at defending internal organs. What left Noah aghast was the realization. Have you noticed? This is the true application of armed Haki. Bang! The combined strike of multiple sword techniques was deflected by the impact, slicing towards Zephyr's right arm, if he possessed one. The only casualty appeared to be the Justice Cloak, which was torn to shreds by the ferocious shockwave, scattering into a multitude of fragments. Is this truly possible? Noah found himself entranced, unable to suppress his admiration for Zephyr's exquisite maneuvers even amidst the chaos of battle. The application of armament Haki's impact was a lesson from Zephyr himself. As a mentor, Zephyr wielded it with an unparalleled finesse, transcending the capabilities of his pupil. The recent slash had not involved any actual contact. A minuscule gap separated his fist from the blade. Then, the explosion of armament Haki erupted. This required an extraordinary mastery over Haki manipulation and a formidable perception of observation Haki. Most importantly, few possess the composure to execute such intricate techniques while blades are drawn against them. Skill breeds audacity. How could Zephyr, still formidable after losing an arm, possibly succumb to Luffy in the future? Is the protagonist Zoro truly that potent? The art of swordsmanship is not merely about rigid accumulation. There remains a vast chasm to traverse. The Gale Foot. The azure vacuum grazed Noah's nose, causing a cold sweat to break out. Fortunately, his foresight through observation Haki provided a timely warning, allowing him to narrowly lean back and evade, subsequently flipping backward to create distance. No sooner had he steadied himself than Zephyr's figure materialized before him. Instinctively, Noah raised his blade in defense, the ink-black blade of Mokuon crossing his chest. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding resonated as Zephyr's fingers, enveloped in finely tuned armament Haki, firmly grasped the equally dark edge of Mokuon, the vice-like grip rendering Noah immobile. Had Mokuon not been a supreme blade, he would have questioned whether deep imprints would remain on the blade after Zephyr released his hold. Gale Foot. Another close-range Gale Foot. Zephyr's expression remained indifferent, showing no concern that Noah would be sliced in half by the vacuum slash while Mokuon was under his control. At least, he appeared unperturbed. In truth, Noah did not disappoint him. With a twist of his wrist, Noah leveraged the situation to leap upward, narrowly dodging the Gale Foot slash, while simultaneously channeling power through his waist, executing a 360-degree rotation, his right leg slicing through the air in a thunderous arced Gale Foot battle axe. The forceful strike, still aimed close to Zephyr's face, tousled his hair yet failed to shake his resolve. A commendable reaction. He even found the opportunity to offer praise. If you wish to compel me to release my grip, then I shall do so. As his iron grip loosened, Mokuon was swiftly retracted by Noah. The Gale Foot battle axe narrowly evaded by Zephyr's slight sidestep, which had been anticipated. He never truly expected this Gale Foot to harm Zephyr. Before he could exhale in relief, Zephyr's iron-like hand seized another target. This time, it was not Mokuon but rather the more critical target of Noah's neck. Too naive, Noah. While employing martial arts to extricate oneself when a swordsman's blade is restrained is not incorrect, you erred in underestimating your opponent. Boom. The ground was cratered as Noah was forcefully pinned down, his complexion turning a shade of blue and gasping for breath. Had I not lost my right arm, you would already be dead. Bang! Zephyr's left hand relinquished Noah's neck, instantly launching a punch toward his head. How fortunate! Observation Haki saved him once more. At the critical moment, he tilted his head just in time, Zephyr's fist grazing past his ear, creating a deep crater in the ground. This was the reason Zephyr uttered those words. Had his right arm remained intact, how could that punch have missed? With his left hand pressing against Noah's right fist, he could have obliterated him with ease. Springing up from the ground, Noah hastily distanced himself, looking at Zephyr as if he were a monster. Wasn't it said that strength diminishes after losing an arm, that age withers the peak of one's power? Such notions were nothing but deceit. Without the enhancements of a crushing machine, he could still pin me to the ground. Had he possessed one, would he not ascend to the heavens? Noah felt somewhat disheveled. Instinctively touching the blood mark on his neck, a piercing pain coursing through him. When his neck was gripped, he truly experienced the sensation of impending death. The pride of having vanquished the ghost spider and mastering a new sword technique was instantly obliterated, leaving no trace of arrogance. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. I shall not be careless again, Noah solemnly declared. During their battles, Zephyr imparted to him numerous crucial insights for survival and victory, the most significant of which was the humbling of his pride that had accompanied his consecutive victories. Then let us begin. Let me witness the extent of your learning. Flame flash. Noah charged towards Zephyr, the tip of his blade thrust forward, resembling a charging rhinoceros that scatters a multitude of foes. The first form of the secret sword, Rhinoceros Strike. With the superhuman control afforded by the return of life, he concentrated all his might into the very tip of the blade. This was the most formidable attack of pure physicality, renowned among the 7 forms of the secret sword for its unparalleled destructive capability against objects. Zephyr stood resolute, yet his gaze was laden with gravity, clearly sensing the immense power encapsulated within that single strike. With a sharp sound, armed Haki coiled and hardened around his left hand. Aided by the perception of observation Haki, he deftly seized the blade of the ink cloud. The piercing, grating sound of metal scraping echoed, as the long knife's speed diminished abruptly, halting just 3 inches from Zephyr's forehead. Visible wisps of white smoke billowed, the air around his fist slightly distorted, while the dark-armed Haki took on a faint crimson hue. Zephyr's complexion paled slightly as he exhaled, having expended considerable energy to block that blow. The skin gripping the blade was now lacerated. Indeed, the black arm that once commanded the seas had its armed Haki breached. Yet, in an instant, the damaged area was mended, the wound temporarily staunched by the powerful contraction of the muscles. Now, once again in a state of close quarters, how would you respond? Thunderous waves of ninefold echo. The response to Zephyr came in the form of a shockwave emanating from the blade, coursing through his arm and into his body. The force was not overwhelming, yet sufficient to induce a tumultuous sensation within his organs, causing his blood to churn uncomfortably. Zephyr wisely released his grip. In the split second he let go, his palm lingered momentarily above the back of the blade. Haki impact. At such a close range, the scope of the long knife swing was limited, the force inadequate. How would one confront a master of close combat? As Zephyr pondered this, he stepped forward, the ink cloud descending to the lower right under the shockwave's force, slicing through the space where his right arm had long since vanished. Before he could strike, Noah could not possibly retract his blade in time to defend or unleash an attack potent enough to harm him at such a minuscule distance. You have reached your end. Noah, surrender. Until he locked eyes with Noah, Zephyr maintained this thought. Why would he smile when in the very next moment, a fist capable of shattering mountains was poised to collide with his face? Noah's tranquil gaze and the subtle smile at the corners of his mouth instilled a profound sense of unease in Zephyr. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that very moment. Zephyr's fist hovered less than 30 centimeters from Noah's face. Noah's blade slashed diagonally toward Zephyr's side. Why such tranquility? Zephyr, perplexed, felt no lessening in the speed of his fist. Before absolute power, any trickery is merely self-degradation. This has always been the tenet he adhered to. How shall you respond, Noah? The sword blazed, an overwhelming inferno erupting fiercely, the blade halting instantly under the fiery backlash. Cracking the armor. The pitch-black gleam of the sword flashed fleetingly, carving a crimson arc through the air. The second technique of the secret sword, cracking the armor, propelled by the surge of the inferno, transitioned from stillness to a peak velocity, so swift it defied reaction. Clutching his blood-soaked right side, Zephyr staggered back several paces, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Is the principle of this technique the inch force? How could Master Zephyr possibly know? Noah halted his relentless advance, a hint of surprise evident in his voice. The immense force unleashed at such a close range is known as inch power. In years past, during a confrontation with the Sambao Navy of the Flower Kingdom, he had witnessed the formidable might of inch power. Although your sword technique may not resemble their inch power strikes, it ultimately converges in essence, embodying the same principle. As he spoke, the wound on Zephyr's side gradually ceased to bleed, staunched by the powerful contraction of the surrounding muscles. However, should the pressure be released, or any sudden movement occur, the wound would likely reopen and bleed anew. The teacher's words ring true. This is indeed the inch power manifested through swordplay. By harnessing the ligaments of the lower body and the twisting force of the waist to execute a strike at point-blank range, one achieves the rending armor. Given your injury, might this assessment be considered a pass for me? Noah lowered the ink-black clouds, his voice laced with concern. Have you revealed all your surprises to me? Zephyr retorted. No. There are still a few left, but your health. Enough. Continue. Zephyr interrupted, insisting that a teacher who does not allow their students to fully display their skills is not a good teacher. In my youth, injuries like this would have been treated by tearing my cloak into strips for bandages. I never retreated due to wounds. Alas, I am old now. Zephyr stared blankly at the wrinkles on his remaining left hand, the ashen hue of his skin betraying the vitality of his youth. What am I thinking? He shook his head, banishing the melancholic thoughts from his mind, his countenance once again radiating authority and solemnity. How many years have passed? My heart, once cold, feels a flicker of warmth again. Do not disappoint me, Noah. Let us engage in a thrilling duel. The aged hero laughed heartily, his laughter echoing with a long-lost exhilaration. Of course, as my master commands, I shall not dare defy. Inspired by Zephyr's grandeur, Noah suppressed his inner excitement and spoke solemnly. He lowered his stance, readying the ink-black blade, flames of crimson and violet swirling around its edge. Sword fire. Tempest of the skies. An endless torrent of minute sword energy surged forth, amplified by the flames, creating a magnificent display that enveloped the heavens. The flames cast a purplish-red glow upon the horizon. With a gentle flourish, Noah wielded the blade like a conductor's baton, directing the onslaught of sword energies. This was reminiscent of the rudimentary demonstration by Gongshiro, where sword energy was infused with the wielder's will. Indeed, a delightful surprise, Noah. You have taken a pivotal step on the path of the swordsman. The tempest of sword energy swirled around Zephyr, confining him in a space devoid of escape. From a distance, it resembled a colossal tornado, fearsome and imposing. Yet, standing in the eye of the storm, Zephyr remained unshaken, his expression unchanged. What are you attempting to exaggerate? These sword energies are superficial and lack substance. Do you think I would be intimidated into submission by their sheer volume? With a powerful stomp, the earth trembled, an invisible wave of dominance radiating outward, obliterating the surrounding sword energy vortex. However, the momentary gap was quickly filled by the lingering sword energies, leaving Zephyr no opportunity to flee. Gradually, the sword energy vortex constricted, almost clinging to Zephyr's form, leaving only the space above unencumbered. Interesting. I see now. You intend to force me into the skies, do you? Zephyr chuckled, leaping into the air. Very well. Let it be as you wish. Unleash. Fearless within the sword energy vortex, Zephyr bellowed with bravado, the overwhelming shockwave of his aura shattering the towering tornado. Steel fist of the void. His ebony fist struck out, and although they were separated by great distance, Noah felt as if the very sky were collapsing, threatening to reduce him to dust. There was no evading this blow. It seemed to cover half the training ground. Sword fire. Thunderstorm barrier. Even if the heavens truly fell, today he would stand firm against it. An invisible barrier, intertwined with countless emerald serpents of lightning, enveloped Noah, resisting the force of the descending fist. On the top floor of the naval headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office stood at the pinnacle of Marineford, allowing him a view over every corner of the naval base through the window. What a commotion this has caused. It seems that young Noah possesses some genuine talent. He mused, leaning against the window while savoring a fragrant flower tea and munching on crisp rice cakes. In the distance, the imposing tornado was strikingly visible, its purplish-red flames truly alarming. With his mastery of observation hockey, he could sense who was present within that vortex. Thankfully, he had forewarned the on-duty officers. Otherwise, this spectacle would have surely triggered an alarm. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. When Zephyr approached him earlier to discuss this matter, he had been somewhat dismissive. A newcomer who had only joined the elite camp 2 months prior, facing a former admiral with years of battlefield experience. Surely, it would be a one-sided affair, unworthy of such serious notification. Now, it appeared that this caution was indeed warranted, had he not forewarned them. The sight of such a scene would likely induce panic among the timid, inciting chaos. The officers on duty would not stand idly by. They would inevitably assemble their forces to investigate, disturbing the duel. Oh, even his trump card has been unleashed. Zephyr, are you courting death? Upon witnessing the earth-shattering might of that punch, Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure. He cursed inwardly and leaped through the window, taking to the air with swift footfalls towards the training ground. To harm 1,000 while injuring oneself 800, how could you act so foolishly, Zephyr? Visible shockwaves, laden with thick dust, expanded outward, imprinting a terrifyingly profound mark upon the once smooth training ground, the outline of the fist and fingers vividly apparent. It was as if a colossal titan had struck the earth. In the center of the deep crater left by the fist, a tattered figure knelt. Blood dripped from his hair, pooling beneath him to form a shallow crimson lake. The long, obsidian blade was embedded in the granite ground, and the fingers gripping the hilt were pale and bloodless, revealing the strain of prolonged exertion. With a long exhale, the seemingly lifeless figure finally stirred with renewed vitality. A brilliant explosion of golden flames erupted, surging with incredible life force from within. The once downtrodden figure lifted his head, gazing up at the towering elder observing him from above. I have revealed my true skill. What about you? The elder's eyes conveyed this sentiment. Clang. Noah rose unsteadily, as the inked clouds sprang up neatly from the ground. I shall not be courteous any longer, Teacher Zephyr. The youth's gaze bore no semblance of surrender. The recently unleashed sword fire, wind thunder barrier was indeed a monumental achievement. Without the protection of the wind thunder barrier, that punch would have embedded him into the ground, rendering him incapable of rising again, though it would not have been fatal. The flames of the sunny fire gradually subsided, and Noah's somewhat pale complexion returned to normal. Aside from the congealed blood and tattered garments that rendered him somewhat disheveled, his condition had returned to its peak. However, he had only half an hour. Once that time elapsed, he would succumb to a state of greater weakness. In combat, time would only diminish further. The sunny fire was not without its price. The black blade arced around Noah's head, entwined in threads of wind power. Its tip ultimately directed towards the coldly observing Zephyr. Wind, arise. The tornado appeared abruptly, howling as it swept towards Zephyr in the air. This was not a mere illusion of weak sword energy generated by the proliferation of the cloud's flames. It was a genuine meat grinder, infused with unparalleled wind blades. In 300 sword duels, Zoro's troublesome essence had been siphoned by Noah. During his battle with Zero, the massive black rope tornado had imparted invaluable experience to him. The wind sword technique, after accumulating wind power through the steel slash, would generate a whirlwind that could sweep away all. Various sword principles melded into one, forming the sword fire, 300 sword chi of wind sorrow. The crimson flames of the tempest saturated the entire wind column, resembling bloodstains. The pure tempestuous flames bore no enhancements from the thunderfire that could amplify their hardness. Now this is intriguing. Zephyr chuckled heartily, striking forth as his meticulously refined armed color showed no fear of the tempest's corrosive disintegration, defiantly shattering several sharp, sword energies akin to fine blades. With a swift pivot, he unleashed another punch, obliterating a substantial area of sword energy. Yet, the domineering aura of his fist was ultimately sheared away by the flames. The edges of his clothing were gradually devoured and vanished amidst the dense whirlwind of blades, revealing a muscular physique marred by scars. Who could have imagined that Zephyr, with such explosive power in his muscles, was nearly 70 years old? The profound observation of the armed color and the pinnacle of the Six Styles moonwalk allowed Zephyr to navigate the air as if on solid ground. Even within the terrifying meat grinder of the tornado, shielding himself from harm. Had he not lost an arm and found himself lacking in strength, he would have long since shattered all sword energies and broken free from the tornado's grasp. The sword energy abruptly grew denser, catching Zephyr slightly off guard, compelling him to divert more focus to protect his garments. This little rascal truly had no sense of decency. Why must he employ the disintegrating tempestuous flames of all choices? Persistently targeting his lower half, clearly intent on embarrassing him? Zephyr felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, his face reddening as he cursed Noah, swatting away a sword energy that sought to disintegrate his trousers. Suddenly lowering his gaze, he narrowly dodged an evil sword energy that coveted his luxurious hair. The expression on his face twisted further, his teeth grinding audibly. No, He was doing this on purpose. Zephyr jolted awake, his observation color immediately expanding as he searched for Noah's figure. Knowing Noah as he did, he could ascertain that the young man would not engage in such trivial antics merely for his humiliation, that little fox was above such childishness. In an instant, the wall of the tornado burst open, and Noah appeared behind Zephyr, wielding a sword energy ablaze with crimson flames beneath his feet. While Zephyr was preoccupied with shattering the sword energies, Noah had stealthily merged into the tornado, riding a spiraling sword energy upward. The surging crimson flames perfectly concealed his presence. Maneuvering the sword energy was akin to surfing upon the sea. It was only at that moment that Zephyr sensed Noah's approach, however. He barely had time to turn his head and glimpse the youth's visage. Furious gale slash. 1, 10, 100. In an instant. It seemed as though countless Noahs were darting in every direction, the dark blades forming a rain-like curtain, severing, tearing, and shredding. Lightning strikes, fierce blows, and steel slashes could all be found within. This was the supreme sword technique that encompassed the essence of Noah's swordsmanship. It was the grand surprise he had prepared for Zephyr. Free yet unconfined, chaotic yet orderly, this was the wind, and it was he. In this moment, he seemed to transform into the spirit of the wind, commanding the furious gales of heaven and earth, where the wind became an ally rather than an obstruction. As the wind dissipated, Zephyr, drenched in blood, sighed deeply, his posture erect, standing proudly. Perhaps this was his final act of defiance. Even at his last gasp, he refused to fall before his student. Why must you put yourself through this? Sengoku had appeared behind Zephyr, steadying him. Clearly, he had been observing the battle for some time, remaining silent until now. You do not understand. As a teacher, if one cannot withstand the surprises their students prepare, can they truly be considered a competent teacher? Zephyr shook his head slightly, lamenting. Noah, there is nothing more I can impart to you. The rest you must discover on your own. Remember, do not let the defeat of an old man inflate your pride. This sea is deeper than you can imagine. He coughed violently several times, releasing his hand from his mouth to find it stained with blood. You truly are reckless, even for the sake of educating your students. You mustn't let your body deteriorate, Sengoku chided. You are no longer the young man you once were. Using a trump card could cost you dearly. Indeed. I have grown old, Zephyr replied with a relieved smile, gazing at Noah. Yet they are still in their prime. I have dedicated my life to nurturing them. It has all been worth it. Hey, Sabaody, good morning. Noah, full of vitality, strode into the spacious training room, greeting Grove Sabal, who had been waiting inside for some time. Oh, it's you, Noah. Good morning. What on earth are you doing here? Sabal, seemingly troubled and lost in thought, lifted his head upon hearing the voice, instinctively responding, only to abruptly awaken midway through his sentence, unable to restrain an expletive. What is so surprising about my presence here? Noah spread his hands, wearing an expression of bewilderment at Sabal's astonishment. Instructor Zephyr, have you resolutely decided against my departure? Sabal murmured, completely disregarding Noah, who had been posing for quite some time. Hey, what is this attitude? Back when you reveled in the warmth of the sun's flames. Your words were so endearing. Now that it is time for me to leave, you won't even respond? Noah, with a tone laced with sarcasm, lamented the harshness of the world and the fading integrity of humanity. During the month of his training, in a well-meaning yet forceful attempt to hone his skills, he generously utilized the flame of clarity to alleviate the fatigue of a select few. He found himself engaged in intense rivalry with these arrogant prodigies, becoming quite familiar with the top-ranked Grove Sabal. Oh, spare me. Can you not see the gravity of the situation? Sabal sighed, enveloped by an aura of misfortune and adversity. Instructor Zephyr has decreed that I must pass this assessment to be released from the Navy. You chose this precise moment to appear, clearly intending to obstruct my path. Must it not be considered that I wish to utilize this training room for my own practice? Noah shifted his body and said, Stop pretending. Do I still not know you? Sabal scoffed, expressing complete disbelief in his words. Well, you guessed correctly, Noah shrugged, unfazed by being exposed. Teacher Zephyr asked me to assess your abilities. Of course, I will go easy on you. Sabal sighed in relief, yet felt a pang of humiliation. After all, he was the top elite in the camp, yet he needed to rely on a newcomer who had only been in the camp for 2 months to let him win. Just thinking about it filled him with anger. Let us get started quickly. I'm in a great hurry and can't afford to waste even a second. He assumed a fighting stance and declared, who knows what irreversible events might occur in the merchant group during this assessment. He dreaded the thought of returning to the merchant group and uttering the regrettable phrase, I arrived too late. Fine. I'll only use 50% of my strength and 1 to use a weapon. Defeat me or survive under my hands for 30 minutes. It's as simple as that. Upon hearing this, Noah dropped his frivolity and straightforwardly stated the assessment criteria. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sabal's figure vanished, and Noah felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him, followed by a sudden explosion of sparks as his face took a heavy blow. You certainly have a thick skin, Noah. Sabal, like a wild beast, crouched on all fours, inspecting his elongated, sharp nails, which had surprisingly sustained some scratches. With a claw strike like that, I could tear through steel, yet I couldn't penetrate your skin. Who's got the thick skin here? This is clearly a masterful combination of observation hockey and armament hockey, precisely executed. You're just looking for trouble, aren't you? Perhaps this fellow has long been envious of my stunning appearance. Otherwise, why would he aim to mar my face right from the start? With this thought, Noah's gaze turned dangerous, fixating on Sabal's body as if contemplating where to inflict a wound. Sabal, unnerved by that piercing stare, vanished in an instant. His attack, a unique style, defied conventional human movement. He employed a simultaneous left foot and right fist to accelerate, moving like a beast. The effect was remarkably effective. Even with Noah's 50% vision and observation hockey, he could barely catch a glimpse of Sabal's trajectory. Behind you, the alarm bells of observation hockey rang loudly, and Noah swung a punch backward, only to have his wrist seized by 5 sharp teeth. Rhinoceros horn. The true killing move followed closely. The middle finger of his clenched fist protruded slightly like a hard rhinoceros horn, and the rushing punch, enveloped in armament hockey, surged forward like a frenzied black rhinoceros, unstoppable. Have you ever heard a hammer striking steel? It was not just the deafening sound. The overwhelming shockwave was what truly unsettled. A similarly dark fist enveloped the rampaging black rhinoceros. Even the mightiest of beasts would falter against a towering mountain. The impact rippled through Noah's arm into his upper body, cascading like water colliding within a confined vessel, intentionally controlled as it gathered in his right leg. Then, bang! Sabal was sent flying, nearly airborne, crashing against the distant wall with a sound that resembled a painting being slapped onto it. Dazed and clutching his abdomen, he struggled to stand, the shadow of Noah blurring before his eyes. A large shoe print marred his abdomen, bruised and bleeding, a horrifying sight. Let us be clear. While I may not wield weapons, I can certainly apply some sword techniques to my martial arts. Take this roundabout strike. The force you exert will circulate through my body like a drawn circle, ultimately return to you under my control. After a lengthy explanation, Noah fell silent as he noticed Sabal regaining his composure, gratitude evident in his eyes. If you don't recover soon, there will be nothing more to say. To allow him such leeway was a testament to Noah's kindness. Sabal understood that Noah refrained from pursuing further attacks to give him a chance to recover. Here it comes. Wind leg, elephant stomp. Sabal reappeared above Noah, unleashing a flurry of powerful stomps that crashed down like a torrential rain, each step creating a near-circular vacuum ball that thundered down. In a flash, a black fist shattered the vacuum balls. Fingers outstretched to seize Sabal's ankle before he could retract it. Bang, bang, bang. Sabal felt like a frail strand of seaweed, tossed violently as Noah gripped him tightly, shaking him back and forth. If you think you can step on the protagonist's head, think again. With a swift motion, Noah hurled the dazed Sabal aside and executed another wind leg, just as Sabal, in a daze, was about to be cleaved in half by a vacuum slash. Noah cast a glance towards the entrance. Let us see if you can maintain your composure. After all this commotion, it's time for you to show up. Did you notice me? A figure suddenly appeared mid-air, executing a wind leg to counter the incoming vacuum slash, landing gracefully while cradling Sabal's body. Hey, wake up! With 2 sharp slaps, Sabal shook his head, gradually regaining clarity, the shadow before him resolving into the face of his rescuer. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, wide-eyed, shoving the newcomer away and staggering to find his footing. Get back, he warned. If Instructor Zephyr sees you. Hey, I just saved your life. Is this how you treat your savior? Enough, Ajay. I appreciate your intentions, but this is my battle alone. You have your own mission. Do not forget our father's expectations. Sabal attempted to push Ajay out of the training room, only to realize he lacked the strength to budge him. I'm not here to help you. Don't flatter yourself. Ajay scoffed, brushing Sabal's hand away, turning his face aside. I just couldn't bear to see you embarrass yourself in front of everyone. Just shut up. With that, Ajay covered Sabal's mouth with his hand. Ugh, disgusting. Noah, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself, cringing at the scene unfolding before him. You're not some cute girl. Why the need to act all tsundere? These 2 brothers, exuding an unmistakable aura of flamboyance, are hardly the epitome of propriety. Charles J. Yuji possesses a visage that ranks second only to Noah within the elite camp, though he himself would vehemently deny it. From a tender age, he has been immersed in a prestigious education, courtesy of the thriving Golden Sea Route Trading Company. His demeanor is typically that of a noble, adorned with a meticulously crafted smile for all. Yet, before Sabal, Yuji reveals his true, somewhat petulant nature. He regards Sabal as a lifelong benchmark to strive towards, yet has scarcely acknowledged him as his brother. Despite their shared upbringing, they lack the bond of blood. For someone as fiercely competitive as G, having an elder brother overshadowing him is far from a source of joy. Alas, the once cherished brotherly bond has been tarnished by your lack of openness. Noah let out a sigh, fully aware of the subtle manipulations that age had engaged in behind the scenes. The gesture of covering his mouth was undeniably abrupt, and coupled with Sabal's evident swallowing motion, even a fool could discern the underlying intrigue. I shall grant you 10 minutes. Thereafter, both of you shall face me. I have long wished to experience the true power of the fur fruit. As long as I am entertained in this duel, your passage shall be assured. The two brothers finally reached a consensus, nodding in agreement. Ding. The first phase of the series Quest the Golden Sea Route. Choice has commenced. The task content and rewards have been adjusted. Choice. Will you allow Sabal to depart from the Navy, or will you retain him? The fate of the Golden Sea Trading Company may hinge upon your decision. Task requirements. 1. Ensure that Sabal and Age successfully collaborate to meet the minimum assessment criteria set by Zephyr. 2. Defeat the combined efforts of Sabal and Age. Task rewards. 1. 1,000 exchange points, unlocking the second phase of the series Quest the Golden Sea Route 2. 1,500 exchange points, entitling you to a standard lottery draw. The rewards have seen a slight enhancement, which is not without merit. Noah nodded slightly, closing the task interface. This was a mission he had initiated upon receiving a notification from Zephyr early that morning, marking his first encounter with a series of tasks. In the long run, it was only natural to opt for Task 1 to reap greater benefits. The 10 minutes had elapsed, and Sabal's breath had stabilized. Thanks to Noah's deliberate restraint and the medicinal aid provided by Age, his injuries had significantly improved, restoring approximately 70% of his strength. This was indeed remarkable. To recover to such an extent in merely 10 minutes, the medicine Sabal had consumed was certainly not of ordinary quality. Shall we begin? Do you remember how we used to do it? Sabal inquired, casting a glance at Age, who grunted in response and nodded. Shadow leopard. Furred night demon leopard. Age tore open his shirt, his body erupting with fur, dark and lustrous, enveloping him entirely. As Sabal launched his attack, Age completed his transformation into a sleek black panther. Swiftly following Sabal, with a delayed strike, Age bared his fangs, aiming for Noah's neck. Just as Noah prepared to retaliate with a punch, a chilling sensation coursed through his right ankle. Sabal was already upon him, delivering a fierce claw strike. Iron block, armament hockey, with no time to evade. Noah could merely shield himself with his defensive stance, bracing against the combined assault of the two. However, to his surprise, they merely feigned an attack. Fully aware of the formidable defense yielded by the combination of armament hockey and iron block, they opted not to engage directly but instead struck from opposite directions, shattering Noah's balance and sending him soaring into the air. Storm footstomp. Furred red-spotted elephant. Age, suspended in midair, expanded in size, transforming into a colossal red elephant adorned with spots, trumpeting loudly as it brought its massive foot crashing down. Beneath Noah, Sabal lay sprawled on the ground, his legs repeatedly striking out as he unleashed a series of vacuum-like kicks. Even with only half of his strength, Noah found it increasingly challenging to endure the relentless assault. Fortunately, in the moments before Gabra's demise, some valuable techniques had been extracted, including the iron block fist, which accelerated blood flow, allowing movement even in a state of rigidity. Previously, he could barely execute this technique, but after transcending to a new stage of life, he was now able to perform it with relative fluidity. With a swift motion, Noah evaded the encirclement of his opponents using the moon step. Once he had established his position, he charged forward, his fists creating a flurry of shadowy strikes that loomed over the still-prone Sabal. You shall not pass. Stubborn bunny, a hefty black rabbit, puffed up with bravado, stood defiantly in front of Sabal, its short paws waving ominously while its crimson eyes glimmered with an uncharacteristic ferocity. Thud, thud. Noah's fists collided with the rabbit's plush, fur-covered body, yielding an odd sensation akin to striking a mound of cotton, soft and yielding, yet not entirely devoid of resistance. The rabbit's face quickly contorted in pain, a testament to the damage inflicted. In that fleeting moment as Noah retracted his fists, the obstinate rabbit, Ajay, let out a squeak and forcefully swung its paws forward. What was that? In the grip of the rabbit's paws were none other than Sabao's legs. The beast fist technique, diamond hammer. Harnessing the momentum of the swing and the advantageous angle from above, Sabao unleashed his mightiest blow. The combined force of his fists came crashing down like a giant ape striking the earth, catching Noah entirely off guard and leaving him no time to evade. On the Crescent Moon dock, Noah waved farewell to Sabao as he boarded the returning battleship, turning to Ajay and remarking, "Your brother has departed. And you have nothing to say?" "Humph. I refuse to acknowledge him as my brother," Ajay huffed, crossing its arms with a petulant expression. "Enough now, he has left. You needn't keep staring. And remember, 3 days in the little black room, with training doubled within a month." Noah kindly offered a reminder, patting his shoulder before turning away, completely ignoring the sorrowful expression on Ajay's face. 2 hours prior, during an exhilarating duel, Noah had to concede Sabao's qualifications after experiencing the remarkable synergy of their combined techniques. However, before Ajay could revel in his elation, he encountered the grim-faced Zephyr at the door, citing the disruption caused by Ajay's unauthorized departure from the training grounds. Zephyr imposed a punishment of 3 days in solitary confinement and a month of doubled training intensity. Indeed, joy often turns to sorrow. In truth, Ajay's encounter with Zephyr was partly his own doing. Had it not been for his fiery spirit, Zephyr would likely have spent several days recuperating in the hospital, rather than appearing the very next day, invigorated and ready for training. As Noah sauntered back to his dormitory, he collapsed onto his bed as if all his bones had been extracted, languidly sinking into its comfort and utterly reluctant to move. Today, Zephyr had shown unexpected mercy, granting him a day off to alleviate the pressures of prolonged seclusion, which also served as a reward for his exceptional performance. System, display the task interface. I wish to review the task rewards. With no desire to move or speak, Noah communicated directly with the system in his mind. Task, Master-Disciple Duel, Black Arm Zephyr. Completed. Task requirements. 1. Defeat or draw with Zephyr to earn his acknowledgement. 2. Lose to Zephyr but gain recognition for outstanding performance. 3. Perform inadequately and fail to gain Zephyr's acknowledgement. Task rewards. 1. In the event of a draw with Zephyr, receive 10,000 exchange points, 2 ordinary lottery draws, a 20 discount card, and a triple intensity training card. 2. If victorious over Zephyr, receive 150,000 exchange points, 1 ordinary lottery draw, 1 advanced lottery draw, a 40 discount card, and a character-specific treasure chest. 3. If defeated by Zephyr, points awarded depend on Zephyr's satisfaction, ranging from 20,000 to 50,000 exchange points. 4. If no acknowledgement is received, points deducted will depend on Zephyr's disappointment, ranging from 20,000 to 50,000 exchange points. Ding. Master-Disciple Duel, Black Arm Zephyr, and the series of tasks Golden Sea Route. First ring, selection, rewards have been dispensed. Upon reviewing, Noah found that the total of exchange points, including the rewards from both tasks and those already possessed, amounted to a staggering 31,200 points. Never had Noah encountered such a fortune, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What to do with such a sum? Who would restrain him from indulging? 1 ordinary lottery draw, 2 advanced lottery draws, a 40 discount card, a specified reward card, and a character-specific treasure chest? What could all of this possibly entail? Noah sat up, and with a mere thought, a delicate treasure chest, visible only to him, descended onto his crossed knees. The chest, roughly the size of a watermelon, shimmered with a dazzling golden glow, resembling the treasure chests commonly found in Western adventure films. Its surface was adorned with a relief that, upon closer inspection, depicted Zephyr. With a soft click, Noah, breathing slightly hurriedly, slowly opened the chest. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, bathing the entire room in a swirling tapestry of vibrant colors. Ding. You have opened the character treasure chest, Zephyr, Gold, and received the Zephyr Legacy card. Gazing at the ethereal card suspended in midair, bearing the image of the one-armed elder, Noah found himself momentarily breathless. The formidable prowess that had earned him the notorious title of the Black Arm, akin to the cataclysmic steel fist of the Sky King, coupled with years of battle-hardened experience and profound understanding of the 6 styles gained through years of instructing the Navy, all resided within this single card, waiting for him to uncover its potential. System, you have truly bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. As he integrated the card into his being, Noah refrained from hastily experimenting with its capabilities. Instead, he closed his eyes. In his mind, he began reconstructing the recently concluded assessment. After every battle, he would carve out time to mentally simulate the combat process, identifying gaps and exploring alternative strategies for improvement. This practice was the cornerstone of his relentless progress, allowing him to elevate his strength with each encounter. Though Sabal alone was no match for him, his martial arts were not without merit. The unique posture of his shave, shadow leopard, reminiscent of a leaping cheetah, lingered vividly in Noah's memory. What astonished him most was Sabal's gaze. To underestimate him as a mindless beast would spell disaster. His eyes sparkled with the flicker of rational humanity, concealing a meticulous and composed core beneath his seemingly ferocious onslaught. As for age, Noah could not help but marvel at the inherent advantages of the fluff fruit. Despite being mentally prepared for the irrational abilities of various devil fruits in the pirate world, having encountered the flower fruit, which bore little relation to flowers, and the meatball fruit that could dispel fatigue, Noah was once again confronted with the absurdity of devil fruit powers. Initially, upon hearing of the fluff fruit, he had thought it merely allowed for the manipulation of hair growth, akin to the ghost spider's multi-sword style, or the formation of dense hair for defense. Yet reality proved his imagination insufficient. It was only after becoming acquainted with age and Sabal that Noah truly recognized the fluff fruit's potential. On several perilous islands of the Grand Line, monstrous creatures of astounding power resided, one notable example being the island of Ruskana, known for its 48 seasons. Even Luffy, who had vanquished Crocodile and Enel, was utterly defeated by the island's ferocious beasts, illustrating their formidable strength. Age transformations into the stubborn rabbit and the red-spotted elephant were intrinsically linked to Ruskana. The beast first served as the source of his transformations. The Golden Sea Route Trading Company expended vast resources to hire numerous skilled individuals to collect the fearsome beast's fur from Ruskana, yet only a handful returned alive, and the variety of fur obtained was limited. Nevertheless, Age, with his remarkably defensive stubborn rabbit, the agile yet powerful red-spotted elephant, and the unparalleled fighting prowess of Caesar the giant ape, surged to second place in the rookie camp, surpassed only by the slightly older Sabal. Age's shortcomings lay not in the types of animals he could transform into, but rather in his failure to fully exploit each creature's potential. His transformations merely mimicked their forms. Sabal, on the other hand, had achieved true resemblance. However, their combined attack compensated for their individual flaws, merging form and spirit, resulting in an explosive increase in power. After re-simulating the encounters multiple times, Noah finally triumphed over their combined assault with a slight injury and exhaled deeply, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples before drifting into a deep slumber. After 2 consecutive battles and an extended period of intense focus, he could no longer endure the strain. "Will the person you mentioned arrive tonight?" A slender, stern-faced youth leaned against the wall, meticulously polishing a gleaming long sword with a white cloth. 2 sheathed swords hung at his waist. Undoubtedly, he was a dual-wielding swordsman. "Of course, the boss has never let us down," replied Lien, whose physique had grown increasingly robust, his voice deep and resonant. "Ah, I too am eager to witness the man whom you regard as your boss." A beautiful and alluring woman spoke softly, her delicate fingers inadvertently brushing her crimson lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. The dual-wielding youth remained unmoved, his gaze focused inward. Lien cast a glance at the woman's face, nodding slightly, but his eyes quickly shifted downwards, revealing a subtly disinterested expression as he discreetly turned his head toward the doorway, feigning anxiousness for the arrival. Though he could overpower her physically, he feared the repercussions beyond mere strength, concerned about her potential revenge in more cerebral realms. After all, she was a prodigy whose intellect eclipsed that of the rookie camp, far beyond the comprehension of muscle-bound brutes like them. Dressed so elegantly today, adorned with makeup, she likely intended to employ her charms to captivate the boss. Yet she was destined for disappointment, for their boss was. "Ah, long time no see, Lien." Noah arrived fashionably late, pushing open the door to Karp's exclusive training room and greeting Lien, whom she had not seen for a month. "Boss," Lien exclaimed, excitedly setting aside his work and bowing his head in response. Noah surveyed the surroundings and noticed 2 unfamiliar faces. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the beautiful woman among them. "You must be Gale Badra," as Lien mentioned. The slender youth straightened up, resting his hands on the hilt of his sword, and replied earnestly, "This is Talia. You may refer to her by her nickname, Tata." Clearing his throat, he added, "Well, If you don't find it nauseating, I certainly do. Noah shuddered, utterly unable to endure Talia's sickeningly sweet tone. Her performance was excessively contrived. I won't be fooled. And I shan't waste any more breath on you. What is the purpose of summoning us here today? Talia ceased her pretenses of innocence, likely unable to tolerate them herself, and revealed her true nature. This was, of course, due to her recognition that there was not a trace of infatuation in Noah's gaze. Otherwise, she would have surely resorted to some coy remarks to distract him. The reason for gathering you all here is simply to make friends. I have heard from Leon about the two of you. One is a formidable dual-wielding swordsman, and the other, a rare intellectual talent. I wish to befriend you. Befriend? I suspect you actually want us to follow you and call you boss, don't you? Talia scoffed. I have indeed conducted my research on you. Isaac D. Noah, son of the late Rear Admiral Isaac D. Reno, who secured a direct advancement to the elite camp through the naval entrance exams, defeating the Baboon King in the elite camp graduation assessment. Recently, he has triumphed over the newly promoted Vice Admiral Slayer of Sharks Bastiu and the seasoned Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Have I stated anything incorrect? Leon stood behind Noah, puffing out his chest with a proud expression, beaming with honor at his leader's prowess. There is no shame in following someone so impressive. Even the typically expressionless Badra exhibited surprise, unconsciously drawing his blade slightly. What you have stated is mostly accurate, though lacking in detail. Noah nodded, acknowledging Talia's words. Just yesterday, I engaged in a duel with Teacher Zephyr, a contest between master and disciple. I emerged victorious. Casually uttering words that seemed momentous in the eyes of the trio, I continued, what a joke. How could the former Admiral Zephyr, the infamous Black Arm Zephyr, possibly? Talia appeared somewhat flustered, for Noah's declaration clearly surpassed her expectations, and a hint of trepidation blossomed within her. Boss, has the Vice Admiral become insufficient for you? Leon murmured. Upon hearing this, Badra silently sheathed his unsheathed sword, his hands instinctively falling to his sides, as his battle spirit swiftly dissipated. What a ridiculous notion. Who would dare challenge such a monster? There was no doubt, this was the truth, and I had no need to deceive you. With a triumphant smile, Noah expressed his aspirations to rise further within the Navy, emphasizing that such ambitions necessitated the support and assistance of comrades. In the coming months, I shall return here every evening. If you have any questions regarding your training or wish to challenge me, I shall not withhold my knowledge. Well then, will you stay or leave? Of course, I will stay. I am resolute. After a brief moment of surprise, the two shouted in unison, their eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. In contrast, Leon wore a bittersweet smile, casting a sympathetic glance towards the duo. Seeking guidance from the boss was no trivial task. The hardships involved could only be truly understood by those who had endured them. Having struggled under Noah's tutelage for some time, Leon deeply resonated with this sentiment. Yet he felt no regret. In fact, he felt fortunate to have encountered him early on. The pain endured was worth it, far more than the steady enhancement of one's strength. However, as the adage goes, seeing is believing. If one aspired to be a leader, it was only fitting to showcase one's prowess. Talia licked her lips and proposed, why not test our mettle? Initially reluctant to engage, Badra could no longer suppress his inner desire to compare swordsmanship with a master. His hands trembled slightly as he drew his dual blades, not out of fear, but exhilaration. You three may come at me all at once. It will be an excellent opportunity to gauge how much you, Leon, have progressed over the past month. Noah stood there nonchalantly, beckoning the three with a casual gesture. To the trio, Noah appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, yet as they approached to strike, they hesitated, feeling as though they confronted a porcupine bristling with quills, unsure of how to proceed. Why did it feel as though any attempt to engage would lead to their demise? Badra swallowed hard, wielding his twin blades in a series of futile flourishes, unable to find the opportune moment to attack. Leon, you take the hits up front as the shield, ensuring Badra can unleash his full power. I will provide the distraction. Talia conveyed her strategy through a glance. United in purpose, the trio finally overcame their trepidation and surged forward. Drill dragon hand, puff. The technique, held in high regard by Talia, was barely uttered before a sudden fist silenced her, sending her flying several meters away. Leon down, Talia drew forth two exquisite pistols, aiming at Noah, yet before she could pull the trigger, beads of cold sweat cascaded down her brow. The unfolding events exceeded her wildest imagination. She could hardly believe that Badra, who often prided himself on his prowess and bore an air of aloof superiority, was easily subdued, his blades caught between Noah's fingers, ultimately sent sprawling alongside Leon in a heap. Badra, down. What had happened to their tactical coordination? Why had they abandoned her? Her index finger rested on the trigger, paralyzed by an unspoken terror that engulfed her. This man was far more terrifying than that demon. A nauseating vision of that loathsome figure flickered in her mind. Submit to your fear. You cannot escape my grasp, it taunted. In a moment of desperation, Talia shut her eyes, biting down on her tongue in resolve, and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. You possess the audacity to strike under my pressure. I shall deem you competent. Noah released the hands blocking his path, and 2 deformed bullets slipped from his palm. I have gained a preliminary understanding of your abilities, and there are numerous issues to address. Allow me to point them out one by one. He first turned his attention to Leon, glancing at the robust young man, who seemed to be undergoing a second growth spurt. Noah shook his head. You place too much emphasis on muscle mass. While this may lead to a rapid increase in strength, it renders you exceedingly clumsy. You resemble a wild boar charging recklessly, devoid of the flexibility needed for adaptability. In contrast, he noted, Bardra excels in this regard. Turning to the dual-wielding Bardra, he pinched the young man's muscles, showcasing them for Lee and to observe. See, although Bardra is lean, his musculature is streamlined, providing him with formidable explosive power. Pure strength may not surpass yours, but in terms of speed and agility, he outstrips you by a significant margin. Do not take offense. I presume you still rank second in the rookie camp after these 2 months? As Leanne's face contorted with indignation, Noah struck a nerve, causing his expression to falter instantly. Despite his relentless training each night and the guidance of their leader, his strength had gradually improved, yet he still found himself bested by Bardra, remaining the second best in the rookie camp. However, Bardra, you too possess certain shortcomings. After addressing Leanne, Noah redirected his focus to the onlooking Bardra. Pursuing speed is not inherently misguided. Yet obsessively striving for the limits of speed without considering your capacity to endure is sheer folly. The 2 strikes I just received must have left your hands feeling quite sore, am I right? Bardra, upon hearing this, managed a wry smile as he raised his hands. His tiger's mouth was split, blood streaming forth, and his palms hung limp as if their bones had been extracted. I am aware of my flaws. My explosive power is formidable, yet my strength is insufficient. I can cleave through steel with my sharp blades, but when faced with something that cannot be severed, I end up in such a state. Indeed, the paths you both pursue align perfectly with each other's strengths, allowing for mutual growth and exchange. Noah casually flicked a streak of sunny flame onto Badra's hand before turning to another individual. And you, Talia, though lacking in both strength and agility compared to the 2 of them, excel in your clear understanding and command of the battlefield, a skill I cannot impart to you extensively. However, I do possess some insights on how to enhance the power and range of your shots. Huh? Since when did you take up firearms, boss? Leon inquired, scratching his head in confusion. No, I have never used a gun. Noah uttered words that provoked Talia's ire. You cannot wield a firearm, yet you dare to boast? Although I have never handled a gun, I have gleaned some shooting secrets from conversations with my comrades in the elite battalion. When it comes to firearms powered by gunpowder, the methods to enhance their power and range lie in what? Pray, enlighten me. Talia, somewhat impatient, nearly tugged at Noah's collar to press for answers. Conqueror's Haki. A mere 2 words left Talia momentarily speechless. How does this differ from mere platitudes? Whether in martial arts or swordsmanship, a stronger Haki amplifies everything. Must you even state the obvious? Are you familiar with the specific steps to augment a firearm's capabilities through armament Haki? Do you comprehend the techniques of observation Haki that allow one to extend their senses and lock onto enemies from a distance? Noah inquired with a playful tone. I don't. Not quite familiar with it, Talia replied, her face flushed, her words somewhat indistinct. This pretty boy, with his striking features, must surely be a bachelor. She thought indignantly, how could he be so impolite to a girl? Could he possibly be gay? There was an undeniable sense that you were contemplating something rather inappropriate. Noah scrutinized her for a moment, and upon detecting no anomalies, he continued. Within the red-haired pirates, there exist 2 renowned sharpshooters. Are you aware of this? This is hardly a challenge for me. At long last, the scholarly Talia discovered a realm in which she could truly excel. Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, possesses remarkable intelligence and serves as the crew's strategist, wielding a flintlock pistol. Jesus Burgess, another sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, is reputed to never miss his mark, capable of striking an ant's antenna from a distance of 100 feet without inflicting harm upon the rest of its body. The exploits of these 2 figures are widely celebrated throughout the Grand Line, their prowess surpassing that of many rear admirals. This raises a pertinent question. How is it that a flintlock pistol, relying solely on gunpowder to propel projectiles, can elevate these individuals to such prominence within the ranks of the Yonko. Alternatively, one might ponder how a flintlock could possibly strike a master of observation hockey. And even if it were to connect, how could it penetrate the defenses afforded by armament hockey? Talia fell into deep contemplation, and suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Hockey. Indeed, it is hockey. Noah nodded. Without the mastery of physical techniques or swordsmanship, a sniper can still secure a place atop the vast ocean through sheer dominance. Some snipers expend great effort in developing high-intensity gunpowder, temporarily enhancing the internal structure of their firearms with the application of hockey, ultimately wrapping their bullets in hockey to amplify their power. Yet, this approach has devolved into mediocrity. True masters harness the moment of gunpowder ignition, augmenting it with hockey to propel the projectile. In fact, even in the absence of gunpowder, one can unleash formidable bullets solely through the application of hockey. Now I understand, Talia murmured, casting a complex glance at the delicate flintlock pistol in her hand. I have always regarded firearms merely as transitional tools, planning to pursue physical techniques or swordsmanship upon joining the Navy. Little did I realize that becoming a formidable force could be achieved with just these two guns. In truth, over the past 2 months, I have not made significant progress. My physical techniques have stagnated, and I possess little talent for swordsmanship. I contemplated simply joining Admiral Crane's ranks as a staff officer after graduation. Now, thank you for instilling hope in me, enabling me to persevere on this path. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she bowed deeply to Noah. Oh, no need for thanks. I too hope the Navy can produce another powerful sniper. It would be wonderful if, in the future, when you stand strong and independent, you still remember me. Next, let me share with you the application of observation hockey. You too should come closer. This knowledge is crucial for you as well. Yes, Captain. Bardra and Liam exchanged smiles and gathered around. At 2 in the morning, Noah and Liam finally departed from the training room, each returning to their dormitory. Today marked a promising start. The real test would be the potential of these individuals. I'm tired again. After dozing for most of the day and enduring a lengthy evening of intensive explanation, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. The following morning, he returned to the familiar underground training facility. Today's regimen consisted of 2 hours of power generation, 2 hours of sword training, followed by a healing session with the Flame of Clarity. The afternoon would be dedicated to developing the flames of storm, thunder, and sky. The same old routine. What's the matter? Do you find it too easy? As Noah finished his complaint and turned around, he encountered the impassive visage of Zephyr. No. How could this be? It was merely a fleeting expression. Noah waved his hands in a flurry, apprehensive that Zephyr might utter the words about doubling the training volume. Your training regimen, Zephyr remarked, will undergo subtle adjustments daily based on your performance. The specifics have already seen some modifications. Henceforth, each day's training tasks will differ. Enjoy it. With that, Zephyr brushed past, leaving behind a bemused Noah, who trudged towards the training grounds. Is that not Noah? You've emerged from your seclusion? Oh, Noah has returned. A few passing students approached with excitement, and one even dashed off to spread the delightful news. Are you truly that pleased to see me? Noah felt a flicker of emotion. It had been half a month since they last met, and he never anticipated their fondness for him to be so trivial. However, their subsequent remarks shattered all the warmth he had felt. Noah is back. We are in for a treat, they exclaimed. Indeed. Let us quickly inform everyone. If we delay, there will be no seats left. Wait, let us secure our spots first, and let them queue behind us. That makes sense, Noah. I shall be the first for today's pampering. Get lost. I was clearly here first. The group of students erupted into a dispute, nearly escalating into a brawl over who would be the first to indulge in the lavish treatment. Of course, it was merely for show, should a real fight ensue. The only outcome would be a stint in the confinement room, followed by a doubled training regimen. You bunch of rascals. I should have known better than to harbor any expectations of you. Return my moment of sentiment. Noah, with a scowl, disregarded them and swiftly made his way towards the great power generator. A fulfilling day commenced, beginning with the whirling of the hamster wheel. In the blink of an eye, for months had elapsed, Noah had worn out 2 hamster wheels, generating enough electricity to illuminate the underground training ground for a month. The development of various flames had gradually reached a bottleneck, lacking further opportunities for advancement. With the assistance of the talisman summoned by Mount Tai, his physical strength steadily improved. Though the progress was becoming increasingly marginal, far from the initial gains. The enhancement of both armament hockey and observation hockey was significant, nearing their limits. Yet recent days had seen little advancement. Therefore, do you intend to apply for the graduation assessment? Zephyr inquired, having heard Noah's request and rationale. His fingers lightly tapped the table in a rhythmic fashion, betraying his inner turmoil. To be frank, I do not wish to see you go. After receiving Noah's affirmative response, he let out a sigh. The sea is indeed perilous. Even in my prime, before my body had deteriorated, I lost an arm. Are you truly prepared? Absolutely. Remaining in the Navy would merely be a waste of time. The sea is where my true journey lies. Noah spoke in a deep voice. Logically speaking, your choice is indeed correct. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never grow into a towering tree. Only through the tempests and tribulations of the ocean can one truly gather sustenance. However, I hope you remember that failure is not a source of shame. The essence of turning the tide lies in survival. Do not foolishly aspire to challenge that which you cannot possibly contend with. Do you understand? Zephyr solemnly stated, his gaze piercing into Noah's eyes, as if he wished to etch this admonition into his very heart. Indeed, there is no need for further words. A simple affirmation will suffice. You have already surpassed the goals set for the ordinary elite camp students during the new student trial, so if you wish to graduate early, you must tread an alternative path. I suspect you have aimed for this route from the very beginning, have you not? Zephyr took a sip of hot tea and remarked, precisely. Defeating the Baboon King to graduate, based on performance, would yield at most the rank of a lieutenant colonel, carrying out missions aboard the ship, hunting pirates, and accumulating military achievements to potentially be awarded the rank of rear admiral. If I am to pursue this, I shall strive for excellence. I am determined to become the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. The massive naval vessel cleaved through the waves, passing through the towering gate of justice. Sailing towards the horizon, the swift currents propelled the warship forward, while the billowing winds caught the sails adorned with blue seagulls, serving as a force for advancement. The sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, with the sun casting a gentle warmth. It was a splendid day for setting sail. Noah leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the increasingly diminutive marine fort, lost in a reverie. He pondered how long it would be before teacher Zephyr's asthma would resurface. All he could do was use the flames of sunshine to alleviate his mentor's condition, unable to eradicate the illness entirely. Grandpa Karp had no need for concern, as he would remain lively and sprightly for another 3 to 4 years, reveling in life like a carefree child. Yet, it was a different story for Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akaina had yet to awaken, eternally ensnared in a slumber that allowed him to escape the harshness of reality. The other 2 admirals had returned, and that day, the entirety of Marineford reverberated with Sengoku's fury. Li Yin, Badra, and Talia finally applied for their promotion assessments within 6 months, all ascending to the elite camp. But their encounter was fleeting. Talia, what secrets do you conceal so deeply? Noah murmured to himself, reminiscing about the guidance he had received each night over the past 4 months. He had indeed gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Beyond a more profound understanding of the 6 forms in hockey, he had also acquired insights into the underground forces lurking within the vast ocean, courtesy of Talia. She could eloquently recount numerous clandestine events, her knowledge of the underworld remarkably clear. In the period leading up to Noah's impending voyage, Talia had generously imparted her wisdom. To possess such knowledge, one could hardly be considered an ordinary person. Yet, Talia never spoke of her origins, and Noah felt it inappropriate to pry into her personal matters. Additionally, there was this. Noah found himself in possession of a peculiar blue jade pendant, which resembled a miniature mask, exuding an air of antiquity that even an outsider like him could discern as an artifact of considerable historical significance. This pendant was a symbol of Kaido. The bearer was deemed a distinguished guest of the Golden Sea Route Trading Consortium, as age had indicated. Upon learning of Noah's intention to embark on a voyage to the South Sea, Age presented him with this jade pendant, unveiling the location of the consortium's headquarters in the Kingdom of Kaido. Thus commenced the second phase of the quest, the Golden Sea Route. What thoughts occupied his mind? Behind Noah, a tall figure approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with him against the ship's railing. Major Squirrel, have you come to enjoy the breeze as well? The eccentric, purple-haired squirrel nodded slightly, gazing quietly at the unchanging expanse of the ocean in the distance. For those embarking on their maiden voyage, excitement and exhilaration dominated their experience, and the ordinary seascape could captivate them for hours without weariness. However, for a seasoned major like Squirrel, who had spent years on various missions, the stability of solid ground offered a far greater sense of security. How much longer must we navigate this new world? Perhaps weary of the eternally undulating sea, Noah inquired. Have you sensed the relentless currents beneath us? Once they plunge from the surface into the depths, it will be time for us to alter our course away from the New World. With the aid of these currents, we could save at least half a month's journey. Despite the dangers that the New World may present, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Squirrel elaborated, leaving Noah in contemplation. Must we endure even a storm? Just a mere storm. Squirrel replied confidently. This is a new warship, a product of the Naval Science Department's ingenuity. We need not worry. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Let us return to the ship and discuss further once the storm is past. Noah stretched languidly, loosening his muscles before ambling back to the cabin. Wait. What do you mean? The flying squirrel inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. During my practice of extending the observation hockey to its utmost limit, I sensed an unusual disturbance ahead, albeit from a great distance. It seemed to coincide perfectly with our course. If my perception serves me right, that disturbance is a storm. As he spoke, the squirrel's face turned pale. Why didn't you mention this earlier? What if I was mistaken? That would constitute a false alarm, wouldn't it? Did you not also assert that this warship is impervious to the trials of storms? The squirrel was momentarily at a loss for words. Could I not indulge in a bit of bravado? Frustrated, he stomped his foot and vanished, presumably returning to the command room to dispatch navigators for precise reconnaissance. I initially thought you were merely admiring the scenery, yet you were quietly honing your hockey. Your pretense is truly commendable. Admiral, storm indications have appeared 2 kilometers ahead. With wind speeds at least at. The navigator suddenly stammered, fear evident on his face. Speak clearly, as long as it does not exceed level 15. Our warship can safely navigate through. The squirrel responded calmly, clearly possessing great confidence in the seasoned vessel. Wind speed is at least level 16. The navigator exclaimed. Damn it. Notify immediately. All hands to battle stations. The squirrel nearly stumbled, steadying himself against the table as he pointed an accusatory finger at the navigator. Lower the sails. Hard left. Engage the thrusters at full power. Reinforce all moving parts of the ship. Everyone sprang into action, their movements devoid of panic. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the New World, and they had long since mastered the art of response. According to predictions, the best-case scenario would be to graze past the storm, sustaining minimal impact. Very well, aim to mitigate losses and have the ship's doctors ready, should anyone be injured. They must be attended to promptly. Understood, Admiral. As he lay on the cramped bed, he felt the voyage become increasingly tumultuous. Noah began to contemplate his future plans, with the primary focus being the assessment tasks. Given the significance of naval promotions, it was only natural for the system to intervene and orchestrate a series of events. After discussing his thoughts with Zephyr, he received a mission. Graduation assessment. Eliminate pirate crews across the seas, accumulating a total bounty of 1 billion berries. In order to earn military merit and achieve the rank of at least a major. Mission rewards. 20,000 exchange points, 2 opportunities for a standard lottery draw, and 1 designated reward card. Mission constraints. To be completed within 1 year. Failure to do so will result in a failed mission. This task was not urgent, as there was a year to accomplish it. However, he could prioritize the secondary tasks. Series Task Golden Sea Route. Second phase. Arrive at the Kingdom of Zalart and meet with Sabail in a secure environment. Mission rewards. Increased favorability with the Golden Sea Route. Unlocking a list of secret goods available for purchase. Third phase of the series task will be initiated. Mission constraints. Ensure Sabail's survival, should Sabail perish. The mission will fail and the series task will be terminated. The Golden Sea Route could prove to be a significant advantage if utilized wisely. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the room, causing it to shake violently and nearly dislodging him from his bed, disrupting his train of thought. The incessant creaking of the wooden boards filled the air, instilling a sense of unease within him. Noah adjusted to the incessantly shaking ground, steadying himself against the wall as he exited the room. Could this tempest truly be so formidable? With a resounding crash, another deafening roar echoed, accompanied by violent tremors. Faintly, a terrifying, guttural growl could be discerned. As his observation hockey unfurled, an overwhelming presence of life reverberated through Noah, leaving him in awe. This is bad. Ignoring the quaking earth beneath him, Noah activated his shave, propelling himself at breakneck speed to the deck. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of staggering. Before him loomed a colossal form, rendering the massive warship a mere bath toy in its presence, helpless and pitiable. It's enormous. Faintly glowing yellow eyes seemed capable of enveloping the entire vessel within their depths. After feasting on Sea King's flesh for half a year, had the time for retribution finally arrived? Noah grasped the hilt of the sword, his lips uttering words while a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the first time he had encountered an opponent of such stature. Noah, do not act rashly. If you provoke the Sea Kings, our vessel will be in peril. The weasel, drenched to the skin, shouted to him against the raging storm, uneasily moving closer to his side. If you lack the confidence for a decisive strike, refrain from engaging recklessly. Do you understand? Even if you could achieve it, delivering a fatal blow to the Sea King at such proximity is a grave misstep. Its colossal carcass could unleash monstrous waves capable of capsizing our ship, which is already beyond its limits. The weasel gently pushed Noah's hand away from the sword's hilt, earnestly imploring him. What a pity! Noah reluctantly relinquished his hold, feeling a pang of regret. The words of the dormouse were not without merit. His extensive experience at sea far surpassed that of Noah, who had only just ventured onto the waves. It is always prudent to heed the counsel of one's elders to avert unnecessary losses. Our warship is embedded with sea tower stones, significantly diminishing the likelihood of detection. We must not act rashly at this moment. No, I have an unsettling feeling that we have already been spotted. The deck, which had extinguished all lights to reduce visibility, suddenly illuminated with a dim yellow glow. The previously bustling sailors stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. From above, a chilling malice swept over them. Prepare for action, Noah. The dormouse sighed, drawing his cutlass. If fortune favored us, we might yet survive. Should luck abandon us, we would meet our demise in the depths of the sea. This time, I was careless. I had thought to take a brief respite on the currents due to the urgency of our mission, unaware that in the midst of this storm, we would attract the attention of the thunderhorn ichthyosaur. The dormouse chided himself, raising his long blade, feeling utterly helpless against the colossal beast. The thunderhorn ichthyosaur? I believe I have heard of it. Recently, Talia had casually mentioned it while enlightening him on the ocean's secrets. This creature is among the most dreaded encounters for any ship, typically drawn to tumultuous storms, its long neck emerging from the water, sharp horns raised high. Lightning is irresistibly attracted to its horns. Rather than sustaining injury, it absorbs the energy, which it can unleash with enough force to stun even larger sea creatures. For the ichthyosaur, a thunderstorm is a banquet, while for those aboard a vessel caught in its midst, it is akin to descending into hell. After accumulating excessive energy, its ferocity becomes extraordinarily potent. Upon encountering a ship, it unleashes its wrath, reducing it to mere splinters. In a moment, I will strike its horn to divert its attention, and you will seize the opportunity to deliver your most potent blow to the area beneath its jaw, where it is most vulnerable. Should that initial strike fail, we shall have no further chance. In truth, the one best suited to deliver this lethal blow is the dormouse himself. Yet, he could not bear to entrust the perilous task of provoking the ichthyosaur to Noah. It was his own misjudgment that had led them into this dire predicament. If he were to lose the future hope of the Navy because of this, not only would Zephyr break his legs, but he would carry the burden of guilt for the rest of his life. The prowess of Noah is well understood by the flying squirrel, having vanquished the ghost spider. He is indeed no less formidable than himself. However, he harbors concerns that a lack of experience and an unsteady mindset in confrontations may lead Noah to commit irrevocable errors. No need for that, General Squirrel. Noah drew forth the dim, lifeless ink clouds, twirling them into a flourish of blades that sliced through countless raindrops, causing blossoms of rain to burst forth. I possess a superior solution. Consider well, for the lives and fortunes of an entire crew hinge upon your success or failure. Undertake no perilous endeavors without absolute certainty. The dormouse reached out to stop Noah, yet was inadvertently swayed by the calm assurance reflected in his gaze, giving rise to an inexplicable sense of trust. It seemed this young man was destined to navigate this intricate predicament with finesse. Rest assured, I would never jest with the lives of my comrades. Noah smiled indifferently, displaying no trace of anxiety or fear in the face of the imminent peril of life and death. With a single step, he soared against the tempest, ascending into the sky. The flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, casting a radiant light upon the young man's upright figure. This moment would forever be etched in the hearts of every sailor who gazed upward, an indelible memory. In the heavens, a serene voice suddenly resonated, subtly overpowering the tumultuous thunder and the frenzied roars of the thunder dragon. The sword's fire rained down with compassion. There was no blinding flash of a blade cleaving the heavens, merely a straightforward and unadorned strike that could even be described as gentle. The icy blue flames that danced upon the sword's edge seemed imbued with tranquility, their soft azure glow enveloping the sky and igniting the thunder dragon's form. Roar. The growls gradually diminished. The colossal beast bowed its head, its gaze fixed upon the tiny creature before it, motionless for a prolonged moment. Within its eyes, the ferocity was slowly devoured by the calming blue flames of rain, restoring a semblance of peace. So tranquil was its demeanor that a flicker of compassion emerged within its gaze, free of thoughts, desires, and cravings. The thunder no longer held a lure for it. The life before it failed to provoke its thirst for destruction. Why pursue the thunder? Why seek to annihilate the ship? Was it not a splendid affair to simply bask in the storm? Such contemplations had never graced the mind of the Thunder Dragon, yet they arose unexpectedly, compelling its body to comply with this absurd notion. The flames of rain burned steadily, as if bestowing a raincoat upon the Thunder Dragon, shielding it from the storm and quelling the turmoil within. Thus, it watched as the vessel gradually sailed away, fading from view. Noah sat upon the ground, his complexion pale and his garments thoroughly drenched, clinging to his skin and accentuating the sinewy contours of his robust physique. A dormouse stood quietly beside him, holding an umbrella to shield Noah from the lingering winds and rain. The remaining sailors busied themselves, hoisting the sails and unfastening the securing ropes. The atmosphere was imbued with a profound stillness, as if any sound might disturb the young man, who was lost in deep contemplation. After a considerable time, the sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden radiance upon the ship that had narrowly escaped disaster. Noah gradually opened his eyes, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Rising to his feet, the warm sunlight dispelled the chill, enveloping him in a golden aura, akin to that of a deity. "Thank you, Noah," the flying squirrel said, folding away the umbrella with sincerity. "It is nothing, it is my duty," he replied. "I am aware that you have exerted considerable effort. I have already instructed the chef to prepare a grand feast for you. Let us proceed. It seems that only you, General Squirrel, truly understand me. So I shall not hold back." Noah's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instinctively touched his stomach and made his way towards the galley. The recent use of the sword fire, compassionate rain, was not intended for human targets. To ensure its efficacy, he had exerted every ounce of his being, channeling an impressive 99% of his physical and mental energy as fuel for the rain's flames, cleansing the thunderhorn fish dragon's body and mind to bring it tranquility. While descending from the air, he nearly lost control of his moonwalk, barely managing to sit cross-legged on the ground to recuperate some of his spirit and energy. Now, he was in urgent need of replenishment, and the words of the flying squirrel were akin to a pillow arriving just as sleep beckoned, perfectly aligning with Noah's desires. After devouring his meal with fervor, Noah wiped his mouth and finally found the opportunity to inquire with the squirrel. "We have deviated from our intended course. What shall we do next?" Although they had strayed from the current, they had also saved considerable time, and in 3 days, they would reach the doldrums. Upon crossing the doldrums, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive at their destination, the island of Enania in the South Sea, within a month. There, the common folk were ruthlessly slaughtered by the kingdom's insurgents, and the Siani kingdom on the island had submitted a request for naval assistance. "Your task is to aid me in suppressing the rebels and eradicating their roots." The squirrel leisurely sliced through a tender, juicy steak, presenting a stark contrast to Noah's ravenous demeanor, and, after elucidating the forthcoming mission, did not neglect to share insights about the kingdom's situation. Enania had joined the world government relatively late, and its economy and military were underdeveloped. However, it boasted a pleasant climate and fertile land conducive to agriculture, making it a quintessential agrarian nation. Due to the incompetence of the previous royal family, which had fallen under the control of power-hungry officials, a wave of rebellion had surged within the nation, leading to the steady retreat of the National Guard. Consequently, the current king had been compelled to seek assistance from the Navy. "It is not an overly difficult task. You need not worry. What you require most at present is rest. Go ahead," the squirrel kindly remarked, noticing the weariness etched upon Noah's face. "My apologies," Noah responded. Noah, unable to endure any longer, excused himself from the dining table and made his way directly to his quarters. As dawn broke, sailors began to emerge from the ship's cabin, yawning as they hoisted mops and dragged buckets to commence their cleaning duties. The sentry on the lookout tower descended unsteadily, his eyes shadowed, and greeted his relieved comrade before retreating to rest, casting a glance back at the remarkable figure that piqued his curiosity. At the bow of the naval vessel, the sea breeze howled, invigorating Noah as he engaged in his morning exercises, adding an extraordinary vigor to his push-ups. A few of the menial sailors, taken aback by his presence, exchanged bewildered glances and discreetly withdrew, hesitant to intrude. It was only 5 o'clock, after all. Only the lesser-rated sailors would rise this early to clean, while the regular sailors typically did not emerge until the sun had risen high enough to warm their backs. Unexpectedly, someone was up before them. Even within the confines of a disciplined navy, the demands placed upon sailors engaged in prolonged maritime missions were not excessively rigid. If the standards were as stringent as those at headquarters, even the most loyal crew might falter in morale. As for the temptation to linger in bed during the early hours, unless it became excessive, the higher-ups usually opted for a policy of benign neglect. Life at sea was not perpetually thrilling. Rather, it often consisted of monotonous days that could easily wear down one's spirit and foster restlessness. Fortunately, the myriad islands scattered across the ocean provided opportunities for respite. As long as they navigated through the calm zone safely, they would reach an island replete with taverns and eateries. The famished sailors could almost envision the maidens beckoning to them with goblets of fine wine. Yet, none of this concerned Noah. Unlike the sailors seeking an outlet for their pent-up energy, he had long since exhausted his own. 521, 522, 523. Noah was breathlessly performing the most ordinary push-ups at a steady pace, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, leaving behind layers of sticky perspiration, yet also alleviating the heat generated within him, soothing his spirit. Given Noah's usual stamina, accomplishing 500 push-ups was merely a warm-up, and even 5,000 would hardly pose a challenge. However, today, after completing 500, he appeared utterly fatigued, on the verge of collapse, as his cells endured the weight of 2 tons. To an outsider, he seemed simply to be exercising, unaware of the invisible burden he bore, weighing 2 tons. In merely 6 months, he had progressed from a half-ton load to 2 tons, still moving with ease, a remarkable advancement indeed. After 600 push-ups, he paused for a brief respite, replenishing himself with some saline solution before embarking on deep squat frog jumps, circling the expansive deck time and again. The deck crew, who were tidying up, gazed in astonishment at Noah's relentless workout. 2 of them, mesmerized, collided inadvertently. I wonder how long this monster can keep it up. I bet it's just a fleeting enthusiasm. Life at sea stretches on, one mused. Not necessarily. How about a wager? Another replied. Fine. If he manages to wake up and exercise every day until we dock next, you'll do my chores until the next island. If he fails, I'll take yours. Deal? Special weather events or emergencies don't count. The Marine, eager for a response from his companion, added. Agreed. It's settled. A group huddled together, whispering excitedly. Though their voices were hushed, they could not escape Noah's keen hearing. Upon catching wind of their wager, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If all went according to plan, he truly intended to maintain this daily regimen, having been unfamiliar with the ship upon boarding a few days prior. Coupled with the demands of training and skill enhancement, he had delayed his practice until after navigating the perils of the Sea Kings. Following this, he would engage in fundamental swordsmanship training, practice running while balancing on his hands, and refine his techniques through sparring with the squirrel-like creature. His days were fully scheduled, leaving no room for idle daydreams about the idyllic life awaiting them on the island. The hope of the Navy's future, the squirrel-like creature remarked, observing Noah, drenched in sweat and tirelessly pursuing his regimen from the spacious command room. Reynold, you have a fine son. His gaze drifted, seemingly lost in memories of the past. Report. A Marine rushed in, abruptly pulling the squirrel-like creature from his reverie. 2 kilometers ahead, we spotted a pirate ship. Based on the emblem, it's confirmed to be the Bloodthorn pirate crew, led by Captain Blood Spike Quinton, with a bounty of 180 million. Pirates daring to enter the calm belt? Have they no sense of self-preservation? The creature frowned upon hearing the report and promptly commanded, increase the power of the thrusters, head towards the pirate crew. If a merchant ship were to wander into the calm belt and encounter the Navy, it would be akin to meeting a savior. However, if pirates crossed paths, it was not necessarily disastrous. After all, dying at the hands of the Navy could be seen as a form of liberation, far preferable to perishing from thirst or hunger. The calm belt, devoid of wind, posed a lethal threat to sailing vessels reliant on sails. Each year, numerous ships unwittingly strayed into its grasp or were pursued by sea kings or storms, ultimately succumbing to thirst or starvation aboard their vessels. Even now, ghost ships that had not been sunk by sea kings still drifted in the calm belt, some bearing the remains of undecayed corpses or mere skeletons. Notify Noah and inform him to prepare. The time for military merit has arrived. The creature commanded an aide nearby, who promptly dashed away. Captain, this Bloodthorn pirate crew is not to be underestimated, the creature mused, perusing the intelligence reports handed to him. This pirate crew had been established for approximately 3 years. Captain Blood-Spike Quinton hailed from the South Sea and was a paramecia-type thorn fruit user, capable of sprouting spikes as hard as steel from his body and even projecting them at a distance, transforming adversaries into pincushions. Upon reading the dossier detailing Quinton's penchant for slaughtering civilians, relishing the torment of young women as he slowly pierced them with his spikes until they bled dry, the creature's fists clenched, anger etched upon his features. Quinton's bounty of 180 million was not merely a reflection of his abilities, but rather a consequence of his numerous atrocities that had instilled widespread terror, compelling the Navy to impose a bounty exceeding his actual strength to incentivize reckless bounty hunters seeking fortune. To his astonishment, the Bloodthorn pirate crew, recently notorious for massacring a town and plundering a wealth of treasures along the Grand Line, had now fortuitously crossed paths with a Navy vessel patrolling the treacherous calm belt. Most significantly, this vessel harbored a creature whose prowess surpassed that of a rear admiral. "Captain, when will this ordeal come to an end?" A lean man, his side adorned with a long knife and a firearm slung behind him, languidly leaned against the wall, addressing the captain, who sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought. "Soon. How much fresh water have we gathered today? Bring some to me." "I'm parched," the captain replied, too lethargic to even rock his chair. Directing his crew to deliver water, one crew member cautiously approached, cradling a porcelain bowl as if it were a treasure, fearful of spilling the precious water. Moving slowly to avoid losing a single drop, as he presented it to the captain, the bowl nearly empty, the captain licked his cracked lips, finding it painful to swallow. His throat parched as though aflame. Even in such desperation, he refrained from sneaking a sip during the journey, knowing the bowl contained precious little. While others eyed him with ravenous hunger, the last individual who dared to indulge in such folly now hung from the mast, exposed to the sun. Having perished slowly after being impaled by the captain's spikes, blood draining for an hour before succumbing to agony, the blood spilled was not wasted. Soon, the famished crew members devoured every last drop, even licking the fresh blood from the mast, which shimmered under the sun. From that day forth, no one dared to surreptitiously drink the hard-earned fresh water. Yet, all awaited the moment when someone, undeterred by fear, would yield to temptation and drink, inevitably facing the captain's wrath and being impaled upon the mast, thus providing them with the opportunity to quench their thirst with warm blood. "How is the ship's modification progressing?" the captain lazily inquired from his chair. The individual beside him, likely the first mate, replied in a hushed tone, "It's nearly complete. We still need to manufacture some additional ores, but everything should be ready by tomorrow at the latest." "Excellent. Finally, we can escape this cursed place." The captain perked up, instructing his crew, "Tonight, work diligently. There will be generous rewards once we leave this wretched place." He could hardly bear to remain any longer. The fresh water he had previously disregarded now seemed invaluable. It surpassed even the worth of human life. Food was not lacking, as they had slaughtered a small sea creature and prepared jerky, which had become almost unbearable to consume. Heaven knows how much he longed for refreshing fruits, vegetables, and the delightful experience of drinking beer. Suddenly, the captain noticed one of his crew members stumbling through the door, gasping for breath. "What is the panic about? Has another sea creature appeared?" The captain's displeasure was evident, as a sharp spike began to grow from his wrist. Should this subordinate's news prove distasteful, that very spike could claim his life. "Yes, it is a naval warship." "Huh, how trivial the Navy is to incite such fear. It truly tarnishes the reputation of my blood-thorn pirate crew." Quinton, the captain, scoffed disdainfully, flicking his hand to unleash a flying dagger that struck the subordinate's heart, deeming him unworthy to remain aboard his ship. "Captain, it is a naval vessel. Please consider your next move." The first mate, quick-witted, realized the gravity of the situation. The Navy had captured them countless times, yet never succeeded. The Navy, how absurd. Enlightened, Quinton sprang from his rocking chair, and the moment he landed, his figure vanished from the room. "Lads, rally your spirits. With a single, decisive strike, we can escape this cursed place," Quinton shouted with exhilaration, summoning his crew to prepare for battle. The long knives, dormant for over half a month, were unsheathed, the dust-laden firearms gleamed after being polished, and the ship's cannons were adjusted in position as massive cannonballs were continuously transported. Everyone wore expressions of excitement, their previous lethargy forgotten. A naval vessel, under normal circumstances, they would have fled at the mere sight of one. However, in this desperate, windless zone, a naval ship was akin to a delectable morsel placed before a famished man, inciting madness. To enter the Grand Line, surrounded by the windless zone, ordinary pirate ships and merchant vessels had to navigate the perilous upside-down mountain. where a moment's inattention could lead to destruction. Yet this was still preferable to the certain doom of the windless zone. The Navy, however, never traversed the upside-down mountain, opting instead for the more treacherous windless zone. The secret lay hidden within the warship. The technological marvels of the Navy's scientific division were no idle jest. The sea stone embedded in the ship's hull emitted an oceanic aura, effectively evading detection by sea creatures. Encounters with storm-chasing sea dragons were mere accidents. What remained was the dilemma of the windless zone, devoid of wind and unable to propel the ship forward. At this juncture, the hidden propeller beneath the ship would engage, utilizing steam to generate power and carry the vessel through the windless zone. Unfortunately, the immaturity of the technology and the low energy conversion rate rendered this propulsion method suitable only for the windless zone. Prolonged use would require significant storage space for fuel and posed a risk of explosion, making it highly disadvantageous for wooden ships on long voyages. The Bloodthorn pirate crew, having mingled in the Grand Line for some time, clearly understood the secrets of the naval warship. They were sharpening their blades, eager for a fierce confrontation, ready to seize the warship and revel in freedom beyond the windless zone. As for the Commodore, might I claim the captain of that pirate crew for myself? Noah and the Flying Squirrel stood side by side at the bow of the ship, gazing at the approaching pirate vessel. It's all up to you. I rather relish this leisurely moment. After all, I am merely a minor character in this tale, the Flying Squirrel remarked nonchalantly. He had no need for further military accolades. It would be more prudent to extend a favor. As for whether he lives or dies, it's your decision. It would be simpler to kill him outright. Capturing him alive would necessitate handing him over to the escort ship bound for the prison. Quite the hassle. No, let us opt for capturing him alive after all. In Noah's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. The crimes he committed could not be repaid with mere death. The advancing city, this hell, was truly where he belonged. Death would be too lenient for him. The Dormouse silently nodded, choosing not to speak further. After hearing Noah's words, he found them reasonable. Killing Quentin outright would indeed be a disservice to the innocent civilians who had tragically perished at his hands. It seems they have not yet relinquished their struggle. Observing the bizarrely shaped Bloodthorn's pirate ship, Noah remarked, "They intend to convert the vessel to be propelled by oars, relying on human strength to escape the doldrums." Humph. Such efforts are in vain. The Dormouse snorted derisively. If it were so simple to break free from the doldrums, it would be a gross underestimation of this place. The ripples stirred by the oars would be the most effective lure for the Sea Kings. These people truly do not know the peril they face. Entering range. Prepare to fire. The crew member calling out clutched his neck, which oozed blood, gazing in disbelief at his captain before collapsing helplessly. Quentin, with a stoic expression, flicked the blood from his spiked hand. "Fools, how can we escape if we damage the warship? Lower the cannons and prepare for boarding." Indeed. If we damage the ship, we would have to rely on our own strength to row out of here, wouldn't we? Accustomed to dealing with the Navy's tactics. It took a moment for most to grasp the captain's explanation. "Cannon fire, you say?" Noah inquired, and the Dormouse shook its head, saying, "Since we intend to capture them alive, we might as well engage in a boarding action, given the state of their vessel. A single round of cannon fire would likely render it to splinters. It's fortuitous that we have some novices with us. We can consider this a valuable training exercise." Indeed, resolving this matter too swiftly would be rather dull. Noah chuckled. As they drew nearer, the members of the Bloodthorn pirate crew realized that the approaching naval warship was vastly different from any they had previously encountered. It was immense, so colossal that it seemed capable of effortlessly accommodating their vessel within its hold, in stark contrast to the formidable and majestic naval warship. Their own ship appeared as inconsequential as a foul fish in a stagnant ditch. The vessel was severely compromised, missing numerous planks and riddled with small holes near the waterline, rendering its appearance particularly woeful. The removed planks had been repurposed into oars, had it not been for the sight of the naval warship. They would have seen this as their sole hope for survival. Whoosh! Before the Bloodthorn pirates could fully comprehend the situation, countless grappling hooks were hurled from the warship, firmly embedding themselves in the sides of their vessel. In the next instant, sailors clad in pristine white uniforms descended en masse. The weaker among them were quickly overwhelmed, while those of greater prowess leapt directly from the ship, decelerating midair with a graceful moonwalk before landing on the deck of the Bloodthorn. "Kill!" roared Bloodstinger Quentin, unleashing a deadly projectile that instantly claimed the life of a sailor. His crew, fueled by fervor, surged forward with wild eyes and fierce cries. "Shall I clear the deck first?" Noah inquired, observing the naval personnel caught off guard and sustaining injuries from the frenzied onslaught of the pirates, his weapon, the ink cloud. Poised for action. No need. Let these novices endure a bit. Such experiences are essential for their growth. The wounds they bear now may very well save their lives in the future. You need not intervene. I shall watch, replied Wusmouse calmly, effortlessly dispatching an unknowing pirate who charged recklessly forward. Your quarry awaits. Go forth. Noah nodded, casting a glance at the valiant Marines engaged in a fierce struggle. After a period of adjustment, the rigorous training finally bore fruit. The inexperienced recruits began to mount a counteroffensive, guided by the seasoned veterans. After all, their numbers were double that of the Bloodthorn pirates, and a defeat would spell doom for the Navy. Clang! He deflected the oncoming projectile with his blade, the ink-black clouds parting to reveal Noah's stern visage. Who dares to obstruct my path? This insolent child. Quentin sneered, initially aiming the sharp projectile at the flying squirrel, only to have it intercepted by a youth, which irked him. And when one is irked, blood must be spilled. You are not worthy to know my name, Noah calmly remarked, disregarding Quentin's flushed face entirely. What audacity! It has been quite some time since I have heard such brazen words uttered in my presence. Ha ha ha. In a fit of rage, Quentin laughed bitterly, his body erupting with sharp spines that tore through his clothing, resembling a suit of hedgehog armor. From the tips of his clenched fists sprouted 8 elongated, claw-like spikes, gleaming with a pearlescent, bone-like radiance. Perish! He cried, as his fist surged forward, a flash of bladed light momentarily illuminating the scene. In an instant, 4 of the spikes were severed at the base, the cut remarkably clean, suggesting they had been sliced away by a razor-sharp instrument. Quentin's brows twitched with intensity, dismissing any prior contempt. Mere moments passed before the spikes regrew, and Quentin grew wary, closing the distance between himself and Noah, seeking to engage in close combat where his long blade would be less effective. With his body adorned in spikes, he knew that any contact with his opponent would inflict harm. Get lost. Noah's countenance darkened as he suddenly drew his blade at a dangerously close distance. In such proximity, it was impossible for him to exert significant force. Quentin thought to himself, a glimmer of joy appearing on his face. As long as he could withstand this strike, he would unleash his favored technique of torment and revel in the spectacle of a blood fountain. The blade, imbued with the ferocity of flame, cleaved through the air. The dark clouds of thunderfire moved with lightning speed, slicing diagonally across Quentin's abdomen, nearly severing his body in two. Should the wound have been any deeper, his intestines would surely have spilled forth. The sharp spikes on his skin, as hard as cast iron, met the dark clouds and air with no resistance whatsoever. Impossible! At such a close range, how could this be? Quentin futilely pressed his hands against the horrifying injury. 2 hands were insufficient to staunch the gushing blood that stained his entire being. Staggering forward, he appeared on the verge of collapse, his face still marked by confusion and a desperate need for an explanation from Noah. Yet in the next moment, Quentin spread his arms wide, the spikes erupting, attempting to embrace the proximity of Noah and transform him into a sieve. This time, you cannot evade. Even with the power of hockey and iron, it would be futile. My spikes are equally shrouded in hockey. Quentin laughed maniacally, confident that his hockey would surely breach the defenses of this young naval officer. His hockey, intriguingly enough, was derived from torturing a naval colonel he had captured for 3 days and nights until he extracted the methods of hockey cultivation from him. Lacking talent for observation hockey, he had nonetheless mastered armament hockey at an astonishing speed, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd tier in less than 2 years without any guidance. To this day, he had yet to encounter anyone stronger than himself in this domain. The mere thought of that man, with his devilishly charming smile, stirred an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent within Quentin, though it was swiftly overshadowed by trepidation. Doflamingo, if it were not for his ruthless actions, would Quentin have ever plunged into the calm belt to preserve his life? However, now was not the time for such reflections. Quentin quickly regained his focus, tightening his arms around himself, yet unexpectedly felt no obstruction from the spikes piercing his body. A mere illusion. As he watched the figure in his embrace gradually dissipate, alarm bells rang in Quentin's mind. Instinctively lifting his gaze, his pupils constricted in shock. Noah's gaze collided with his, mere inches from his forehead, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. What does he intend to do? In that instant, Quentin's mind was startlingly clear, as if his dormant observation hockey had suddenly awakened, but it lasted only a fleeting second. The world then plunged into darkness, as Quentin's arms closed in. Noah unleashed his utmost speed to escape the encirclement, leaping upward. He deftly avoided the spikes on his arms with the sixth technique, paper drawing, without even tearing his clothing. In that moment, Quentin's astonished eyes met Noah's indifferent gaze. The time in the air felt infinitely prolonged, and Noah's movements were rendered 10 times clearer to Quentin. Indeed, in his perception, he could sense that calamity was imminent, yet he sadly realized he could not move, not even to turn his head. It was not a matter of lacking strength. Rather, his body could not keep pace with his mind. He could only watch as Noah flipped over his head, his coiled legs gradually extending, unleashing a tremendous force. Quentin sensed the power contained in the kick Noah delivered after twisting in midair, even catching sight of Noah's fluttering garments and tousled hair. Yet he could do nothing but succumb to the approach of death, a feeling so maddening and overwhelming that it threatened to shatter his sanity. The technique, was it called will breaking? Recalling how Noah had nearly completed a full turn in the air and the devastating power of that kick, a flicker of acknowledgement surged within him. Then, he calmly surrendered to the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, Quentin's crew, though blinded by fury, maintained a sliver of awareness for their captain. After all, the warship before them was far superior to any they had previously encountered, and the officers aboard were undoubtedly formidable figures. There was a real possibility that their captain might fall here. In the past, they would not have given it a second thought. For Quentin had always been invincible in their eyes, the undefeated champion among them. Alas, not long ago, this golden image had been ruthlessly shattered by a man, reducing Quentin to a state of helplessness, like a stray dog as he stumbled into the calm belt, clinging to life. In the eyes of the crew, the legend of Quentin had crumbled. Had it not been for his sheer force and ruthless methods to suppress dissent, the pirate crew would have long since disbanded. Witnessing their captain kneel with such finality, the pirates hesitated for a moment before casting aside their weapons and surrendering on the spot. After all, their captain had fallen. There was no reason to pursue further rebellion. Continuing to resist would only lead to death. Surrendering offered a glimmer of survival. The Weasel exchanged glances with his first mate, who understood the cue, commanding the sailors to cuff the surrendered pirates and arrange them neatly on their knees. At that moment, Noah dragged Quentin by the collar and brought him before the Weasel. "What is this?" the Weasel exclaimed in astonishment, noticing the healing flames of the sun igniting in Noah's hand as he pressed it against the visible indentation at the back of Quentin's skull. Noah's flames had already revealed some intelligence when Zephyr summoned him to refine Noah's swordsmanship, as he was aware of the color and corresponding effects of each type of flame. If memory serves, this sun-warmed yellow flame seems to be intended for healing wounds and revitalizing the body. Why, then, would it be administered to a recently incapacitated pirate? Was there a fear of his demise? Reflecting on Noah's earlier words, the Weasel felt he had unraveled the truth. Had that kick not been mitigated by the hockey defense, it could have indeed sent a man to the afterlife. Under the Weasel's observation, Quentin's aura was dwindling, teetering on the brink of life and death. Moreover, Noah smiled and remarked that kick was intentionally restrained. Otherwise, his head would have burst, and he wouldn't have been able to remain upright. I feared turning him into a simpleton, a fool. What I desire is for him to regain consciousness. Otherwise, what would be the point? It dawned upon the Weasel that his understanding of this junior disciple was still superficial. At least now, he began to perceive the insidious and cruel aspects of Noah that had eluded him until now. He was nothing short of a little demon. The Weasel felt a chill as he gazed upon Noah's smile and urged to distance himself, growing stronger. Indeed, being rendered a fool and confined within impelled down would be a lesser torment than experiencing such suffering with a clear mind. Only when Quentin was lucid could he truly grasp the depths of the world's most brutal punishments. It seems you are resolutely determined to imprison him and impel down. Of course, his worth is sufficient for him to establish a residence on the 5th level. Noah halted the flames of Qing and rose to speak. The deep-sea great prison, impelled down, is renowned as the world's largest penitentiary, situated in the calm belt of the first half of the Grand Line, famed for its formidable security. Beneath lie 6 subterranean levels. The first level above sea is known for its baptism, a place where prisoners are tortured, while the descending levels are reserved for the most heinous forms of punishment. The first tier is filled with sword trees and spiked grass, where inmates are relentlessly pursued by venomous spiders and guards, enduring ceaseless torment until their blood runs dry. This is the Red Lotus Hell. The second level houses ferocious beasts such as man-faced lions and venomous scorpions, who regard the prisoners as mere sustenance, stripping them of any will to fear. This is the Beast Hell. The third level, characterized by deprivation of water and food, enveloped in steamy heat, confines the most vicious criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. Known as the Hunger Hell, the fourth level is a searing inferno, ruled by the prison warden Magellan, where blood pools and flames surge. It is the scorching hell. The fifth level, reserved for those with bounties over 100 million, is haunted by feral wolves, where the frigid conditions can inflict severe frostbite leading to death. This is the frigid hell. Lastly, there exists the enigmatic sixth level, infinite hell, where death row inmates and monstrous pirates serving life sentences are confined, legendary figures of infamy. Bloodstained Quentin, with a bounty of 180 million berries, must first undergo sterilization in boiling water at the first level, followed by further disinfection in the scorching hell, before being cast into the frigid hell, where he will experience the paradox of ice and fire. Given his strength, he might endure for a while. The longer he survives, the more he will be subjected to the icy torment, a slow death intertwined with the dread of being hunted by the military wolves, thus providing Quentin with ample opportunity to atone for his sins. Let us proceed. I have already contacted the nearest armed transport vessel, which will escort Quentin to the deep-sea great prison, said the weasel as he hung up the phone. Procure a pair of sea stone handcuffs for me. Noah seized the handcuffs, infused with sea stone powder, that were thrown to him, and shackled Quentin's wrists together. Dragging Quentin along, he turned to depart, while the marsupial gestured to the lieutenant, who nodded in acknowledgement. Fire. The sharp reports of firearms erupted in a cacophony, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless pirates. As blood drenched the deck, the doldrums have forever been the finest grave. Noah wore a stern expression as he grasped Quentin by the hem of his trousers, dragging him into the detention chamber aboard the warship. If one were to inquire how he maneuvered the unconscious form from the lowly blood-thorn vessel onto the ship, the answer could be summed up in a single word: toss. No matter how violently Quentin might collide with surfaces, as long as he remained alive, that was all that mattered. Even on the brink of death, Noah possessed the uncanny ability to pull him back from the precipice. With a resounding thud, he flung Quentin against the wall, dusting off his hands as he prepared to depart. Yet, a faint crack echoed through the air, prompting him to halt in his tracks. Quentin, still enveloped in unconsciousness, could not possibly be the source of the sound. Noah's gaze roamed up and down, ultimately settling upon Quentin's belt. It was a rather ostentatious wide belt, adorned with a buckle resembling a hedgehog curled into a ball, brimming with spikes. This seemed quite befitting of Quentin, the wielder of thorny fruit abilities. However, when Noah had hurled Quentin against the wall, he inadvertently triggered some mechanism, causing the hemispherical buckle to slightly part, revealing a concealed hollow within. What could be hidden inside? Noah, with an expression of curiosity, reached out and pinched a protruding metallic spike, unveiling the hemispherical belt buckle. Such a piece, designed for discreet concealment, could hardly be an ordinary item. It might very well be a treasure map or something of that ilk. Noah speculated thus. Yet the sight before him quickened his breath. He reached out to touch it, swiftly stowing it away in his personal space, then snapped the belt shut with a decisive click. Turning around, he maintained an expression of calm as he closed the heavy cell door behind him, departing without a trace of unease. Throughout his journey, he conducted himself as if nothing had transpired, nodding in acknowledgement to passing sailors, as was his customary greeting. "Is it secured?" the weasel asked casually, glancing up from the nautical chart upon noticing Noah's passage. "Yes, I am somewhat fatigued and shall return to rest," Noah replied. "Go ahead. I shall report your accomplishments to headquarters shortly," the weasel responded, unperturbed, for he had witnessed Noah's rigorous training throughout the morning, followed by his confrontation with a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 200 million. A brief respite was well-deserved, especially as he himself had no pressing tasks at hand. "Thank you, Admiral Weasel," Noah expressed with gratitude. Noah smiled as he strolled back to his room. Once the door was closed, his footsteps quickened, almost as if he leaped onto the bed, finding a comfortable position against the headboard. He retrieved an unexpected treasure from Quentin. It was a piece of folded paper, which Noah unfolded and glanced at, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. It was a withdrawal slip from the World United Bank, akin to a check, allowing funds to be withdrawn from any branch without the need for identification. Anyone could claim it. It appeared that this old fox, Quentin, had left himself a means of retreat. Noah stared at the series of zeros above, momentarily dazzled. 8 zeros, 100 million Bailey. How much had this scoundrel plundered to amass such wealth? Noah muttered indignantly, vehemently criticizing Quentin for his pillaging of innocents to amass ill-gotten gains. While cursing, he tucked the withdrawal slip into his personal space. This unjust wealth could only be entrusted to him for safekeeping. Yet, this was not the true treasure. The genuine prize lay ahead, quietly resting in the palm of Noah's hand. It was a peculiar fruit adorned with spiral patterns, its enticing crimson hue exuding an ominous aura due to its bizarre design. This was a devil fruit, the very embodiment of the sea's malevolence. However, do devil fruits exist in the variety of cherries? Noah pondered for a moment and found no recollection of a cherry-like devil fruit from his previous life. It was precisely due to the cherry's diminutive size that it required minimal storage space, allowing Quentin to carry it with him. Had it been a banana or a dragon fruit, Noah would have had no chance of acquiring it. He remained uncertain about the classification of this fruit and the abilities it possessed. Should it hold significant utility, he would undoubtedly choose to keep it, intending to cultivate trusted allies and maximize its potential. Conversely, if it turned out to be an utterly useless fruit, the Destiny Altar would be its ultimate destination. For a full 4 months, the Destiny Altar had not been activated even once. Noah had never found a suitable sacrifice, thus refraining from any further lottery draws. Now that a fitting offering had presented itself, he found himself incapable of summoning the resolve to proceed with the sacrifice. If the prize drawn were to prove less valuable than the powers of this devil fruit, it would indeed be a monumental loss. Wait, Noah suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been to forget such a crucial detail. He hurriedly opened the system's marketplace, searching up and down. Before long, he finally located the answer he sought within the category of books. Ding. Would you like to exchange for the Devil Fruit Compendium, costing 1,200 exchange points? Yes. The item has been dispatched to your personal space, leaving you with 30,000 remaining exchange points. With a substantial amount of exchange points at his disposal, Noah was unconcerned about the small change and eagerly opened the hefty tome, as thick as a dictionary. Fire fruit, quake fruit, magma fruit. There it was. The cherry-shaped devil fruit. Noah was unaware of how long he had been searching when he finally came across an illustration depicting a demon fruit resembling cherries. He hastily placed the fruit he had acquired upon the page, comparing the two. Zoan type, mythical species, phoenix fruit? Noah was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought for quite some time, before erupting into ecstasy. The phoenix, a divine beast, hardly requires further explanation. It possesses the ability to inflict damage and restore health, boasts impressive speed and resilience, and can soar through the skies. It appears to have virtually no weaknesses. Whitebeard's captain, Marco, an adept of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit, is both formidable in offense and defense. When injured, he can engulf himself in flames and revive to full health, far surpassing Noah's sunny flames. However, when it comes to resurrection, he may not rival the phoenix's rebirth through flames. In terms of sheer destructive power, the phoenix is unparalleled. Its flames are far from the harmless variety associated with Marco, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. Perhaps I should consume it myself? Noah felt a restless itch within, wavering in indecision. Consuming the fruit would unleash a unique flame, which he could conveniently attribute to his newly developed fire. After all, no one would suspect it was not the dead energy flame. As for the fruit's after effects, fearing sea stone and seawater, these were not insurmountable concerns, for he still clutched a trump card in his hand. The designated reward card was the key to breaking the stalemate. Having obtained it on the Island of Seasons, Noah valued it above all else and had never entertained the notion of using it lightly. The designated reward card allowed one to specify any desired ability, item, or objective, with the system issuing a task based on the clarity and difficulty of the request. Upon paying a certain amount of exchange points, one could accept the task, and completion would yield a reward. Note, it is a one-time card. Tasks cannot be altered, and failure renders the card void. As long as the task is completed, he would acquire the means to eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit. However, the time was not ripe yet. It was best to keep it tucked away for now. Noah paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to set aside the fruit for later consumption. Although he possessed a designated reward card, his actions were constrained aboard the ship, and with a task at hand, freedom of movement was not an option. It would be prudent to wait until the affairs concerning Enania Island were concluded, allowing ample time for contemplation. After establishing this plan, Noah exhaled in relief and stored the fruit in his personal space. With leisure at his disposal, he resolved to meticulously peruse the illustrated guide to the devil fruits, considering it an opportunity to broaden his knowledge. As he turned to the next page, his brow arched upon encountering a familiar fruit. The illustration depicted a greenish-blue cherry, seemingly unripe with a hint of pale whiteness. The spiral patterns adorning it bore a resemblance to those of the phoenix fruit, albeit sparser. A Zoan type, mythical beast. The immortal bird fruit? Noah, captivated by the introduction of the fruit, found himself envisioning the golden punk-haired figure, the white-bearded captain, Marco. He pondered whether one could succumb to death even in the form of the phoenix, if injured beyond limits. He etched this thought into his memory, anticipating that, in the event of a confrontation during the impending war at the summit, he would inevitably clash with Marco. As he turned to the next page, Noah's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless. Before him lay another cherry-shaped devil fruit, had it not been for the slightly different pattern adorning it. He might have mistaken it for the phoenix fruit. This ancient creature, the pterosaur of the Zoan type, was indeed a formidable fruit, for in the primordial age, the pterosaur reigned supreme in the skies. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his mind, yet he resisted the urge to extract the fruit for a detailed comparison. Determined to uncover the total number of cherry-shaped devil fruits, he continued to turn the pages. Among them were the Zoan type, the Titan bird, and the Zoan type. The ostrich fruit. Noah let out a long sigh, his face reflecting a mixture of melancholy and contemplation. He placed the suspected phoenix fruit, a type of devil fruit, upon the intricate design once more for a meticulous comparison. It was only then that he discerned the subtle, almost imperceptible feather-like patterns woven into the spiral motifs of the phoenix fruit. In contrast, the devil fruit in his hand bore filamentous stripes absent from the phoenix variant. This distinction in patterns revealed a profound disparity in their abilities. Indeed, a slight deviation could lead to an immense divergence in potential. He mused to himself that if it were akin to the wind god pterosaur, it would not be considered an unfortunate outcome. Noah consoled himself as he turned to the page depicting the pteranodon fruit. After a brief moment, his expression darkened, and he continued to flip through the pages. What lay ahead were nothing but utterly useless and trivial fruits. The Titan bird, despite its formidable name, was merely an enlarged and enhanced version of an ostrich. Incapable of flight, such is the capriciousness of fate. Noah let out a deep sigh, snapping shut the devil fruit encyclopedia with a resounding clap, and casting it into his spatial pocket, momentarily relinquishing any desire to peruse its contents further. What purpose does this sparrow fruit serve? Were it not for his formidable mental fortitude, he would have long succumbed to the emotional upheaval, his heart racing as if pierced by a multitude of blades. Alas, what is destined to be will inevitably come to pass, and what is not meant to be should not be forced. The sparrow fruit is merely a sparrow fruit. Yet it must hold some semblance of utility. Noah summoned his spirit, and with a mere thought, the destiny altar, which had resided in his personal space for 4 months, materialized in his hand. The ancient stone altar was adorned with arcane symbols that shimmered with a faint glow. A demon fruit, the size of a cherry, was perfectly suited to rest upon the altar. With a flash of light, the fruit vanished. Ding. Destiny bestowed status. Luck value 5. Duration, 5 minutes. Once again, Noah was enveloped in this enigmatic sensation, losing himself for several moments before breaking free. He hastily navigated to the lottery page, initiating a high-level draw followed by a regular draw, closing his eyes in anticipation of the results. He saved one high-level draw, sensing that his fortune today was rather lackluster. Even with the added luck value, he believed it would only slightly mitigate the void of his mediocre luck. It would be wiser to wait for a day of greater fortune, to seek out more potent fruits for another offering, increasing his chances of receiving something extraordinary. Ding. The regular draw concluded, and congratulations to the host for acquiring a phone worm larva, King. Ding. The high-level draw ended, and congratulations to the host for obtaining an infinite refinement array, incomplete. The phone worm appeared quite charming, indeed. Noah cradled a diminutive telephone bug, resembling a snail, as they gazed at one another with wide eyes. Soon, the tiny creature, seemingly bashful, lowered its gaze, and even its shell appeared to be tinged with a delicate shade of pink. This little being was unexpectedly a monarch. It was quite inconspicuous. Upon hearing this, the creature, momentarily shedding its shyness, feigned pride as it raised its eyes and twisted about. System, enlighten me about the unique attributes of this little fellow. Ding. The telephone bug, Monarch, possesses all the capabilities of its counterparts, enabling long-distance communication without signal degradation, while also featuring functions such as recording, projection, eavesdropping, and anti-eavesdropping. It wields the authority of a monarch to command other telephone bugs, obtaining information, or even altering the content of conversations. Currently, this telephone bug is still in its larval stage, possessing only the ability for long-distance communication. Feeding it various foods can enhance certain traits of the telephone bug and accelerate its growth. Is it truly the case that this little creature becomes so formidable as it matures? Noah nodded in satisfaction, carefully placing the little creature onto the table. He then took a small dish and poured a bit of milk into it, presenting it before the tiny being. Suddenly, his movements halted as a thought struck him. And he hurriedly inquired of the system, "What does it eat? Can it consume milk?" Ding. The system responded, "The telephone worm is generally fed with specialized feed. However, the telephone worm king can partake in most types of food. It can consume anything that the host can, and the more nutritious the food, the faster it will grow. It is advisable for the host to purchase the exclusive supreme ingredient pack for the telephone worm king from the store." "I see," he mused. "You offer such detailed explanations out of kindness, but it seems you are merely trying to swindle my money. No, rather, my points." Noah resolutely shook his head, unwilling to be swayed by the system. He had just caught a glimpse of the phone bug king's exclusive supreme ingredient pack in the marketplace, which absurdly required 1,000 exchange points for merely 3 days' worth of food. Such exorbitance was beyond his means. Milk, on the other hand, was a far more sensible choice. Rich in protein and calcium, perhaps fortifying your shell just a tad. The little creature, oblivious to the exchange between Noah and the system, was blissfully savoring the milk, occasionally glancing up at Noah with eyes so enchanting they could melt anyone's heart. "What name should I bestow upon you?" Noah extended his finger to playfully tease the little creature, deep in thought. "Given your pristine, translucent white fur, how about the name Little White?" The small one abruptly shook its head, splattering milk across the table. All right, we shall not call you Little White, we shall not." Noah hurriedly offered words of comfort, delving once more into deep contemplation. What purpose does this infinite forging array serve, after all? Noah reclined upon his bed, crossing his legs leisurely as he pondered. The infinite alchemical array, a synthesis of the pinnacle of alchemy, embodying the essence of the philosopher's stone, stands at the two extremes of alchemical practice, representing the utmost in transformation and reconstitution. The philosopher's stone, seemingly an artifact from Full Metal Alchemist, appears to possess the ability to transcend the principle of equivalent exchange, enabling the transmutation of any substance. In equal standing with it, the infinite alchemical array, despite its incompleteness, should still wield considerable potential, should it not? Noah's tone was imbued with a hint of uncertainty. The ability to reconstruct and reorganize any material, even living beings, could indeed be described as a remarkable phenomenon. However, it necessitated a comprehensive understanding of the complete version and the intricate structure of the objects to be reformed in order to wield this boundless alchemical array with ease. The incomplete version of the boundless alchemical array possessed its own limitations regarding reconstruction and could only be utilized 3 times. Once those 3 attempts were exhausted, the stone tablet adorned with enigmatic lines in the shape of a hexagram would crumble to dust. Thus, Noah found himself pondering the circumstances under which the boundless alchemical array would prove advantageous. Perhaps it was best to cease his contemplation and indulge in a brief slumber. If answers eluded him now, he would await a more opportune moment to seek clarity, for surely a time would come when understanding would reveal itself. Noah cast a sideways glance at the bedside table, where the phone bug lay slumped over, having succumbed to slumber after finishing its milk. "Sweet dreams, little apple," he murmured before drifting into a deep sleep himself. This had little to do with the song from his previous life. Rather, it stemmed from his contemplation of the little creature's capabilities, which vastly surpassed those of ordinary phone bugs, akin to the difference between a smartphone and a brick phone. It bore a touch of nostalgia for his past existence, hence he named it Little Apple. After 2 hours of restful slumber, he awakened just in time for lunch. The little apple was still in a deep sleep, so Noah poured a small dish of milk for it before heading out to eat. "Mr. Capote, I have heard that you are the ship's carpenter?" Noah, holding a tray, inquired for a while and, guided by the pointers of others, seated himself opposite an elderly gentleman. "Oh, is this not the savior of our vessel?" exclaimed the elder, named Capote, his eyes sparkling with gratitude, nearly grasping Noah's hand with fervor. "Thank you for saving the lives of so many aboard, and most importantly, for preserving this ship," Capote expressed sincerely, causing Noah to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "You flatter me. It was merely my duty. After all, I am also aboard this ship, am I not?" This referred to the earlier incident where he had calmed the impending attack of the Thunderhorn Leviathan with the flames of rain, thus safeguarding the imperiled warship. Had a confrontation ensued, even if victory was achieved, a dying Leviathan could have retaliated with a mere roll, its tail capable of shattering the ship into fragments. As the most seasoned shipwright aboard, this vessel represented countless hours of Capote's labor, akin to a cherished son. Have you sought me for a particular reason? Speak freely. I shall not hesitate to assist in any way within my means. The elder declared brightly, though the matter at hand was not particularly troublesome. I possess a pet called a telephone bug and wish to create a more comfortable dwelling for it. As a shipwright, I trust you possess the necessary skills. May I trouble you for assistance? As Noah busied himself with his meal, he remarked, "Oh, what a trivial matter. Leave it to me." Upon hearing this, the elderly Capote chuckled heartily and thumped his chest in assurance. Now I can rest easy. Once I finish my meal, I shall take my leave. In the midst of his conversation, he swiftly devoured a generous portion of curry rice topped with succulent meat, all while balancing the empty plate as he made his exit. Days passed, and when the long-awaited sea breeze returned, Noah, who had been exercising on the deck early in the morning, felt the refreshing coolness he had yearned for. They had finally emerged from the calms. In the distance, a minuscule black dot, as small as an ant, appeared on the horizon. It was the armed escort ship that had been eagerly awaited. It was already housing numerous pirates captured by various naval branches or apprehended by bounty hunters. Upon the transfer of the notorious bounty of 180 million for the pirate Quentin Bloodstinger, the ship could set sail towards the concealed, dreaded prison known as Impelled Down, where unimaginable horrors awaited these pirates. Quentin shuffled out of his cell, the impatient guards behind him urging him to hurry along, occasionally giving him a shove. The glaring sunlight outside compelled him to squint, and he laboriously raised his shackled hands to shield his eyes. These shackles were not crafted solely from sea stone, but contained a mixture of sea stone powder during their forging process. While they could effectively suppress the abilities of devil fruit users, they still permitted a degree of mobility. This type of restraint was favored by the prison guards, as it was less brutal than those made entirely of sea stone, which rendered pirates completely incapacitated. With pure sea stone shackles, even the thought of turning over would be a luxury. Meals would require the guards' assistance, and the necessity of attending to nature's call was an even more daunting affair. These shackles, which could stifle the powers of their wearers while allowing for some degree of self-sufficiency, were indeed the guards' preference, despite their somewhat lesser reliability in terms of security. Quentin's voice dripped with an uncontainable venom as he glared at Noah, his malice evident in his gaze. As I have said before, you are not worthy to know. Noah calmly leaped past him without a glance, leaving behind a terse remark. Truly, you are unworthy. The escorting sailor earnestly reiterated this, his gaze towards Noah filled with admiration. Humph. Quentin, disinterested in engaging with a mere sailor, sauntered forward. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the captain of the escort vessel, the weasel personally handed Quentin over to the individuals on the opposite side, with Noah standing behind the weasel, observing with a cold detachment. The temporary passage between the two ships was gradually removed, their paths slowly diverging. One vessel was headed towards the calm waters from which Noah and the others had just emerged, while the other was en route to the island of Enania, where the escort ship had previously docked for supplies. With his hands firmly held by the sailors, Quentin turned back for one last glance and, upon seeing Noah still standing at the ship's railing watching, unexpectedly smiled. His lips formed silent words. Coincidentally, Noah had learned a bit of lip-reading from Talia. We shall meet again. Could it truly be so? Noah sensed an unsettling discrepancy. What had bestowed Quentin with the audacity to utter such words? Was it ignorance of the terrors of Impelled Down that led to thoughts of escape? Such notions were utterly preposterous. Any pirate daring enough to venture into the New World would undoubtedly be well acquainted with the horrors that lay within Impelled Down. The idea of breaking free from such a place was nothing short of a fool's dream. So, what justified your assertion? Noah pondered for an extended period, unable to untangle his thoughts. He could only dismiss Quentin's final defiance as mere bravado. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, there lingered a sharp unease in his heart, akin to a thorn that incessantly pricked at his feelings. At last, the moment had arrived. Noah stood upon the deck, where the sea breeze howled around him, and sighed. The island loomed ever closer, its din of voices faintly discernible, heralding the end of their 2-month voyage. How does it feel to see land again? Is there a tinge of excitement? The dormouse stood beside Noah, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. When I first embarked on a maritime mission and arrived at the designated island, my legs trembled as I set foot on solid ground, swaying unsteadily. The land felt even more tumultuous than the ship. Yet, I am not overly concerned about any disorientation, for I possess the knack for returning to life. Noah chuckled softly. Although he did not experience such symptoms, it did not imply that he relished his time aboard the ship. Rather, it was the solid ground that bestowed upon him a sense of comfort. Indeed, the return of life. The flying squirrel smacked his lips, falling silent. His envy and jealousy starkly evident upon his countenance. Reflecting on his own years of struggle, he felt as though he had merely grazed the surface of life's return, especially when juxtaposed with Noah's tender age of 18, evoking a sensation akin to having wasted his days. Mastery of life's return relied not solely on diligent study and practice. The crux lay in one's innate talent. Without such talent, even the most elaborate techniques would lead one nowhere. The flying squirrel possessed a modicum of talent, yet it was insufficient for him to master the art. In stark contrast stood the ghost spider, endowed with extraordinary gifts in the realm of life's return, utterly eclipsing the flying squirrel. However, when God closes a door, he may also leave a window ajar. The flying squirrel indeed surpassed the ghost spider in swordsmanship, compelling the ghost spider to channel his efforts into swordplay, employing the 8-blade style merely to contend with the flying squirrel, resulting in a tumultuous relationship of love and rivalry over the years. Yet, who would willingly concede inferiority to another? Thus, the flying squirrel lost interest, uttering a few forced words before retreating to the command room, leaving Noah to savor the sea breeze alone on the deck. The ship had finally docked. The port of call was a naval base on the island of Enania. Throughout the kingdom of Seani, there existed but a single naval base. This epitomized the sorrow of a small and weak nation, lacking strength. Even the navy deemed it unworthy to station forces. This starkly contrasted with the Flower Kingdom, where the navy was so formidable that it could not establish bases within its territory. Feel free to explore. You cannot attend the operational meetings without a position. I shall assign you specific tasks later, the flying squirrel remarked hastily before disappearing into the conference room. The streets of the kingdom of Seani welcomed a dashing young man clad in a black trench coat, wielding a long blade. Since he was out for a stroll, he naturally could not don the attire of a naval officer. Many things concealed beneath the guise of the navy remained unheard and unseen. Some places were entirely off limits. For instance, the opulent and sprawling palace-like casino, reportedly under the protection of a notorious underground figure from the South China Sea, bore a sign at the entrance that read, "No navy or dogs allowed." Such a derogatory proclamation left patrolling officers powerless, forcing them to lower their heads and feign ignorance. It was said that the enforcers within had once torn a notorious pirate with a bounty of 100 million into two, silencing the navy on the island that sought retribution, compelling them to bow their heads in submission. Although they had sought assistance from the naval headquarters, the influential forces behind this establishment had exerted considerable effort to